You are clearly a great Luojixian who has been practicing for thousands of years, but you accidentally crossed over to the magical world. As soon as you opened your eyes, you saw a hideous green monster drooling disgustingly about to drip onto your face. You casually twisted its neck with one hand. What is this thing? It doesn't have any demonic energy. It shouldn't be a demon race. Not far away, 5 goblins holding various weapons in their hands. Seeing their companions being killed, they let out unpleasant strange cries and rushed towards you. You stood still, expressionless, watching as 5 goblins approached you with weapons. The goblins were about to succeed, a cruel smile on their faces. Suddenly, the 5 goblins went black before their eyes, collectively losing consciousness in an instant. Never knowing what had happened until death, you glanced at the body on the ground, slightly furrowing your brows. Today, unexpectedly, a new species was discovered. What is this place after all? You divide a trace of divine consciousness into your body, only to find that the immortal power and the true essence of life have disappeared without a trace. The destruction of the true essence of life means the loss of cultivation, and now you are not even in the chi refining realm. Fortunately, your divine consciousness and body are still at the peak of the mystic immortal realm. You were just about to explore the surroundings with your divine sense, when you saw a bull demon not far away in the village, picking on a child. Your body swayed and disappeared on the spot. On the small square in the village, sweat beads the size of soybeans slid down Jar's face. Now, the duel can begin. The Minotaur snorted a white mist from its nostrils, raised its giant axe high with one hand, and unhesitatingly smashed it down towards the boy in front of it. Jar widened his eyes, watching the axe smashing towards him, and everything around him seemed to slow down. Am I going to die? The night still hasn't come. I hope the night can arrive in time after I die. I have done my best, dying for the villagers, with no regrets. The giant axe came crashing down, stirring up smoke and dust several meters high on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. The villagers looked on in despair at the area covered by dust. Some of them had already closed their eyes, unable to bear seeing JL's plight. The bull-headed giant beast stood in the smoke and dust, making a strange sound, because it felt that the touch was a bit off. It had indeed struck a fleshy body, but unexpectedly did not smash it into minced meat. Its immense power seemed to have been completely dissipated in an instant. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind dispersed the smoke and dust, as if someone had pulled back the curtain of the stage. The expected scene of blood and flesh flying did not appear. A young man in white clothes stood next to Jar at some point, frowning as he looked at the bull-headed giant beast. The Minotaur was first puzzled. When did this human appear here? He was completely unaware. Is he a human martial artist? Or did he use some kind of teleportation magic? Then, he turned his head to look at the huge axe in his hand. The axe blade hit the position of the white-clothed youth, and a very large gap appeared. How is this possible? The crimson light in the eyes of the Minotaur beast surged, astonished as he stepped back, looking at the huge axe in his hand. He knew better than anyone the sturdiness of this axe, blessed by an elven mage. It had endured countless battles over hundreds of years without ever being damaged, and now it was actually chipped by the young man in front of him. Not only the giant bull-headed monster, the entire village of Lorca suddenly boiled after a brief silence. What happened? Could it be that the axe was damaged by hitting that young man? Impossible, right? Did he use some kind of magic? Although you are not a body cultivator, in the past 1,000 years of cultivation, this body has undergone countless thunder tribulations. Even without invoking immortal power to protect the body, the defense level against the bull-headed giant beast is considered abnormal. You held Jar, who had already fainted from fright, in your arms, curiously sizing up the bull demon in front of you, which was over 8 meters tall. The Yinhuang race did not have the species of a bull-headed giant beast, so in your eyes, the figure standing in front of you was clearly a bull demon that had become a spirit. But that's strange. Any demon would have demon energy, although there are means to conceal it. In such close proximity, not even a trace is allowed to be noticed by oneself. A demon with such means is definitely not to be underestimated. However, if it is a powerful demon with profound cultivation, how could it possibly use such primitive methods to destroy a village? And so slowly at that? Moreover, the axe just now was plain and unremarkable. Not to mention hurting oneself, even this piece of clothing on the body couldn't be cut. The lump in front of me is clearly just an ordinary bull demon, but it has such high-level means of concealment. This important secret must be pried out of his mouth. You turned your back on the villagers without looking back, casually threw Jar in your arms backwards with one hand, and landed steadily in the crowd. Caught by someone. You, this bull demon, do have some skills. Tell me, by what method did you suppress your demon energy? You stood with your hands behind your back, looking at the bull demon in front of you, and asked in a cold tone. Originally, the two of you were from different worlds, and the language between you should not have been understood. However, The Holy Emperor Empire is covered by a barrier magic called the Voice of the World, which allows for seamless communication between intelligent races. Not only the Holy Emperor Empire, but many countries on the continent of Hid also use this barrier magic because there are many intelligent races on the continent of Hid, with dozens of cultures and languages. What bull demon? What is demon energy? What nonsense are you talking about? The bull-headed giant beast was completely confused, and at the same time, a sense of fear rose in his heart. He had just used 70% of his force for that blow, and this human in front of him clearly looked like he was only in his teens. But did he actually have such a perverted defense? With that lowly human talent, it was simply impossible to train the physical body to this point. Right? Magic? No, I didn't feel a single magic wave just now. And so on. The ox-headed behemoth suddenly looked at Luan's right shoulder, which was where he had just slashed, only to see that the clothes there were also intact. Even if they refined their flesh to the point of being strong, it wasn't so tough that even their clothes were so tough. I see. This weirdly styled dress must be a magic prop of a not-so-low grade that actually has such a perverted defense. Maybe it's a treasure from the ancient times. To his knowledge, how would know? The free immortal sect is the Yen Huang number of immortal door. Even if it is free to send to the disciples of the door of the sect clothing, the materials used are absolutely extraordinary. Although the defensive power is not as good as Luan's first-grade Xianxian immortal body, but even if the ox-head beast exhausted its strength, but also do not want to leave a trace of scratches in the above, this was something that was definitely beyond the perception of the bull-headed behemoth. The ox-headed behemoth's throat knots shrugged, its eyes incomparably blazing as it stared at this white robe on Luan's body. It had already decided in its heart that this was a magic prop of great value, and that it had to get its hands on it. It suddenly struck. The huge axe wrapped in air pressure smashed towards Luan's head. In the eyes of the bull-headed beast, Luan's defense of this dress is certainly perverted, but it did not protect his head. His own surprise to make the full force of his strength. It will certainly be able to cut him down. Snap! A very slight movement rang out, and a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Even more shocking than before when Luan knocked the giant axe with his body. Only Luan's face was bland as he stretched out only one finger against this furious and incomparable strike. The entire village of Lorca was quiet once again. No one can explain the scene before us. Humans are recognized for their inferior talent, and although this race is spread throughout the Starfall lands, they are weak and can almost only hide in the tall walls, relying on the few advantages of their clan's large numbers to survive, and their status is almost at the bottom of the list. If Luan was a lizard man, orc, troll, or werewolf, the scene would have been much more reasonable, but he was a human who was like an ant in the eyes of many races. Humph, how dare you? In the silence, Luan coldly grunted. Chapter 4, Fear Transformation. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Minotaur felt a coolness rise from the bottom up, and his heart seemed to stop violently the moment he heard the words. For the first time since his birth, the self-proclaimed brave man entertained the idea of running away. Luan's face was calm as he poked the giant axe with his index finger, moving like a child poking a bubble, but was poked to the place instantly appeared a crack. In just a second, a cracked into 4 cracked into 16. In the end, this indestructible giant axe fell apart under everyone's dumbfounded expressions and shattered into thousands of pieces. How is this possible? God, I must be dreaming? This is too strong. Did God send a messenger to save us? The level of shock within the onlookers, be they humans or kobolds, was no longer the same as before. When too many things beyond cognition appeared in front of their eyes, their hearts would become numb, and the whole person would be like being in a fantasy world, just like being drunk. Impossible. The ox-headed behemoth looked at the bare axe handle in his hand. His body involuntarily took a few steps backward, and he sat on the ground without standing still, the scarlet light in his eyes almost erupting. This scene was definitely beyond reality for him. He began to suspect that he was in a nightmare, his sanity gradually collapsing, and in horror, he yelled, "Goblins, hurry up!" As soon as the words fell, more than 50 kobolds swarmed up from all sides, seemingly to drown Luan. Creatures like kobolds have low intelligence and nearly no judgment of the situation. I'm afraid that if the ancient creator gods were here, they would dare to go up and give people 2 hits. Crap! Warrior-type professions generally lack the means to attack in groups, especially when there are enemies on all sides like this. It's even easier to suffer. A villager with slightly more combat experience thought to himself with some concern. Other than him, in the eyes of most of the people present, it would be strange for Luan to not be a warrior-type profession with this level of strength and defense. Luan would not take these ugly, weak creatures to heart, not to mention the 50 or so. Even if they came 1,000 times more, they would not pose the slightest threat to him. He bent down as if nothing had happened and picked up a handful of axe fragments, gripping them hard to make them into somewhat finer pieces. and then he clasped his hands together and flung them hard in all directions. Dozens of wind-breaking sounds crisscrossed the room. Axe fragments shot out in all directions like meteors. And from the villagers' perspective, almost instantly, those axe fragments pierced through the head of every kobold. Those kobolds' movements froze at almost the same time, and then one after another, they fell to the ground and lost their lives. The villagers looked at each other with trepidation, for some of them were right behind the kobolds, and it was inevitable that those axe fragments would have pierced through one of them, but they soon realized that none of the villagers had been hit by the axe fragments. The ox-headed behemoth sat on the ground, panting violently since just now, and Lewin noticed that it was clenching its teeth so tightly that blood was seeping out from between them, and the red aura that surfaced in its eyes seemed to be a little brighter than before. He was a bit puzzled. Obviously just now this guy was scared to death. How come he suddenly looked furious again now? He didn't realize that the race of Minotaur behemoths had a special racial talent called fear conversion, the effect of which was to convert inner fear into an equal amount of anger. Thanks to this, the Minotaur behemoth was always on the battlefield. However, it is also this unique talent that adds to the already low magical talent of the race. First of all, magic class professionals needed a stable mind to release magic. Originally, there were 3 to 5 Minotaur shamans in 100 Minotaur behemoths. However, because of the fear transformation talent, there would often be cases on the battlefield where the shaman who was supposed to be standing at the back casting support magic would suddenly become anxious while fighting, and swung a totem pole and rushed to the front to smash the enemy. I'm going to tear you apart. I'll tear you apart. The fear that Lewin had brought to this bull-headed beast transformed into anger, causing him to almost lose his mind. Looking at Lewin, who was close at hand, it suddenly stormed out. Die! The ox-headed behemoth roared with confidence as it bent down and aimed its head at Lewin. Then its thick and powerful right leg stomped a deep footprint into the ground, and its huge body slammed into Lewin like a cannonball. Wild rumpus. The watchword of the Minotaur race was not as simple as an ordinary punch. In addition to the magic power bonus, there was also a bonus to the anger value. The angrier the anger, the stronger the effect of this skill, which fit well with the Minotaur's racial talent. Lewin didn't dodge in any way, and in the view of the others, it looked like he hadn't succeeded in dodging, and he just couldn't stop falling backward with the bull-headed behemoth on top of him. With a final thud, a man and a cow crashed through the village wall and disappeared from the villagers' view. The villagers still had dumbfounded expressions, and everything that had just happened was like a dream in retrospect. Then, some of the villagers began to worry, because Lewin's victory or defeat would also determine their life and death, and if Lewin lost, the ox-headed beast would not let them go. There was a loud thud, as if someone had struck the ground with unimaginable force, and the villagers were surprised to find that they hadn't moved, but their feet were centimeters off the ground, and they landed on the ground again. What a powerful force. Knock, 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 knock. There were several more movements just like the one just before, and then a huge pile of objects was seen being thrown in from outside the village and smashed in front of the villagers. The pile of objects was naturally the Minotaur behemoth, and in just under a minute, it came to consciousness. The armor that had coalesced around it with magic was gone. One of its horns was broken. A large portion of its teeth had fallen out, and one of its eyes was swollen high in the air. Lewin's figure leapt in extremely quickly from outside the village and landed next to the bull-headed giant beast. The Minotaur behemoth shuddered in his heart when he saw that this pervert was coming over again, and turned his head to see that there were only a few villagers closest to him, and they were looking at him in astonishment. So he opened his mouth and uttered a sentence that left all the villagers dumbfounded. Please help me. Lewin yanked half of the ox-headed behemoth's tail from behind and dragged him towards a wider square with force. The blood of the demon race was highly poisonous to mortals, and if it accidentally erupted onto the bodies of these mortals, I was afraid that it would kill them. Help me! Save me! The Minotaur behemoth clawed with both hands in an attempt to grab something, but the houses and stuff around him had all been destroyed by him before, and all he could do was leave 10 scratches on the land with tears in his eyes. Chapter 5. I really don't know what demonic aura is. After dragging the ox-headed beast to one side, Lewin gave it another severe beating. However, his aim was to ask for the means to conceal the demonic aura, so he kept his hand on the force, so as not to beat it to death, but to make it suffer. Speaking of which, Lewin actually had a trace of admiration rising in his heart for this little cow demon at this moment. It's about admiration for character, not about cultivation. He really did not expect. This little calf demon has a few bones. He so tormented it, but it has been playing dumb, saying that he does not know what is demonic chi. Nice guy. Looks like a well-trained demon. Please let me go. I really don't know what demonic chi is. The bull demon's eyes were filled with tears. Why would there be such a perverted human in the world? It was clear that humans were notoriously bad at talent, but this human beating himself was as simple as Hercules beating a baby. His own strength that he had always been proud of was not worth mentioning in front of this human. Luan's stature wasn't of the taller type, and his fists were small, especially for the bullhead behemoth, probably not as big as one of its eyes. However, it was this pair of small fists that every time he swung out, he would create a shadow inside the ox-headed beast that would never dissipate. Bang! Luan hammered his fist into its face, knocking out 5 more of its teeth, and playing dumb. You're a demon who wouldn't know about demonic aura? I'm not a demon. Bang! How do you look like that if you're not a demon? I look like this when my mother gave birth to me. Bang! If you're going to lie to me, can you at least make up something that makes sense? I'm not lying. I'm really not. Bang! If you don't say it again, I'll dismantle you alive. Luan frowned and chimed lowly, gradually losing his patience. I say, the ox-headed behemoth had 10,000 grass mud horses in its heart, saying I say your grandmother. Under such circumstances, this race that had always disdained thinking and only believed in power was actually forced to have their brains racing. After organizing the reasons he had just made up in his mind, the Minotaur stumbled. The so-called means of concealing the demonic aura is actually very simple. What is it? Luan frowned slightly. To the depths of the plains of despair. Yes, the depths of the plains of despair. The bull-headed behemoth searched his mind and spoke the most dangerous place he could think of. Plains of despair? What kind of place is that? Where is it? The ox-headed behemoth was stunned in his heart. Although the plains of despair was a piece of land without a master, it had a reputation for being dangerous and mysterious. And there were actually people who didn't know about it? It's just west of the Holy Monarch Empire. Sacred Monarch Empire? Luan mouthed this unfamiliar name. What continent is it in? The Cloud Skyfu continent? The Upper Taiyu continent? The bull-headed beast blinked. Is this guy acting? He spoke tentatively. It's the Sidhi continent. Don't you dare fool me. Where is there such a place? Luan's face became extremely grim as he heard this, and his hand that was gripping the neck of the bull-headed behemoth suddenly added a few points of force. The ox-headed behemoth kept struggling in fear, but the piece of flesh and skin in Luan's grip was almost torn off, and he still couldn't break free from Luan's hand. A moment later, Luan, whose face was originally gloomy, suddenly revealed a warm smile. Good. From now on, I won't say another word to you. He let go and gently patted the neck of the bull-headed behemoth, as if he were patting a dog he owned. But this smile seemed so creepy to the Minotaur behemoth. A strong sense of uneasiness rose within it. Luan held one of the bull-headed behemoth's arms with both hands and stepped on the bull-headed behemoth's waist with one foot. With a bang, the arm of the Minotaur was directly yanked off, and a column of blood immediately spewed out more than 3 meters. The Minotaur could not help but wail in pain. I said. I remembered. I'm telling the truth. Please let me go. As if he didn't hear it, Luan yanked off another ear of the bull-headed behemoth. The ox-headed behemoth inwardly regretted incomparably coming to this place, and even regretted being born in this world. He kept begging for forgiveness, but just as Luan had said, he really didn't pay any more attention to himself for a moment. In the midst of the ox-headed beast's gradually weakening pleas for mercy, Luan dismantled his other arm, 2 legs, and half of his tail, all of them alive, and then finally, inch by inch, he shocked the ox-headed beast's body into mush with his palm. After doing this, Luan turned his head to look at the villagers, only to find that each and every one of them had an expression of having seen a ghost, and collectively took a few steps back slightly when he turned his head to look at them. As evening approached, the setting sun's afterglow stretched the shadows of the village of Lorca, and the orange light added a touch of dreariness to the village of Lorca. Luan stood alone on the stone-paved path and looked at the light of the village, the architecture of the village, as well as the hairstyles, hair colors, and clothing of the villagers were peculiar, of a type one had never seen before. Although there are tens of thousands of countries in the Yanhuang, and their cultures and folkways differ, that is the difference between beef noodles and yangchun noodles, and never the difference between beef noodles and shu sols. Where is this place? A place you've never been, never heard of? Cries of grief resounded throughout the village of Lorca. The nightmare was over, but the loved ones who had died would not return. Currently, there were only about 30 villagers who were still healthy in Lorca village, and they were divided into 2 groups under the deployment of the village headman. One group set up a simple medical hut to take care of the injured, while the other group went to patch up the big hole in the village wall that was knocked out by the bull-headed beast, as well as being to put the spare gate on to prevent anything from coming in through this hole at night. There was still plenty of material in the village for repairing the village wall, and spare village gates were available, so it was not difficult to get the wall and gates repaired before night came. But the medical shed side is a bit more pessimistic. Lorca village is in a remote location. The economy is barren. The medical condition is even worse. The only doctor is a chubby man. His medical skills are not bad, but there are many medical supplies he cannot afford, so at most, he can only treat some common illnesses. and encountered now this villager's large-scale serious injuries. There is no way to do anything. The injured in the medical hut will either be disabled for life or will have to wait quietly in uneasiness for death. They were lying concentrated under the makeshift medical hut. Some of them had already accepted the reality and their eyes were numb and lifeless as they looked at the roof of the hut. Some were reluctant and kept begging the doctors to think of another solution. Their loved ones couldn't face such a fact either and knelt by the bedside while crying and praying for them. The doctor's chubby face was full of sadness and he kept sighing. Lewin noticed this scene and with a thought. A ceramic medicine bottle appeared out of nowhere in one of his hands that was half hidden in his sleeve. He was about to step towards the medical shed when he suddenly heard someone behind him talking to himself. This lord. Lewin turned around and saw a tall middle-aged man being supported by several people standing behind him. It was a middle-aged man in his early to mid-50s, with a big nose, somewhat disheveled hair, and tattered clothes, so you could tell that he was poor. I am Hofstadter, the village chief of Lorca village, and I am very grateful to you for saving us. Such a favor will never be forgotten. The middle-aged man spoke. No need to say thank you, Lewin replied in a bland tone, and in his heart he spat out how he had come up with such a strange name. Hofstadter took out a burlap sack from his arms and handed it to Lewin with both hands. This is our gift of thanks to you. Please do accept it. Lewin glanced at the dark brown money bag and shook his head. I appreciate the thought. You guys are just in need of money. It's better to keep it for yourselves. Hofstadter's eyes widened slightly, releasing fireworks for help. Although the purpose is to ask for help from the knights, there will be cases where passing adventurers rush to the rescue. The rescued party in this case should pay the adventurer. After all, the taxes they usually pay don't go into the adventurer's pocket, especially today. If it wasn't for this inscrutable adventurer Sama in front of me, I'm afraid that the entire village of Roca would have died out by now. Before handing over the money, Hofstadter's heart was apprehensive, because an adventurer of this strength would certainly ask for a lot of money. Maybe the entire village of Lorca wouldn't be enough even if it was sold. But I didn't realize that this adventurer Sama was actually planning on not getting paid at all. How lucky did Lorca village have to be to meet such a good person? Hofstadter was inwardly overwhelmed with excitement. His body trembled slightly and he couldn't help but bend down and bow. Thank you so much. May I ask your honorable name? Luan. Oh, your surname isn't? That's a very rare surname. Are you also from Blood Deer City? No. My last name is Lu. My first name is Anne. So it is, Anlu Sama. What's wrong? Luin spat out inwardly, then handed the small porcelain vial held in his hand to Hofstadter. Give this to those wounded to take. It's Chapter 6 9th Grade Rejuvenation Pill. This is a healing medicine. Just open the cork and distribute the elixir inside to those injured to eat. Luin explained with his hands behind his back. This thing, the elixir, is divided into 1 to 9 grades, with 1 grade being the best and 9 grades being the least. What Luin had given Hofstadter was the 9th grade rejuvenation elixir, a relatively low-ranked healing elixir that was very favored by some immortal cultivators who were not at a high realm in Yin Huang. When Luin was still in the crystallization stage, in order to practice alchemy, he had refined a whole lot of pills like the rejuvenation pill, power pill, marrow cleansing pill, soul nourishing pill, god nourishing pill and so on. However, as his realm rose, there were many pills that he no longer needed to be on, so he kept them in his spirit sea. There were high and low grades of these pills, and the 9th grade rejuvenation pill was already a relatively bottom-of-the-barrel existence within it. But it wasn't that Luin was stingy and cheap to give them only the most inferior pills. For one thing, higher-ranking elixirs were not something that a mortal body could be subjected to, and for another, the rejuvenation pill was even lower ranking than it was for immortals, and now it was more than enough for treating the injuries of mortals. A healing medicine. Hofstadter took the small porcelain vial and looked curiously at the palm-sized vial in his hand. This was because the common healing medicines they had here were usually in the form of potions. But holding this vial in his hand, he could tell from the feel of it that it wasn't a potion, or even a liquid. Intense curiosity tempted him to open the delicate porcelain vase to see what was inside, but he knew it was impolite to examine the medicine given by his benefactor in front of him. And even if he did not mean to be distrustful, it would be easy to misunderstand and chill his benefactor. So Hofstadter thanked him again and turned toward the shed built for the wounded, assisted by the crowd. He had also suffered considerable injuries in the battle just now, and now his entire right leg was unconscious, and his entire body was in vague pain. He knew that he was afraid that he had suffered serious internal injuries, and if he didn't receive a healing magic of the level of holy blessing to treat it, he would be reduced to an invalid in the future. But sacred blessing was a magic of the 6th rank, and those who knew magic of this rank were people of high status. So how could such a person heal a small person like himself? Coming under the shed, Hofstadter sat down in a wicker chair with the help of several men. After slightly righting his body, he carefully pinched the cork of the porcelain bottle with his thick fingers. then didn't dare to pull it out too hard, and a medicinal fragrance immediately drilled into his nostrils, refreshing his heart. Just by smelling this medicinal fragrance alone, he felt his spirit lifted. He looked inside the bottle, and instead of a liquid-like potion, as he had expected, it contained a brown pill, only the size of a peanut. This mudball thing is actually a healing medicine? That's unheard of. There must be nothing wrong with the medicine given by the benefactor. Without the slightest hesitation, Hofstadter poured a pill into his hand and took it painfully, then handed the bottle to those villagers beside him who were in charge of tending to the wounded and told them to go and feed each one of them the medicine. The pills slid down his esophagus and were quickly digested in his stomach as the medicine began to work its way down his meridians. He felt his chest warm up. The pain he had felt in various parts of his body became lower and lower until it disappeared, and his right leg slowly regained its strength. Village Chief Sama, how do you feel? Several villagers who did not want to leave gathered around Hofstadter, some standing, some half-crouching by the side of their chairs, and they stared nervously, worriedly, at Hofstadter's face, only to see Hofstadter exuded an incredulous expression, then actually stood up from the chair with a miso, and also walked around the chair. The whole person also repeated the words in his mouth like he had lost his mind. It's amazing. It's unbelievable. It's amazing. It's unbelievable. The crowd was a bit caught off guard. They had thought that the medicine given by Lewin would have an effect, but they hadn't thought that the effect would come a bit too quickly. You just stood up? I didn't stand up slowly holding the chair. I stood up with a miso. Ha? Village chief, your leg is healed? That's right, but not only that, I feel no discomfort at all in my body. Even the 10 years old headache has disappeared. I feel like I'm more than 20 years younger. Bro! With excitement in his eyes, Hofstadter slapped the shoulder of an old friend in front of him. Ah, Lord Mayor, your arm! Suddenly one of the villagers screamed quite exaggeratedly as if he had seen a ghost, while he pointed at Hofstadter's right arm. There had originally been a serious stab wound there, and as the village had a limited stock of bandages, and the wound in the arm was not considered fatal, Hofstadter ordered the doctor to save the bandages for the other wounded first, and kept the wound exposed himself. But this palm-length wound had somehow shortened to the size of a thumb and was still healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is also the effect of the pill, right? Hofstadter excitedly took off his shirt and pulled off the bandages that the doctor had just briefly wrapped around him with one hand, only to see that most of the wounds all over his body had healed, and that new skin had grown on all but the old scars. The originally quiet and solemn atmosphere in the medical shed quickly became like boiling water. Some of the people with serious injuries that were difficult to heal or even on the verge of death miraculously healed within a short period of time after taking the pills given by Lewin, and they also magically regained their physical strength and were able to get out of bed immediately. The chubby doctor watched this incredulously, and these wounded men who had just been waiting to die were now hugging each other excitedly and cheering, almost as if they had heard the news that their country had won the war. Some of the men who had just said goodbye to their families were now in tears kissing their wives, who were also in tears, but with their hands covering the eyes of their children. As Hofstadter watched this scene, the corners of his mouth could hardly be restrained from rising, and the gloom that had been weighing on his heart seemed to dissipate all of a sudden. Born in a not-so-peaceful place, they tend to be quick to let go of those who have passed on. The renewed health of a dying loved one's best friend is what they would like to see most in the present. Hofstadter looked toward Lewin in the distance with reverence in his eyes, but not a single ounce of the latter's attention was on this side of the medical shed. Lewin was sitting on a rock, looking elsewhere with his cheeks resting on his head, and seemed to be watching it as if the scene of their villagers' labor was a play on the stage. What a man full of mystery! Hofstadter inwardly sighed. Then he glanced at the porcelain vial containing the medicine in his palm. This medicine was simply the work of a god. Even top-notch healing potions and even the Holy Sea's dew of life couldn't compare to this small brown, mud-like pill. If this pill appeared in Blood Deer City, it would definitely cause a huge stir. Even if it was in the Imperial City, sure, Ayala, it would certainly attract the attention of the Imperial clan. Hofstadter was better known as an adventurer in his youth. After being wounded in a war fighting for his country, he had the honor of drinking the dew of life, so he knew very well that even the dew of life, which was recognized as having the #1 healing effect, was not as effective as this kind of pill that Lorden had casually given him. Who the hell is that lord? At this moment, Hofstadter and the others were inwardly in awe of Lewin to the extreme, simply no less than the god they had grown up believing in, because God never appeared, and Lewin appeared when the building was about to fall, effortlessly defeating the Fae they thought impossible to defeat, and giving them this magical medicine. Mayor, just as these people were immersed in an atmosphere of joy, a villager, who was in charge of repairing the village wall, ran over in a panic. Immediately, the sensitive Hofstadter's heart was in a tripod, and his intuition told him that something unimaginable had happened again. The villager, running out of breath, bent down and pointed to a storehouse behind him and said intermittently, You go and take a look. God, what have we done wrong? Chapter 7 Mutant Kobolds. Following the villager's guidance, Hofstadter arrived at a storehouse that smelled of blood and hay, and the villagers who had gathered around the doorway early in the morning had serious, indignant expressions, weapons in their hands, aiming their blades into the storehouse. A kobold sat on the dirt floor of the depot with something in his arms, his yellow eyes especially noticeable in the dimness. One of its legs was broken, and the stump was lying in a position not far away, bleeding continuously from the broken leg. It faced the human in front of it, and a low hissing sound kept coming out of its throat, just like a wild beast trapped in a cage and surrounded by people. Gently pushing through the villagers gathered around the doorway, Hofstadter squeezed in, and was shocked at the sight of what the kobold was carrying in his arms. Several hoes, shovels, scythes, and nail rakes were held in the kobold's arms, clattering as the kobold's body struggled. These farming tools were on the large side for a kobold, and some of the sharp edges cut into the kobold's skin, but it still wouldn't let go. Kobolds who hunt, steal, and rob for a living are actually desperate to steal human farm equipment. All the people of the Holy Monarch Empire knew what this meant. An extremely rare mutant must have been born in the nearby kobold tribe, the Kobold King. Just by recalling its name, the memory would pull everyone present back to that goblin plague more than 20 years ago. After a moment of disorientation, Hofstadter realized that his back was actually drenched in cold sweat at some point. The Kobold King, a product of kobolds and humans, was born with human intelligence and a terribly high level of magical talent. All kobolds would also instinctively follow all his commands, and they wouldn't hesitate for a second even if they were told to let these kobolds die. He would unite the scattered kobold communities around him and develop a civilized society of kobolds. And his magical talents so high that it would make most geniuses jealous would allow him to grow into a terribly powerful magic chanter in no time. Kobolds reproduce quickly and in large numbers, and have a short growth cycle, almost reaching adulthood with combat power in less than half a month. There is a chance that mutants will appear in newly born kobolds, such as kobold giants, kobold priests, rock kobolds, and shadow kobolds. These were all existences whose strength far exceeded that of ordinary goblins. And when the Goblin King is born, the probability of these mutants being born will increase exponentially. At that time, the nearby kobold colony will quickly grow into a terrifying group. No one could figure out how it worked, but history told them it was an ironclad rule that the moment a kobold king was born, the peace around him was already in a countdown, as the kobold king would surely lead his death-defying army to expand the kobold territory. Why is this kobold in front of me stealing farm equipment? It's because of whoever is teaching these damn kobolds to plow the land, which is clearly proof of the birth of the kobold king. The kobold that had been constantly hissing and struggling in a low voice suddenly quieted down, and it gritted its teeth as it looked around at the humans who had surrounded it to death. Seemingly knowing that it could not escape today, it suddenly loosened its embrace, and the farming tools scattered all over the place. Oh no! Stop him! Hofstadter rushed forward in panic, but it was too late. The kobold was faster, and it quickly picked up the scythe on the ground and slashed at its own neck quite decisively. It could be seen that the power it used was simply unreserved, and the scythe quickly embedded itself halfway into the neck, a large amount of blood gushing out from the wound, and the kobold's yellow eyes darkening. Its body remained seated after death, but its head fell off to one side, caught in the skin of its neck. Seeing that the kobold was dead, Hofstadter stopped dead in his tracks and whispered, "It actually managed to guess that we would send it to the Inquisition. Yes, it does seem that a Goblin King has been born." A young man with glasses beside him was filled with sadness. His glasses had broken a lens, which made his serious appearance look somewhat comical. "This matter must be reported. We have to get the royal family to send professional people to find that Goblin King and get rid of him. Otherwise villages like Lorca village that are close to the Plains of Despair will be the first to be devastated." Hofstadter turned his head and instructed the villager wearing glasses, "Go to Blood Deer City and report this matter to Lord. Now." I'll move immediately." The villager wearing glasses immediately turned around and left. Even the wind carried some heat in the setting sun. Lewin sat on a raised rock, resting his cheeks in silence as he watched the mortals laboring in front of him. "Lorden, this is for you." Lewin turned his head back, and Hofstadter was holding the porcelain vase containing the rejuvenation pill towards himself with both hands. There weren't actually a few pills left inside, but with something so valuable, even if there was only a porcelain vase left to contain it, Hofstadter thought that he should return it to Lewin. "It has been given to you, so keep it." The flat tone was like a boulder to Hofstadter's insides. Stay. Hofstadter looked dismayed. Each and every one of these pills must be worth a fortune. Heavens, even the sons of the royal family wouldn't be so generous. "No, this is just too valuable. You've already helped us too much. I can't take the rest of the pills." Hofstadter's face was firm. Take it. Lewin jumped down from the stone and stretched lazily. It just so happens that I have some things to ask you guys in a while. I never let anyone help for nothing. These will be considered as payment for the time being. I will definitely know everything. Chapter 8, Learning the Truth. The night wind blew into the room through the broken hole in the window, causing the candlelight on the table to flicker slightly a few times. Lewin sat on the worn-out chair. His face was reflected in orange color by the candlelight, and even though he possessed 1,000 years of insight, at this moment, a cold sweat slipped unconsciously on his forehead. The realm where Lewin was previously located was named Yanhuang, in addition to the other 5 major realms and countless smaller realms. But the other 5 realms and those small realms of the living beings countless years backward all originated from Yanhuang. Everyone's cultivation methods are similar. Most importantly, they are all under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court of the Heavenly Realm. But in the conversation just now, Lewin learned that the realm he was now in was called the Land of the Starfall, and most of the people here practiced martial arts with something called magic, and the way of cultivation was unheard of by him, and most importantly, the names of several deities in the mouths of the villagers were something he had never heard of. In short, this place had nothing to do with Yanhuang. The void tunnel spat him out into a completely unfamiliar realm. Lewin had previously wondered what was beyond all the realms, and today he had the answer. There were realms beyond all the realms. What the hell? Could it be that the commotion made by himself, the 9 turns demon locking pagoda, and the thunderjack had not only affected the surface layer of space, but had even torn apart the interior of the void? No wonder the division jade slip was unresponsive before. No wonder there were species he didn't recognize, and no wonder that Bold Demon didn't have a demonic aura. It turns out that people really do look like this at birth. Lewin lifted his teacup and took a sip of this otherworldly tea. His eyes glanced in the direction where the Minotaur giant beast mud was, and then quickly withdrew his gaze. His heart was in turmoil right now, and no one who stumbled upon something like this would be able to maintain inner peace. How do you go back on your own? The Xianxian realm was able to learn the aptitude of breaking through the air, but just by breaking through the air, trying to find a way back through the void tunnel was millions of times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. Master ancestor, master uncle, master brother, master sister, master brother, master sister. These closest people he or she will never be able to see again? A few of Hofstadter's men saw that he didn't look too good and didn't dare disturb him. Under their gazes, Lewin had a snow fairy fruit in his hand out of nowhere. Gaz. After a snow fairy fruit went down, Lewin's heart calmed down a bit, regardless of whether he could go back or not. The most important thing right now was to raise his cultivation first. Who knew how many dangers lurked in this strange place? Suddenly, he thought of a very important thing, decisively put down the teacup in his hand, and the nail of his index finger dabbed in the teacup, and drew a pattern on the table by means of the tea. Do you guys recognize this thing? It's white with some blue patterns like thunder on the bottom, and orbs of lavender light surrounding it. Several of Hofstadter's men came up and looked at the pattern on the table by candlelight, and eventually you looked at me and I looked at you, and shook their heads unhappily. I'm sorry, Lord Anne. I'm not well informed. Hofstadter was apologetic. Lewin frowned, thinking to himself that this was bad. He needed this 100-year-old thunder stripe grass to refine the foundation establishment pill, and take it during the foundation establishment stage, so that the chi cyclone in his body would contain a trace of Tao origin thunder breath. If not, forcing a breakthrough to a later realm would be a breakthrough, but then one would fall prey to the consequences of an unstable foundation. On the way to immortal cultivation, not only do you need to absorb the heaven and earth aura to refine yourself, but it is also quite important to absorb the innate essence contained in the heavenly treasures and turn it to your own use. Therefore, in the same realm immortal cultivators, there is also a distinction between the 1st grade to the 9th grade. The division is based on the immortal cultivation process. There is no absorption of the necessary heavenly treasures. Absorption of the more grades the better, the stronger the strength. At the same realm, the difference between a 1st and 9th product could be said to be heavenly. Moreover, immortals below the 7th product were limited in the realms they could reach, and they could no longer raise their cultivation level almost as soon as they reached the true immortal realm. Lewin's previous life was backed by a big tree like the Easy Immortal sect, and there was no shortage of all kinds of materials, so what he had achieved was the 1st grade Xianxian immortal realm. There were many loose cultivators in the world without backgrounds who could only achieve the 9th grade, but most of them would be incomparably chagrined after their cultivation was high enough to reach a certain realm, and would even take the extremely risky path of scrapping their own cultivation and falling into reincarnation to recultivate. Lewin lowered his head and played with his teacup, thinking, now that he had arrived at a world that had nothing to do with Yanhuang, and the living beings here might not be the same as in the previous world, then wouldn't he be without the materials he needed on his way to cultivate immortality? In that case, wouldn't one only be able to cultivate a 9th grade immortal? Thinking of this, Luan couldn't help but feel a little upset again. 9 products. To him it was better not to cultivate. It was simply a waste of time. No, but one must never go down this road if there is a glimmer of hope. Hofstadter suddenly thought of something. Lorden, every once in a while there will be some caravans passing by not far from our place. If you don't mind, we can ask those caravans for what you need. And even if they don't have it at the moment, they will keep an extra eye out for us during the journey. Right. Besides the Iron Blood Kingdom, caravans from so many surrounding countries pass through our area. These treacherous merchants have been everywhere from the south to the north, so they might be able to get what Lorden wants? A broomhead villager added with a smile on his brow. Yeah, those guys don't give us fair prices, but there's a pretty good variety of goods. I remember one time I bought a bottle of dwarven brew from them. Geez, I slept for a long time after drinking it, only to wake up and never find my wife again. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean haircut recalled the past. How many times do you want me to tell you that you don't even have a wife? That's all in your head. Don't rely on that bottle of wine. A middle-aged man with no hair at all responded. As the crowd talked and discussed, Luan's heart stirred when he heard Hofstadter's proposal. Some of the materials needed in the early stages of immortal cultivation were not particularly precious. In Yen Huang, there were often mortals who got the materials that immortals needed and then went to the immortal cultivation sects to exchange them for some silver or something. Anyway, it was worth a try. Good. In that case, I'll trouble you all, Luan said politely. You're too kind. It's what we should do. That's right. You are our savior. We'd love to be at your service. Several people rushed to respond. Luan pondered for a while and said, but the names of those things may not be called the same here as they are on our side, so it's best if I draw them all down, so you can tell them apart when the time comes. Quickly, go get Lord and a pen and paper. Hofstadter immediately ordered. 10 minutes later, a villager trotted in with a quill pen and a pile of paper, then placed them in front of Luan. Here you go, Lord Anne. Luan's posture was strange as he pinched the lightweight goose feather and frowned. What are you giving me a hair for? The words froze the villagers. This lord in front of me doesn't even know how to use a goose quill? How is this possible? Don't you use this kind of pen to write on your lordship's side? Hofstadter said. Luan nodded. I'm not used to using this one. Don't you have millicones here? What's a millicone? Several people glanced at each other before looking at Luan with a curious expression. Forget it, Luan sighed. Go and find an iron or stone plate. If you really don't have one, a wooden plate will do. It needs to be bigger. Although they didn't know what Luan wanted these things for, they felt they could just do as they were told. I'll go to the blacksmith's. A villager stood up. Okay, I'll go with you. You might not be able to move it yourself if it's bigger. I'm going too. Chapter 9 Library. 10 minutes later, a few villagers carrying a 1-person high, 3-meter wide iron plate struggled into the house. As soon as a few people let go, the iron plate hit the ground with a muffled sound and actually sunk into the dirt a little. Lorden, do you think this kind is okay? A villager panted heavily, holding his waist with one hand and wiping the sweat from his forehead with the other. Luan nodded. Yes. What does Lorden want with this? This was a common curiosity shared by several villagers within their hearts at this time. Could it be? Hofstadter was suddenly startled, and something came to his mind. Just see Luan walked to the iron plate, stretched out an index finger pointing on the smooth surface of the iron plate, and then with a force, his finger even sank directly into the iron plate by inches. Then he engraved some of the materials he needed onto this iron plate with his finger power under the shocked gazes of a few villagers. Awesome! So true! Lorden! Even though he knew that it wasn't difficult for Luan's perverted strength to do this, it was still a bit shocking to see it with his own eyes. Even that strongest warrior in the Empire, the Celestial Alzaro, might not be a match for Lorden. Hofstadter inwardly and subconsciously compared the strongest person in his original perception to this Lorden. Luan's fingers carved on this iron plate without any obstruction, so it didn't take long to draw all the materials needed before the transformation stage. Alright, if you come across the materials drawn on this, you guys will go ahead and buy them for me. Luan pinched his waist and looked at his work, quite satisfied. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. This village is so poor that it has no spare money to buy things for itself. Looking back at the several villagers with embarrassed faces, but stiffly holding on to nothing, Luan knew that his guess was right. However, although he didn't have the currency of this world, he did have some jewelry or something in his spirit sea, and he didn't know if gold, silver, jewelry or something like that was worth anything in this world. Holding the mentality of giving it a try, a gold bracelet appeared in Luan's hand out of thin air. This bracelet came from the hand of a royal craftsman of a big country in Yanhuang, using rare fine gold, carved with auspicious unicorn patterns, lifelike and extremely tense. However, no matter how good it looked, it was still only a mortal object. of little value to the Luan of the past, belonging to the least valuable of all the collections in the Spirit Sea. When the time comes, you can exchange this for some money. Luan handed the bracelet into Hofstadter's hands. A few villagers gathered around and were immediately attracted by the material and design of the bracelet. True beauty doesn't need to be brainwashed into saying that it's just beautiful, and anyone who says it's not is not appreciative. Rather, it is something that most people can naturally relate to. Although these villagers had never seen much expensive jewelry in their lives, they could tell at a glance that the bracelet was a treasure of great value. I've never seen such well-made gold jewelry in my life. It's just beautiful. I'm afraid this bracelet is worth more than our entire Lorca village. Luan pondered for a while and asked, do you have any bookstores around here? What's a cache? It's a place with a lot of books in it where people can go in and look at them. Ah, you mean the library. Hofstadter came to a realization, then scratched his head and said, where would we find such a place in our poor countryside? But you can go to Blood Deer City, where there is the library you mentioned. I've been there. The villager with the Mediterranean haircut stood up with inexplicable excitement. Who knew that as soon as this bastard stood up, several other people immediately threw contemptuous looks at him. Ah, we all know about that time you went in there drunk and threw up in someone's library. Mediterranean Sea didn't pay attention to those villagers who mocked him, and continued to speak and gesture to Luan. Sir, and you've gone to that place in the right place. There's a rich variety of books there. Maybe there's a record of what you're looking for. I still remember the last time I was there I saw an account of a catgirl. That figure. Ahem. Looking at the Mediterranean villager talking more and more immodestly, Hofstadter interrupted him with a dry cough and then said, Lord Lu, Blood Deer City isn't close to here. There is a child named Jar in our village, the one that you saved from the ox-headed beasts, who happens to be going to Blood Deer City to sit for the exams. If you don't mind, you can let him lead the way. Luan thought about it. He didn't know anything about this world, so it was good to have a guide. So he nodded his head and agreed. Good, Lord, and then it's a deal. After everything was said and done, Luan chatted with these villagers and gained some initial knowledge of this world through the casual conversation. However, Luan knew that it was better to read 10,000 books than to travel 10,000 miles, and thought that in order to understand this world, it was best to experience this world more personally, such as participating in more things in this world. Of course, the library in Blood Deer must still be visited, and preferably tomorrow, as there wasn't much else to do by staying in this village. When they learned that Luan was leaving, Hofstadter and the others naturally spoke out to retain him, but considering that their small village was too poor, and that letting Lorden stay here for too long might delay someone else's important business, they didn't hold back too much. At the end of the conversation, Luan suddenly tapped the table with his fingers with a serious face. Also, there is one more important thing that must be made clear. Go ahead. A few villagers were nervous when they saw how serious Luan suddenly was. From now on, call me Lord Lu, not Lorden, and don't ask me what my last name is or why anymore. Chapter 10 Preparation before Cultivation. The night sky of the city continent was not quite the same as Yen Huang. Next to the moon was a red planet about the same size as it, and it was like the eye of a demon, hanging in the darkness of the night emitting an eerie red light. Hofstadter told Luan that this was the dark vermilion star, inhabited by the demon race, but restricted by the rules of the world. They were not able to come to the Sidhi continent directly. These demons can indirectly affect the continent of Sidhi, though, and many of the disasters that survive in the history books are their handiwork. At night, the village of Lorca prepared a sumptuous dinner for Luan, which was a courtesy they felt they owed. There are no delicate, rare ingredients in the countryside, so the main course is roasted pig and lamb. In addition to this, the villagers prepared mead, cheese and other side dishes. It was the best they could come up with. Immortal cultivators have a terribly long lifespan, and in order to keep themselves from being too bored, many of them deliberately cultivate their hobbies, of which food is one of the common hobbies pursued by many cultivators. Luan still held a strong interest in this otherworldly food within his heart. Luan used 2 randomly broken branches instead of chopsticks to pick up a piece of roasted golden and crispy pork that was dripping with grease and put it into his mouth, chewing and eating it slowly. There was no difference in cooking style from Yen Huang, but the sauce used was more peculiar to Luan. Lord Lu, I am Jarl Hyachis, and I will be the one to take you to Blood Deer City tomorrow. As he was eating, a boy walked up to Luan and said politely. Luan put down his chopsticks and sized up the boy. He was about 14 or so, smaller and thinner, wearing baggy shorts since it was summer, and light blue half-sleeves, with white skin that was a bit on the brownish side. Luan had just talked to the villagers about some of the daytime events in addition to some general knowledge of this world, so he'd heard about Kale's defiance to save the villagers. Even though Luan wasn't exactly the type of person to give up his life for others, he had a lot of respect for this type of character, so he was quite fond of Kar. Luan looked at him and patted the empty seat next to his own. Okay, come on. Sit next to me. Carr froze for a moment, then looked flattered. The two ate and chatted, familiarizing themselves with each other. After the dinner was over, it was almost midnight. Hofstadter planned to find a place for Luan to stay, and after thinking about it, he finally found one of the biggest and cleanest courtyards in the village, and the interiors of the houses were one of the best in the village. Only this family died in the daytime fighting. For that reason, Hofstadter made a point of asking Luan if he didn't mind. Luan certainly wouldn't mind this, so he stayed in, only instructing Hofstadter to tell all the villagers not to go near there until dawn the next day. The moon was like a hook, and Luan stood alone in the center of the courtyard, looking around and surveying the layout of the courtyard. For immortal cultivators, it was only at the foundation establishment stage when they needed heavenly materials and treasures, and everyone was pretty much the same at the chi refining stage. So tonight, while he had time, Luan planned to raise his realm to the 9th level of the chi refining stage first. But before that, some preparations have to be made. With a wave of Luan's sleeve, a stream of light flew out from his body and hovered around him, finally transforming into a variety of magic treasures, including swords, guns, hammers, heart protectors, fans, books, chairs, slippers, and so on. These magic treasures emitted a faint fluorescence in the darkness of the night and hovered around Luan. Although they had different functions and realms, they had one thing in common, and that was that the divine sense and immortal spirit power that Luan had once injected into their bodies was sealed. The immortal cultivation world called this kind of magic treasure an origin magic treasure. Luan didn't even need an operation like the outward release of immortal spiritual power to mobilize them as if they were moving their own arms, summoning all of these magic treasures in one brain. If they encountered danger in a while, in addition to being able to drive them, they would also be able to extract the immortal spiritual power in their bodies to briefly restore their strength. Just one thing, these magic treasures were made in Luan's different periods, so although the immortal spiritual power in their bodies all originated from Luan, the quality was different. From the early stage of the mortal-immortal realm to the Xian realm's great success in each realm. Moreover, the immortal spiritual power inside was less when some were drawn, so Luan would not draw the immortal spiritual power from these magic treasures until he had no other choice. Looking at the magic treasures that surrounded him, the corner of Luan's mouth inexplicably twitched. This was because he recalled the last time he crossed the threshold. His own magic treasure, the 9 Revolutions demon locking pagoda, suddenly became an essence and sneaked up on him. I'll break through a chi refining this time. It shouldn't happen again. Another ancient long sword appeared in his hand. The 9 heavenly swords, one of Luan's most commonly used magic treasures, had an artifact spirit sealed inside. Wake up, Xianhari, Luan said softly. As the words fell, the 9 heavenly swords began to emanate a halo of green color sandwiched with gold. The last touch of halo left the sword body, turned into a stream of light, rushed straight into the sky. Just could see the moon and stars in the night sky. All of a sudden condensed a layer of thick rain clouds, and around the gusts of cold wind blew. There is a big precursor of the coming storm. Is it going to rain? A villager who hadn't slept in the middle of the night looked up at the sky through the window and yawned. Boom! Suddenly a huge bolt of lightning cut through the sky, and the village of Lorca became brighter than day in that instant. The villager yawned halfway through his yawn, his mouth still closed, his face frozen in place. With the light emitted by the lightning, he seemed to see a thick ink-colored, talon-like eagle's claw poking out of the deep clouds. Chapter 11, Returning to Chi Refining. I'm hallucinating? Forget it, let's just go to sleep, the villager muttered, extinguishing the oil lamp on the table to get up and walk into the bedroom. Luan stood on the ground, looking up at the sky with a smile on his face, the hem of his coat blown by the wind. With his eyesight, he could see clearly even in an environment where there wasn't even a hint of light. A dark cyan candle dragon tens of thousands of meters long hovered in the sky, and this rain cloud that stretched for hundreds of miles hid its huge body. Master, what is it? A voice with the sound of a bell rang in Luan's ears. The voice was emitted by the candle dragon named Xianhun with divine sense, and only Luan himself could hear it. Luan responded with his divine sense. I'm going to break through the realm. Help me, protect me. Breaking through the realm? Master, are you finally going to break through to the golden immortal realm? That's great, Master. When you reach the golden immortal realm, we'll be able to go and take revenge on those enemies. Wahahahaha, Ashen Shang old devil, evil turtle Taoist, you guys wait, if I don't take your lives in 3 days. I'm not a dragon. Listening to Xian Li's excited and happy tone, Luan was suddenly a little embarrassed. Cough, I broke through the 9th level of chi refining. Why are you so happy? Xianhun was confused, and his huge dragon head poked out from the rain clouds, as if to see if Luan was really Luan. You quickly shrink back. Don't let anyone see. Luan made a rural coaxing chicken gesture. If the villagers who got up at night saw such a thing hanging in the sky, they would not be scared to death on the spot. What realm? Capture the lesser layer? Master, are you kidding me? Xianhun had the look of an old man excited for nothing. 9th level of Qi refining. Luan sighed and told Xianhun the cause and effect. There's actually such a thing? Xianari was also incredulous after hearing this. All in all, I have to cultivate my strength back step by step, so today you'll be in the sky to help protect me. Okay, I get it. Aha. Luan nodded and with a wave of his hand, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The moment this thing appeared, out of beast instinct, Xianhun felt an extremely dangerous aura just a stone's throw away from him, and his thick, sharp claws instinctively branched out. It was a humanoid creature, more than 3 meters tall, his body swollen with muscles, his greenish-gray skin densely written with blood-red inscriptions, and his skin texture was like metal. If one looked closely, one would find that he was wrapped in a cloud of gray gas. He hadn't moved from where he stood since he appeared, and his head had been bowed. If any Yankees were here, they would have exclaimed, "Zombies! Zombie ah!" Xianari snapped. The rain around him quickly coalesced, and an extremely destructive spell was about to slam down in the twinkling of an eye. But after seeing that the zombie had a talisman attached to its forehead, Xianhun's heart dropped again and the spell dispersed on its own. This was a 10,000-year-old blood corpse. The conditions for the formation of blood corpses were extremely harsh, but once formed, the body would continuously absorb yin qi to strengthen itself. This 10,000-year-old blood corpse had been underground for more than 10,000 years, nourished by the underground's purest yin qi for more than 10,000 years, and its physical abilities alone had far exceeded Luan's, only that it had not given birth to a spirit, and could only act according to instinct. Not long ago, Luan found him, dug him up like a groundhog, and subdued him with a lot of effort and even some injuries. The Luan in his heyday would still have taken 9 cows and 2 tigers to clean him up, and the current Luan was afraid that he would be kicked like a ball. Fortunately, there is a corpse-suppressing talisman given by my senior uncle to suppress it. But if this talisman is torn off, then the spiritless blood corpse will definitely go berserk and attack all living beings indiscriminately. This was Luan's last resort, and he mustn't tear that talisman off until it was absolutely necessary. After making these preparations, Luan was considered to have the means to save his life for the time being. But there's something missing to start practicing. Luan opened his left hand and a colorful, haloed stone appeared in the palm of his hand, filling a large handful. Each one was almost as big as a walnut, with different shapes, round and square, long and short, thick and thin. Inside the crystalline shells, they contained a variety of pure elemental energies. These were immortal stones, which served a wide range of purposes, and were indispensable for alchemy, formations, artifact refining, and the making of talismans, and at the same time were the currency circulated among immortals. Luan pinched up a grain in his right hand and flicked his fingers. A red fire immortal stone flew towards the east side of the courtyard, embedding itself deeply into the soil, and with another flick, a dark purple thunder immortal stone embedded itself a few 10 meters to the southeast from the fire immortal stone. The immortal stones in his hands decreased one by one. All of them were placed in the courtyard with his finger power in accordance with the placement of some kind of formation, as well as in the order, without a single mistake. A strand of connection began to arise between the immortal stones and the immortal stones, and a formation took shape. This is Spirit Gathering Formation. Xianhun recognized the formation from the sky. Spirit Gathering Formation. A very common formation in the world of immortal cultivation. Almost most of the immortal cultivators would set it up. Its function was to attract all the auras within a certain range around it. How big this range was all depended on the quality of the immortal stones used to set up the formation. Luan's immortal stones were all of the highest quality. So this spirit gathering formation in the courtyard could draw in spiritual chi within a 30-kilometer radius. He could have placed a few more spirit gathering arrays in the spirit gathering formation to expand this range infinitely, but breaking through a refined chi wouldn't need to be like this. Having a spirit gathering formation was already a luxury. The hem of Luan's coat swayed gently with the wind as he felt the aura around him getting thicker and thicker, and after he felt that the time was almost right, he sat down on the ground with his legs crossed, and began to run the easy refining chi technique. All of a sudden, a trace of the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi that was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye, which was originally leisurely wandering around the spirit gathering formation, suddenly as if it had heard some order, it surged towards Luan's body in a single stream from all directions. Chapter 12, Swallowing Heavenly Karmic Fire. Ordinary chi refiners would never dare to absorb Reiki at this almost whale-sucking cow-drinking-like speed, because this excessive amount of Reiki would absolutely burst their bodies. However, Luan was currently still a first-grade Qian immortal body, so he didn't have to worry about this at all. His entire body was now like soaking in a tank filled with aura. just running the easy chi refining technique over and over again, drawing in the surrounding aura into his body and then transforming it into a part of himself. And then after that was when he started to condense a cyclone of chi at the location of his upper dantian. This chi cyclone was the predecessor of the native true essence, and it was also one of the foundations of an immortal cultivator. And with this chi cyclone, it meant entering the realm of the first level of chi refining. The next step was to start quenching this cyclone. While Luan was condensing his mind to guard his dantian, Xian Hunter was hovering in the sky and paying vigilant attention to his surroundings. Time passed by. The massive chi whirlpools condensed in Luan's body continued to solidify under Luan's efficient tempering, and finally formed a perfect connection with the meridians in his body. Luan opened his eyes, his body radiating a few hints of the 9th level of the chi refining stage. Looking internally at the familiar cyclone in his body, a trace of heaven and earth spiritual chi was sucked into his body, and after refining it in this cyclone, it was transformed into refining Luan's true chi, which traveled in the 8 meridians and veins. Before God transformation, this chi cyclone could not grow into true essence, and immortal cultivators could not use it to condense immortal spiritual power. Only true chi and immortal spiritual power differed greatly, and in terms of usefulness, true chi was not even 1,000th of immortal spiritual power. However, at the 9th level of chi refining, it was considered the existence of a top expert among mortals, not to mention that Luan also had a first-grade Xian immortal body and a divine sense of the Xian immortal realm's great achievement. Spreading out his hand, the space above his palm first distorted a few times, and then a cluster of pitch-black, ink-like flames coalesced into a ball. The space around this fist-sized fireball was still twisting. A few grains of stone by Luan's feet trembled slightly for a few moments, and then they were subjected to some kind of suction that flew toward the ball of fire. The flowers and grasses that were originally swaying from side to side because of the wind were all collectively moving towards the black flame, pulling up their roots after a short pause and converging towards the flame. These tiny things turned into ashes and dissipated into the air the moment they touched the black flame. Phew, it's good that it still works. It's good that it still works. Luan breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven swallowing karmic fire. The divine fire that Luan had subdued hundreds of years ago. In addition to possessing a frighteningly high temperature, it also possessed an extremely strong suction force that could forcefully yank all the surrounding things over. Luan was worried that he wouldn't be able to catalyze it with such a low level of true chi at the 9th level of chi refining, but it seemed that he had overthought it. Except that the heaven-swallowing karmic flame that was being catalyzed right now was similar to being malnourished, and it was considered to be a castrated version at the most. The heaven-swallowing karmic fire on his palm only lasted less than 10 seconds before Luan felt that his true chi had run out. Looking at the empty palm, Luan sighed. Still have to raise the realm. However, in order to cultivate the first-grade immortal, the foundation establishment stage would require the absorption of 13 types of heavenly treasures, and Luan currently only had 5. And still needed to find another 8 in this strange world. These 8 types of heavenly treasures weren't that rare in Yin Huang, but it wasn't necessarily the case in this world. Luan could not break through to the foundation establishment stage until he had collected all of them. Jen Carey lay on his back and yawned, looking boredly at the sun just peeking up in the sky. 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the village, the villagers knew that Luan would be leaving soon, and they all put down their hands and came over to say goodbye. Lord Lu, don't worry. We will do our best in what you have entrusted to us, Hofstadter said with a serious look on his face. Jar, be sure to take care of Lord Lu. I know, please don't worry. Kale nodded. Alright guys, just send it here. Let's go. Luan greeted Jar. It was at this moment that a few villagers drove a carriage over. Lord Lu, this is the carriage for you. Jar, you do it. The carriage driver who drove the horse handed the reins in his hand to Jar's hand. Luan looked at the carriage and was a bit speechless, thinking that I can crawl faster than this thing. But this was the villager's intention, so naturally he wouldn't say anything mean. But there's one thing about riding this thing that really delays the trip. Ahem, that. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need this. Luan pointed at the carriage. Then, Luan walked behind Jar and whispered, don't move. Ha! Before Kair could react, then the world spun 90 degrees in front of his eyes, and when he reacted again, his entire body had been caught horizontally under Luan's ribs. While Kale was a smaller sort of figure, Luan was only 16 or so in appearance, not much taller than Kale, so he's got Gar under his ribs with one arm like that. It's like a roll-up, and Gar is the roll-up. Which way? Luan asked. Gar pointed east. That way. Luan nodded. Okay, don't move. Let's go. Before the crowd could understand what Luan was going to do, he had already crouched down slightly, and the next second his entire body exploded out with a bang, scraping a circle of airwaves where he was originally located, and smoke and dust rose up for a while. The villagers were encased in a sandstorm. coughing violently while fanning the smoke around them with their hands, and only after the smoke cleared did they see that Luan and Jar were nowhere to be found, and that there was a small mound of dirt where Luan had just stood. What amazing lower body strength! Lord Lu really isn't an ordinary person. Has our human race actually produced someone so powerful? It's really amazing. The crowd stood frozen in place, staring to the east, and at that moment Jar was blown under Luan's ribcage to the point that his features were deformed. His hair was all the way back, exposing his hairline, his eyelids were fluttering, and his mouth was bulging like a bun. Whoever saw this look couldn't help but praise a young man's good face, and Luan's this time was just borrowing the high strength of his lower limbs to jump higher and farther, not consuming his true chi to fly. Every time he jumped a large distance, he needed to temporarily land on a tree before borrowing strength. As the scenery in front of him flew backwards, Luan sighed and a sense of falling was flooded in his heart. In the past, when the essence true element was still present, invoking immortal spiritual power to roam the universe, it was only a matter of a breath to reach from one planet to another, but now he had to use this crude method to catch up with the road. Kale, if you need to steer or something, or if I'm not heading in the right direction, just say so in time, Luan said as he gazed ahead, but Gar didn't respond at all. Gar? Lucan lowered his head and glanced over, realizing that Kale was keeping his head down and not moving. How can you fall asleep in this position? This guide is too unprofessional. Hey, wake up! Luan shook Jar. Kale's little head bobbed feebly along like a rattle, an occasional sideways face turned upward. It was only then that Luan realized that Jar's little face had been suffocated at some point. Chapter 13. Hiss. Bad. Forgot that fleshly mortals can't breathe at that speed. Luan's face stagnated and the corners of his mouth twitched. Then his breath sank and his body hurriedly glided down from mid-air. But don't die. Luan laid Jar flat on the grass, his face worried as he swept his body with his divine sense, and was relieved only after realizing that there was nothing serious. Although he didn't have much affection for Jar, with Luan's character, he definitely didn't want Jar to die at his own hands. The palm of his hand was lightly placed on Jar's back, and he infused his true chi into it, and in a short while, Jar's face first returned to its original color, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Luan stretched out 5 fingers and shook them in front of Jar, and after seeing that Jar was completely fine, he said somewhat angrily, "This child of yours is also too honest. All suffocated like this actually didn't move at all. I thought I could hold out for a little while longer, but I didn't realize that suddenly my eyes went black and I didn't know anything else." Carr scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Luan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ugh, I can't believe we're already in the star-thinning forest? So fast. With a glance around, Jar had already determined where he was currently located. Star-thinning forest? Is this place close enough to Blood Deer City? Luan surveyed his surroundings. Carr nodded at that. Well, there's still about 30 miles or so to go. Luan thought for a moment and said, then I think we should just go there on foot. It's not that far anyway, and it just so happens that I want to familiarize myself with the area. Good. But, Carr hesitated and said, there's ogre territory around here, so it might be a bit of a problem if we run into an ogre. Ogre? Luan raised an eyebrow. What is that? Is it powerful? If this thing dares to come and cause us trouble, just kill it. After saying that, Luan walked in the direction of Blood Deer City, leaving Jar with a backstory. The disciples of the Easy Immortal sect had always disdained hiding from others. Okay, Carr spat out his tongue, and then followed suit. Standing next to Lord Lu was full of security anyway, and just now he had only felt that he deserved a reminder. By the way, Jar, are you going to Blood Deer City for something? Luan asked as he walked, as he felt it was a bit too boring to just walk 30 miles without saying a word, so he started the conversation. I'm going to take the entrance exam for the Guardian Academy. Kale said somewhat happily. Guardian Academy? What is that place? Luan thought to himself. Sure enough, you can gain new knowledge by casually chatting. That's the best academy in Blood Deer City, in which one can learn powerful magic, martial arts or other knowledge, and one's strength can be raised a great deal after graduating from there. Talking about the Guardian Academy, Jar was a little bit excited and at the same time a little bit apprehensive, because the entrance examination of Blood Deer City was not easy. Almost several thousand people enrolled in each session, and these several thousand people went through a cutthroat competition to select the last 100 or so people who would be qualified to enter the Guardian Academy. Luan thought about it, listening to this description. It seemed to be the same thing as the sects in Yin Huang. We'll have to check it out myself sometime. Can anyone enroll if they want to enter this Guardian Academy? Luan asked. Ability ratings need to be at least 5 stars of decay first before you can do that. Ability rating? 5 stars for rotten wood? What's that again? Luan asked with a raised eyebrow. Hearing this, Gar froze slightly. The ability rating system covered almost the entire Starfall land, In this world, the countries that didn't use the ability rating system could be counted on one hand. Could it be that Lord Lu actually came from those mysterious small countries? Kair mused for a moment, organizing his words before saying, ability ratings, that is, based on a person's ability can be roughly divided into 10 grades such as rotten wood, fine iron, bronze, snow silver, gold, and so on, and each of these 10 grades in turn has a distinction of 1 to 10 stars from low to high. Luan nodded after hearing this. It seemed that this was something similar to the immortal cultivator's realms of chi refining, foundation establishment, god concentration, and crystallization. He then asked, and how do you know how you or others are rated? By perception? Immortal cultivators generally rely on each other to emit the breath to judge each other's realm. Of course, this breath can be suppressed to confuse each other, but as long as the two immortal cultivators make full strength a hand-to-hand, that will soon be able to know each other's true realm. We all go to the Adventurers Guild and take a test with the Enlightenment Stone to measure our 6 attributes of vitality, spirit, strength, defense, speed, and energy, and then we add up these 6 attributes to make our ability value. Upon hearing this, Luan suddenly became interested. I don't know what kind of rating you can get if you go test it yourself. Luan had always wanted to learn more about this world, and to do so exhaustively, that best way was to experience it more personally. Just as the two of them were walking and chatting, they suddenly heard someone shouting hysterically, "Hey, those two over there, run away, there are a lot of ogres." Chapter 14, Separation in Life and Death? When Luan and Jar heard the shout, they both subconsciously twisted their heads to look that way. Just saw 5 people throw open their legs, running desperately. A few of them still have injuries on their bodies, covering their wounds while running, but the violent running made the wounds open up even more. The blood soaked through the clothes, leaving a piece of bloodstains on the ground. Behind them, 7 humanoid monsters, weapons in hand, were drooling and shaking their heads as they chased after them, their mouths letting out hee giggles. These monsters were ugly in appearance, each more than 3 meters tall, covered in greenish-gray skin, and wearing simple clothes that only covered the key parts. These are the ogres? Luan saw ogres for the first time and was inevitably a bit curious. Yes, Lord Lu, let's. Jar had already pressed one hand on the hilt of his sword. His face was serious. Whether to fight or run away in a while, it was all up to Lord Lu's decision. Aurelia ran at the back of the adventurer squad, feeling like her lungs were about to explode. Already her eyes were heavy with shadows from the excessive exercise, and it wasn't expected to take long for her to pass out on the floor. As an elementalist among magic chanters, his physical constitution was much weaker than the warrior-type professions. After another dozen steps or so, Alia couldn't hold on any longer and stopped to fall to her knees, panting heavily. Alia! Seeing this, the other teammates immediately turned their heads towards Oria in panic. Don't mind me. We can't beat these ogres, Alia yelled as she gasped for air. Don't say such silly things, there's no way we're leaving you behind, a petite girl, also wearing magical robes, said. The 4 of them turned around and were about to go and put Oria on her back and keep running. Stay back. Olivia was very decisive, drawing her dagger from the side of her boots against her neck. They had dropped their primary weapons earlier to speed up their escape, and Oria had kept the dagger just in case she couldn't escape, then she would end herself. Being captured by a subhuman race like the ogres back in the tribe would definitely be worse than death. So this time Alia was determined, and the force used on her hand was not small. Blood instantly overflowed, dripping down the dagger's sharp edge to form a fist-sized bloodstain on the grass. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Take me with you, and neither of us will be able to escape." The remaining 4 teammates' faces turned white as they looked at the approaching ogre, and the petite priest girl already had teardrops rolling in her eyes. And just at this moment of life and death, an arm-thick lightning arc flashed from less than 30 centimeters away from Alia's cheek with a click, directly hitting the head of an ogre. Only a rumbling sound was heard, and the ogre's head instantly burst open as if it were a watermelon. The adventurers were startled, then turned their heads to look, only to see a good-looking teenager standing about 100 meters away from them, his right hand hanging below his waist vaguely flashing with electric sparks, and next to him a teenager, 14 years old or so, was looking at him in utter shock. Kale's entire body was dumbfounded. Based on Luan's previous performance, Jar had always thought of Luan as a powerful warrior rather than a magic chanter, but just now, Luan actually took off a lightning bolt this thick, and it also accurately struck the ogre's head. How could any human in this world be proficient in both magic and close combat? At this distance, it's actually possible to hit an ogre's head with magic so precisely. Several adventurers thought incredulously. It was important to know that although both magic and bow and arrow were long-range means of attack, the degree of accuracy of magic was actually more difficult to control. Even for the ice attribute magic with the best precision manipulation, it was difficult to do a headshot at once at such a long distance. The ogres stopped and watched in horror as their partner's head exploded, and then looked in the distance to see that the humans had outnumbered them. After briefly thinking for 3 seconds, they decisively turned around and fled. Gotta. Saved. Looking at the ogre that gradually ran away, Alia's hand dropped and hung down helplessly, and her dagger fell to the ground, tears slipping down in suppressed and uncontrollable tears. A few others weren't much better. They were all young, and after the high level of mental stress, they were simply exhausted physically and mentally. They sat on their asses unimaginatively on the grass, or simply laid down on the grass, breathing heavily and enjoying the feeling of having been robbed of their lives. Chapter 15, Ice Attribute? A few minutes later. My name is Alia Mitt. Thank you for saving us, Alia said with a sweet smile on her face. The wound on her neck had been briefly bandaged. Her originally quite gorgeous magical robes were stained with blood and dust, and her hair was disheveled and sticky with dust. The whole person was grimy, and the corners of her eyes still had tear stains, looking very wretched. But even so, one could tell from her whole demeanor that she was a girl from a very good family. Hello, my name is Hers Cugs. Thank you for saving us. It was so close just now. We were almost made into meat pies by the ogre. A tall and thin young man smiled as he walked forward and shook Lewin's hand. Hello, thank you for coming to the rescue. My name is Garrett Andos. The tall, burly, goofy-looking man in the group said with a simple smile. I'm Rael. Thank you for saving us. The boy who appeared to be the youngest of them, dressed in gray and white magical robes, said somewhat coyly. My name is Jocko. Profession is priest. The petite little girl was very lively as she approached Lewin. So handsome, so good-looking. Looking at Lewin's face up close, Jocko's insides jumped wildly, blushing slightly as he hemmed and hawed. Although Lewin didn't know what this little girl was doing coming so close, he didn't mind and said in a flat tone, Nothing, just a show of hands. My name is Lewin. Kar Hyachis. Kar greeted the crowd with a smile as well. In this way, the 7 people are considered to know each other for the time being. Since they had just experienced life and death, they were physically and mentally exhausted. So a few adventurers planned to take a temporary break before making any plans. So the 7 sat in a circle on the grass. Lewin briefly exchanged words with them and learned that they had taken the quest from the Adventurers Guild to hunt the demonic lava gargoyle. But before they could find the lava gargoyle's habitat, they came across a dozen or so ogres. At first they didn't run away, but instead cooperated with each other to kill 8 ogres. But in the end, the magic power had been used up, and they had no choice but to drop their weaponry and equipment and run away in a hurry. Lava gargoyles? Is it powerful? Lewin was like a curious baby, curious about everything since he came to this world. The tall, thin, leather-clad Hertz spoke up. Lava gargoyle? That's a fine iron 8-star level demonic creature. Not only is its body covered in thick lava armor, but the magma it spews out can instantly melt equipment made of fine iron. It's actually more dangerous than the dozen or so ogres just now. But Alia is an elementalist who is proficient in water attribute magic, and Rael is even more proficient in rare ice attribute magic. So the two of them can effectively restrain the lava gargoyle. Plus Priest Yako has a blessing magic that specializes in resisting fire attribute attacks. So that's why we dared to go and give it a try. Hearing hers mention herself, Jocko proudly puffed out her chest slightly. Lewin thought for a moment after hearing this, then turned his head to ask Jar, when is that exam of yours? Jar was suddenly asked by Lewin and froze for a moment before answering. 3 days later. Lewin nodded, then asked Oria and the others, about how many days will it take to hunt that lava gargoyle? Oria didn't know what Lewin was asking for, but still answered truthfully. This place isn't far from the lava gargoyle's territory, the molten fire cave, so hunting it would only take a day and a half at most. In that case, how about letting the 2 of us go with you? Lewin asked with a wink. Among the heavenly treasures needed for the foundation establishment stage, there was a medicinal herb called fire crowgrass, which usually grew in the nests of fire-type demonic beasts in Yanhuang. Listening to the description, that lava gargoyle was fire attributed, so maybe there was the fire crowgrass he needed there? And to Lewin, the matter of going to the library to look up information really wasn't that bad for a day or two, because immortal cultivators had a long lifespan, and a day or two wasn't much different from a minute or two to them. Several adventurers looked at each other and fell into hesitation. Sister Alia, let them join us. You've seen his lightning attribute magic. It's simply more powerful than our mentor. Yako wrapped her arms around Alia's waist, her eyes full of little stars, as if she was pampered. As the most face-controlling one in the team, she fell in love with Lewin at the first sight. I don't call that one thunder attribute magic, but Xian Lei mantra. Lewin was just about to correct her when he heard Alia nod and say, Alright, but I have to remind you too. She pressed a slap on Yako's small face and pushed her away from herself a bit. Then with a serious face, she reminded Luan and Jar, the lava giant lizard is a very dangerous demonic creature, and we only have one shield guard, so we definitely won't be able to protect it when the time comes. So have you guys thought about it clearly? Well, think about it. Luan nodded. Oria didn't belittle Carr just because he was dressed in a way that made it obvious that he was poor and young, and after Luan nodded his head to say that it was fine, Oria turned her gaze back to Carr, clearly asking him to make his own decision. That's fine with me. Jar nodded decisively. What could be more secure than staying by Lord Lu's side? For the price. How about 50 silver coins for each of you? If we're lucky enough to come up with a magic core, we'll bid on it and split the money equally, Alia proposed. At the sound of 50 silver coins, Jar's eyes glistened a bit and he directly nodded his head in agreement. Although Luan didn't know if 50 silver coins was more or less, he knew it was a good price by looking at this reaction from Jar, so he nodded his head in agreement as well. In that case, Oria smiled, and then the 5 members of the adventurer squad said in unison, "Welcome to the ship of thieves. Now that we have 2 more people, we have a better chance of winning." Yako chuckled. Yeah, it would be nice to have another person who knows ice attribute magic. The chances of winning would at least be doubled. Hers said, "Ice attribute magic chanters require a lot of talent. We'll be lucky to find one in Rail." Glitter said with a simple smile. Ice attribute? Luan froze slightly. Does that count? His palms spread out, and a wave of cold air instantly condensed in his palms. The temperature around him plummeted, and in just a second or two, Glitter's beard was already covered in a layer of frost. Chapter 16, I'm a Fragile Magic Bard. The Xian Ice Mantra, like the Xian Thunder Mantra, was an introductory spell of the easy immortal sect. Silence, the silence of the crows, count on it. Of course. Jaco's eyes glowed. Hers stretched his neck like a king's rump. You really know how to do that. Lu, you're actually proficient in 2 attribute magic? With a temperature this cold, it's at least second order cold magic. Glitter shivered and took a few steps backward. The one who was the least shocked and had the least emotional ups and downs in this was Jar. Even if the next moment Luan suddenly burst his clothes and turned into a giant dragon and flew away, Jar didn't think it was unacceptable for him. Oria's eyes reflected the cold ice chi in Luan's hands, and her eyes were full of envy. Regardless of whether it was the Xian Thunder incantation just now or the Xian Ice incantation at this moment, in the eyes of these people, it had already reached this level of second-order magic. And to be so young and yet be able to release second-rank magic without chanting, this talent could simply be described as heaven-defying. You know, if a person can release second-order magic without a chant, then he can at least release fourth-order magic with a chant. Oria had only mastered a type of second-order magic last year, and for that she'd already been given the aura of well-talented. Damn, is there that much difference in talent between people? Compared to Luan, those geniuses in the academy were nothing. Steady, this wave of brush lava lizards is kind of solid. The woods were dappled with light and shadows, and of the 7, Shield Guard Glitter was at the front of the line, with Luan, Oria, Jaco, and Rail in the middle of the group, and the 2 swordsmen, Hertz and Carr, at the back of the group. Since the 5 adventurers had thrown their weapons, equipment and supplies where they were before in order to escape faster, they had to go back the same way just now to look for them, and luckily, those ogres didn't take them with them when they fled. After a short rest and restoration of their magic, the 7 set out on the road in search of the lava gargoyle. Fire suppression squad. Who came up with it and why is it called that? Luan asked with some curiosity as he walked between Alia and Jaco. Hers laughed and said, this name was given by other peers. Our team has an elementalist who is proficient in water attribute, an elementalist who is proficient in ice attribute, as well as a priest who will be able to resist the blessing magic of fire attribute. Garrett's shield and my sword are added with fire attribute resistance material. So this is the configuration of the team. Our team specializes in picking fire attribute magical creatures to challenge. And over time there will be this title. I've got this title. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Now there's you. The Ice and Thunder Duel Cultivation Magic Bard. I'm a magic chanter? Luan pointed at himself, a little confused. He knew that the people of this world were divided into many professions, but he didn't expect his kind to be categorized into the big category of magic bard. What? With this body are you still a warrior? Hers laughed and teased without malice. I admit that your magical talent is awesome, but when it comes to close combat, you're no match for Glitter and me. Gar walked beside Hertz and squinted at him for a moment, thinking, you're happy as you can be. Oria sighed. Alas, it can't be helped. Magic chanters need to release magic and meditate to enhance their magical power, and they don't have the time and energy to work out their bodies anymore. So the bodies of magic chanters are usually weak and need to be protected. Could it be that you want to work out to become a muscle girl, Oria-san? Jocko laughed evilly and poked Oria's belly with his finger. So that's what happened. Luen thought darkly. It seems that the group felt that they were physically incapable and would only attack from a distance. Thinking of this, the corners of Luan's mouth twitched a little. Because he only had the cultivation of the chi refining stage now, he could only use some low-level spells, and the power of these spells were not as big as his forceful swinging of a fist. As Luen walked, he silently glanced at the shy and introverted male elementalist in the group who hardly spoke. Rail. Because he could perceive with his divine sense that there was an evil aura hidden in this liar's body. And this evil aura was actually similar to those who practiced the underworld technique on the Yanhuan continent. A dozen miles away from the firefighting squad, there was a larger campground. Several steeds were tethered at the edge of the camp, and the wagons were covered with canopies constructed of good lumber. Fully a dozen men were busy in the camp, pitching tents, building fires, and cooking. A petite girl, dressed in clean white magical robes, with a dog's tail flower in her mouth, was squatting beside the campfire, boredly stirring the slightly bubbling pot of soup that was burning with a tree branch. At that moment, an older man with a robust posture made his way through the crowd to the girl. Miss Adele. Oh, any news from my sister? Adele spat the dogwood flower out of her mouth and stood up with interest. She raised her head, revealing a stunningly beautiful and playful face, and her appearance was actually a bit similar to Oria's, just a bit younger, with a bit more vigor between her eyebrows, and on her forehead, there was a petal-like purple-red mark. Chapter 17, Second Mrs. Plot. Adele wore magical robes emblazoned with a green floral pattern, and at her waist, pinned to a thin chain, was a fine iron nameplate, about the size of her thumb, with 2 stars emblazoned on it. The old man was carrying a heavy sword on his back, with a bronze nameplate on his waist, and the whole person looked like he had a very shrewd aura, obviously an expert. Yet when dealing with Adele, it was always a respectful look. Yes, the rangers arranged near the Molten Fire Cave saw that they were almost at the entrance of the Molten Fire Cave, and, the old man paused and continued, they seem to have recruited 2 more adventurers. What? Adele frowned with a thin brow, her eyes radiating a chilling look. There are still adventurers who dare to join Aurelia's squad now? Seeing that Adele was about to get angry, the old man hurriedly continued. However, I don't think we have anything to worry about. One of the adventurers I recognize is a little kid from Roca village, but only has the strength of 5 stars of rotten wood. This strength is just a drop in the bucket when faced with the lava giant lizard. The other one, I don't know him, but he doesn't even have a weapon, and he's very skinny, so he doesn't have much strength at first glance. Put, Adele couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, my sister is really hungry too. Actually recruiting even this kind of adventurer. The old man smiled along with him. Yeah, right now the adventurers above the 7 stars of the rotten wood in the entire Blood Deer City don't dare to join Oria's team. So I guess that little brat Oria this is really out of options. Pop, a crisp ringing sound. Adele suddenly slapped the old man, then reached out and grabbed the old man's hair, pulling downward as hard as she could. The old man didn't dare to resist at all, allowing Adele, who was only up to his chest in height, to pull his head until it was flush with Adele's. Adele's eyes narrowed slightly. Aurelia, no matter what, is also the bloodline of my Miet family. How dare you, a subordinate lackey, call her that? I'm so sorry, Ms. Adele. The old man named William cried out in fear. The surrounding dozen or so adventurers who were working subconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked this way, but quickly and sensibly twisted their heads away, pretending that they hadn't seen anything, and started to get busy again individually. William, do you often use the word brat to call me behind my back as well? Adele stretched out a jade hand, and on her petite, soft palm, a circular magic rune immediately took shape, opening up as if it were an umbrella. This magical rune was green overall, similar in color to the pattern on Adele's magical robes, and gave off a gray-green aura that had the appearance of a poisonous mist. William's eyes widened and his pupils narrowed. Ms. Adele, I swear, I didn't. You swear? What do you swear on? Adele had a wicked smile on her angelic-like face. I swear on my daughter. William hesitated for a moment before shouting in a million different ways. Adele knew the bottom line about William. William was a widower. His wife had died over 10 years ago, and he had been raising his daughter alone for the past 10 years, and it could be said that she was all he had. But William's daughter is very average talent. Examined several times Guardian Academy failed to get in. Finally Adele invited a tutor of the Guardian Academy to have afternoon tea once, and in the evening William's daughter received a broken admission notice. That's why, for the sake of his daughter, William has been working under Adele. Hearing William swear with his daughter, Adele knew that what William said wasn't false, so she cancelled the magic and loosened her hand. William sat down on the floor at once, panting heavily from overstimulation, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He had already reached the bronze level, and if he fought, he wasn't afraid of Adele, an essence iron level, but there were a dozen or so bronze level adventurers loyal to Adele around. Right, William. Adele, who had just nearly put William to death, had changed into her angelic and healing face. How's the plan going? William immediately stood up. It went well. When Alia-sama and the others step into the vicinity of the molten fireground cave, the guy we bought off will go and unseal the molten fire tyrant. That mole, he wouldn't be too cowardly to unseal it, would he? Definitely not. I've warned him that if he doesn't unseal because of cowardice, I'll kill him, William replied. They don't have any chance of surviving, do they? Absolutely not. William replied with great certainty. That insider will use the magic scroll we gave them in advance to trap Miss Oria and the others inside the molten fire cave. Unless Miss Oria and the others have the strength to defeat the molten fire tyrant, there is absolutely no chance of survival. And while Miss Oria and the others are only fine iron ranked on average, the molten fire tyrant, even if its strength has been compromised after being sealed for decades, is at least gold ranked or above. Very good. Oh, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Adele nodded in satisfaction, then laughed maniacally, her angelic face twisting a little from her maniacal laughter. Is this what you guys are talking about? The entrance to the molten fire earth cave? Lewin pointed to a plain-looking cave. Yes, this is it. Aurelia nodded. Alright, let's go then. Lewin took a step and was about to head inside. Chapter 18, Seeing Magic for the First Time. Upon seeing that Lewin was actually going to walk into the molten fireground cave, several people from the fire extinguishing squad were dumbfounded. What are you doing? Come back. Oria rushed up and pulled Lewin in one hand. Ha, isn't it in here? Lewin was a bit puzzled. Oria held her forehead, very speechless. It's in there, but there's at least a dozen of them in there. Going on like this is simply looking for death. Hells, holding a bag of some sort, added. We just need to lure one out. Ah, so it's not going in. Lewin nodded with a slight frown. The firefighting team looked at Lewin with a confused face at this reaction. What the hell is this look of disappointment on your face? Did you come to seek death because life is too stressful? Lewin twisted his head to look inside the cave, and without moving, spread his divine sense. The divine sense of a first-grade Xian immortal was very good, and in just half a breath, it had already covered all of the molten flame-ground cave, and in a flash, every inch of the place inside appeared in Luan's perceptions. There was something else inside the grotto, a complete underground world that was not dark, but rather illuminated red by pools of lava everywhere, with all sorts of strange creatures, but most of them with flames burning on their bodies. However, to his disappointment, the fire crowgrass was not found in the entire molten fireground cave. At the same time, he saw that inside a huge magma pool, lying on the ground of a very large monster, body length over 100 meters, human body snake tail, body is red, it only in that piece of magma pool swimming around, and it seems that that piece of magma pool has been added to the seal. Lou, what are you looking at? Alia asked as she walked over. Seeing that Lewin was still staring at the molten fire grotto, Alia was really afraid that he would rush in while they weren't looking. Oh, nothing. How do we lure that molten fire gargoyle out? Lewin asked. Hurts they're getting it la. Come here first and let Jocko put blessing magic on you. Good. Jocko opened his palm at Lewin and after a short chant, a fire-red magic rune opened up. Lewin looked on rather curiously. Since coming to this world, it was the first time he had seen something like magic. Primary flame resistance. As Jocko softly chanted, a layer of fiery red light covered Lewin's body. This is magic? Lewin looked down at his body, feeling fresh. Because he possessed the divine sense of the Xianxian immortal realm's great achievement, his perception was very sharp. Therefore, he was able to detect things that the rest of the fire extinguishing squad couldn't even detect. He clearly perceived that since this additional layer of film-like red light had been added to his body, a small portion of the surrounding fire elements had actually begun to move away from him. However, these fire elements that were moving away from him only accounted for 20% of all the fire elements around him. It looked somewhat similar to the effect of the fire avoidance technique. Lewin thought darkly. Of course, the actual effect of this magic could be far less than the fire avoidance skill. The fire avoidance skill would not only make all the ordinary fire elements in the surroundings avoid oneself, it could even resist divine flames like the Samadhi True Flame. Even the current Lewin couldn't use a spell of the level of fire avoidance technique without extracting the magic treasure's immortal spirit power. Hers, be careful. If we get too close or use too much material, we might attract 2 lava lizards, and then we'll have to run. Come a little farther. A little farther. This way. Glitter shouted at Hers with great concern. Alright. Hers set up the alchemy props, then softly recited an incantation, and those few alchemy props gradually lit up. The firefighting squad took one look and ran off into the distance, and as Lewin watched them operate, He inexplicably felt like setting off firecrackers on New Year's Eve, but he followed suit. He had some general idea of the level of the firefighting squad, and the monster that they said they could possibly kill with their combined efforts, that simply posed no threat to himself at all. He was curious about magic though, so he wanted to see how the group fought. Hey Lou, what are you doing? Get behind Glitter and hers. Your body is too weak. Let them protect you. Oria felt a surge of fatigue as she looked at the magic chanters who were standing further forward than the shield guards. What's the situation with this big brother? Obviously magic is so strong, but he behaves like a white boy in all aspects. Oh, sorry. Luan walked behind shield guard Glitter somewhat apologetically. Rail. Oria and Rail looked at each other before the two of them nodded and raised their wands in the direction of the cave and began chanting magic. Instantly, the tops of the two men's wands began to emit light blue and blue-white light respectively. Then, as if there was an invisible hand sketching a pattern, the two magic runes took shape in a single stroke. Oria had wanted to see that Luan could casually unleash second-ranked magic without chanting, and what kind of terrifying magic he would have to use if he had a chant. She glanced at Luan, turned her head back, and then turned her head away again incredulously at once as if she had seen a ghost, because she realized that this guy wasn't releasing magic at all at this moment, but was surveying her and Rail's magic runes as if he was watching a show. This can't be my sister sent here to cause trouble? Alia momentarily inwardly regretted recruiting Luan into the team. There were eerie footsteps coming from inside the cave, like someone slapping the ground with flesh, very often, and the movement was getting louder and louder. It's coming out. Glitter looked ahead nervously, the shield in her hand raised a little higher. The other few people in the firefighting squad were also tense in spirit. The lava gargoyle was an Essence Iron 8-star rated magical creature, and under the same rating, the combat strength of magical creatures usually far exceeded that of humans. Chapter 19, Battle Against the Lava Gargoyle. Miss Adele. The plan is going well. William came hurrying in, speaking in an agitated tone. The reason he was so happy was because Oria's death was absolutely heavenly for him. This was not a run-of-the-mill adventurer's quest. The Miet family, a famous business family in Blood Deer City, even though they were not nobles, their status in society was definitely not low. Half a month ago, the master of the Miet family, Old Miet, contracted an incurable disease, so he planned to choose one of his two daughters to be the family heir. The Miet family's industries couldn't be split into two because many of them were interconnected, and splitting them up could lead to a rapid decline, so only one heir could be chosen, and the remaining one could only assist the heir. So Old Miet sent word for the two daughters to each organize a team to hunt a demonic creature, and whoever hunts the highest level demonic creature wins. It seemed like a fair fight, but the problem was that most people in the entire Blood Deer City knew that the Old Miet was in favor of his youngest daughter, Adele. As for the eldest daughter, Oria, she was basically put out to pasture since her own mother passed away, and had even once been driven to another city to live on her own. In this situation, those adventurers in Blood Deer City who could afford to mess with the Miet family were unwilling to get involved in the Miet family's affairs, and those who couldn't afford to mess with the Miet family simply didn't dare to go and help Oria, even if the latter offered a price that was several times higher than usual, because in everyone's eyes, Adele's takeover of the Miet family was the nail in the coffin, and no one wanted to upset Adele at this time. What's more, Adele's mother's family wasn't exactly kind, and Oria's mother's family had drifted down the drain a decade or so ago and were now coffee sellers. Once Adele takes over the Miet family, then a diehard henchman like William could be well on his way to even blessing 3 generations, and letting his own daughter lean on the Miet family tree as well. Adele sat in a cozy wicker chair with a tall glass in one hand and her legs folded. Even in the middle of nowhere like this she had comfortable slippers to wear. Very good. Adele took a sip of her red wine. With a loud bang, the lava lizard smashed a stone wall with its body, jumped out and landed in front of the crowd, its mouth bulging as if it was holding something. The demonic creature's perception of the elements was stronger than that of humans, and before it rushed out, it sensed 2 ice elemental and water elemental enriched areas in front of it. It was obvious that someone was chanting magic, so, it also wisely began to chant magic as it ran. Almost the instant it hit the ground, the lava giant lizard spewed out a hot magma from its mouth and slammed into the fire extinguishing squad with a bang. Jocko! Glitterton yelled nervously. Elementary shield blessing Yako raised her hand and quickly released a low-level magic. This magic didn't have a long-lasting effect, so it couldn't be released early like primary flame resistance. Glitter's shield glowed with a hint of emerald green light as the magma impacted the shield, and the sheer force of the impact caused him to take a few steps backwards before stabilizing himself, all the while enduring the scorching heat. The air was filled with the smell of scorching, and if he hadn't been blessed with the blessing magic elementary flame resistance in advance, he was afraid that by now he would have been so hot that he would have lost control of himself and thrown away his shield. Instead, Jar and hers were standing on each side of the magic chanters to prevent the molten fire gargoyles from swooping in, realizing that the molten fire gargoyles didn't move at a slow speed for humans. At the same time, Rael and Oria's magic chants had already been completed. A huge water tornado, along with a dozen ice picks, attacked the lava giant lizard, and Luan also raised his hand to throw out the Xian ice curse at the right time. The Xian ice spell flew faster than those two magic spells, and in just a blink of an eye, it crashed into the lava gargoyle before erupting in a blast of cold air, causing the temperature around it to drop a bit. The lava gargoyle let out a howl and turned to avoid the two spells, but was surprised to find that he had slowed down a lot. Ice cone and water tornado then came after. The lava giant lizard, whose speed was restricted, could not hide. The two magic spells were not wasted at all smashed on him. Rael's ice pick had difficulty piercing the lava skin of the lava gargoyle, but the cold air attached to it always lingered on it, making it feel very uncomfortable. The water tornado was a bit more direct, smashing into the lava giant lizard from above, and immediately water vapor filled the air, and the lava giant lizard let out a gurgling scream. However, the lava gargoyle was after all an essence iron 8-star demonic being, and was not so easily defeated, as the flames on its body shook violently, using some sort of magic to remove the slowdown that the arcane ice spell had given it, and then moving quickly, it rushed at Luan from the side, intending to take out one of the magic chanting bards first. Coming through, protect Lu, Glitter yelled, blocking with hers a piece of the. Seeing that Gar, who was also on protective duty, didn't move, hers yelled, Gar, what are you doing frozen there? The corners of Jar's mouth twitched, thinking that Lord Lu was the one of us who needed the least protection, but seeing that Luan had absolutely no intention of making a move, Jar thought to himself that perhaps Lord Lu was unwilling to expose his strength, so he rushed over as well, intending to fend off the lava gargoyle piece by piece. Hers slashed his sword at the lava giant lizard, and with a sound, the sword was blocked by the lava giant lizard's skin, not causing a single damage to it. The lava gargoyle howled and stretched out its sharp claws to grab at Luan, and when he saw that he was about to get his hands on him, Glitter suddenly held his shield and knocked it away at once. Seeing that the three magic bards were so well protected, the lava gargoyle changed its strategy as it moved quickly and wisely physically burrowed into the entrance cave of the Cave of Molten Fire. It's going to run? The crowd was puzzled, but they didn't dare to go over. The Molten Flame Ground Cave was full of crises. Once they fell down, there was absolutely no hope of survival. Just then, the shadow-filled cave suddenly burst into flames, and in an instant, a dozen magical runes opened simultaneously above the crowd. What a fast magic chant! Alia's face was shocked. Glitter! Fortress! Glitter bellowed violently, making use of his martial arts skill, and instantly, a translucent, larger shield covered the original steel shield, holding Glitter and the crowd back. One by one, flaming boulders shot out from the magic runes and smashed into the fire suppression squad. Dun 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 dun! Those boulders smashed against that magically cohesive shield, and Glitter clenched his teeth and held on, feeling like the bones in his arms were going to be shattered. While Priest Jocko had been using magic to repair Glitter's shield as well as healing Glitter with blessing magic, her magic power was rapidly decreasing, and she could hold out for another minute at most. Luan stood behind the shield, curiously surveying the situation. He felt that he had seen almost enough, and there was no fire crow grass here that he was looking for, so he simply ended the battle. Let's hope Glitter can hold out until this spell is over. While Alia and the others were worrying inside, a scene that left them dumbfounded appeared. Only Luan stood up and directly walked out of the shield's protection. Aurelia was straight up humanly stupid. Lu, what are you doing? She reached out to grab Luan back again, but her grip was empty, only to see Luan just keep walking forward. Only his pace was uneven, pausing from time to time as he walked, but every stone that looked like it was going to hit him just grazed his body and smashed on the ground because of this pause. Luan just walked straight into the cave where the lava giant lizard was under the puzzled and shocked expressions of the crowd. Chapter 20, Transferring Magic. It's over. The crowd watched the scene with pale faces. The magic bard runs far away from the warrior's protection, and ING ran right up to the demons. I've never seen any magic bard so arrogant in all my years of living. The current Alia was convinced that Luan was never sent by her sister to cause trouble, and that he just couldn't think of anything else to do to seek death. It's over. Lu is afraid. Tears glistened in Jaco's eyes. Several others had already guessed Luan's end, either being torn into pieces or roasted to a crisp. I'm afraid the screams of Lu will be coming in a moment. As much as one would hate to see that happen, it was bound to happen. Bang bang bang. With a muffled sound, the large swath of magical runes in the sky shattered. Ha! The magic is over? Glitter craned her neck to look up at the sky. No! The magic was rudely interrupted or the magic runes wouldn't have shattered, Alia said in disbelief. Suddenly, a scream came out from inside the cave. but how it sounded didn't sound like something a human could make. Several people blinked their curious eyes at the cave. A few seconds later, the body of the lava gargoyle was split in two and thrown out separately. The body slid a few meters on the ground and came to a stop in front of the crowd, who looked on in a daze, completely confused as to why this scene in front of them was happening. There, that settles it. Lewin came out of the cave and walked in front of the crowd, his white robe still all unblemished. Lu, you killed the molten fire gargoyle? Alia asked incredulously. Everyone else also looked at Lewin with the eyes of a monster. Aha, Lewin nodded. Let's go to Blood Deer City. But, Jocko looked at the corpse of the lava gargoyle on the ground and felt like he was going crazy. Did you use some kind of advanced magic scroll? Lou, hers put in the only reasonable guess. I don't have that. Lewin spread his hands. Lou, you're not a monster, are you? After a long period of silence, Alia tentatively approached. The scene that had just happened was so beyond the pale that they couldn't digest it for a while. How can a magic bard run up to a demon and spike it? Lewin shrugged helplessly, stating that it was up to you guys to think what you wanted. Immortals had a long lifespan, which led to the fact that they would develop a bit more comprehensively. Even though they were not too good at certain aspects, it was still compared to immortals, and when compared to mortals, it was a realm that would be difficult for them to catch up with in their lifetime. Lou, the temperature of the lava gargoyle's flames is so high, and you're not even hurt? What are you made of? Jocko ran over with a big grin, completely without any thought of male or female, and directly put his hand into Luan's clothes and touched it. The skin was smooth and delicate, but it was completely human. What are you doing? Luan helplessly pushed him away. Several people surrounded Luan and asked questions, but after realizing that Luan was not willing to tell them anything, they were wise enough not to ask any more questions. After all, a little bit of maturity can be understood. Who would be willing to tell others the secret of becoming stronger for no reason? Almost forgot. Magic cores. Hers slapped his head. Yeah, oh, how could I forget about business? Alia said. Hers gleefully grabbed his sword and ran to the lava giant lizard's corpse, ceremoniously slicing it open, and then, not minding the blood stains, pulled out the fiery red magic core from it. The crowd looked at this magic core with excitement in their eyes. This was a fine iron 8-star level magic core, which could be sold for at least 200 gold coins at the auction. 200 gold coins. That's a lot of money that an ordinary family would have trouble earning in a lifetime. Ahem. I think Lou should take the lion's share of this dividend and we'll split the rest. What do you guys think? Alia asked. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. Several people shook their heads to indicate that they had no opinion. After all, they were also clear that this time, they were mainly relying on Lewin. If it wasn't for him, then it was very likely that they would have been roasted to a crisp by the lava gargoyle. Lou, what do you think? Oria asked with a wink. Good. Lewin was not polite. After all, he didn't have any money from this world on him right now. And in the future, if he wanted to collect materials and whatnot, he didn't need to think that he would definitely spend less money. Come on, home, Alia greeted. I didn't expect this mission to be so easy. He, Yakko said with a smile. At that moment, underneath the feet of the crowd, a ghostly blue magic rune with a diameter of 30 meters suddenly opened up. Teleportation magic? Aurelia was taken aback. As adventurers who had already participated in many battles, they still had a certain level of combat literacy. There was suddenly a transfer magic of unknown origin under their feet, and their first reaction was to rush out of the range of the transfer magic rune. There was only one exception. There are spatial power fluctuations? This magic rune seems to have something to do with spatial transfer? Lewin stood still and curiously surveyed this magic rune under his feet, trying to figure out its principle. Lou, danger! Run away from this rune! Alia shouted excitedly as she ran. But then the land beneath his feet suddenly changed in nature and became a swamp. The crowd's bodies sagged, unable to escape the range of the transfer magic rune at all. Glitter! In the light of the magical runes, Aurelia looked at Glitter with hate in her eyes. Glitter still had a naive smile on his face, and he was holding two freshly opened magic scrolls in his hands, both of which he had apparently utilized to unleash his magic scrolls. The moment the transfer magic rune was drawn, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly. Chapter 21, Could Have Run. Hot. With a body temperature of at least 50 degrees. This was the common feeling of the crowd at this point. After the transfer magic disappeared, Oria realized that they had come to an unfamiliar place. The scenery here is very different from where we were just now. The field of vision was all red, as if there was a red film over the eyes. Around a piece of lava pool in the gurgling bubbles. In 30 meters away is a cliff. Below the cliff is a large lava pool. All the scenery is like hell. After surveying the surroundings clearly, several people couldn't help but blush. This is the molten fire grotto. Hers shouted out of breath. That's right. There, if memory serves, is where the molten fire tyrant was sealed back then. Rail pointed in the direction of the cliff. Molten fire tyrant. At the mention of the molten flame tyrant, several people subconsciously lowered their voices, as if they could wake up the molten flame tyrant by speaking louder. As subjects of the sacred monarch empire, they had learned about events related to the molten fire tyrant in the course Imperial history. When it was first influenced by the dark vermilion star, it degenerated from a celestial race demolitionist into a demonic creature. He had once burned a city in the Holy Monarch Empire to a crisp with a single 10th rank magic, and those he burned to death all became his slaves, turning into a kind of demonic creature called Fire Puppet. Later on, 20 gold-level magic bards of the Holy Monarch Empire Magic Guild joined forces and eventually sealed it here at the cost of sacrificing 15 people and destroying 2 holy artifacts. Glitter, you were paid by Adele? Alia questioned angrily. The crowd glared at Glitter. Lewin was also not clear about those things between them, and just stood aside as a bystander. The space around him began to distort as this transfer magic took effect, but he didn't resist, so he was transferred down along with a few others. For what? Money? Alia's face was frosty. Glitter was someone who had shared a few years of life and death with them, and today he had betrayed them. Glitter, you know what betraying a teammate means to an adventurer. Hers' face was serious. Glitter heatedly smiled nervously. Miss Adele has given me more money than I can spend in several lifetimes, and I don't have to be an adventurer anymore anyway. You're going to get us killed for money? Alia asked incredulously. Have I ever treated you badly before? Will I treat you badly when I inherit the family in the future? Garrett shook his head. Alia, I know you never treat your friends poorly, especially those of us who do, but as long as one is not a fool, one can see that your sister Adele will end up becoming the master of the Mitt family. At that point, your sister won't do anything to you due to public opinion. And the worst thing you'll end up doing is going to be a minor administrator in one of the Mitt family's properties. And us, the people who helped you fight your sister, will end up being hired by your sister to be killed, right? Glitter paused and continued. I'm sorry, I started out trying to help you, but halfway through I regretted it. But you clearly could have had many chances to get me killed while on the road, like the ogre one. So why did you bring the others with you here before you did it? Aurelia was a little puzzled. Any manner of your death during the time you and Miss Two were fighting for the heir would have led to suspicion on Miss Two's head, but if it was the molten flame tyrant who accidentally broke the seal, there would be a reasonable explanation for your death. Glitter explained. What? Molten fire tyrant? Alia and the others exclaimed in shock. Glitter, you said you're going to unleash the molten fire tyrant? Jaco's small face was shocked beyond words. From his arms, Glitter pulled out a small, compact box emblazoned with a pattern of black feathers. Rail, the most knowledgeable of the firefighting squad, recognized the box. That's the special box that holds the fallen angel's feathers. Fallen angel feather. That was an extremely rare and precious material that possessed the special effect of weakening the seal. What a way to get the best grades, Rail. Glitter smiled. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean much anymore. After saying that, he threw the box behind him with force, and the box fell into the magma and was burned to ashes, while the black feather inside underwent a special effect, and a burst of black light rolled through the magma as if it was alive. Everyone felt a burst of pressure coming up from the magma pool under that cliff. Lewin narrowed his eyes slightly as he realized that the sealing technique of this world was quite similar to the sealing technique of his own world. It was also for this reason that he could feel that seal under the cliff was gradually disappearing. Are you crazy? Glitter, how many people will be killed when the molten tyrant comes out? Jocko shouted with a slightly shaky voice. I won't die anyway. Miss Adele gave me these 2 magic scrolls. One can release the 5th order shield magic golden jade barrier, and the other can use the 4th order magic short space transfer. Glitter shook open a magic scroll with one hand, and then a magic rune was being drawn at his feet while a golden barrier wrapped it inside. Glitter waved his hand. Well then, goodbye gentlemen. There's about 5 minutes to go before the seal of the molten fire tyrant is completely lifted. Good luck. It was actually a 5th order shield magic. A shield magic of this level couldn't be shaken in the slightest even if the fire extinguishing squad exerted their full power. The crowd gritted their teeth and watched as the transfer magic on Glitter began to take effect. And even though it took a minute for the magic to take effect, there was no way for them to interrupt Glitter because of the 5th ranked magic shield in place. Dog! In a fit of rage, Hers threw his sword hard at Glitter. However, the fine iron sword was immediately flicked away at once after it was about to touch the golden circular shield. Hers? It's useless. It's not magic you can understand. Glitter laughed and suddenly looked at Lewin. Oh yeah, and you, Lewin, who had been watching the show, froze and pointed at himself. Me? Whom? Glitter nodded, a smile on his face. If you're willing to tell me your cultivation method and promise to follow me in the future and become my subordinate, I can take you with me as well. The corners of Gar's mouth twitched as he looked at Luan and then at Glitter, and said, "Young man, you may not be able to walk away from this one." Chapter 22 Rail's Secret. Inside the hot, molten cave, the crowd watched with hatred as Glitter was about to teleport to safety, but there wasn't much they could do with him. Luan had been quite interested in seeing what this teleportation magic was all about, but as soon as he heard that Glitter had not only threatened him, but also asked him to be his henchman, he directly changed his mind. "Looks like you're a stupid person. Never mind. Goodbye forever." The magical runes under Glitter's feet were about to be drawn, which meant that he would soon be moved elsewhere. Suddenly, in that short moment, he saw Luan arrive in front of him in a flash. Glitter couldn't help but take a few steps back as he hid in the barrier, but he still didn't believe that Luan could break the magic golden jade barrier, which was located at the 5th rank, before the teleportation magic was completed. However, it was obvious that he had far underestimated the power that a first-grade Shin immortal body could erupt with. Luan lightly struck the barrier with his palm, and the impenetrable barrier immediately rippled. Glitter was filled with horror, for he knew that this was an omen that the barrier was about to shatter. As a 5th-ranked magic, the golden jade barrier was self-repairing, but it struggled to repair itself for a second before it finally couldn't support itself and shattered into bits of starlight that dissipated into the air. Garrett was horrified. How could this be possible? He subconsciously had to say something to beg for forgiveness, but Luan didn't bother to listen to him and directly grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground. Boom! The ground splattered with debris, and Glitter's body smashed out a large crater directly on the ground, while the transfer magic at his feet was also interrupted a second before it was completed because of Luan. As a meat shield type profession, his body strength was naturally not bad, plus Luan didn't want to kill him, so he just fainted this time. Looking at the already fainted Glitter, Luan single-handedly carried him and threw him towards Oria and the others. "You're the one who pays the money, so you see to it." 5th order magic shield actually did it all at once. Aurelia covered her mouth and stared with wide eyes. Originally, he thought that Luan had killed the lava gargoyle with the help of some magical props, but only now did he see that it was actually really using his own power. "Lu, you're definitely a monster, aren't you?" Hers couldn't help but suck in a breath of hot air. Rail stood by, his expression at first shocked, then somewhat torn into an agonizing indecision. He's carrying a secret that no one can tell. A few months ago, he met members of the Black Calamity, an organization that is extremely evil and hated by all the surrounding countries. Railburn thought he would die a horrible death, but instead of killing him, the Black Calamity member praised him for his potential to become a necromancer. So two choices were put in front of Rail. One was to be tortured to death and have his body turned into the undead, the other was to become that person's disciple, learn necromancy, and lurk in the sacred monarch's empire, becoming one of the Black Calamity's pawns. Rail step by step to today is very difficult. He is not willing to die just like that, so he chose the second. Originally, he thought that even if he exposed himself and used his necromantic magic, it would be impossible to escape from under the molten fire tyrant, but if we add this Luan, then there might be a ray of hope. Even if he stayed in this cave and let Alia and the others go first. Rail took a step forward, about to confess. Suddenly, the temperature around them skyrocketed, a blazing white before his eyes, and searing pain came from the surface of his body, the excruciating pain causing Rail to let out a scream, unable to speak at all. The same was true for the other members of the firefighting squad besides Luan, and just as they were suffering great pain, a high-pitched voice rang out, "Lowly human, kneel down." The molten fire tyrant broke through the seal. Alia felt like she couldn't see anything but white in front of her. "I can't believe I'm dying here. Adele, I didn't think you'd put me to death." Oria felt a million things inside her, feeling her fading consciousness. Lu, so powerful, but there's nothing he can do in such a desperate situation, right? I should have known not to involve him. Suddenly, she felt a coolness around her, and the frighteningly high temperature seemed to drop all of a sudden. Is this a deathbed hallucination? Though she couldn't open her eyes yet, Oria realized she was still conscious, and the burning pain was quickly fading. The molten fire tyrant's voice once again rang in his ears. "I am the monarch of flames. You ants, why don't you bend your knees and kneel down?" That's a lot of words, Oria thought darkly, knowing that she was going to die soon anyway. She in turn wasn't that scared. I don't know how long it was like that, but suddenly, her eyes snapped open. I'm not dead? Alia looked around incredulously. The entire molten fire grotto was red because of the high temperature, but with them as the center, the 50-meter radius seemed to be another space, where the hue was normal and the high temperature was completely isolated. Rail collapsed on the ground and didn't seem to be waking up. Jocko stood beside him with a worried face, throwing healing magic after healing magic, but Rail's expression was agonized and there was no sign that he was going to wake up. and Lewin turned his back to them and looked at the molten fire tyrant. An umbrella was stuck in the ground, not far from Lewin's feet. It was a very nice umbrella that seemed to be made of crystal with a few colored ribbons hanging from it. Chapter 23, The Van A Glazed Umbrella. Brahma A Glazed Umbrella. True Immortal Realm Magic Treasure. It was sticking straight up in the ground, emitting a faint luminescence. This was a defense-type magic treasure that, once activated, could form a guardian boundary around its circumference with a radius of about 50 meters. With its presence, the terrifying high temperatures generated by the molten fire tyrant couldn't affect the fire extinguishing squad in the slightest. What is it? Oria woke up and curiously surveyed the Van Ullery umbrella. Could this be a magic prop? But where did Lewin pull it out from? Lewin had a storage-type magic item? Alia curiously surveyed Lewin, who had his back to them. It was discovered that he had neither a storage bag nor any storage ring on him. Are there other storage props? That's the only thing that makes the most sense at the moment. Sister Oria. Rail seems to be dying, Jocko shouted to Alia with a sobbing voice. Rail was still unconscious. Hertz and Gar at his side with a serious look on their faces, and Jocko threw healing spell after healing spell at Rail, who showed no signs of improvement at all. Cultivating necromancy causes one's damage from light, lightning, and fire attributes to be multiplied. So Rail was the one who was hurt the most of them. Moreover, Jocko's healing magic belonged to light attribute magic, and its effect on Liar was greatly reduced. If Liar continued to cultivate undead magic and one day cultivated himself into the undead, then the light attribute healing magic would not only not have a healing effect on him, but would instead cause him to be injured. As soon as Oria heard that Rail was in bad shape, she inwardly became anxious to get up and check on Rail, but she felt a pain all over her body. It was then that she realized that due to the high temperature, her skin had already turned red, and with just a slight touch, it would be as painful as if she had been stabbed by thousands of needles. Looking up, apart from Lewin, the others also had varying degrees of burns on their bodies, and if it wasn't for Yako's elementary flame resistance which reduced the fire attribute damage by 20%, then the few of them would probably have already been dead at this point in time. Lewin glanced back at them, and then a small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He then handed this porcelain bottle to Jar, who was closest to him. Jar, distribute these for everyone to eat. Good. Jar took the porcelain vial and immediately nodded. He recognized that this was the kind of medicine that Lewin had once given to Hofstadter in the village of Lorca, and knew that the effects of this medicine were nothing short of miraculous. With some excitement in his eyes, Carr immediately poured out the pills and distributed them to the crowd, and the unconscious Rail had one shoved into his mouth as well. What's this? Oria looked at the clay pill-like object in her hand, and despite its appearance, which didn't look like medicine, the medicinal scent it gave off was invigorating. After carefully scrutinizing it for a moment, Alia took the 9th grade rejuvenation pill into her mouth. An indescribable feeling of comfort radiated from within. The pain quickly dissipated, and her skin was recovering rapidly. Oria touched her cheeks. The skin that had been burned a little roughly had returned to a smooth and elastic state, and the slightest bit of pain was gone from her body. All the new injuries from the cave of molten fire on the rest of the firefighting squad were also recovering quickly, and Rail was slowly waking up, looking around with a confused expression. The 9th grade rejuvenation pill was used by immortal cultivators to treat their injuries, and it was simply a bit of a big deal to use it to treat this injury of theirs. This medicine is also too amazing. Oria and the others looked incredulous, and only Kale didn't react as much. Lou, where did you buy this medicine? Olivia incredulously pinched her smooth face with both hands over and over again. I made it myself, Lewin casually replied. What? Do it yourself? Alia was shocked. Could it be that Lucan is still a pharmacist? Aurelia couldn't help but look at the small porcelain vial containing the medicine in her hand again. This medicine took effect so quickly and healed so quickly that injuries that were so severe that they could be completely fatal were actually cured in such a short period of time. An adventurer with it is like having dozens of extra lives, and it has the added heavenly advantage of being portable. The hottest life potion on the market at the moment. A bottle was only able to be drunk by one person, while this pill bottle was comparable in size to the life potion, but it contained dozens of pills. The pharmacist who could refine this kind of medicine must be at the level of a grandmaster. Even the royal family's children would have to be polite when they saw it. After all, the prosperity of the pharmaceutical market, to a certain extent, also affected the entire country. But how can one person be good at melee combat? Magic plus potion making at the same time? The molten fire tyrant stared curiously at the boundary constructed by the Van A Leoli umbrella. By all rights, these weak, humble, fragile humans, who were about as weak as ants, should have been burned to death, but they actually just sat on the ground like it was nothing. When he saw that the human who should have been easily killed by himself was actually sitting there unharmed, the molten flame tyrant felt that his majesty had been damaged. With a snarl of anger, He twisted his snake body to bring himself closer to the humans. The surrounding heat originated from the molten fire tyrant himself, so the closer he got to him, the higher the temperature would rise, and even the rocks burned with flames wherever he passed. Looking at the molten flame tyrant that almost stuck its face over, several people from the fire extinguishing squad turned white with fear and huddled together shivering, except Lewin, who looked at the molten flame tyrant without any fear. Seeing that a human as humble as an ant was actually unafraid at the sight of him, the molten flame tyrant, in anger, began to chant magic. In an instant, 16 magical runes with a diameter of over 10 meters took shape on all sides of the boundary, and in the next second, 16 thick pillars of inflammation smashed into the boundary together. Several members of the firefighting squad hugged each other, scared to the point of losing their voices, and Herz's hair stood on end in fear, knowing that the boundary was transparent. 16 pillars of inflammation smashing down like this gave them the intuitive feeling that these pillars of inflammation would directly hit them. Boom! Violent sounds rang out, and the huge wave of flames from the explosion was more than 70 meters high, and the shockwave made the entire underground grotto faintly show some signs of collapsing. From the internal viewpoint of the boundary, except for their 50-meter radius, the surroundings were all covered in flames, and nothing could be seen except for the flames. The hearts of the fire extinguishing squad members were in their throats, knowing that the molten flame tyrant's flames were in existence that could easily burn down a city. Of course, it had been sealed for decades, its strength had dropped quite a bit, and its flames weren't as powerful as they used to be, but even so, someone at their level would definitely turn directly into ashes if they got a little bit of it. The 16 pillars of fire had been continuously bombarding for 5 minutes, and the boundary was still as stable as an old dog. Although it produced a slight fluctuation, there was not the slightest sign that it was going to break. After the flames dispersed and everything returned to calm, the molten flame tyrant watched as his magic actually did not produce a single effect on this boundary, and his 5 senses composed of pure flames revealed an unbelievable expression. Even the boundary of the Van Elioli umbrella can't be broken, so it seems that I don't need to extract the immortal spiritual power from the magic treasure to deal with him at all. As Lewin thought of this, he clenched his fist slightly and stepped out of the boundary. Chapter 24, King's Landing. Seeing that this human actually walked right out of the boundary that could shelter them, the molten flame tyrant decisively struck out, and after a short chant a flame shockwave blasted at Lewin. But with Lewin's speed and reaction, it was difficult for this blow to hit him, and he dodged and easily dodged the shockwave, which continued to speed backward and hit a rock wall, directly collapsing a large chunk of it. Seeing that Lewin actually dodged his attack so easily, the molten fire tyrant's eyes glared. He clearly remembered that humans were a particularly weak race. How come this human in front of him was so fast and responsive? For a while, the molten fire tyrant was a little apprehensive inside. Could it be that I've been sealed for decades, and the outside world has changed so drastically that humans have suddenly been developed to whatever potential they're capable of? Did I just scream too loud? Lewin, who had dodged the magic, didn't pause. His body shifted and immediately disappeared into place as he blasted his fist at the molten fire tyrant. He didn't intend to waste time, so he used his full strength in this punch, even mobilizing his entire body's true chi to enhance the power of this punch, wanting to send this molten flame tyrant back to the west in one go. Seeing that Lewin actually just slammed his fist straight at him, the molten fire tyrant couldn't help but laugh. I am a pure elemental body, immune to any physical attacks. No matter how powerful your punch is, it won't hurt me in the slightest. However, when Lewin's fist was getting closer and closer with an extremely terrifying pressure, the molten flame tyrant's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't control a wave of panic rising in his heart. The pressure was too powerful and intimidating, but it was too late to dodge. Boom! The fist roared. The surrounding air was compressed to viscous by the impact of this punch, and with a loud sound, the powerful fist wind exploded to the ground. Molten fire tyrant was an elemental body, and in theory the punch should have gone right through him, but after all, the power of this punch was just too great. Even the fist wind produced was extremely powerful, and his body was directly shaken apart by the fist wind and drifted down. The rest of the fist wind bombarded the rock wall behind the molten fire tyrant. Rumbling loudly, the rock wall fell down piece by piece. The whole molten fire cave even collapsed more than half. The firefighting squad watched the scene from below with horror on their faces. Was this the kind of power a human could strike? However, in less than 3 seconds, those scattered flames were about to fall to the ground, but they were suddenly affected by some kind of attraction and regrouped, becoming the appearance of a molten fire tyrant. The recoalesced molten fire tyrant still wore panic on his face. It's horrible, just horrible. This kind of power. Is the other party a demigod? Seeing that his punch was empty, Lewin frowned slightly and backhanded a palm across the air. The palm force came out of his hand and passed through the molten flame tyrant's body. The molten flame tyrant's body shook, but quickly stabilized again. seeing that although Luwen's power was terrifying, it wouldn't have any effect on him after all. The Molten Flame Tyrant's mindset changed a little. Luwen struck out a few more times, but each time, at most, he could only scatter the Molten Flame Tyrant and could not do a single bit of damage to it. Ha 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 ha, do mole crickets want to touch the gods? The Molten Fire Tyrant finally dropped his heart and laughed up at the sky. It seemed that this person was a warrior profession, and this elemental body of his own was immune to physical damage, which could be said to be the natural enemy of the vast majority of warrior professions. Just halfway through the laugh, a lump of cold air was glued directly to his mouth. Luwen's right hand Xian Ice Curse had just been thrown out, and his left hand Xian Ice Curse had already taken shape, alternating between his left and right hands. The Xian Ice Curses were smashing into the Molten Fire Tyrant one after another. The Molten Fire Tyrant had never seen any human throw second-order ice attribute magic faster than picking up snowballs from the ground and throwing them, and coupled with the amazing physical strength that the man in front of him had just displayed, he couldn't help but mutter and wonder whether this man was a magic chanter or a warrior. The current Xian Ice incantation was only equivalent to second-order magic, and despite the fact that ice attribute attacks had a restraining effect on the Molten Flame Tyrant, it was difficult to have much of an effect. Luwen stood very firmly on one foot on a small bump in the stone wall, attacking the Molten Fire Tyrant with the Xian Ice spell while frowning slightly. Should we extract the immortal spirit power of the Origin treasure and use advanced spells to result in him? The immortal spiritual power in the Origin magic treasure was 1 point less when it was used, and Luwen really didn't want to use it until he had to. What's the last resort? At the very least, it wasn't now, as Molten Flame Tyrant couldn't even break Luwen's defense, and wasn't much of a threat to Luwen. Although the Xian Ice Curse couldn't do much damage to the Molten Flame Tyrant, it could cause him some discomfort. His already violent and unstable emotions roared as he attacked Luwen with one high-level flame magic after another, but they were all dodged by Luwen. This made him even more annoyed inside, and after emptying a few more spells, the Molten Fire Tyrant suddenly turned around and flew towards the cliff behind him. What is this about? Luwen was a bit puzzled, only to see the Molten Flame Tyrant jumping directly into the magma like diving. His huge body was all submerged inside the magma. After a few moments of work, the magma began to gurgle and bubble, and began to fall at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strength of the Molten Fire Tyrant that had absorbed the magma began to surge, and his body was undergoing a series of evolutions. Not only did his body size become more and more massive, but he also began to grow more offensive organs on his body. Ha 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 ha. Deafening laughter resounded through the grotto, and even the air began to vibrate from it. Knowing that neither he nor the white-clothed human in front of him could help anyone, the Molten Flame Tyrant simply stopped wasting time, intending to rush straight to the ground world. After absorbing the last drop of magma, the Molten Fire Tyrant charged straight up into the sky. The thick and hard rocks couldn't stop him at all. He charged all the way upwards and hard. It could simply be described as devastating. And with the destruction caused by his rampage, coupled with the destruction caused by the wind from Luwen's previous punch, the Molten Flame ground cave began to shake. The ground shattered, and rocks kept falling from above. Ah, it's collapsing, Pers exclaimed. The ground under their feet completely shattered, and several people fell directly downwards. Seeing this, Luwen had a bag embroidered with a bagua pattern in his hand out of thin air, stomped on the rock wall, and rushed straight towards the fire suppression squad that was falling. The force of his stomp was extraordinary, so he was several times faster than the firefighting team, reaching them before they hit the ground. He grabbed the glazed umbrella with his left hand and took it back into the spirit sea, and with a wave of his right hand holding the Qiankuan bag, the Qiankuan bag expanded dozens of times on its own, loading all the people of the fire extinguishing squad into it, and then the Qiankuan bag changed back to the size of a palm. The Molten Fire Tyrant took a few greedy breaths of the outside air after coming to the ground. Since his appearance, the grasslands and forests for more than a dozen miles around had ignited a blazing fire of their own accord, and the smell of charred stench gradually filled the air, with many people or other creatures being burned alive in the fire. The Molten Fire Tyrant hung in the sky, looking at all this with satisfaction, and laughed. Molten Fire Tyrant, king of the world. Ha 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 ha. In the cities closer to the Molten Fire Tyrant, some old men with white beards who were holding heavy magic books and studying them heard the looming roar and their faces changed dramatically. They threw down their precious grimoires and ran to the window to look out into the distance, where a figure wrapped in flames stood. Geez, what a calamitous season. How did the Molten Fire Tyrant break through the seal before the Goblin King's matter was investigated? A withered magic bard muttered. No need to worry. The other old man stroked his beard and said with a serious expression. Teacher had said that the seal would gradually weaken the Molten Flame Tyrant, so he is now estimated to only have gold-level strength. Even so, that's a headache. A slightly younger magic bard had a worried look on his face. Quickly, go report to the city lord's office first, and let's also prepare. I guess we'll receive the order to go and crusade against the molten fire tyrant in a while. Yes, I'll get ready. Luan, currently with the 9th level of chi refining, cannot fly, but this is not difficult to defeat him. He raised his chi and jumped a few hundred meters, encountered a stone that can be borrowed to borrow a little force, did not consume much effort to come to the ground as well. He looked at the molten fire tyrant in the distance and briefly contemplated it for a moment, wanted to finish that thing off, but didn't want to use up the immortal spirit power in the magic treasure. There, he can be made to come. Luan smiled at the corner of his mouth, and in the next moment, a streak of light drilled out from within his body and was caught in his hand. The streak of light dispersed and the 9 heavenly swords appeared. Chapter 25. Luan took the 9 heavenly swords and said softly, "Xian Hun, I'll leave it to you." The 9 heavenly swords immediately flashed with green and gold light, and finally this light directly detached from the sword and flew into the sky. All of a sudden, the cloudless sky was dark with clouds and lightning. The air was filled with a smell unique to just before the rain. Ha ha ha, Master, I haven't done anything for decades, so I'm going to have some fun this time. The green-scaled candle dragon named Xianhun said to Luan with his divine sense. Right, Master. This time, I can use that mental attack, right? No one knows us here anyway. When he thought of Xianhun's so-called spiritual attack, Luan revealed a hint of helplessness. As you wish. Feeling the progressively humid air, as well as the dark clouds in the sky, the molten fire tyrant was a bit annoyed. As a fire magic creature, he naturally hated this kind of weather very much. I hate this weather. The molten fire tyrant, who was doubly uncomfortable in his body, raised his head, and after briefly storing up his strength, a column of extremely hot fire spewed out into the sky to dispel these dark clouds straight away. The terrifying pillar of fire almost illuminated the entire sky, just like the end of the world. However, just at this moment, suddenly a pillar of water rushed down from the sky with a furious attack, hitting the pillar of fire squarely. That fire column just contacted this water column, actually directly retreat. Even the process of confrontation are not. The speed quickly retracted back. Let the molten flame tyrant aggravate the magic consumption enhancement of this fire column. The speed of the fire column retracted in the slightest does not reduce by half a point. The remaining momentum of the water column smashed on the molten flame tyrant's body, and a snorting sound was emitted. This water column with Xianhun's immortal spirit power was extraordinary. The molten flame tyrant's body was instantly doused by a few points, and he also felt an unprecedented sense of pain. Ah! The molten fire tyrant convulsed and let out a gurgling scream. What is this? How did a line of this suddenly descend from the sky? The molten fire tyrant was inwardly puzzled. The dark clouds were windless and dispersed a few pieces on their own, revealing half of Xianhun's ferocious dragon head. Molten fire tyrant was shocked. What kind of monster is this? As a creature native to the magical world, he naturally had never seen a candle dragon. Who are you? The molten flame tyrant hung in midair and roared angrily, roaring loudly into the sky as the flames on his body swelled once again. What the hell? How dare you yell at me? Let's scare you first. Xianhun was playful. The molten fire tyrant, who was still waiting for a response, suddenly felt a powerful, ancient dragon's might pressing down from the sky. In this instant, the molten flame tyrant couldn't help but tremble from his body to his soul, because this dragon might was so pure that it was simply comparable to the dragon might emitted by those ancient pure-blood dragon kings. There's a dragon? The molten fire tyrant's heart trembled tremendously. And it's still a dragon race with a very noble bloodline. Why did this sick creature come here? The molten fire tyrant was immediately discouraged, as the dragon was the most powerful creature in this world, and was simply not something he could defeat. With a slight lurch of his body, the molten fire tyrant's body shot out violently towards the distance. Want to run? Xianhun snorted coldly from behind the dark clouds. The dark clouds stretched for hundreds of miles, and it would take some time for the molten fire tyrant to run out of the range of the dark clouds, and he hadn't even waited to fly out much further when he suddenly heard a commotion coming from above his head, and when he looked up, he froze in place, only to see a dozen or so giant hands condensed from water suddenly sticking out of the dark clouds, swinging right at him. He dodged at full speed, his figure so fast that it was a blur, but the giant hand was far faster than him, directly holding it in his hand. In an instant, a sharp pain swept through his body. This giant hand was also composed of pure elements, and it also happened to be the water element that restrained the molten fire tyrant. One giant hand held the molten fire tyrant to prevent it from leaving, and the rest beat the molten fire tyrant one after another, slapping, pulling out the stomach, inserting the nostrils, popping that. All kinds of means have come once again. I'll fight you. Seeing that he couldn't run away no matter what, the molten flame tyrant's heart crossed and he began to overdraw his life force. His mouth opened and a hot flame violently spewed towards Xianhun, but Xianhun smiled, not even dodging, and took the flame hard. However, This flame hit him without even a bit of smoke rising. The molten fire tyrant was appalled. Is this what you call a spell? The fire I used to roast the fish demon to eat is even hotter than this fire of yours. The green-scaled candle dragon was good at both fire and water type spells that clashed with each other. So in terms of playing with fire, the molten flame tyrant really wasn't necessarily a match for this kind of heaven and earth's favorite. On the other hand, receiving the information that the seal of the molten fire tyrant had been lifted, the borderlands of those neighboring countries, the Holy Monarch Empire, the Iron Blood Empire, the Kingdom of Gash, and the Eternal Sect Kingdom had entered a state of high alert. Although they all had the strength to deal with the molten fire tyrant, fighting it would undoubtedly cause great damage to their own cities. Therefore, no one wanted the molten fire tyrant to enter their city, and they all hoped that the molten fire tyrant would go to a hostile country. In any case, the armies stood at attention, but they would not take the initiative until the molten fire tyrant was close to their lands. After all, it would deplete their national defense forces. The Holy Monarch Empire could have a big headache because the molten fire tyrant was within the Holy Monarch Empire. Damn it, who on earth unsealed the molten flame tyrant? Let me know and I'll be sure to hang him. In his 30s, with a rather manly look and a few petal-shaped fuchsia markings on his forehead, the current monarch of the Holy Monarch Empire, Garcia 9 angrily slapped the table. Your Majesty, there isn't a single adventurer in the entirety of the nearest Blood Deer city that can deal with the molten fire tyrant. A minister hurriedly arrived. That hole in Blood Deer city that's full of humanoids can't raise any decent people. Transfer me to another city. All of them. Garcia 9 shouted. Several ministers in the conference room rushed out of the place upon hearing this, and in the blink of an eye, Garcia 9 and a bald old man clad in red robes were left in the conference room. The old man took a few steps forward and lowered his voice. Your Majesty, the place where the molten flame tyrant appeared is very close to the Lorca village, so why don't we lure it to the Lorca village and complete the plan that we didn't accomplish last time? No way, Garcia 9 flatly refused. If things happen too often in Lorca village, it will make more people suspicious of that place. It's better to hold off for a while. The bald old man's lips moved, and he eventually swallowed back the words he wanted to say. The molten flame tyrant had already been beaten to the point of delirium, and he collapsed on the ground. The flames that had originally flourished on his body shriveled to the extreme at this point. Seeing that the molten flame tyrant was just a breath away, Xianhun laughed idly a few times. Finally, I can use this mental attack, he breathed out, and all of a sudden, a sea fish, like rain, fell from the sky from the dents. The sky actually rained fish, and a fishy smell began to permeate the surroundings. The molten fire tyrant collapsed helplessly to the ground, trying to dodge but no longer having the strength to move quickly. He lay on the ground in despair and watched as these sea fish that had been dead for an unknown number of days smashed into him one by one with their fishy stench. It's a purely elemental body, and these sea fish slamming into it will go right through it, so it can't even cause a bit of bruising. But the insults do pull full circle. The molten fire tyrant's heart had been high and proud for decades, and just as he was about to branch out again, he encountered this, and was simply suffocating to the point of exploding inside. Surrounded by stinking salted fish, the molten fire tyrant lay on the ground and roared in unwilling fury. The roar lasted for 10 minutes and gradually faded, and its body made of pure flame dissipated. A fist-sized, crimson diamond-shaped crystal fell to the ground. Chapter 26. In the Magic Guild. Those senior magicians were all filled with horror at the moment as they looked away. Did you guys feel that? Did you guys feel that? A white-bearded wizard pointed into the distance, his hands shaking a bit as he stared like a madman. Dragon might. Do you feel it? It's dragon might. A dragon has passed through our Holy Monarch Empire. Gosh, I hope he's not an evil dragon. Or else I'm afraid that several surrounding countries, not to mention the Holy Monarch Empire, will cease to exist. The Magic Guild Hall is usually relatively quiet. Just like a library, magicians have to study magic can't be in a loud environment. Even if a few magicians want to exchange ideas, they will definitely subconsciously lower their voices and talk. And today the whole hall was like a pot of boiling hot water. Dragons, that legendary, ancient, mysterious and powerful creatures. Some of the dragon species with the level of monarch bloodline can even use rule-level magic. They can easily destroy the countries that human beings have painstakingly built up for thousands of years. If you don't come back, believe it or not, I'll whip you. Luan stood on the ground, expressionlessly looking at Xianhun in the sky, and pointed at the 9 heavenly swords in his hand. From high in the air, Xianari saw a group of humans in the distance coming this way, and the group all had cold expressions on their faces, so he playfully fantasized about what would happen to the expressions of these cold-faced people when they were suddenly smashed by a group of salted fish. However, dragons were treasures all over, and Luan was worried that Xianhun would be targeted by some existence in this world that was too powerful for him to deal with. So he wanted Xianhun to return to his original body, the 9 heavenly swords. Even though Xianhun could flip Luan over with a single claw now, Luan was his master after all, so he didn't dare to disobey Luan, and could only drill back into the 9 heavenly swords like a child who had been criticized by his parents and lost his mind. The surroundings returned to calm. Just now Luan had let Xianhun descend a heavy rain in the sky. The rain contained Xianhun's immortal spiritual power, and the fires that had arisen due to the molten flame tyrant within a radius of several dozens of miles were wiped out in this way. And as Xianhun returned to the 9 heavenly swords, the heavy rain also stopped, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the sunlight sprinkled on the earth again. Only that the surrounding forest and grassland now became a piece of scorched charcoal, and I'm afraid that it would be difficult to recover in a short period of time. Luan retrieved the 9 heavenly swords with a wave of his hand, and the palm-sized Qiankuan bag appeared in his hand. He carried the Qiankuan bag and shook it with the mouth facing downwards, and several people from the fire suppression squad fell out of the bag. At first they were each only the size of a grain of rice, and they continued to grow larger during their descent, and had returned to their normal size by the time they landed on the ground. Several people reached out to block the somewhat blinding sunlight, and it was clear that they had just been in a very dark environment. Lu, where's the molten tyrant? Oria looked around nervously. With a wave of Luan's hand, the red diamond-shaped crystal that fell on the ground was subjected to a suction force and flew backwards into his hand. He only has one of these left. Lucan pinched the crystal in his fingers and showed it to the crowd. Alia and the others knew that after a pure elemental body like the molten fire tyrant died, the body would dissipate and then leave behind the magic core. And this thing was obviously the magic core of the molten fire tyrant, which meant that the molten fire tyrant was dead. The molten fire tyrant is dead? Lu, you killed the molten fire tyrant? Jocko screamed out of breath. Even though Luan had brought them enough incredulity, they still felt that it was simply impossible for Luan to take down the molten fire tyrant alone. But this ironic fact was right in front of them. Cough, a violent cough rang out, and Glitter, who had been lying down, woke up at this time, because he was a traitor. Before Luan asked Jar to give everyone a share of the rejuvenation elixir when he did not give him to eat, so his appearance at this time to be as miserable. Hair all burned out, all over the body are burns, almost no piece of good skin. He woke up to see Oria, Jocko, Hertz and the rest of the people who hadn't done anything at all just looking at him. Although he didn't know how these people survived under the molten fire tyrant, he knew very well inside that he was finished. Alia. After a brief moment of thought, Glitter immediately jumped to Olia's side and knelt down, then burst into tears. Please, for the sake of our friendship for so many years, forgive me this time. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Alia and the others remained indifferent. Seeing that his words didn't impress them, Glitter changed his mindset. He began to kidnap these former teammates with his feelings. Alia, think about it. That time with the goblin giant. My shield was smashed and that goblin giant was about to hit you with a huge hammer. Was it me who used my body to block the fatal blow for you? That time I laid down for a month before I could barely get out of bed. Hers. We were the best of friends in terms of relationship. You remember. I deflected a kobold's bow for you. Jocko, who stood up for you the last time you were molested by that baron. Rail, the book you couldn't check out in the library. Did I go begging the teacher for ages to get it for you? Piece by piece he recounted what he had done for his teammates. Hearing this, Hers and the others recalled the past and gradually became infected inside, looking aside with expressions of intolerance. Glitter's betrayal of them was true, but so were all the contributions that had been made. For a moment, several people were in a tangle of silence. When Luan saw this scene, he already knew in his heart that this Glitter had succeeded. Aurelia might kick him out of the team, but she shouldn't kill him. He shook his head slightly and turned about to leave first, and gave Gar a light tap for him to follow. Suddenly, Water Blade, Chapter 27, The Celestial Race. After a soft shout, Luan heard a poof behind him. Then he turned around and found that Glitter's head had been cut off and fell to the ground, and Oria's magical staff was pointed at Glitter's still falling torso. All betrayers deserve to die, Oria said coldly. This made Luan a little surprised. He had always thought that Aurelia was a woman who was not very old and somewhat soft, but he had never thought that she had such a side. After Glitter's death, Oria let out a long breath, as if all the pressure that had been weighing on her heart had disappeared all of a sudden. The crowd didn't say much, except that they were all a little down. Speaking of which, what is the use of this thing? Luan played with the magic core in his hand and placed it under the sun to look at it, then asked with some curiosity. After reading it, he realized that no one was paying attention to him, so he curiously turned his head, only to find that the crowd was staring at the magic core in his hand just like hungry wolves. Aurelia gulped. This was the magic core of the molten fire tyrant. How strong the effect would be if it was used to make fire attribute equipment. Alia simply couldn't dare to imagine. Magic cores? Building equipment, making magic scrolls, feeding magic arrays. Making potions? Breeding some special magical creatures? There are many uses, Jocko said as she broke her fingers. Then this thing should be quite valuable, right? Luan asked after a moment of contemplation. Lu, are you going to sell it? Oria asked with a wink. Well, sell. Luan nodded. Like what, to build equipment to make magic scrolls and whatnot. He wouldn't know how to do it. And right now, he had to collect materials and spend less money. So the best option was to sell this thing. After a slight pause, Luan then asked, do you have any recommendations for workshops here that don't have high handling fees? Auction houses are fine. Me. Alia raised her hand like a student actively answering a question in class. We have an auction house at home. Lu, put this up for sale at our home auction. And the processing fee will be waived. A good item brings visibility to the auction. That's fine. As soon as Luan heard that the handling fee could be reduced, he immediately nodded his head and agreed. Then he handed the magic core to Oria. Then you can take it and sell it for me. Oria was a little excited and at the same time a little incredulous as she took the magic core, thinking that such a valuable thing was actually handed over to her just like that, so it was evident that Lu still trusted herself. Don't worry, guaranteed to give you a good price. Alia patted her chest. I'm exhausted. It's evening yet. Come on, let's go home. Jocko stretched. It's finally over. Let's go. Go home and take a shower. Oria looked at herself with slight disgust. A few people came dressed, although not to say gorgeous, but clean and tidy. Extraordinary temperament. At this moment one of them was like a beggar. Their clothes were burnt and tattered, and their hair was disheveled like a chicken's nest. Only Luan in a line of people still kept the original appearance. Let's go. And don't forget to drink tonight. Hers was also a little happy. Aha. Rael smiled shallowly. At that moment, the four suddenly went into a bit of a trance. For at every such time in the past, Garrett would shout in his majestic voice, in a little while I must feast. However, just like a dream, their most trusted partner betrayed them for the sake of profit and wanted to put them to death. This did not stop them from being confused as to whether Glitter had failed to resist the temptation for a while and so made the wrong choice, or whether he was originally a profit-oriented person who had just been pretending to be a naive and honest person for so many years. The six of them set off on the road back to Blood Deer City, their silhouettes stretched out under the setting sun. It was not long after the crowd had left this place that a squad of 12 adventurers finally arrived. Because the entire Blood Deer City couldn't put together a team of adventurers that could resist the molten fire tyrant, these 12 people were deployed from the neighboring city, the Lion City. Looking at the already devastated forest, the adventurers had serious expressions. Really, can't the humans compete? It's amazing that a city can't even put together a team of adventurers that can deal with the molten flame tyrant, and still have to trouble us to come all the way here. One of them wore an exasperated expression on his face. All 12 had petal-like patterns on their foreheads, an innate and distinguishing feature that set them apart from humans. They are the Celestials. The sacred monarch empire was composed of two races in total, one being the humans and the other being the Celestials. Back then, the ancestors of the two races worked together to create this country. Aside from the innate pattern on their foreheads, there was no difference between the Celestials and humans in terms of appearance, but in the fields of martial arts, magic, business, politics, science and technology, and alchemy, it was the Celestials who had a bit more exceptional talents. So it was almost recognized by several surrounding countries that the Celestials surpassed the humans in all kinds of talents, and were an even better race than the humans. It was also for this reason that in the sacred monarch empire, even if it wasn't explicitly stated, the celestial race had a higher status than humans. If they can't do it themselves, why should we take care of them? The man said indignantly. Well, let's not talk about that subject. Business is business. Glenn, find out where that guy is. The captain waved his hand. A long-haired man with a longbow on his back took a few steps forward slightly and softly chanted his magic. Eagle vision. An eagle's cry cut through the sky as a blue invisible falcon flew out of the man and stabbed high into the air. A moment later he retrieved the falcon, then shook his head at the captain. No, that thing isn't within a couple dozen miles around. The captain frowned. He laughed. Just now, it was also here that a burst of dragon might emanated, and from my point of view, it's very likely that a certain dragon type passed by here and wiped out the molten fire tyrant in passing. A short-haired woman analyzed. That's just one possibility. Maybe he went somewhere else. In any case, it's good that that guy stays out of our country. After a few hours or so of traveling, the crowd finally arrived at Blood Deer City. As soon as he entered the city, Lewin curiously surveyed the place. Despite the fact that it was already nighttime, most of the streets of Blood Deer City were still brightly lit and bustling with activity. Gabled houses, Gothic buildings, steepled churches, and brick and stone paved streets all tugged at Luan's curiosity. But suddenly, his nose moved slightly and he smelled a vaguely discomforting odor in the air. This smell was not a stench. Rather, it was considered a scent. Only that this scent made people feel a little uncomfortable when they smelled it. Due to the first-grade Xian immortal body, Luan's eyesight was far superior to that of normal people. So even at night, he could see clearly that there seemed to be a kind of mist permeating the air, like a haze. Only it was purplish-black in color and very thin, so he couldn't see it at all without a closer look. It seems the source of the scent is these lavender mists. Chapter 28. Because of the villagers of Lorca. What are these lavender mists? Luan asked as he looked at the sky. Can you see it here too? Alia froze for a moment, then explained. Those are alchemy mist. There are many alchemy factories in this neighborhood, and these are the emissions from those factories, but it's been specially processed, so it doesn't have a foul odor. How do you guys usually put up with this kind of stuff? Luan couldn't help but frown. Get used to it. Oria shrugged indifferently. Yeah, I was pretty pissed off when those alchemy factories were moving in, but I have to say, he's made Blood Deer City richer. Hers interjected. A poison avoidance elixir fell silently onto his hand. Luan took it and things got much better. Those alchemy mists no longer drilled into his nasal passages as he breathed in, but would instead avoid his body directly. The fact that the poison avoidance pill was in effect meant that this alchemical haze was poisonous, just that it wouldn't cause much of an effect on people for a very short period of time. Going home. Yako swept away her tired demeanor from the road and waved her hand toward the crowd. See you tomorrow. I should get going too. Gotta take a nice long bath. See you tomorrow. Bye guys. Hers and Rail greeted the crowd and left as well. By the way, Lu, Kale, where are you going to stay? The attentive Oria asked. I'll listen to Gar. Lucan looked at Garl. After all, this was his guide. We're going to stay at the inn, Gar replied. Upon hearing this, Alia smiled and invited the two of them. If I'm here, what's the point of staying in a hotel? Come and stay at my house. It's quite big. Luan thought about it and finally nodded. Okay, then I'm sorry to bother you. Jar, on the other hand, was more nervous. Of course he had heard of the Mitt family. It was a famous and wealthy merchant family, and he, a country boy, was a bit resistant inwardly when he heard that he would be going to the Mitt family's mansion. However, Lord Lu had agreed. Coupled with his relatively introverted personality, he had no choice but to go along with the flow and did not raise any objections. By the way, I want to visit your library here first. Can you take me there first? Luan always remembered his purpose of coming to Blood Deer City. You're going to the library? It's right over there. That extra tall building. Oria pointed to a domed, 10-story tall, grayish-white building in the distance. But the library is closed at this time of day, so you won't be able to go back in until 7 in the morning. Okay. Luan looked at the library in the distance and nodded helplessly, but mentally memorized its location. Come on, let's go to my house first. Alia greeted quite happily. Might Manor was located in a relatively secluded location in Blood Deer City, covering an area of about 1,000 acres, with a total of 8 mansions within the garden, and 3 ordinary residences for the servants to live in. In addition to that, there were gardens, artificial lakes, rockeries, and other garden decorations, as well as pastures and farms of considerable size. Oria arranged a mansion for Luan and Jar each and dispatched a dozen maids to serve them. The next morning, since Kale had to practice well to prepare for tomorrow's exam and Oria had gone to visit her father at the convent, Luan had finished breakfast and went to the door of the Blood Deer City Library alone. The library was 12 stories in total, which was considered a relatively tall building in this city, and the exterior is very new. The walls, doors, windows and whatnot are regularly maintained as soon as you look at them. Next to the main building, there are neatly planned roads and well-trimmed flower bushes. Everything was in stark contrast to the dilapidated buildings next to it that were heavy with history. I wonder if there are any clues in there that I want. Luan took a step and was about to go inside, but the guards in front of the library door stopped him. Hello, passes please, the guard said with high quality, although he did not know what style of clothes Luan was wearing, but at a glance, he knew that it was quite expensive. Plus Luan's tender skin is also very white. Obviously either the children of the aristocracy or born in those rich families. That's why his tone was more polite. If he were to change to an ordinary attire, he would have let him get lost. Access card? What access card? Luan was puzzled. Hofstadter and the others didn't mention it either. It looks like you don't know, right? The guard explained in a somewhat helpless tone. Originally, everyone was welcome to enter the library. After all, Lord City Lord places great importance on education, but ever since the last time a farmer got drunk inside and threw up inside, you have to spend 5 gold coins for a certificate of access to get in. This made Luan somewhat difficult. 5 gold coins. He really didn't have any on him right now. The magic cores of the lava gargoyle and the molten fire tyrant hadn't been sold yet, so that part of the money hadn't reached him yet. All he had with him now was what Oria had paid him for his hire last night, 50 silver coins, dressed so magnificently. But you can't even take out 5 gold coins? The guard thought to himself. Right, the more honorable a person is, the more they have the habit of going out without money. His tone became more respectful. It's actually possible to get in and out of the library without an access card. If you have a monumental 5-star rating or higher, you only need to take out your rating nameplate and you can enter and exit the library as you please. Rating? Luan froze for a moment. I'd heard Gar talk about it before, and happened to be curious myself as to what rating I'd get for passing the test. He thought for a moment that Gar had told him the place to rate was in the Adventurers Guild, so he spoke up and asked, "Can you tell me where the Adventurers Guild is?" "Of course, it's an honor to serve you." The guard nodded, then told Luan the location of the Adventurers Guild. After Luan nodded his head and thanked him, he headed towards the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 29, The Adventurers Guild. Luan walked and felt his way around, and it didn't take long to find the location of the Adventurers Guild. It was a round building with a pointed roof, covering a large area. Luan visually estimated that it had to be about 50 acres, easily accommodating tens of thousands of people. Pushing open the wooden door, the first thing you enter is the hall, which is almost full of people and has a boisterous, noisy atmosphere. These people were sitting in groups, some talking and chatting loudly, some lying on the table in some silence, some laughing, some crying. Most of them had large mugs of golden beer on their tables, as well as some fruit and snacks. It seems that drinking beer and chatting freely in the Adventurers Guild as a way to release stress has become a habit that these people have developed on their own. All the tables and chairs card holders were divided into columns with wider aisles between each column. Luan walked down one of the aisles to where the innermost counter of this hall was located. "Hello, little brother. May I help you with something?" A tall lady behind the counter wearing a low-cut dress received Luan. "Hello, I'm here for the rating test," Luan said. "Please follow me." The young lady had a pair of shallow dimples on her face when she smiled lightly, and she spoke softly, making people feel comfortable listening to her. Luan followed her as she pushed open a door at the far end of the hall and walked through the corridor to a relatively quiet reception room. "Here, please fill this out first." The front desk lady handed Luan a form, as well as a quill pen. Luan held the quill and was a little confused for a moment. "I don't know how to use this thing." The young lady who was pouring the tea looked at Luan's lack of action, and a look of surprise flickered over her face. Someone who looked so refined couldn't actually read or write? She then smiled sweetly. "I'm sorry, I should have invited you to have a cup of tea first." "You have your tea first? I'll help you register." She naturally handed the brewed black tea to Luan and then took the pen and paper in Luan's hand. Thanks." Luan took a sip of black tea. "Name? Luan. That's a very unusual last name you have there, Mr. An." "No, my last name is Lu. We used to put the last name in front of it back home." "Okay, I get it." "Age?" Luan thought for a moment. 16. "I'm 19. "Hey, blood type?" Just like that, after asking a dozen questions in a row, the receptionist lady helped Luan to finish filling out the registration form. "All right." The receptionist lady's eyes quickly swept through the registration form, checking for any mistakes, and then said, "Please give me the test fee, a total of 5 gold coins." "What?" Luan glared. "I can't believe I'm asking for money again. It's really hard to beat a penny. If you forgot to bring it, I can lend it to you first." "Oh." The receptionist lady winked. Luan was a bit confused. He had never known this girl, and the other party was actually willing to lend money to him. Well, thank you, girl." "Hey, you're welcome." The receptionist lady took out 5 gold coins from her pocket and pressed them onto Luan's registration form. "Okay, I'll go upstairs to get a stamp first. You wait here for me for a while." The receptionist lady took the registration form and pushed the door, leaving the reception room. "Yes, please." Luan nodded as he sat on the leather couch. "Fei, you're crazy. Actually lending 5 gold coins to someone you don't know." As soon as the receptionist lady left the room, a waitress next to her who came out of the reception room with her came over and said, "But he's really good looking, and he's younger than me, so I like this type." Fei looked back with eyes full of infatuation, even though she couldn't see Luan with the door and wall in the way. This kind of person, although he is dressed magnificently, he doesn't know any words, and he can't even take out 5 gold coins. So he must be the kind of person who puffs up his face and fills his body with fat. It's the kind where the family has been starving for 3 days without food, and he still spends all the savings on his body to dress himself up in a particularly glamorous way. Just look good. "Sister, you're crazy, really." After about 10 minutes, Fei walked down with the registration form that had been stamped, and the moment she pushed open the door of the reception room and saw Luan, she felt her mood become much more relaxed. "Thank you for your generosity, girl. This is for you." As a thank you gift. Seeing the girl who had just borrowed his money come back, Lewin stood up and stretched out his hand. A string of delicate gold necklaces dangling down from his palm. The purple crystal embedded at the bottom swayed back and forth, and the eyeballs of everyone in the reception room couldn't help but sway back and forth with it. Lewin didn't have any gold coins, but if he picked out a random item in his spirit sea, it wasn't something that gold coins could just buy. This string of necklaces came from the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, and was given to Lewin by a dragon lady as a thank you gift. Ordinary people wear it to have the effect of slowing down the aging process and increasing the spirit. Zifi didn't realize that the necklace, if worn every day, would still keep her appearance in her 20s when she turned 80. This was an absolutely priceless treasure for everyone present except Lewin. Everyone present was stunned. They all thought the same as the female guard just now, thinking that Lewin was nothing more than a swollen-faced poor guy pretending to be a rich man. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were gripped by that string of gold necklaces. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Although Zifei wanted it, her eyes firmly shook her head after a moment. Please take it. You've done me a great favor, Lewin said, slipping the necklace into Zifei's hand. The envious eyeballs of the people next to him were flying out. Although he didn't know the exact efficacy of this necklace, he could tell that with the color and workmanship of this gold necklace, as well as the purple gemstone with a stunning color, it could be sold for at least 1,000 gold coins. Thank you, and in the future, I'll give you gifts in the future as well. Zifei's cheeks were blushing, and her little mind was very much alive as she said, being able to give gifts to each other shows that the relationship between two people has gone beyond ordinary friends and can move in a more intimate direction. Luan froze slightly. Okay, fine, let's go. I'll take you to the testing grounds first, Zifei said. The duo had just left the reception room, when someone in the reception room immediately pounded his chest in regret. I should have known I would have lent that little brother 5 gold coins first. Chapter 30, A Little Trouble for You. In the hall of the Adventurers Guild, Zifei led Lewin down the aisle towards the outside of the guild. When he was halfway there, Lewin realized that the originally noisy and loud environment seemed to have become a little quieter because of the appearance of himself and Zifei. He swept his gaze roughly around the room and realized that so many people were looking at them with a look of astonishment. What's going on here? Lewin didn't have time to think about it and followed Zifei out of the Adventurers Guild. As soon as they left the hall of the Adventurers Guild, they immediately exploded, and the level of noise returned to about the same level as before, except that the topic of conversation changed from a lot of talk to almost the same thing. Who was that man next to Miss Zifei? Lewin didn't know it, but the others could know it very well. Although Purple Fei was nothing more than a maid in the Adventurers Guild, she also had some not-so-small power, with her personally leading the way to the testing ground. The staff of the testing ground would take care of Lewin to a certain extent, or at least would not make things difficult for Lewin. Not only Purple Fei, but all the staff members of the Adventurers Guild had such a little hidden power. However, since Zifei had been working in the Adventurers Union, she had never seen her personally take a boy to the testing ground. Who is this boy? Did Zifei have a boyfriend? For a while, everyone in the Adventurers Hall was discussing the relevant topics. Zifei was recognized as the prettiest girl in the Adventurers Guild, with countless suitors, and her emotional problems could cause a great reaction in the Adventurers Guild. The testing ground is just across the street from the Adventurers Union, and is made up of a courtyard of cottages. Zifei brought Lewin at the entrance, explained the purpose of the visit, and after registering again, he was told by the staff to go to the 4th test field for the test. The 4th testing ground was an open-air courtyard, about 400 square meters, with a layer of grass on the ground inside the courtyard, and a black stone half a man tall stood in the center of the courtyard. A young man who looked to be in his 30s wearing thick lenses was sitting in a chair next to that black stone, holding a heavy book. Mr. Lewis, it's you. Zifei trotted forward and greeted the man respectfully. Lewis raised his head. Even with very thick lenses hanging over his eyes, even at such a close distance he squinted and looked at them for about 5 or 6 seconds before stepping a little closer before a smile blossomed on his face. It's little Zifei. Why did you come over here in person? I came to drop off a friend for testing. Zifei pursed her lips, thinking what a coincidence. Why is this annoying guy here? Friend? Lewis slightly inclined his head and glanced at Lewin, then withdrew his gaze with little expression. Zifei had never brought anyone to the testing office before. Did it mean that Zifei had some kind of crush on this boy? Jealousy rose in Louise, but it didn't show on his face. He still maintained a rather sunny smile. Don't worry, I'll give him a fair test. Thanks, Lewis. Zifei spat out her tongue, looking at Zifei's beautiful face. Lewis's throat shrugged and felt his heart itching. He couldn't help but grab Zifei's white hands. It's rare that you come to me. Why don't we go to the lounge and have a drink first? The test. There's no rush. Zifei tried to pull out in embarrassment, but the strength wasn't as great as Lewis's, so even extra effort didn't help. Suddenly, Louis felt a numbness in his body, and 90% of the strength in his entire body was gone all of a sudden. Zephyr took the opportunity to withdraw her hand as well. Although Louis was a meter away from people and animals, the closest thing to him in the courtyard, besides Zephy, was the boy she had brought with her, and it must have been the boy who had done it. Oof. Louis gave a cold grunt in his heart and smiled as he said to Zephy, "Alright, you go back first. The test will start soon." "Good, cheer up Lou," Zephy said affectionately to Lewin, then trotted all the way out. Seeing Zephy leave, Louis immediately changed his face as he looked at Lewin coldly. Those guards next to him who were responsible for protecting Louis also had a gloating expression on their faces, because they knew that Louis was a man with a small heart. "Listen, kid, the first level of the test is simple. All you need to do is break the magic shield I set up. Then you can pass." Louis had a grim smile on his face. He raised his hand and began to chant magic, a stream of light emanating from his body. "Resist the light curtain." The moment the magical rune was completed, a 5-meter high and 3-meter wide curtain of light immediately rose in front of Louis. It's actually third-rank shield magic. Looks like Louis is determined not to let this kid pass the test. "Hey, this kid is unlucky. Looks like being handsome isn't always a good thing," the guards whispered and heckled. Usually, the quiz is about being able to break a wizard's first-level shield magic. If it couldn't even break first-order shield magic, then there wasn't any point in wasting any more time with the official test of enlightenment stones. "Hey, kid, if you dare to steal Zephy from me, you won't be able to pass this test," Louis thought to himself as he stood behind the light curtain. Lewin looked at the light screen in front of him and frowned, momentarily caught in a tangle. Seeing this expression on Lewin's face, Louis became even more certain inwardly that there was absolutely no way this young brat could break his third-order shield magic. For more than 10 years, he had spent 15 hours a day researching magic. Even his eyes were highly nearsighted, and that's how he got to where he is today. If he couldn't even embarrass a little kid, wouldn't this life be a joke? But in fact, Lewin was frowning because he really couldn't decide how much force he should exert in order to break this light curtain without killing the person behind it. Chapter 31. He asked me to fight it himself. Lewin had once used 40% of his strength to shatter the 5th order shield magic golden jade barrier with a single palm strike, and that strike happened to not injure the person in the shield while shattering it. According to his understanding of magic, 3rd order magic was far inferior to 5th order magic, so he wasn't really sure about how heavy he should strike. "Do you have any higher order magic shields, such as the 5th order?" Lewin pondered for half a day and suddenly asked. The crowd next to them froze for a few seconds when they heard this, then erupted into laughter. "This kid's crazy, isn't he? He can't even break 3rd order magic, and he's actually thinking about 5th order?" The expression of Louis behind the light screen even became a bit incredulous. "Are you making fun of me? 5th order magic, which Louis really doesn't know at this level." Lewin sighed helplessly, then asked, "You don't have to pay for anything if you're hurt, right? He's really broke right now, that's for sure. Whoever gets hurt during the test, no matter how badly, doesn't have to hold the other party responsible." "Good, then I'm relieved." Lewin nodded and took a few steps backward. Seeing Lewin's backward movement, Louis froze once again and yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Come on, hit me. Use your full power." Lewin ignored his words and took a dozen steps backward before standing in place. Then he raised his hand and instantly struck an overhead palm. This palm force struck the light screen with a whimper, and the light screen directly skipped even the step of instability and immediately shattered, turning into dots of fluorescent light in the eyes of Louis and the guard's astonishment. However, the palm still had residual energy and continued to slam forward onto Louis' chest. All Louis felt was a jolt and he lost consciousness almost instantly. A large chunk of his chest immediately dented down, eyes rolling white, his body was lifted backward out of the room by the force, which was quite immense for him, and bam! He was embedded in the wall of the courtyard. The force still isn't right. Lewin frowned slightly. Although Louis wasn't a good person, Lewin didn't want to beat him to death, but this person wasn't worth expending his elixir or true chi to save. The 5 guards next to him directly froze. There were martial arts techniques in the warrior class of professions that struck chi energy through the air with their bare hands, but usually there would be some time to build up the energy, and there was no such thing as striking out with a single lift of one's hand. Moreover, to be able to directly shatter a 3rd order magic shield, this kind of attack power was simply unimaginable. They simply didn't believe that Lewin, a young man of about 16 years old, could have this kind of real skill, so in their hearts, they all decided that Lewin had used some kind of cheating magician. A few people ran in a panic to Louis, who was set in the wall. Louis was foaming at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were white, he was twitching every now and then, and there was a constant sound coming from his throat. It's obviously dying. "Quickly, get Mentor Louis to the medical department. Come on." Several men, on their hands and knees, anxious and not daring to strain too hard, gouged Louis from the wall, and then hurried away with 2 men carrying him. Louis is in a good position here, and he's responsible as an escort for what happened to him. Who are you? How dare you hurt Tutor Louis like that? The remaining 3 guards looked at Lewin with hatred. Wasn't it him who said himself that he wanted me to hit him with my full strength? Lewin shrugged and replied somewhat breathlessly. He thought to himself that if I had really used my full strength, I'm afraid you guys wouldn't even be able to find that guy's body right now. Kid, you're in big trouble. You know that? One of the guards drew his sword and pointed at Lewin. The remaining 2 guards stood on the left and right of Lewin, and the 3 of them surrounded Lewin. What? Want to make a move? Lewin smiled disdainfully and slightly condensed his true chi in his hands. If these few people really dared to be unreasonable and make a move against him, he would definitely kill all of them with one move. Chapter 32 Heavenly Immortal Bone. Several guards were only half a step away from death without realizing it. They all thought that Lewin had merely used some cheating techniques. I don't blame them for thinking so. There were a few people who cheated on tests in past years. Just then, a chortle came. You 3, don't be rude. An old man in magic robes with a snow-silver nameplate at his waist walked over with a steady pace. When the 3 guards saw the old man, they immediately stood up straight and said respectfully, I'm sorry, Lord Carter. Hurry up and apologize to this gentleman. Carter sternly reprimanded. The 3 guards didn't have the slightest bit of defiance as they turned toward Lewin and bowed. I'm sorry. Lewin did not dissipate the true chi in his hand, and said to the old man expressionlessly, should I be counted on for the injuries of that person just now? No, that would be out of order. Carter replied immediately. He was already over 70 years old, and was an old-timer with a not-so-low status in this adventurers' union. But for some reason, after Lewin had merely said one sentence to him, he had the feeling that Lewin was the one who was an old-timer, while he was just a young junior who had done something wrong. Mr. Liu, please follow me. Let's proceed to the next test. Carter's tone was very polite. Aha! Lewin nodded and dispersed the true chi in his hands. Carter led him to the black boulder in the center of the courtyard and introduced, Mr. Liu, please place your hand on this enlightenment stone, and the enlightenment stone will automatically teleport you to the test plane. A slight hint of interest flared within Lewin, and he placed his hand on the black boulder as Carter had said. At once, the black boulder glowed with a shimmering light, and Lewin felt that the space around him and the boulder was distorting. It seemed that the black stone was somewhat similar to space-type magic treasures, such as the jade pure bottle, the Qiankuan bag, the purple gold gourd, and whatnot. Carter looked at Lewin with slight surprise on his face, and then at the enlightenment stone. It was reasonable to say that as soon as a person's hand touched the enlightenment stone, they would be teleported to the test plane. But Lewin had been standing next to the enlightenment stone for almost a minute, yet he was still here, which was a situation he had never seen before. The spatial distortion around the enlightenment stone and Lewin's body was getting bigger and bigger, to the point where it could be easily seen by the naked eye, but Lewin still stood still, stalwart. What the hell is going on? The shock on Carter's face grew more pronounced. With the passage of time, Lewin and enlightenment when the space around the crazy distortion. Ordinary people undergo this kind of spatial distortion. The body is not shattered into a pile of meat, but Carter looked at it. Lewin is still as if nothing happened. Finally, under the dumbfounded expressions of Carter and the 3 guards, the enlightenment stone clicked and shattered into several pieces scattered on the ground. Carter's eyes widened as he looked at the enlightenment stone that had shattered on the ground. Impossible. This can't be. How could this happen? The enlightenment stone actually shattered. How did it break? Lewin looked at the broken pieces on the ground and was also a bit puzzled. But his disbelief is not the same thing as Carter's. What he doesn't understand is why this stone of enlightenment is so fragile. When an immortal cultivator was crossing the heavenly tribulation, if it went well enough, there was a chance that he could break through the void and touch the heavenly Tao, refining a sliver of the heavenly Tao into a part of himself and transforming it into his immortal bone. One of its effects was that it was partially resistant to space-time distortions and reality modifications. After all, that was the heavenly Tao, the fundamental rule of the heavens and the worlds. Lewin had been a Xian immortal great success and had refined the heavenly Tao 3 times, and the enlightenment stone's space-time distortion would be hard to shake him. Lewin originally wanted to try to see if he could withstand the enlightenment stone's time and space distortion, but he didn't expect the enlightenment stone to shatter just like that. After pondering for a while, Lewin pointed at the debris on the ground and asked with some embarrassment, I don't have to pay for this, do I? It might take a while for me to give you the money if I use it. Old Carter had been completely dumbfounded in place. He heard Lewin's words for a full 5 seconds before he reacted, shaking his head woodenly. No, the 5 gold coins you paid includes insurance, which means you don't have to pay for any damage you caused to the testing ground during the test. An enlightenment stone is at least 3,000 gold coins. This insurance is worth it, Carter thought heartily. Hearing that he didn't have to pay for it, Lewin was relieved. Finally the old Carter took Lewin to another testing ground. He couldn't convince himself to believe that a human could actually break the Enlightenment Stone. So in his heart he thought that something must have gone wrong with the Enlightenment Stone, not that the 16-year-old in front of him really had some mysterious power. Lucan placed his hand on the piece of new Enlightenment Stone, and the space twisted again. Although the old Carter said that it was the Enlightenment Stone that had just broken on its own, his heart was in his throat as he watched Luan and the new Enlightenment Stone twist in space. This time, however, Lewin deliberately suppressed that resistance to temporal and spatial distortions in his immortal bone. After the space around him shook, he was transported into another dimension. Chapter 33 Final Ratings. The dazzling light dispersed, and what met Lewin's eyes was an arena-like place. But the surrounding area was empty, not a single spectator. He was standing in the ring in the center of the arena, and across from him was a creature that was more than familiar to him, a kobold. The kobold raised the scimitar in his hand and let out a piercing shriek about to charge at Lewin. Lewin had seen the level of such creatures long ago and was completely unconcerned, condensing his true chi into his fingers and flexing them. The kobold had just run half a step when his head was instantly pierced through by a finger force, and his body fell to the ground limply. After the kobold fell to the ground, his body dissipated into a white light. Then the next demonic creature appeared. A lion, twice the size of a normal lion, with claws and fangs glowing with metal. Lord Carter. I'm afraid this guy has some kind of cheating tactic, a guard asked. Carter had been staring at the Enlightenment Stone, and it was his duty to be in charge of recording the last data given by the Enlightenment Stone. Hearing the guard's words, he shook his head slightly. I don't know, but the Enlightenment Stone automatically shields against all cheating methods. Is it really alright for him to hurt Lord Louis like that? The guard asked with more or less resignation. Louis, is he clean himself? Carter turned to question. The guard immediately lowered his head and stopped speaking. Carter continued to scold in a serious tone. Normally Louis has used his power to purposely make things difficult for others for the sake of some money or to please those nobles not once or twice. And now that he has ended up in such a situation, he deserves it. The guard lowered his head and remained silent. The question rose to this level, and the guard knew deep down that he should have kept his mouth shut, and that the slightest additional word could have been all but impossible. The more Carter looked at these people who were working for the tiger, the more angry he became, and directly waved his hand. Alright, you guys, hurry up and take care of Louis. I'll be fine here alone. The crowd looked like they were relieved, saying a polite goodbye to Carter and then running off in a huff. The monsters that appeared in the Enlightenment Stone plane were getting more and more powerful, but they were all still in the level of being one move second by Lewin. However, the power of true chi at the refining stage was limited, so when it came to some of the demonic creatures in the back, he chose to start melee physical combat. After easily twisting off the head of a giant monster, the giant's body fell to the ground and disappeared into white light. Originally, the last monster was killed, disappeared, and the next monster would appear after 3 seconds. But this time the time seemed extraordinarily long. Outside world. The Enlightenment Stone suddenly glowed with light, and a string of words appeared on its smooth flat surface. It's out. Carter was a little excited inside. He had always held curiosity about what data Lewin could measure. When he looked at the final data on the Enlightenment Stone, a look of fear instantly appeared on his face, as if he saw the sun rushing towards him. Vitality, 30 million. Spirit, 20 million. Power, 2.3 million. Defense, 1 million. Speed, 80,000. Energy, 1200. Overall rating, 10 stars for ice diamonds. Oh my god. Carter was a bit unsteady for a moment, taking a few steps backward, and ended up sitting on his butt in a very disoriented manner. Ice diamonds, decaying wood, fine iron, bronze, snow silver, gold, platinum, emerald, and ice diamonds. The strongest man in the entire empire, Arzillo, only had the latest stats of just gold. Gold, however, was about as bad as an ant in front of an ice diamond, because the further you went, the bigger the gap between each level became. For a while, Carter first began to suspect that Lewin was a Fey race, but quickly ruled out the possibility. The testing ground had specialized sacramental level props, so if a Fey race came in disguised as a human, there wouldn't be no reaction at all. So Luan is a human who has achieved a diamond rating. When this news is released, it's going to be a national sensation. No, it's going to be a sensation across the city continent. If it was any other powerful alien race, such as demons, bloods, witch demons, or elves that reached this level, it wouldn't have caused too many ripples, but it was a human that reached this level. One must know that human talent is at the bottom of the list in this world of Starfall land. But, old Carter suddenly sighed, a hint of despair rising within him. He knew that although the celestial race didn't say anything on the surface, they had actually been suppressing the humans, and if they let the celestial race know that there was an ice diamond level powerhouse amongst the humans, they would definitely try to target him in every way possible, either by taking him in for themselves, or by destroying him. How can a single person take on an empire? Not to mention that the empire had a secret weapon that must be stronger than Elzaro, but the exact power level was top secret information that Carter didn't know. There was a distortion of space around him, and Lewin appeared in front of Carter and the others with a puzzled expression. That's it? Are the numbers in yet? What rating am I? Lewin asked with quite a bit of interest. Carter forced himself to calm down and said to Lewin with a forced smile, Please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. When he finished, he trotted out of the courtyard. 10 minutes later, Carter returned with a silver-white brick in his hand. Your rating is Snow Silver 10 stars. Please input your breath into this piece of snow silver, and the guild will create a nameplate for you later. I'm only Snow Silver? Lewin pointed at himself incredulously, thinking that sure enough, these values only served as a reference. The data on the Enlightenment Stone has disappeared, so it's just a matter of what Carter says the rating is. Yes, I really didn't see that you are actually so powerful. Carter smiled kindly and nodded. He privately decided to hide Luan's true rating, otherwise the celestial race would definitely target Lewin, and at that time, no matter whether Lewin died or gave his allegiance to the celestial race, it would not be beneficial to the human race. Lewin was a bit disappointed, but to enter the library, the snow silver level was enough, so he still input his breath into the piece of snow silver. Well, it will take some time to make the nameplate, so please let me know your current address and the guild will send someone to you when it's done. I live on the Mitt family estate. The Mitt family? Carter was stunned in his heart. The Mitt family is nothing more than a family with a bit of money. How could they get the favor of such a powerful person? But he remained motionless on the surface. Okay, I got it. The northern part of Blood Deer City's urban area was unusually crowded today because today was the day of enrollment for the Guardian Academy. After practicing his swordplay from home for a while, Garl left the Mitt family estate and made his way to the enrollment office in the North City. Hey, isn't that Jar? A candidate who was quite tall for his age noticed Jar's lonely and skinny back, and with some surprise in his gaze, his eyes blearily rolled. Hey, that's great. It just so happens that the rows are a bit boring. Chapter 34, Teenage Depression. Ouch. If it isn't JL. Hearing someone calling out to him, Kale turned back to see a familiar face. Artie? Kale looked at the familiar face for a few seconds before remembering who he was. It wasn't that Gar was forgetful, but kids their age change a lot from year to year. Kale remembered that the last time they met, Yachty was about the same height as himself, but now, Yachty was a few almost a head taller than him. Jarl and Artie had been classmates, and both had been in a convent together, except that Jarl had been working and studying there, and Artie had been thrown into the convent purely because his parents couldn't handle him at home. They learned basic courses like literacy and history there, not martial arts or magic. Speaking of which, the two hadn't seen each other for almost 2 years, mainly because during the 2 years, Jar had been at the town's junior academy, and often ate without food, so where else would he have the spare money to come to Blood Deer City? It's been a while. Artie smiled slightly. Are you here to enroll in the Guardian Academy as well? Yeah, Kale nodded. It's going to be a long time before the physical exams take place anyway. Should we take this opportunity to spar? Artie smiled confidently, pressing one hand to the hilt of his sword at his waist. Kale was also a bit moved by this, as both of them were at about the same level of swordsmanship 2 years ago. So he also wanted to know who was stronger now, himself or him, 2 years later. So Kale immediately nodded. Yeah. After Lewin finished the test, he thought to himself that he could only enter the library when the nameplate was made and came to him, and there was really nothing else he could do until then. So being bored, he looked around in Blood Deer City, which just so happened to be a city he held no small amount of curiosity about. With that turn of events he realized that 50 silver coins wasn't exactly a small amount of money. Those food on the street, even meat, only cost 100 copper coins a serving, and 100 copper coins could be exchanged for a silver coin. Throughout the market, the most common is still silver coins, as they are of moderate value and a small amount carried on one's body can satisfy the daily shopping needs of a commoner. Gold coins were rarer and more valuable, and in the event that a civilian family lost one, they might not be able to eat for a month. It was only after turning around until noon that Lewin returned to the Miat family's manor. Because of Oria's personal orders, the two of them, Lewin and Jar, could come and go from the manor as they pleased. Back at the villa, the maids had already prepared a change of clothes for him and put out the bath water, as well as preparing snacks and tea. Immortal Cultivator's body would not give birth to a single trace of dirt, so naturally there was no need to take a bath. so he only asked the maid to bring the snacks and tea to his room a while later. As he passed by the second living room, Luan saw that Jar was sitting on the sofa. His eyes were dull, holding his cheeks, and he looked shriveled. "Lord Lu, you're back." Seeing Luan returning, Jar immediately stood up and greeted him. "I heard that you went to take the rating test. How was it? Did it go well?" Luan nodded. "It's okay. What about you? Why are you like a wilted eggplant?" "Wilted eggplant?" Carr was confused for a moment, then thought about how inexplicably apt the analogy was. Then Kale opened up and told Luan about the morning's match with Yachty. He had originally thought that he had once been at about the same level as Yachty, and that even if there was a difference in level between the two after 2 years of not seeing each other, it would still be too much of a difference. But to his surprise, he lasted less than 5 minutes before being defeated by Yachty's offense. This created a high level of self-doubt in Gar, and he was beginning to think that at his level, he wouldn't pass the exam tomorrow anyway. "Lord Lu, I just realized that my talent for swordplay is so poor." Jar let out a bitter laugh, like a deflated leather ball. Luan thought for a moment and asked, "Is that Yachty, like you, a child of a poor family?" Jar didn't know why Luan suddenly asked about this, but he never answered Luan's questions truthfully, so he shook his head. "No, his parents work for the city lord's mansion, so their family is considered to be of a medium level even in Blood Deer City." Luan nodded and said, "Then in that case, I don't think it's because your talent is inferior to his. That Yachty was born with no food or clothing, and for 2 years he only had to think about how to practice his sword, whereas you have to worry about 3 meals a day every day in addition to practicing your sword. So how could you possibly beat him in that case?" Carr froze slightly, his inner worries diminishing considerably upon hearing this. But on second thought, in 2 years' time, Yachty had already opened such a big gap with himself, and the others were even more so the odds were that he still wouldn't be able to pass tomorrow's exam himself. The thought came together and an anxious look returned to Gar's face. The registration fee for the Guardian Academy's exams wasn't low. He had saved up for 2 years to get enough, and if he couldn't pass this time, then he wouldn't be able to afford to pay for a second registration. Seeing this expression on Jar's face, Luan thought to himself that this kid had at least shown him the way, so give him some pointers. How can you become a great man in the future if you are so depressed by this setback? Come here. I'll teach you a sword technique. Luan patted Jar's shoulder. Lord Lu can still use a sword? Carr was a bit surprised, as he had never seen Luan fight with a sword or anything. Chapter 35, Returning the Pestle Sword Technique. Immortal cultivators in the long years. Almost everything to learn a little, although it is shallow, but slightly shallow, is a few hundred years, for mortals, is already the peak of the realm. It was true that Luan was not good with swords, but that was for a first-grade Xian immortal of the same level. The two came out into the courtyard and stood facing each other. "Which set of sword techniques would be good to pass on to you?" Luan stroked his chin. First of all, Jar wasn't a disciple of the Easy Immortal sect and couldn't pass on his Easy Immortal sect's sword techniques. But among all of Luan's canonical collections, there were some secret books from other sects. The difficulty was that the ones that were too high level were definitely not learnable by a bottom like Jar, and the ones that were too low level were not available to Luan. Besides, Kale's aim was to pass tomorrow's exam, so he had to find one that worked fast. There. Thinking about it, Luan suddenly came up with a martial art that was very suitable for this kind of claim by Jar. Relax your mind and try to discard distractions. Luan reached out a hand and gently tapped his fingers on Jar's forehead. Carr closed his eyes and instantly felt his mind swell a bit as tons of information flooded into his mind. The returning to the pestle and mortar sword technique, with a total of 17 stances, is a self-contained system, with the main moves of removing moves, blocking, and checking the enemy. This set of swordsmanship was a primary sword technique of the Yanhuang Hidden Bamboo sect, and an elder of the Hidden Bamboo sect had later exchanged it with Luan for a bottle of elixir. In addition to this swordplay, Kale also found himself with a shirtless man in his head. One could see him as long as one closed one's eyes, and he would rotate at various angles according to one's mind. The most striking thing was that the man's skin was covered with grains of black dots, and next to each of them were labeled with the words, Zhangyi Acupoint, Qihai Acupoint, Shuwei Dao Acupoint. What's this? Carr looked puzzled. These are acupoints. You memorize their locations before you can practice this sword technique, Luan said. That's right. Although the returning pestle sword technique was not as good as many sword techniques in terms of sword strokes, it implied the art of pointing. This method of transmission did not require much effort to memorize, so after spending less than half an hour on digesting the information, Jar had already firmly memorized all the locations of the acupoints, as well as all the stances of the returning pestle and sword technique. Learning without practicing is ultimately nothing more than a paper exercise. Let me feed you the moves while it's still dark. After saying that, Luan flexed his fingers and with a snap, A branch from a tree more than 30 meters away snapped and fell underneath the tree, and as soon as he reached out, the branch was sucked into his hands in the air. This maneuver was not surprising, but the old butler and the group of maids looked dumbfounded. Come, attack me with the sword technique I just passed on to you. Lewin used a tree branch as a sword and crossed it over his chest as he said to Jar. Good. Kair gripped his fine iron sword and nodded slightly. Then with slightly awkward movements, he made the returning pestle sword technique and attacked Lewin. The old butler had nothing to do and stood at a distance watching the two guests spar. Once he saw that Jar was using a fine iron sword and Lewin was using a thin tree branch, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, this tree branch won't be broken by the touch of the fine iron sword. But the two of them had broken more than 20 moves in a row, but the branch in Lewin's hand did not break, and even a bit of wood shavings did not fall on the ground. This stunned the old butler, who couldn't help but hold up his glasses. This is clearly a branch that just fell from a tree. How can it be sturdy like this? How could he know that the branch had been infused with true chi by Lewin and had become harder than steel? And if Lewin had infused it with a trace of sword chi, the branch would have even become sharper than Jar's sword. On the other side, in the monastery on the outskirts of the city, Oria sat on a bench at the edge of the garden, staring at the tallest flower in the bush across the street out of boredom. She's been sitting here for hours. Olivia Mitt's father. Mitt Sr. was recuperating here because of an incurable disease, and early this morning, Olivia packed up after breakfast and came here, intending to visit her father. Her father didn't like her, and she didn't like her own father, even with resentment. Growing up, her father's favoritism towards Adele was out in the open. If there is only one dessert left in the house, it must be Adele's. If it's not one, but it's an odd number, then the extra one must be Adele's as well. What Alia had, Adele must have. And what Adele had, if Alia liked it too, old Milt would say, when Adele has had enough fun and doesn't want it, won't it be yours? Adele grew up in the Mitt family's manor and went to a noble school, while Oria was placed by her father at the age of 11 in Boulder City, which was far less prosperous than Blood Deer City, to attend a common school with only an old maid to wait on her, and stayed in Boulder City for 5 years before returning to Blood Deer City. The Mitts weren't short of money, so Oria had a hard time understanding this favoritism on her father's part. But a large part of her resentment toward her father did not come from this favoritism, but from the fact that she hated him for marrying Adele's mother when he had another new love not even 3 months after her mother's passing. In addition to coming to visit my father today, there was also the matter of telling him the results of the match. She won, and Adele is still afraid to go back to Blood Deer until now. But upon arriving at the convent in the morning, the nuns told him that old Milt wanted to be quiet now and didn't want to see anyone, so Alia waited until now. A bee landed on the tallest flower, interrupting Alia's memories. An old nun came over. Miss Oria, Lord Mitt says you can go in. Chapter 36, I'm only 11. 2. Pushing the door open, Oria saw her father, Milt Sr., who was lying in bed reading a book. Even in his serious illness, old Mitt remained clean and tidy, and the whole room was airy without the strange smells that come from being sick. Seeing his eldest daughter arrive, old Mitt put down his book and smiled on his somewhat sunken face. You're here, come and sit down. The sunlight shone on his face, and in addition to his cheeks being somewhat sunken, there was something unusual about his pupils, which were slightly dilated and visibly cracked, as if they had been shattered. Split pupil syndrome, a disease that the entire world is currently unable to cure and for which life is counting down. Oria sat down in the chair next to the hospital bed with incredibly mixed emotions. Silence ensued, as if father and daughter were more distant than strangers, two people related by blood sitting here, and for a moment neither of them knew what to say. Oria bit her lip and opened her mouth to ask, Father, are you feeling better? Earlier, while waiting outside, Oria was filled with resentment towards her father inside, and she thought more than once in her head that when she came in a while later, she must condescendingly tell her father that Adele, whom you've been favoring, lost, and that she was the one who released the molten flame tyrant, which led to those villages closest to the molten flame cave suffering from fires, and an unknown number of villagers were burned to death. This is the little daughter you've always favored. It is your partiality that has raised her to this character. According to the law, she should be executed, but when she did come in and saw her father's thin, aging face, it always came back to her that he still loved her before she married Adele's mother. He suddenly thought of Glitter. One similarity between his father and Glitter is that he was once good to himself and then treated himself like an enemy because of someone else. She doesn't know how to handle this relationship right. The night she killed Glitter, she actually didn't sleep all night because the moment she closed her eyes, it was all those wonderful memories she once had with Glitter and the final scene of herself slicing off his head with a water blade. Not so good. Old Mitch shook his head. That's why I'm so desperate to find a qualified heir. Old Miet signaled for the maids serving him in the room to go out, and after only he and Alia were left in the entire room, He turned his head and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Child, I know the purpose of your coming to me today." Aurelia froze slightly. "You are looking for me to plead for mercy, right?" Old Miat looked at Alia. "But as the head of the family, I set rules that cannot be changed. You lost. You should follow the rules and let Adele become the Miat family heir. And you should learn how to be an aide-de-camp." The anger inside Alia was ignited at once, and she froze for a long time before asking in a questioning tone, "Father, how did you know that this match was lost by me and won by Adele?" Old Mitt was stunned. "You know in your heart how unfair this match is, don't you? You know there's no way I can win this match, right?" Sensing that Alia's mood wasn't quite right, Old Miat wanted to open his mouth to pull the topic away. "Alia, you shouldn't look for so many reasons. A person who wants to be successful should look for more of his own reasons." "I look for my own reasons? Ha ha." Oria was exasperated and laughed. "Because of your favoritism towards Adele? No one in the entire Blood Deer City dares to join my team and go with me to kill demons because they are all afraid that in the future, Adele will inherit the Miat family and take revenge on them. You know all of this, but you still want to set rules that are so unfavorable to me. After all these years, how many times is the difference between the funds you gave to Adele and the funds you gave to me?" Adele wanted money and fame, and this time, she directly employed 16 bronze adventurers in the Adventurers Guild. What about me? I only have those 4 best friends who came to my aid under so much pressure. And Adele bribed one of them to get me killed in a cave 1,000 meters underground. Tears rolled in Aurelia's eyes. Years of pent-up emotions finally released in this moment, and Old Mitt's expression became a little unnatural, because of the lack of justification. This was actually a topic that Old Mitt hadn't wanted to mention. "What did you mean when you said Adele bribed your friends and almost got you killed in an underground cave?" Old Mitt asked. Oria laughed while shedding tears. "You know about the molten fire tyrant breaking through the seal? That's what your good and obedient Adele did." "What?" Old Mitt was startled and sat up straight. "You do realize how furious His Majesty is about this? Adele will be sent to the gallows." "Alia!" Old Mitt exclaimed. "Are you crazy? You're going to send your own sister to the gallows? Rot this thing in your belly. Understand? On what grounds? She's going to get me killed, and I still have to harbor her? Do you realize that harboring such a great evil is also punishable by death?" Alia asked in utter incredulity. "But aren't you not dead? If you were dead, I wouldn't have spared Adele. But you're still fine, so why do you have to do things so badly?" Oria replied, somewhat disheartened. "Father, die of this. I will not harbor her." Old Mitt slapped the bed angrily. "You're always like this, always only thinking about yourself. That's why you were sent to Boulder City in the first place." "What?" Alia looked up slightly. "Adele is your sister. You as a sister should give in to her. But you are not acting like a sister at all. Every time your sister wants your toys, you push her away as soon as you can." "Yeah, so she snuck into my room and broke all my toys." Oria sneered. "That's right. Then the two of you got more and more at odds and used to fight over the smallest things. Back when you were taller than Adele and she couldn't beat you, so she cried all the time. I had no choice, so I had to send you to another city." You sent me to Boulder City for 5 years because of that?" Alia asked incredulously. "That's right. I've never understood why you, as a sister, can't give in to your sister a little." "But father," Oria's emotions flared up again. "I was only an 11-year-old then, too. Why should I have to be that young to understand and obey?" At the sight of Oria, the old mite was once again struck dumb, and for a moment, a flicker of complex emotions flashed through his eyes, torn, ashamed. After a few seconds, he sighed and said, "Alia, you're right. I'm not a competent father. Both your and Adele's mothers are gone, and when I die, Adele will be the closest person to you in this world. I hope you can let go of your past hatred and help Adele run the Mitt family down." "Father, do you think I've forgotten? When the Mitt family almost went bankrupt because of your poor decision-making, it was my mother who helped the Mitt family out of their difficulties with their fellows' resources. Without my mother, without the fellows, there would be no Mitt family today, so why leave everything to Adele?" Old Mitt frowned for a moment in thought and said, "The rules are set, and no matter what, I will not and cannot go back on my word." Oria, whose eyes were red, suddenly smiled. "Okay, that's what you said." Chapter 37, Compromise and Resignation. "Father, you always thought it was Adele who won, didn't you?" Oria asked. "What do you mean?" Old Mitt froze. "You're wrong. I won. Adele released the Molten Tyrant and our team killed the Molten Tyrant. If it was really Adele who won, would she not have come to you until now to claim credit and wait for you to praise her? What do you mean?" "Alia, what's the point of making up stories like that?" Old Mitt didn't believe it at all. Aside from him, right now, the entire Holy Monarch Empire, and even several surrounding countries, did not yet know that the Molten Flame Tyrant was dead. From her carry-on pocket, Alia took out the magic core of the Molten Fire Tyrant. Old Miet was a merchant and could tell at a glance that this magic core was at least a gold 4-star level. He watched in disbelief. His mouth opened wide enough to fit 5 eggs. That's impossible. You paid for this crystal core, right? It's against the rules. It can't be counted. Father, firstly, there are only a few places in Blood Deer City where this level of magic core can be purchased. You can go and ask if there is any record of my purchase. Secondly, whether it's a Molten Flame Tyrant's magic core or not, you'll know once you find a professional to test it. No way. I won't believe it. Old Mitt shook his head stubbornly. It's not that you don't believe. You don't want to believe. Alia said in one word what Old Mitt was thinking inside. According to the rules, the Mitt family will be inherited by me. After saying that, Oria turned around and was about to leave, as she felt that there was little point in continuing to stay here anymore. Alia, Old Miet hurriedly called out to her. It's not reasonable to leave all the family fortune to one person. How about leaving a share for Adele? Just 30%. Aurelia stood still at the sound of her words, and Old Mitt saw that her body was trembling uncontrollably, and after a few seconds she turned and roared hysterically. Why didn't you say you'd save me a share of this when you thought it was Adele's to win? Are you that biased in favor of Adele? It's not like the industry is hard to divide at this point, is it? Breathing heavily and clenching her fists, Oria looked at the elder Mitt. Father, I loved your words a few minutes ago. The rules are set, and no matter what, I will not, and cannot, go back on my word. Old Miet was dumbfounded by this sentence. He gasped a few times and scratched his hair before speaking. All right, I know. I'll organize a banquet in a few days. Invite everyone to come, and then announce that you've become the Miet family's heir. Aha! Oria only muffled a grunt through her nose before leaving without looking back, leaving the room and going outside into the courtyard. Oria felt her heart ache indescribably. The nuns were whispering behind her back, pointing every now and then, presumably saying that it was too much of a departure for this little girl to be talking so loudly with her own father. The old Alia might have chased back and opened up a can of worms, but nowadays, she suddenly felt like letting the old ES talk. It was almost dark, inside the Mitt Manor. With a slight change of stance, Lewin used a tree branch to easily pick off Jar's sword. Well, it's about time. If you keep practicing, I'm afraid you won't have the strength to take another test tomorrow. Gar huffed and puffed, drenched in sweat, but with a look of joy on his face. He felt like he had gotten more out of this afternoon than he had in the past few years. Lord Lu was truly divine. Lewin threw the branch aside and continued. Not bad, after practicing against me for an afternoon. You've already mastered almost 30% of this sword technique. Only 30%? Carr was shocked and delighted. This set of sword techniques had only been mastered for 3 achievements and was already so powerful. Then in the future, if one mastered 10 achievements, what kind of ground would one's strength reach? Watching the two finish their training, the old butler also walked over with a pins and needles stride. Gentlemen, may I ask if you need to prepare dinner? Needed. Lewin nodded, then looked at the sweaty Jar with some disgust. You should quickly take a shower first. By the way, are there any clothes for him to wear? Give him one. Lewin looked at the old butler and pointed at Jar. No, but we'll get it right away. The old butler nodded repeatedly. Jar was thrown into the bathtub and washed clean, and as soon as she came out in her wide bathrobe, a group of maids surrounded her, holding a leather ruler and other tools to measure Jar's circumference and other data. When had he ever been treated like this before? Surrounded by a group of beautiful, scented maids, Car's face was flushed and he looked completely rattled and overwhelmed. 2 hours later, Gar changed into the clothes that had been customized especially for him and stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself in disbelief. He was quite good looking in his own right. It was just that he had been wearing shabby clothes in the past, and now that he had changed into flashy clothes, his entire demeanor had changed with it. Wow, Kale actually looks so handsome with a slight change of clothes. Oria walked in and lit up at the sight of a well-packaged car. Alia, where have you been? Lewin smiled and said. You seem happy. Is something good? Sorry. I went to do something really important today I couldn't be home to entertain you too. Oria sat on her butt on the couch and took an orange from the fruit tray, peeling it and pinching one into her mouth before her features contorted a bit from the acid. Right, she pulled out 2 magic cores. If there's nothing else, why don't we list these 2 magic cores for sale at the auction house tomorrow? Well, that's fine. Lewin nodded, then patted Jar's shoulder. Do well tomorrow. If you don't pass, don't tell anyone that I instructed you. Don't worry, Lord Lu. What's Kale going to take? Oria came over and shoved a peeled and only eaten orange at Carr. Thanks. Gar took the orange and added a thank you. Guardian Academy exams. He then took an orange and shoved it into his mouth as well, his features contorting. I'll have the butler arrange for a carriage to take you there tomorrow. Ha 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 ha. Alia was amused by Gale's appearance. Chapter 38, finally in the library. The next morning, a carriage traveled at an even speed through the streets of Blood Deer City. The carriage wagon made of walnut wood with finely carved patterns and expensive gems on the wooden boards. The owner of the carriage must not have dared to drive it out of the city because there were bandits outside the city, and all over it seemed to say, "I'm rich, come and rob me." But if it were in town, the carriage would have attracted envious glances from passers-by. It was the first time he had ridden in such a luxurious carriage, and Gar was so formal that his butt was pressed up against the side of the seat. His eyes drifted to the window, but his face was blocked behind it, as if he didn't want to be seen as the person inside. "Look, what a beautiful carriage. That's the Mit's carriage, isn't it? It's enviable. If only I could ride in a car like this. It must be so cozy in there." When the carriage drove by, most of the eyes of the pedestrians on the road were filled with envy and awe. "When I get into the Guardian Academy, I will definitely beg Mom and Dad to customize a car similar to this one." Looking at the lifelike reliefs on the rear of the car, Yachty was about to withdraw his envious gaze when he saw that the carriage first came down with a straight-backed, broadly dressed old man, who appeared to be a butler, and the one who came down afterward turned out to be an acquaintance. Did I read it right? That poor bastard car is actually riding in such a luxurious carriage? Yachty's face was stunned. "Thanks, Nader," Gar said politely. "It's nothing, it's what I should do." "Well, go inside, and please remember that no matter what the outcome is, you are an honored guest of the Mit family." Butler Nader placed his white-gloved hand on his waist and owed slightly. These words caused quite a reaction in the surrounding crowd. Who is this boy? Actually an honored guest of the Mit family? It's a nobleman, isn't it? Looks like it. Even if they're not nobles, they must be some kind of dignitary or rich merchant family. Yachty walked over, his face full of disdain. "Don't all of you guess blindly. I know that guy. He's just a poor boy from Lorca village." "Poor boy? How is that possible? How could a poor boy become an honored guest of the Miet family?" The other person was in complete disbelief. "It must be a fake. He's not even worthy of looking at the gate of the Mit family. It looks like he hired the man and car himself." Yachty opened her mouth even though she didn't know anything. But why would he do that? The people around them wondered. "Who knows? This kid just got a brutal beating from me yesterday." Artie clenched his fists and smiled confidently. "You guys see what I'm going to do to him later." On the other hand, Lewin finally got his rating nameplate. A silver, only the size of your index and middle fingers together, with 10 stars printed on it. Lewin could sense with his divine sense that his own aura was sealed inside, and it seemed that it would be hard to impersonate this thing. The first thing he did when he got the nameplate, Lewin left Mit Manor and went to the library door. "Ah, it's you." The guards recognized him. "With this, you can enter the library, right?" Lewin took out the nameplate. "Ha!" The guard took the nameplate and froze. He looked down at the nameplate in his hand, then at Lewin, then at the nameplate, then at Lewin. "Snow Silver 10 stars? Can I go in now?" Lewin asked with some impatience. "Sure, please come in, please come in." Guard Tom protects the safety of every person in the library at all times. The guard immediately stood up straight while handing the nameplate back to Lewin. Any Snow Silver level person who wanted to get rich and hold power, it would be an easy task, letting the other party remember their name. Maybe one day in the future they would be able to climb into a relationship with this lord. Lewin ignored this inexplicable guard and directly pushed the door into the library. It was a hot summer's day, but as soon as he stepped into the library, he could feel a cold breeze on his face. Lewin instantly saw the source of the cold wind. It was a magic rune in the center that was glowing. It seemed to be keeping the entire library at a temperature that made people feel comfortable. The whole hall was so quiet that the only sounds that seemed to be heard were the turning of books and the occasional walk. And apart from those who were looking down at their books, it was some of the staff who stood at the edges looking out over the hall, supposed to be keeping order while preventing people from stealing books or breaking them? Lucan thought to himself. In the lobby, near the door, there is a sign about the size of the door that has the books categorized along with the location of where a particular type of book is located. Lewin took a look at it, intending to check out the plant category first. After searching inside at a light pace for a while, Lewin held a dozen or so books about plants in his arms and found a desk to sit at. There was also a double ponytail girl sitting by the desk, and she subconsciously looked up at Lewin when he came over. After seeing that it was an unusually handsome boy, he couldn't help but take another look. At the same time, she also noticed that Lewin was holding a dozen books in his arms at the same time. That's not surprising, and it's not unusual to search for a certain key piece of information from a large stack of books. Oops, really? Just looking at the handsome guy almost delayed my studies, the young girl thought to herself. Immortals were extremely powerful mentally because of their divine sense, and they could read books without forgetting them, and they could also easily decipher the meaning of a large section of text. This led to the fact that, except for immortals who had the kind of leisure and elegance to read carefully, Immortals like Lewin were thieves in reading. He picked up the first book and started turning the pages almost two at a time, and every page was still memorized and understood. The young girl next to her almost spat out a mouthful of water. Where the hell is this psycho? Chapter 39. Race 1. J.L. Artie. The examiner stood in the center of the ring and spoke aloud. Ha ha, it looks like I'm quite lucky today, actually bumping into this rookie in the first match. Artie had been standing in the crowd with his shoulders clasped, munching on creamy egg bread, and was immediately happy to hear this. It was natural to be happy inside for a solid win in the first match. Way to go, Artie. Go for it. A few of his buddies who were traveling with Artie cheered him on. Don't worry, if I can't even beat him, I'll simply stop learning the sword in the future. Artie laughed and casually threw away his half-eaten buttery bread, wiping his grease-stained hands on his leather undershirt quite casually before stepping into the ring. Jar? Just the same stuff he easily knocked to the ground yesterday. But when he got into the ring and saw Gar across from him looking at him with a smile on his face, Artie was a bit puzzled. Why does this Gar look so confident? Wasn't Kale the one he knocked out yesterday? Never mind. Odds are it's just a bluff. Hey, Kale. I didn't expect to see you again so soon, huh? Yachty pointed the tip of his sword at Gar and smiled. Well, I'm quite an improvement from yesterday. Artie, Gar responded. Oh, ha ha ha, how much can you improve in one night? Kale, it takes talent to be a swordsman. In the stands, those examiner teachers had pretty much the same answer in their minds after seeing the disparate sizes of the two of them. Jar and Yachty. It was about that would not be in doubt. The young man named Gar would lose, and he would lose fast. The two of them, a short and thin, a tall and fat. The teachers can see not only the two power gap, but also the gap between the two people's family situation. The children of poor families, even if the talent is too much, there is no master teacher to teach. It is difficult to have any achievements. Not only these teachers, but also the candidates on the sidelines were sure in their hearts that Jar would be defeated quickly, and Yachty was considered a minor celebrity in the entire circle of his peers in Blood Deer City. Then, already, the referee sensei raised a hand, then dropped it heavily, signaling the official start of the duel. Try to take care of Gar with the least amount of moves possible. That way you can avoid exposing yourself to too many moves. With this in mind, the moment the referee announced the start, Yachty leapt 7 or 8 meters, twisting his body in mid-air, and the bulky sword in his hand slashed at Jar with a strong wind. The teachers on the stands looked at this ordinary move and analyzed it inwardly out of professional habit. The probability is high that the long sword will be directly broken when resisting this move of the greatsword, and that shorter candidate, if he is smart enough, should roll to the side to avoid it by virtue of his agility advantage. However, to everyone's surprise, Jar's knees were slightly bent down. That was the foundation that Yin Huang martial artists would inevitably learn at the beginning, standing stakes, and at that moment, it was as if the soles of Jar's feet were rooted, firmly planted on the ground. Then he pulled a stunning sword flower and inverted the sword in his hand to face upwards with the thick hilt. The hilt of the sword resisted the blade of the greatsword with a dang sound. After all, Jar was not as strong as Yachty, something he could not catch up with in one night's training alone. But the sword stance that gathered the wisdom of the founding fathers of the Hidden Bamboo sect could indirectly make up for this gap. Gar's arm sank slightly downward, and then the muscles in several parts of his arm, shoulder, and waist fired in different ways at the same time. At once Yachty felt his original force from above being pulled involuntarily to the right. He couldn't control himself in mid-air. His whole body followed and flew to the right, falling to the ground and rolling a few times before he stood up with the support of his sword, and couldn't help but say in amazement, what did you do? This was a dismantling and unloading technique from the returning pestle sword technique, which Yachty naturally did not know. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. All the people who saw this scene were stunned by the way that this encounter with evil was removed. Those candidates in the audience were all about the same age as Kale, so they just thought it was a beautiful move and cheered and shouted, while those teachers were brightened up. Unloading force? I can't believe it's unloading? Such a young child can actually utilize this technique so skillfully? And it's a very skillful way of unloading power. That child must have had a master teacher instructing him. I didn't expect it. That's right. The best thing about this move is that the person who makes the move dismantles it simply without a trace, making it impossible to defend against it. It's so profound. I'm going to go back and try it out later to see if I can replicate the move. Who is this child's master? No one in Blood Deer City seems to have this style of swordplay. If the founding ancestor of the Hidden Bamboo sect was here and saw that the sword technique he created was repeatedly praised by a group of otherworldly people, he would have been able to stroke his beard and laugh heroically in the sky. Good boy. You hit a hand yesterday, didn't you? What a mind. After falling down in a mess, Yachty's face was a bit embarrassed. After all, he had boasted about it before. With that, he once again raised his sword and went up, The crowd was no longer disinterested in this match. At this time, they all had their eyes firmly fixed on the ring, looking forward to the next performance of the two. When the two swords clashed with a bang, Attorney used his full strength. Gar resisted in a position that no one expected, and then before Attorney could see what was going on, his own sword came out of his hand and flew right outside the ring. In a competition between swordsmen, the sword in their hands was struck down and dropped so far away. According to the rules, it was already considered a loss. How is this possible? How is this possible? Yachty's eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated the words. Yesterday he defeated Carr in a dozen moves, and just half a day later, today Carr defeated him in 2 moves. This match is a win for Gar. With the referee's announcement, the arena was instantly ignited like gasoline that had dropped a spark. The cheers and praise were like a tidal wave. Carr soaked it all in, looking at those in the stands cheering for him, and a wave of emotion rose within him that he had never felt before. He wished time would stop at this moment forever. For the first time since he was born, this teenager felt what the so-called spiritedness felt like. The opposite of that is Yachty. When he went into the ring, he was full of vigor. When he came out of the ring, Yachty's face was suffocated red. He didn't say a word, and he walked with his head down. He was afraid to look up and see the eyes of the crowd. He ignored any acquaintances who spoke to him, and directly pushed through the crowd to leave the exam site. Kair then participated in 4 more bouts, each with the opponent striking out and Kair easily parrying and defeating the opponent with moves from the way of the returning pestle and sword. So much so that by the 5th match, his opponent was trembling with his sword, not daring to make a move at all because he always felt that no matter which angle he attacked from, he would be easily blocked by Jar and would fly under the ring himself. In the end, he had to surrender. And as Jar displayed more and more sword moves from the returning pestle sword technique, some of the teachers actually left the table in a hurry as if they were in an internal emergency, including one of the vice deans. They were asked what they were doing there, and they all answered with the same meaning, that they suddenly felt that the problem that had been bothering them for years had loosened up, and they had to go back and try it out while the feeling was still there. In the audience, a teacher took the list and studied it. Then his pupils shrank. At this rate, after 3 matches, Jar will be in the same match as Night Striker. What? Night Striker? The absence of Kale's Bob made these teachers a bit bored, and they suddenly came together with a bit of excitement when they heard this. That's right, it's Night Front. That, Guffo Sword Saint's disciple. The teacher holding the list nodded. Those who could get the title of Sword Saint were those who could be ranked in the top 5 amongst the entire Empire's swordmasters, and they were also all recognized as existences that transcended the limits of mankind. A teacher then let out a bitter laugh. Now, I'm afraid Jar's winning streak will end. Another good-looking teacher said, but to be honest, I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 40, The Last Match. Inside the lounge, the clean and noble-looking teenager sat on a chair, bored with his novel. A young guard came over with a lustful expression. Then he couldn't help but say, "Young master, it's about to be time for you to go and compete with that Jar. Are you really not going to go out ahead of time to see Jar's match with the others and familiarize yourself with his moves? Not going? What's there to see in winning a bunch of trash?" Night Striker smiled disdainfully. 3 pinkish-purple petal-shaped seals imprinted on his slightly raised forehead. The crowd outside exploded as well. And I don't know who spread the word that Gar and Night Striker were about to face each other. One is the strongest dark horse in this exam, and the other is a long-famous genius boy. How could this bout not be anticipated? Originally, the audience only had the current candidates, teachers and other people related to this examination. And gradually, there were even a lot of unrelated people squeezed in. The entire audience from the beginning of the audience was not at all full of people, to gradually seated, and then finally became crowded. And even some people began to sell their own occupation of the position. The price of the speculation to 5 gold coins. The college had no choice but to deploy additional manpower to start maintaining order. Most people were still a bit more optimistic about Night Striker. Night Striker, the son of the Baron, from the age of 4 years old, was personally brought by a super strong person like the Guffo Sword Saint to cultivate by his side. And at a young age, he has already reached the 8-star rating of Fine Iron, while that Jar is still a Rottenwood 5-star for some unknown reason, which is just enough to meet the minimum requirements of this examination. Most importantly, Night Front was of the Celestial race. It was almost universally recognized that the Celestials were more talented than humans. No matter which way you looked at it, the more likely it was that Night Front would win. In the next match, Jar versus Night Striker, please bring both sides to the stage. The referee teacher shouted aloud. As those words were said, the chants from the audience gradually changed from Gar to Night Striker. Some people who hadn't made much noise during Gar's winning streak and didn't recognize Night Striker at all were chanting as hard as they could. A beggar does not envy a rich man, but he envies a beggar who earns more than he does. In the eyes of some people, You jar before obviously the same level as us. At this time we are defeated. But you are out of the limelight. If there is a person can come to put you down a little bit, we will be much more comfortable in our hearts. Amidst a ruckus, Gar and Night Striker, the two main attractions of the day, walked to the ring and look at each other. Night Striker had a condescending expression, while Jar had a more bland expression. He was originally a little nervous inside when he heard that he was going to face the famous Night Striker, but when he thought of Lord Liu, he inexplicably felt very relieved in his heart. With the referee's arm down, this much-anticipated match has officially begun. Night Striker was the first to strike, confident that the sword moves he had learned from the Gufwa Sword Saint would not be worse than anyone else's, so he struck without fear. Dang! Seeing that he was about to get his hands on his sword, while Jar's sword blocked his move in an unexpected direction, Night Striker was shocked and reacted very quickly before he used some sort of maneuver to draw away his sword, followed by his body taking a few steps backward. It wasn't thrown straight out by Jar like those previous opponents. The two sides were touch and go against each other. There was a trace of gravity within Jar, not realizing that this Night Striker's moves were actually this powerful as well. Night Front, on the other hand, was even more surprised, not realizing that this Jar really did have something that wasn't as simple as he thought. The audience on the field erupted in applause at the sight of this scene. Young Master Night Striker hadn't lost all at once like those before him. This match must have been quite exciting. Night Striker frowned, then attacked again, doubling down on his seriousness. Not to be outdone, Carr made frequent moves from the way back to the pestle sword technique. The two fought furiously, causing the audience to applaud one after another. This has been the last game. The Guardian Academy recruited the top 300 of the candidates, and Jar and Night Striker had long since gotten their enrollment qualifications, and now the competition was just a matter of placing a ranking amongst all the enrollees, and the higher the ranking, the greater the benefits of enrollment would be. The more Night Striker fought, the more surprised he was in his heart, because he realized that the moves this Jar made, surprisingly, it wasn't worse than the moves taught by the Gufwa Sword Saint himself. No way. That's absolutely impossible. Nightfront inwardly shook his head, never accepting it. But the truth was in front of him. The moves taught by the Gufwa Sword Saint were far less complex and subtle than those of the returning the pestle sword technique, and he was already gradually falling into a disadvantage as time went by. I'm losing? I'm actually going to lose to a human teenager? Night Striker almost collapsed inside. For a moment, he felt as if he saw the tall silhouette of an old man standing behind Jar, stroking his beard and smiling disdainfully at himself, with an expression that seemed to say, just by you? As a celestial human race and a disciple of the ancient Faux Sword Saint, it would be a strange shame to lose to a humanoid of the same age. As a teenager who had grown up high and mighty, this shame would even kill him. What to do? Night Striker thought to himself through gritted teeth. As a disciple of the Gufwa Sword Saint, there was no doubt about his fighting qualities. He was still able to maintain his composure even in the face of imminent defeat. He soon realized that Kale's breath had become slightly heavier compared to the beginning, and that the speed of his strikes had slowed down a bit. He's almost out of stamina. Night Striker couldn't help but feel happy inside. Chapter 41 I Can't Move Hot. After each match, a special person would come and use magic that could make people get rid of their fatigue on the candidates, so they wouldn't be affected by fatigue even if they were competing in consecutive matches. And at this time both are the same as bruised and battered, but Jar has been gradually physical strength. Night Striker did not. The fundamental reason is that the two people usually supplemented by the nutritional difference between the sky. Growing up to raise out of the physical strength of the natural is also a underground and a heaven. Seeing that he couldn't defeat Night Striker in a short period of time with the first 13 moves of the returning pestle sword technique, and that his stamina was slipping drastically, Jar decided at that moment to make use of the most refined pointing style of the returning pestle sword technique, and hurry up to settle the fight, only to see Carr find an opportunity in the counterstroke, reverse the hilt of his sword, and pestle it at once in a peculiarly forceful manner at the left side of Night Striker's chest. Night Striker froze, not understanding at all what Carr was doing, and the blow didn't seem to have much force. It didn't even really hurt. Carr was unable to block Night Striker's attack because he made the hilt point and was hit with a few more swords on his body. Is this Carr confused? Why is he using his sword so much? Ha ha, I guess I don't know exactly how to fight anymore. I told you earlier, he can't possibly be a match for young Master Nightfront. That's right, who is young Master Nightfront? And is he comparable? The crowd murmured. But Gar once again used the hilt of his sword to land 2 consecutive points on Night Striker in certain sequences in a row with some strange force, at the cost of a few more sword wounds on his body. Night Striker was a bit puzzled, as he had never seen a nodding point before, so he really couldn't figure out what Carr was doing. Seeing that Jar was covered in injuries and was barely standing, and was obviously unable to continue making moves to block, Night Striker thought to himself, let's just end the fight. He crouched his body slightly and raised his center sword up, and faint fluctuations began to emanate from the sword. Martial arts. The teachers in the audience were shocked. I can't believe I forgot about Night Striker knowing martial arts. It's a storage chop, right? It's a very common martial art, but it's hard to learn. This move requires a 2-second build-up, but it's a fast move. And Jar is so badly injured that he won't be able to dodge it. This is a surefire way for Gar to lose. Yeah, say, what did he just poke Night Striker with the hilt of his sword for? I don't know. It's just confusing. The people in the audience also recognized Night Striker's martial arts. And once again, applause erupted. Everyone's eyes filled with exuberance as they waited for Night Striker to chop down. The power chop could explode with a power several times higher than his own strength. And Gale couldn't even stand up at the moment. So the winner had already been decided. The referee teacher, who was also standing in the ring, moved his body slightly, ready to strike at any moment, intending to save Carr before the sword cut into him. Just as the crowd held their breath, expecting the most important scene to appear, they realized that Night Striker was still holding up his sword to build up his strength, not moving a muscle. Doesn't this stored power chop take a little too long to store up? A teacher asked. But, it's too long. It's almost 10 seconds. Whose power storage chop would be this slow? No, the magic power fluctuation on Night Striker's sword has disappeared. He's not building up his power. Then how come he's not moving with his sword up? I don't know. What's he doing here again? Everyone was puzzled as Night Striker stood in the ring inwardly roaring in horror. I can't move? Why can't I move? Yes, Jar used acupoint kung fu to seal several key acupoints in his body, so that his body could only freeze in place. If Jar had the intention to kill him and directly point the dead points, he would have bled to death now. Since so much time had passed, almost a minute had passed with Night Striker holding his sword up like that, and the people in the audience noticed that something was wrong. What is young Master Night Striker doing? Why aren't you chopping down yet? That's right, why don't you move? None of the people present knew what had happened except for Jar. The martial arts of the Star Falling Land and the martial arts of the Yanhuan continent were two systems, and the people here didn't know what meridians were or what acupoints were, so naturally they didn't know how to point. Gar briefly regained his strength and then threw the sword in his hand to the ground before walking over to Night Striker and picking him up to sling him over his shoulder. What the hell? No, what are these two doing? Isn't it a swordsman competition? Aren't you going to resist a bit, young Master Knight Front? With all eyes on him, Gar walked to the edge of the ring and threw Night Striker right off. The crowd was frozen at the sight of this scene, and the tens of thousands of people in the arena were so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping on the ground could be heard. The referee's teacher reacted first, and no matter what, the first to fall off the field is considered a loss. He coughed lightly twice and said aloud, "This one, Carr wins." After a few seconds of silence, the arena erupted into a higher-than-ever ovation. Carr, JL. It was really hard to figure out what had happened, but the wizarding world was supposed to be nothing but wondrous, and as long as Gar won and didn't cheat, it was something to cheer about. Some teenage girls who normally wouldn't even look at Gale in the eye rushed off the stage and lifted him high in the air. The corners of Gar's mouth simply couldn't be pressed. No teenager around the age of 14 could fail to enjoy the feeling of being starstruck. On the other hand, inside the library, Lewin was still flipping through the books at a rapid pace. To a second. The seats in the reading room were already full, and the young girl sitting next to Lewin who was studying herbs, and the others sitting next to Lewin had a devastated look on their faces, looking at the staff as if they were asking for help. Meaning, do you care? This is not a place to read books at all. However, there was nothing the staff could do about it. Although Luan's behavior seemed to be that of a troublemaker, the pavilion owner could have just told them that this was a Snow Silver-ranked bigwig. This who dares to offend? And Lewin frowned. He had gone through the entire library of books, but hadn't found any news of heavenly treasures. Doesn't this world have those heavenly treasures? Lacking heavenly materials and treasures, one would only be able to cultivate into a 9th grade immortal. The result was undoubtedly heavier on him. Lewin's face was grave, and he took the last book over, flipping through it 2 more times a second, and a book was quickly finished. But the book still doesn't have a clue to the heavenly material. Luan's heart was incredibly heavy at this moment, and he left the library after putting the book back to its original position. Those who were sitting at the same table as him and reading books saw him leave, and all of them let out a long sigh of relief in unison. Lucan frowned as he arrived at the library entrance to find Tom, the guard, arguing with someone who he recognized. Chapter 42. Let me in. I have urgent business to find someone. A middle-aged man in plain clothes with a pothead said politely. Seeing how shabbily dressed this man was, the guard sneered disdainfully. Look at these tattered clothes you're wearing. Are they worthy of the noble surroundings in here? The guard, although he was also only in existence at the bottom of the social ladder, earning little money each month, and he had no qualifications to enter the library. Always felt a bit of pride when mentioning the library. But last time I came, no one stopped me either. Potato Head heard the other party's tone of looking down on him and suppressed his inner anger and said, I've said it many times. Either show a nameplate of 5 stars or hire of the decayed wood or pay 5 gold coins for a pass. And you dare to come here when you can't even get 5 gold coins? Scram! 5 gold coins? Why don't you just go and grab it? I really have something urgent to go in and look for someone. I'll come out immediately after looking for someone. The pot-hooded middle-aged man shouted urgently. No. Okay, then I'll always wait at the door. That won't do. What if you're here to dirty the eyes of those rich lords? Get the hell out of here or I'll have you arrested and put in jail. By what right? What law am I breaking by standing in the doorway? Aren't you going too far? The pothead middle-aged man yelled. Do I need a reason to arrest you? Are you rolling or not? Potato Head was about to continue returning the favor when he noticed that the person he was looking for happened to walk out of the library, and he immediately waved his hand happily and shouted, Lord Lu! Lord Lu! It's me! Luan walked out of the library and recognized the man as one of the villagers of Lorca village. It's you! How did you know I was here? Luan walked out and said politely. The guard's eyes widened instantly. This was a Snow Silver 10-star level big brother. This shabbily dressed villager actually knew a Snow Silver level big brother? No! I didn't know you were here. Last time you didn't say you wanted to come to the library to look up information. I came to Blood Deer City and didn't know where you lived. So I came to the library to see if I could run into you. This guy wouldn't let me in. So I thought I could wait at the door and wait for you as well. I didn't expect this guy to tell me to get lost. And he wouldn't even let me stay at the door. Luan coldly glanced at the guard, instantly causing the latter to fall into an ice cellar, his scalp tingling. Looking for me for something? Luan asked after nodding. Didn't you ask us to buy something earlier? And Mayor Hofstadter sent me over to let you know that we got some of the things you were looking for. What? Luan was shaken. It was bought according to those things you drew on the iron plate. Not long after you left, a caravan of merchants passed through the village of Lorca. And Hofstadter first exchanged the gold bracelet you left behind for some money, and then bought what you asked for from those merchants. So go and see for yourself. Good. I'm on my way. Luan was excited inside. I thought that I could only cultivate the 9th immortal in the future, but I didn't expect that it would really be a blessing in disguise. Luan pulled out a handful of silver coins from his pocket and stuffed them into the pothead villager. Take the bus back yourself. I'll go first. The pothead villager didn't dare to take Luan's money. But before he had a chance to shove the money back to Luan, he looked up and realized that Luan had already disappeared. He glanced at the guard and realized that the guard was smiling fawningly. Hey, that, older brother, just now it was my tone that was bad. Come and sit down. The pothead villager twisted his head in disdain and walked away. Luan utilized his light power and leaped on the rooftops within Blood Deer City. His figure was so fast that almost no one could see him, and in a short while he was out of the city. The surrounding scenery was rapidly regressing as if it was a flowing picture scroll. This time there were no more people with them. Luan brought his speed up to the fastest. What a surprise! Originally, letting Lorca village acquire some materials for himself was nothing more than a thoughtless act. However, just when he was in a desperate situation and feeling hopeless, Lorca village had brought him such a great surprise. It wasn't long before the familiar Lorca village finally appeared in his field of vision. After entering the village, Luan walked straight towards Hofstadter's house. A faint odor of blood hit his nose as he reached the front door of Hofstadter's house. With the slightest hint of blood in the air, it was clear that a fierce fight had taken place here not too long ago, and not more than yesterday at the earliest. Chapter 43, Killing Intentions. Hofstadter was waiting at home when the door was suddenly pushed open and he immediately stood up. Lord Lu, you're here. Well, Hofstadter, I heard that you found what I want. Quickly bring it out for me to take a look. If it's true, I'll heavily reward you. Luan's tone was rarely a bit excited. Yes, I'll get it for you. Hofstadter walked quickly into the inner room and carried out a large box. Watching Hofstadter's movement of moving the boxes, Luan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. The box opened, and Luan immediately looked inside, then smiled with joy. This was exactly the heavenly material he was looking for. Lingyun flower, thunderweed, 100 refinement fruit, a box full of more than one of each. Luan's inner haze was swept away at this moment, and he nodded his head repeatedly. This is exactly what I'm looking for. This is exactly what I'm looking for. With that, he looked to Hofstadter. Hofstadter, you guys did a great job. Tell me, what reward do you want? Hofstadter quickly waved his hands. These are things I should do. How can I ask for a reward? I never let anyone do a favor for nothing. So tell me, what reward do you want? Seeing Hofstadter stammering, Luan knew that the people here were loyal and devoted to themselves, and because they had saved them, They took it for granted that they would work for them, but not letting someone do you a favor for nothing. That's your own rule. You can take your time to think about it. You don't have to decide now. By the way, Luan's words changed. You've suffered serious internal injuries. What happened? Hofstadter was shocked, not expecting Luan to be able to see this as well. It's fine, Lord Lu. It's just an accidental injury. Seeing Hofstadter say so, Luan thought that he didn't need to care about everything. He didn't want to say it even if he did. So he asked, didn't I leave you the rejuvenation dan in the first place? By virtue of the effect of the rejuvenation dan, it's more than enough to cure this injury. Why don't you eat it? It's not a fatal injury, and I'm afraid I'd be a bit of a waste to take a potion like yours, Hofstadter replied. Luan flipped his hand and immediately had 5 more bottles of rejuvenation pills in his hand. He placed these bottles on the table. This kind of pill is worthless to me. I still have a lot of them. You don't have to save them. Hofstadter stared wide-eyed at the 5 bottles of rejuvenation pills on the table. What Luan thought was worthless, they regarded as priceless. Originally thought that although this kind of elixir was not too precious for Luan, it should not be cheap either. But I did not expect Lord Lu to casually give 5 more bottles. Take it. These don't count as my rewards for you, Luan said. Thank you, Lord Lu. Hofstadter nodded excitedly and took away the medicine bottles. He then opened one of the bottles and poured out a pill and took it, and the injuries on his body instantly improved. Despite taking it for the second time, Hofstadter still marveled at the magical effects of this pill. Just then, someone outside the door suddenly shouted, Hofstadter, I've come to bring you medicine. Really? Those damned knights can't walk when they see the gold bracelet, and their hands are really hard. Hofstadter blushed. The man pushed the door in, and when he saw that Luan was also there, he immediately revealed a somewhat embarrassed look. And as soon as he came in, Luan noticed that the man had a visible bruise on his face. The gold bracelet? The one I left you? Tell me what's going on, Luan asked once he heard that it seemed to be somewhat related to himself as well. So he put away all the heavenly treasures. The man delivering the medicine stammered, somewhat at a loss for words, as Hofstadter had instructed them not to tell Lord Lu. Seeing that he couldn't cope, Hofstadter sighed and said, I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid of getting you into trouble. Then Hofstadter and the villager, talking and gesticulating, told the story of what had happened that day. It turned out that after Luan left that day, the knights, who were supposed to come to the rescue, were late in arriving. After they entered the village, they searched around in the name of investigation and overheard Hofstadter's gold bracelet that he hadn't had time to hide. The gold bracelet is obviously worth a lot of money in terms of workmanship and color, so these brutal and unreasonable knights made up some random lame excuse to take the gold bracelet. He said that how could such a poor and shabby village as Lorca village have a gold bracelet of this color? It must have been dropped by a demon and should be brought back for investigation. Hofstadter, who had dealt with knights for so many years, of course knew well that this was nothing more than a reason, and that these knights just wanted to possess the golden bracelet. At the same time, he was clear that he had to sell the money with this gold bracelet to have the money to buy what he ordered for Lord Lu, and technically this gold bracelet was Lord Lu's, so he said nothing to let these knights take the bracelet and leave, and these knights started to beat him, and the villagers, who were grateful to Luan, went up a piece and fought with these knights. Finally the group of knights left after realizing that they were all close to beating them to death and they wouldn't let go, dropping the scathing words that they would come back for more trouble. What? Luan was furious upon hearing this. These dogs, they almost missed my big event. If the knight snatched the golden bracelet, then the village of Lorca would have no money to buy heavenly treasures. As soon as he thought of this, Luan's heart flooded with killing intent. Chapter 44, The Easy Immortal Sex Style. Before cultivating immortality, Luan was the child of a merchant family. At the age of 12, the local governor, in order to seize the family's properties, fields, combined with the local bullies, squires to his father, pressed the trumped-up charges and beheaded after the fall. His mother could not accept, threw himself into a well. He had temporarily dodged a bullet because he was staying at his uncle's house at the time, and the group of people who had caused his family's demise had paid off local hooligans to find and kill him as well, in order to cut off the roots of the family. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. He hid near the governor's house for 3 days without eating or drinking, and finally found a chance to kill the governor with a knife and escaped from the city. When he was about to be captured, he was lucky to meet his master, who heard about him, and after pitying him, appreciated that he was so alert at such a young age, and sensed that he had extraordinary talent, so he took him as a disciple and let him join the Easy Immortal sect. At the age of 12, it was the time to shape one's outlook on life. Therefore, no matter how many years have passed since then, Luan has always been disgusted with those corrupt officials and bullies who bully people. After a certain level of cultivation, The first thing he did was to go down the mountain to kill all the participants who had caused his family to fall apart in the past, as well as their family members, out of the backlog in the heart of a mouthful of bad gas. After coming to the other world for so many days, he knew that knights were equivalent to constables in some countries in Yanhuang, and were also a kind of official servant. So after learning that this group of people were bullying others, and had nearly misplaced their own major events, it was inevitable that they were motivated to kill. In a flat tone he asked, "What was the name of the group and where are they?" "Lord Lu, what are you asking for?" Hofstadter said in a bit of a panic. "That goes without saying. Of course I'm going to slaughter them," Lewin said with a frown. "That, Lord Lu, they didn't end up snatching the gold bracelet anyway. I think, this is an order. You can also not say anything, but from now on I won't have any dealings with you guys, and I'll leave the buying to someone else." Lewin's tone was a bit cold. Hofstadter was a little flustered. "Ever since I've known Lord Lu, he's always had an easygoing demeanor, and I've never seen him so angry as he is today." The knot in Hofstadter's throat shrugged, then said, "The group was at the Windwood Riders' stronghold. More than 20 people in all there. A map of Blooddeer City and its environs was taped to the wall inside Hofstadter's room." Lewin turned around and with a glance at the map, he determined the route to the Wind Forest stronghold. "Lord Lu, the reason why I didn't tell you is because knights don't have a low status in the Empire, and if you kill them, the Empire will definitely investigate to the end." Hofstadter followed him and explained, "They robbed me. It's only right for me to kill them, and I'll kill them all piece by piece if anyone dares to take justice for them," Lewin said in a flat tone. He didn't really know if the sacred monarch empire was any kind of threat to him. Yanhuang and this world were completely different, and comparing Yanhuang's mortal countries to the sacred monarch empire was really biased. But if it was the other party's fault and one was forced to endure it just because the other party's strength was higher than theirs, then it really didn't deserve to be treated as a disciple of the easy immortal sect. The disciples of the free immortal sect pursued doing as they pleased, which was the opposite of the purity of mind and avoidance of dabbling in karma advocated by most sects. While the disciples of other sects were doing their best to sever their 7 passions and 6 desires, cut off earthly bonds, pursue benefits and avoid karma, the disciples of the easy immortal sect were enjoying life to the fullest. They drank wine, killed and killed, were fastidious, and listened to music on the hook. In short, as long as it doesn't go against heavenly justice and human decency, it can be as painful as it wants to be. In the view of the disciples of the free immortal sect, it would be better not to cultivate immortality if one lost one's own nature. If cultivating immortality meant giving up oneself and becoming desireless, what was the point of even being able to live a long life? Hearing Lewin say that, Hofstadter realized his mistake. He shouldn't have taken the liberty of making decisions for Lewin. How foolish of me to think that I am smarter and know what to do better than Lord Lu, Hofstadter thought to himself. Lewin didn't blame them either. It was human nature, not to mention that they were also thinking about themselves. At the same time, something occurred to him. After killing those knights by himself, someone was bound to investigate Lorca village, and when that happened, it might involve Lorca village in bad luck. This village had given themselves so much credit, so of course they couldn't be dragged into it for the sake of a moment's pleasure. Cold-bloodedness was not in his nature after all. The knights, though, he still had to kill. He put away his cold and icy look, and his expression became easygoing again as he spoke. "But don't worry, you don't have to worry about the fire burning down on you. You guys have given me so much credit, I won't watch anything happen to you and leave you alone." After saying that, a pile of yellow paper appeared in his hand, along with several bottles of pills. The porcelain bottles of those pills were reddish-brown in color, and there was a clear difference from the green porcelain bottles that contained the rejuvenation pills. Chapter 45, Vigorous Development of the Village of Lorca. Looking at the 2 items Lewin took out, Hofstadter was inwardly curious, because the things Lord Lu brought out were always so amazing. "Sometimes I really suspected that Lord Lu was from another world," Lewin said indifferently. "The pill in this red porcelain bottle is called the Vigorous Pill, which can increase 50,000 pounds of force within 2 hours after taking it." "What? 50,000 pounds? Hofstadter and the villagers stared in disbelief at what they were hearing, their mouths so wide open that their jaws were dislocated. Eating it would increase your strength by 50,000 pounds, even though it was only temporary, but it was 50,000 pounds. It was power far beyond human limits, even for the strongest man in the empire. "I'm afraid Alzero's power is far inferior." Hofstadter and the villagers' gazes were deadlocked by the medicine bottle, unable to move away at all. With their cognition they simply couldn't imagine that this kind of medicine actually existed in the world. If it was someone else who told them that you could gain 50,000 pounds of strength just by eating a peanut-sized pill, then they would 100% think that the other person was a liar. But they wouldn't question a single thing Lewin said. This power pill was also something that Luan had refined in one furnace a few hundred years ago in order to practice alchemy, and there were still quite a few of them in the Spirit Sea. However, the condition for this power pill to take effect was that the strength had to be less than 50,000 pounds in order for it to work, and 50,000 pounds of strength was really not worth mentioning for the current Luan, so he couldn't use this medicine anymore. Luan then picked up the pile of yellow paper talismans and handed them to Hofstadter. This is called the Golden Light Talisman. Stick it on your body for an hour with a golden light attached to it, and it is invulnerable to swords and guns and water and fire. He thought about what he had experienced in the past 2 days as well as what he had seen, then continued. Blocking a third-level magic isn't a problem anyway. Third-level magic. Hofstadter took the sheaf of golden light charms and marveled incredulously. It was so light that he could barely feel the weight in his hand, and the yellow, thin paper seemed to crack at the slightest tear, painted with some sort of vermilion pigment in a pattern he couldn't understand. Not a single fluctuation of magic could be felt at all, making it impossible to believe that this thing could have such an outrageous effect. Take these 2 things for your defense. I will give them to you again when you run out. But, Luan suddenly had a serious expression. If you let me know that someone has taken these 2 things and gone to act recklessly and hurt the world, then I will personally kill that person. Yes, we understand, Lord Lu, Hofstadter and that villager immediately assured. In addition to giving them these 2 things so that they could protect themselves from retaliation, Luan actually had another intention, which was to develop the village a bit. In the past, he had saved the people of this village, and while the people of this village were loyal to him, admired him, and appreciated him, this village honestly didn't mean much to him. He just thought of it as a good deed he had done in passing, and would have little to do with the village in the future. But what I didn't expect was that this village could actually collect heavenly treasures for itself. Then this would make the village extraordinary for himself. So Luan also had the motivation to develop this village, in order for them to be able to collect materials for themselves faster and more often, and in order for them to be able to travel farther and farther to collect materials for themselves. Of course, there was another important reason for choosing to develop this village, and that was that the people of this village held themselves in high regard. It's not hard to find great subordinates, but it's not so easy to find a group of people who are loyal to you from the bottom of their hearts like that. Besides, to cultivate such a group of people into people with a big role to play was not difficult at all for Luan, who had a large number of elixirs, secret books of techniques, as well as magic treasures. But as for exactly how to develop this village first, Luan still had to consider it again and again. But he could first increase their ability to protect themselves, so that the whole village would not return to the west due to natural and man-made disasters. Hofstadter, find me another courtyard with no one in it and don't let anyone disturb it. Luan suddenly spoke. Okay, you can just go to that yard from last time. We have people cleaning there every day. Right Hofstadter, Luan said after a moment of silence. What is it? Lord Anne, prepare me some firewood. Chapter 46, Foundation Building and Alchemy. In the courtyard, Luan sat cross-legged with an ancient medicine cauldron in front of him. This medicinal tripod was called the Tianji tripod, and it faintly emitted a ghostly blue light, with astrological patterns surrounding the tripod, and the entire tripod looked extremely mysterious. However, the large pile of firewood next to the tripod viciously ruins its aura. Yes, due to the current chi refining stage, the heaven-swallowing karmic fire could only be maintained for 10 seconds, and although Luan's operation of the easy chi refining technique was already very pure, and he was able to restore his true chi to full capacity in a matter of moments, there were inevitably interruptions, so he can only use this most plain way now. Luan squatted on the ground and threw 2 more pieces of firewood into the tripod as if he were burning rice, and blew a few times with his mouth. Ugh! As he watched the fire in the medicine cauldron grow hotter and hotter, Luan sighed and cried a little. I didn't expect that one day. A precious tripod like the Tianji tripod, which was 1 in a million, would actually be reduced to such a state. If its casting master knew about it, he didn't know how wonderful the expression on his face would be. Because of the wood burning, a thick smoke rose straight up into the sky from the tripod. The villagers noticed it and couldn't help but guess what Lord Lu was doing. Does he think our food is bad and is running his own small stove? Luan put his hand directly into it and put it in the fire to test the temperature. After feeling that it was almost done, with a wave of his hand, a rare spirit medicine flew out from his spirit sea as streams of light, falling into the medicine cauldron with precision. Fire crow grass. With this, in the future, the consumption of immortal spirit power to make fire spells can be reduced by 3 points. Thunder tattoo flower. With this, one's body will give birth to a trace of Tao origin thunder breath. And in the future, when one makes a lightning spell, one can ignore a portion of the opponent's lightning resistance. 7-star fruit. Hearing wind wood. These two have the effect of increasing the recovery speed of true chi or immortal spiritual energy. Guayu Bing. With this, in the future, when you cultivate body protection techniques, you can make the body protection immortal spiritual power have the effect of resisting ice spells. Lingfeng fruit. After absorbing it, the speed with flying spells will increase. Luan mouthed the name of each elixir and their effects, adding firewood or pulling it out at the right time as a way to control the temperature. Thousands of years of experience had allowed him to already know the nature of each ingredient like the back of his hand, and even though he was using firewood to burn the fire, he was able to make sure that each elixir could release its essence at the most suitable temperature. As time passed, a rich medicinal fragrance gradually emanated from inside the cauldron. Luan saw the right moment to slowly lift the lid of the cauldron, followed by a violent shock of pulling wind, extinguishing the firewood inside. A foundation establishment pill with a golden yellow body was lying quietly in the medicinal cauldron. Grabbed a handful of them and held them in the palm of his hand for a moment to scrutinize them. Not bad. All of them are first grade. Not bad for me. Luan smiled in satisfaction. That is to say, the foundation building pill was a relatively low-grade elixir. In exchange for a higher grade one, it was simply impossible to refine it with a mortal fire like firewood. Now that the entire foundation establishment stage required foundation establishment Dan was all ready. The next step was to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Luan once again released the Xian Hunter, the 10,000 years blood corpse, and those origin magic treasures, then set up the spirit gathering formation. After the spirit gathering array had made the surrounding spiritual chi quite dense, Luan sat cross-legged on the ground and began to submerge in the easy chi refining technique. The aura of heaven and earth was incorporated into his body, and the chi cyclone became more solid. In the middle of a certain time point of cultivation, Luan duly took a foundation establishment pill, absorbing all of its medicinal power without missing a drop and dissolving it in his chi cyclone. The special medicinal power contained in this foundation building pill with the addition of heavenly herbs and earthly treasures made the chi cyclone begin to undergo a sea change. All of this was the foundation for becoming a first-grade immortal in the future. And with one less step, no matter how to make up for it in the future, it would not be able to become a first-grade immortal again. During the entire cultivation process, Luan had eaten a total of 3 foundation building pills and absorbed the effects of the heavenly materials 3 times. So even though he was only at the foundation establishment stage, he already had many attributes on him that were the envy of others. This was the benefit of cultivating the first-grade immortal Dao, and the fundamental reason why first-grade immortals were stronger than other grades of immortals. 3 hours later, Luan opened his eyes and his body radiated the aura of the 3rd level of foundation establishment. He opened his hand and clenched his fist slightly, feeling the true chi in his body. The foundation establishment stage still had to use true chi, but due to the absorption of heavenly treasures, the true chi of the foundation establishment stage was already as different from the chi refining stage as mud in clouds. The sky was dark by now, but it wouldn't affect his movements in the slightest. Luan first put away the Xian Hunter, the blood corpse, and the magic treasure, and then recalled the location of the Wind Forest stronghold, and then his body shifted and disappeared directly into the courtyard. Chapter 47, Wind Forest Stronghold. The Windwood Night Stronghold looks like a middle finger from the outside. An irregular circular courtyard with a very tall building centered in the far west and 2 shorter buildings on each side. Since the Holy Monarch Empire didn't have the money to place defense personnel in every village, the unit of the Night Stronghold was created. The strongholds were in a centered location that was relatively close to many villages, making it easy to get there quickly when something happened in a village. It was true that the Wind Forest Night Stronghold did not intend to delay when something happened in Lorca village some time ago, and that day, they collectively suddenly received an emergency transfer order and went to Bellow City to carry out a special mission, which led to the expansion of the tragedy in Lorca village. The moon is dark and the wind is high. More than 20 knights lit a bonfire in the courtyard, drinking beer and roasting chickens, goats and pigs snatched from an unknown village, looking very happy. A knight at the gate who was in charge of standing guard glanced at them enviously and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys saved some for me. That pig is still the one I snatched today. Stand your post. Ah, Captain, that gold bracelet must definitely be worth 3,000 gold coins nah. What a pity. A knight who had taken off his armor and was wearing civilian clothes said after taking a large sip of beer. That's the best looking gold bracelet I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, Captain. Almost got it the other day. They couldn't stop thinking about the gold bracelet that Luan had casually taken out. And for just these 2 days, what they thought about when they were idle was no longer which beautiful woman, but that gold bracelet. TSK, you guys don't know your captain well enough. Am I someone who gives up that easily? The captain finished drunkenly and poured down another large glass of beer, then laughed out loud. That's right. How could those hicks afford such a good bracelet? They must not have come from the normal way either. Don't worry, the captain put down his wine glass. In a few days we will kidnap a child in that village and force his parents to steal the bracelet. By then he and we will be accomplices and won't dare to tell the truth. Then he mustn't be given a share of the money? Share the money? Distribute my ass. When the time comes, we'll just put that serial murder case from last year on his head and throw him in the city's eastern prison to wait to be hanged, the captain said viciously. Captain, 3,000 gold coins. We won't be able to spend it all in a lifetime. A knight said with great excitement. Hey, when the gold arrives, I'll treat you guys to an experience at the Dream Magic Museum run by Shur Ayala. The captain smiled lewdly. Shur Ayala, the capital of the sacred monarch empire, is the richest city in the country? When the crowd heard this, they immediately became excited. It was said that the dream demons in the Dream Demon Hall could influence people's dreams and fulfill all their requests in the dream world, but the cost was quite exorbitant. Captain, I'm starving. Let me have a couple bites first. The voice of the standing knight rang out from the doorway. Okay, no talent. Come in and eat something. Eat and then stand guard, hear me. The captain shouted impatiently. As soon as the captain's words fell, he only heard a whirring sound, and the standing knight flew over, pouncing on top of the roasted pig whose body was whiter than he was, and the hot roasted pig made a zippy sound as soon as it touched his skin. The captain was a bit shocked. Hey, you don't have to be like this if you're hungry. But soon he realized something was wrong, as the guard only had the top half of his body. After a brief moment of fear, the knights immediately stood up and looked around alertly. They were still combat literate regardless. At the same time they were inwardly shocked. Who was so bold as to attack the knight's stronghold? Every knight was at least 5 stars of fine iron, and with 27 knights here, it was arguably the worst place to mess with in the surrounding area. Soon, they realized that there was a teenager in a white robe standing at the entrance. The teenager was looking at them with cold eyes and said in a slightly hateful voice, no matter what world I'm in, I'd hate to kill people like you. Chapter 48, Gentle and Fearful. What a guy! Rain of corrosive arrows. A magic chanter immediately raised his hand. A magic rune quickly took shape in the palm of his hand. A sound like popping beans rang out densely, and dozens of green magic arrows emitting a corrosive aura were spat out from it, with extremely fast speeds, and shot at Lewin one after another. Lewin didn't dodge as these arrows erupted into a gust of poisonous mist, drowning him in it after hitting him. To actually dare to attack this place, really looking for death, scared the hell out of me. Check his identity later, preferably even his family. The knights who mistakenly thought that Lewin had died chuckled disdainfully. Poison-type magic, weak against non-living organisms such as stone and buildings, but highly damaging to living things. Although corrosive arrow rain was only a second-ranked magic, there were not many people in the entire empire who didn't dodge and resisted it with their bodies, not to mention that Lewin only looked to be 16 or 17 years old. But in the next second, Lewin walked out of the thick poisonous fog as if he was walking leisurely. Not only was he unharmed, even the clothes on his body were clean and spotless. The smiles on the faces of the knights who were originally sneering instantly froze. Their eyes widened with disbelief. How is this possible? Is this guy wearing poison resistance type magic equipment? But we clearly didn't see any magic fluctuations. Forget all that for now. Finish him off. The 8 magic chanters didn't dare to delay any longer. They raised their hands or magic staffs, and colorful magic runes quickly took shape, followed by magic with various attributes and effects bombarding Lewin like rain. Explosive fireball, shadow thick acid, earth spikes, flying stones, high pressure water flow, wound dilation. Seeing so many new magic again at once made Lewin's eyes widen slightly, but apart from puddling the yard with barely a few good spots, none of these spells were able to affect his body half as much as they should have, smashing into him and simply dispersing, unable to even impede his progress. Is this already your best magic? Under the moonlight, Lewin's handsome face was clearly visible. His fair skin seemed to emit a soft glow, and he looked gentle and kind, making people feel good about him. His eyes were clear and bright, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, as if he was just an innocent, world-weary little boy. However, none of the people around felt that way. They all stared at Lewin with expressions like they had seen a ghost. In the battle just now, they had used their strongest attacks, but these attacks were as ineffective as scratching an itch for Lewin. At this moment, despair enveloped them, making them feel incredibly heavy. They really couldn't think of another way to be able to defeat this powerful opponent in front of them. It's a monster. It must be a monster. Stay back. Go call for help. One of the knights took out the support fireworks from his waist, the very same kind that was used when the village of Lorca asked them for help at that time. They could only hope now that the knights from the other strongholds would rush over to save them. Lewin flexed his fingers. Snap. The man's wrist snapped and fell to the ground, blood flowing from the broken hand. Ah! The man stared blankly at the broken hand for 3 seconds before he slumped to the ground in pain and kept letting out howls of agony. When the surrounding knights saw this scene, their faces turned white with fear. Does this guy even have such a secretive and unpredictable means of attack in addition to possessing a perverted defense? What kind of monster are you? You, a vampire? Or a werewolf? The captain's voice was raspy from excessive fear, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Within the scope of his cognition, humans were absolutely incapable of reaching such a powerful realm through cultivation. Thus, he concluded that the person in front of him was definitely not a real human, but some foreign race in disguise. A werewolf? Something like a werewolf demon? And what's a vampire? Something like a leech becoming a spirit? Lu Xin muttered secretly in his mind. He felt very unfamiliar with these two words, and did not understand what they represented at all. Just then, a cry of alarm came. Captain! The captain turned his head at the sound of the voice, only to see a knight with a huge sword in his hand, shouting at him with joy on his face. The huge sword was about half a meter wide, with a straight golden stripe equal to the length of the sword inlaid in the middle part of the blade, and the hilt was plain and unadorned, but it was clearly stamped with the crest of the city lord's family. Earlier, when they were enjoying the barbecue, they had left most of their equipment inside the house as they were confident that no one would dare to attack this place. At this moment, this knight fought to throw the huge sword, which whistled through the air and was finally firmly grasped by the captain's robust arm. Chapter 49, Killing All the Evil Officials. It was a superb giant sword laced with 30% intense gold. Fiery gold is a special metal that is far stronger than diamonds and can be used to make magical weapons because it can hold magic. This metal was very expensive and very few people could afford it, but by mixing a little bit of it in when building equipment, it could enhance the sturdiness of the entire piece of equipment. This giant sword was an asset of the Empire, not the captain's personal one, and with this 30% of fiery gold, it was impossible to damage it even if it was continuously cleaved using 5th order lightning attribute magic, and in addition to being laced with intense gold, it had also been blessed by a snow-silver ranked magician, claiming to be a magical weapon that, even if it looked bulky and heavy, could be wielded at speeds that were absolutely beyond one's imagination. With his giant sword in his hand, the captain's face regained its confidence. He looked at Lewin with a provocative gaze. No matter what you are, there's no way you can resist the sword. Suddenly, he froze, for at some point, such a huge sword was no longer in his hand. When? The captain was completely dumbfounded, looking incredulously at Lewin playing with the huge sword, swinging it a few times in his right hand, then throwing it into his left hand to swing it a few times. The huge sword was disproportionate to his thin figure, but it was almost as if the huge sword weighed nothing in his hands. Lewin felt that there was nothing special about this sword, and wondered why this person suddenly became so confident after having taken it. He cupped the blade in his right and left hands and like tearing a piece of paper. The sword, which was indestructible in the eyes of the knights, was torn in half. Dreams, I must be having a nightmare. That's right, it's a nightmare, isn't it? How can something like this happen in reality? A feeling of unreality rose within these knights, a feeling that viciously stimulated their brains, and they suddenly felt that whatever they were looking at right now had a hazy illusory feeling to it. The knight captain suddenly fell to his knees, scared to the point of snotting. Let me go, let me go, I'll give you money, I'll give you whatever you want. The other knights fell to their knees at the sight. Let me go. I have an old mother at home. Let me out of here and I'll pay you. Who sent you to kill us? We'll pay 10 times. No, 100 times, plea after plea. Looking at the way these knights who had just been discussing how to use the authority in their hands to get people killed knelt in front of him and begged him to spare them. Some images flashed through Luan's mind. He suddenly sneered. It's the same in any world. With a poof, the knight captain's head was shattered by Luan's palm. The scarlet blood sobered up the knights whose hearts were filled with an unreal sense of reality due to too much fear. Run! Letting out a howl as if they were killing a pig. They stood up and maxed out their strides, running as fast as they could as desperately as they could in different directions with their eyes closed. Luan saw this and opened his 5 fingers. The heaven-swallowing karmic flame appeared in the center of his hand. He raised his hand upwards and the heaven-swallowing karmic flame rose up in the air, hanging in the air and getting bigger and bigger. Originally, the heaven-swallowing fire that Luan had urged with the 9th level of chi refining was only the size of a fist, but this time, the heaven-swallowing fire that he had urged with the 3rd level of foundation establishment could reach 30 times of its previous size, and the suction force was stronger and lasted for a longer period of time. The knights who were about to escape from the courtyard suddenly felt a suction force tugging at them. They looked back and were horrified to find a huge flame over the courtyard, which was as black as ink, and the space around it was writhing. Even though they didn't know what it was, they knew very well that what would happen to them if they got into the flames would definitely be death. No, let go of me. Let me go, please. More than 20 knights begged for mercy in tears, just like those who had once been oppressed by their use of power. Luan's face was flat as he watched the scene. He had lived for thousands of years and would not have a single fluctuation in his heart no matter how much they cried miserably. Those knights, along with the bodies of the knight captains and standing guards, were all eventually sucked nearby by the heaven-swallowing karma fire, and as soon as their bodies touched the heaven-swallowing karma fire, they instantly turned into ashes. A divine fire like the heaven-swallowing karmic fire, which had once burned even the sun, was definitely a descending blow to mortals. Everything returned to silence, and the surrounding area was so quiet that only the chirping of insects remained. Lewin was just about to leave, but he suddenly thought of something and turned around and walked inside the building of the knight's stronghold. Listening to what these knights had said earlier, it seemed that they didn't scavenge the people's wealth on a regular basis, so there's definitely a lot of valuable stuff in these buildings. Spreading his divine sense out, every inch of several buildings appeared in his perception, and Lewin quickly knew which rooms had valuable things. After collecting all those things, Lewin left the stronghold and returned to Lorca village. Chapter 50, Making Choices. Early in the morning, Hofstadter sat up in bed and rubbed his bleary eyes. Suddenly, he saw a thin white figure standing in the courtyard with its back to him. Lord Lew? With a shock, Hofstadter immediately climbed up from the bed, and was just about to rush out the door, when he suddenly remembered that he was not fully clothed, so he hurried back to tidy up his clothes before pushing open the door of the room. Lord Lew. Hofstadter walked quickly behind Lewin. You're awake. Lewin turned back. I have something to discuss with you. Ah, go ahead. Those caravans you mentioned earlier, about how often do they pass through your area? Lewin asked. They come at very irregular times for weeks, or months. We here are the village closest to the outskirts of the Plains of Despair, and many caravans will choose to come here for some food, water, a little rest, or whatever. According to this, your place should be very rich, Lewin asked in disbelief. It's like this, Lord Lew. In the sacred monarch empire, we farmers can't engage in large-scale commercial activities without authorization. We can't even open a store without authorization. If we want to give up farming and become a merchant, we have to submit an application to do so, and we need to have a certain amount of capital before we can apply. Otherwise you will break the law and be imprisoned. So the key point is here. Lewin Xin was enlightened. It was reasonable to say that this place was in the path of the caravan and would develop better, but the houses here were one by one broken as if they were about to collapse. The villagers ate the crudest of food, and the clothes they wore were washed white. Turns out it's this country that has this policy, and frankly, doesn't want the countryside to take business resources from the cities. So these villagers risked breaking the law to do business with the caravan and help themselves to the heavenly treasures they acquired? Thinking of this, Lewin inwardly felt a few points better about Lorca village. Hofstadter, I want to transform your village from an agricultural village into a commercial village. Of course, you have a choice and can choose to reject it. But if you choose to follow my orders, I will step in to take care of it in the future if anyone dares to be unfavorable to Lorca village, Lewin said in a flat tone. Converting from an agricultural village to a commercial village? As soon as Hofstadter heard this, the first thing that came to his mind was some of the richer cities within the empire. Most of them were transformed step by step from an agricultural village into a commercial village, where people lived in abundance. Most of them lived in luxurious residences, ate exquisite food, and the young people had more chances of being able to get in touch with the outside world, and thus there was a higher probability of talents appearing in that place. If the village of Lorca can become so rich, then, thinking of this, Hofstadter was inevitably a little excited inside. He had always thought that he was shouldering the responsibility of guarding and revitalizing Lorca village, only that his power was really limited and he hadn't accomplished much over the years. But as long as Lorca village could change for the better, he felt that his death would be worth it. But that would be tantamount to breaking the laws of the empire. Lewin was also giving Hofstadter two choices, to remain loyal to the empire or to choose to be loyal to himself. Thinking back to the knights who had been bullying men and women for years without any punishment, Hofstadter didn't need much consideration to have an answer. And besides, it was only the development of commerce in the village of Lorca that hadn't jeopardized any of the empire's interests. But this matter was a matter of life and death for all the villagers, because if the empire knew that they, the peasants, were doing business without authorization, it would probably take them to prison en masse. You can't take the liberty of making decisions for hundreds of villagers just to please Lord Lew. So he said stiffly, Lord Lew, I think we have to count the villagers first. I thought Lewin would be impatient or angry, but I didn't expect Lewin to nod and say, well, that's as it should be. So Hofstadter called all the villagers together urgently and sat down for a meeting in his own courtyard. Upon hearing that Lewin, who was held in high regard by them, was going to transform their village into a commercial village, most of the villagers were excited. Lewin stood in another courtyard in the distance and could even hear their small cheers. Becoming a commercial village means that the people of this village will no longer have to work hard at farming but often go without food, they will become more and more affluent, and they will also eat fine food, wear clothes made of comfortable fabrics, and live in houses that don't leak, and their children will have a brighter future because of ample funds for their upbringing. Of course, there were a small number of people who were worried. Only when they heard Hofstadter say that Lord Lu had promised to take care of the village's safety. The small number of people also put their hearts down. After all, they had seen Luan's ability before. After the meeting, Hofstadter came over to find Luan with a smile on his face. Lord Lu, everyone in the village agrees with your decision. Good. Then let's start with the first step. First, repair the village's road environment. Then build a few inns and restaurants. Make them a bit more upscale. In short, first increase the possibility of spending money after the caravan comes here. After Luan finished, he waved his hand and a large pile of miscellaneous things scattered on the ground. Hofstadter's heart began to race and beads of sweat were left on his forehead after he looked down and saw what those things were. Chapter 51, Seeking Help from Aurelia. Chests filled with gold coins. Chests filled with various potions. A bunch of loose pieces of armor bearing the insignia of the Windwood Knights. A bunch of weapons bearing the insignia of the Windwood Knights. A huge sword that was huge but broken into two sections. And a few unopened magic scrolls. Seeing these things, Hofstadter realized that the Windwood Knights might not exist now. Hofstadter, these things are left for you as startup capital. Luan pointed to the things on the ground. Hofstadter's breathing tightened as he suddenly bent down to pick up the huge sword and caressed the golden pattern on the broken sword. Then revealed an incredulous expression. This is, Li Jin. It's actually blazing gold. I don't know much about this. You watch and get it. I'll think of a way if the money isn't enough. Luan waved his hand. Hofstadter crouched down excitedly and fiddled with the ground. The gold coins didn't have any special marks, so they could be spent directly. The potions and magic scrolls could also be sold to passing caravans or used for their own use. These equipments bearing the insignia of the Knight's Order needed to be handled with care, and they could be melted down into metal blocks by the blacksmith in the village. Roughly estimated, the total value of this pile of stuff would not be less than 6,000 gold coins. But, Lord Lu, there is another problem. Say it. Our village and the surrounding villages don't have people who can build high-grade buildings, so if we go to the city and pay for people, I'm afraid that the official people will know about it and attract some trouble. Well, that makes sense. Luan thought about it. He didn't know many people since he came to this world, and the richest of them all was Oria. So he thought for a moment and decided to go to Oria to ask if he could solve this problem. Hofstadter, you should stop farming and hunting for the next few days and repair the village. I'll go to Blooddeer City to see if there's a way to find workers who won't leak. Yes, Lord Lu. By mid-afternoon, Oria was at home, trying on evening gowns one after the other. The day after tomorrow there will be a dinner party featuring her, at which her father, Mitt the Elder, will announce Oria as the heir to the Mitt family, and when that happens, there will be a number of people present who are important to her. A dozen or so maids carefully held an expensive gown each, and Olivia admired her own pretty face and figure in the floor-to-ceiling mirror, a satisfied smile blooming on her face every now and then. The only time she dresses herself up a bit wild is when she's doing adventurer's quests to the wilderness, but during the time she's at home, she takes on the air of a famous lady when she dresses casually. Ms. Oria, the guest called Lu is looking for you. We've asked him to wait in the parlor first. A maid stood in the hallway, not pushing her way in, but standing right in the doorway and said, Lu. Alia's eyes lit up. He's back? Downstairs in the parlor, Luan picked up a cup of steaming coffee and took a light sip, and in the next second, his face showed a difficult expression, and he almost couldn't hold back from spitting the liquid out of his mouth, but he forced himself to swallow it down, and then with a sorrowful face, he looked at the maid who stood beside him and brewed the coffee for himself. Why would people in this world like to drink this kind of stuff? Could this be a herbal soup? At this time, a clear sound of high heels came from the stairs. Luan looked up and saw Oria wearing a gorgeous evening dress, elegantly walking down the stairs, the hem of her skirt gently swinging with her steps, as beautiful and touching as a flower in full bloom. Seeing this, Luan put down the coffee cup in his hand, stood up and smiled as he nodded his head in greeting to Alia. Alia giggled softly and asked, Lu, what were you doing last night? I was going to ask you to try the steak I made myself. I went to take care of some personal business. Alia had originally thought that when Luan saw how she looked after she had been carefully dressed up, she would be stunned and praise herself. However, the truth was that Luan looked at her no differently than usual, which made her feel a little lost. In fact, it's not that Aurelia is not charming enough. Luan has lived for thousands of years. What beautiful and moving sirens have not seen? Although beauty can impress him, but it certainly can't do anything to make him react without thinking. Do you have a moment? I have something I want to ask you for. Luan opened his mouth. Alia raised her head in surprise and looked at Luan. She couldn't believe her ears. This mysterious super expert would actually have something to ask for help? This was simply unbelievable. She blinked, then nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, come to my room." "Good." Lewin smiled slightly and nodded. Chapter 52, Aurelia's Solution. Olivia's room was very spacious, measuring 200 square meters, and came with various functional rooms, including a bathroom, toilet, check room, dressing room and reading room. The entire room is both cozy and functional, and lightly scented. Lewin couldn't help but look around after walking into this room. Although he had seen countless mansions in Yanhuang, the mansions of the two worlds were not a style after all. The two sat facing each other at a small table, and after the maid put down the snacks and drinks, she left at Alia's command. Inside the spacious room, only Lewin and Alia were left. "What is it, Lou?" Oria sliced a chunk of chocolate cake into her mouth with her knife and fork and chewed it. Lewin told Oria about wanting to sneak in business in Lorca village, about hiring construction workers to build in Lorca village, and not wanting to let the cat out of the bag. Alia chewed on her cake while looking down slightly in thought. She knew that this was a crime, but Lewin had saved her life and the lives of her other teammates, and with this favor, she definitely wouldn't turn Lewin down, even if this kind of thing was a bit risky. Thinking for a moment, Alia swallowed the cake in her mouth and raised her head. "There, we can go to other countries to hire construction workers. My uncle can contact some orc construction workers. The Holy Monarch Empire and the orcs country have always been at odds, and orcs are not even allowed to appear within the country's borders, so when the time comes, let those orcs leave after the work is done, and make sure that there will not be any news leaks." "Great." Luan brightened, then smiled and said, "Thanks, Aurelia." "It's nothing." Alia smiled sweetly, then suddenly thought of something. "Right, Lou, the Molten Fire Tyrant's magic core hasn't been auctioned off yet. The price is still rising, so I guess we still have to wait a few days. The Lava Gargoyle's magic core has been auctioned off, a total of 200 gold coins. At first it was agreed that you would take the lion's share, so you take 150 gold coins, the remaining 50 gold coins will be split between the 5 of us. Is this okay?" "Okay, no problem." Lewin nodded. Now that building Lorca village was exactly the time when money was needed, he was vaguely looking forward to what price the Molten Flame Tyrant's magic energy would sell for. "I purposely had the auction house keep the seller's identity a secret, so no one knows that you killed the Molten Flame Tyrant for now. How about it? Lou, do you want me to go public with this? That would make you a hero," Alia said. She wasn't sure if a mysterious powerhouse like Lewin had intended to be too high profile, so she had taken it upon herself to conceal the fact that Lewin had killed the Molten Flame Tyrant, but she could still make the story spread throughout the country if she wanted to. Lewin shook his head. "No need. It's better to keep it a secret. Right now he is famous. Luoka village is likely to follow the famous. Then in case people go to Luoka village to see, Luoka village whole village is illegal business. That is not for nothing to invite their own trouble." "Good." Oria nodded, thinking to herself that she had guessed correctly that Lou liked to keep a low profile. Lewin wiped the chocolate cake stained on the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, and thought to himself that this stuff was quite tasty. Afterwards, he slowly stood up with a smile on his face. "Then, I'll trouble you about the construction workers. When the Molten Flame Tyrant's magic cores are sold, you can directly deduct the required fees from them, and if it's not enough, I'll make up for it separately. I'll go back first." Hearing Luan's words, Alia similarly stood up. "Good, don't worry and leave it to me. By the way, Lou, you must be there the day after tomorrow. To the field." "To what field?" Lewin was a bit confused. He didn't know anything about these things about the Mitt family. "We have a very important dinner party at our house the day after tomorrow." "In that case, well, it will be." Lewin nodded. Alia was also one of the few acquaintances he had in this world, so he would take care of Alia's emotions without delaying something important. Looking at Lewin's back as he left, Alia sat very relaxed in her chair, lifted her silver cup and took a sip of it, picking up the newspaper laid aside in her hand. A moment of silence for the heroes. The first party of adventurers to destroy the Kobold King, all 25 of them, have not survived. Seeing the headline of the front page article, Oria put down her cup and sighed, then beamed. It's time to start working again when the party is over. Meanwhile, Adele, who was afraid of being hanged by the Emperor for releasing the Molten Flame Tyrant, was currently hiding inside a mercenary camp outside the city. The mercenary profession is quite distinctly different from the adventurer profession. In terms of business, adventurers are escorting, clearing magical fae, gathering, researching, and exploring, and mercenaries are more about pioneering, assassination, kidnapping, sabotage, and even wars between small nations. All in all, for the mercenary industry, most of the country's official is a kind of do not advocate, not completely prohibit, appropriate suppression attitude. Since the mercenary profession was a bit more unseen compared to adventurers, They were not allowed to appear in the city in groups, so they could only set up a stronghold to live in the wilderness. This mercenary group was called Bloodbath. They were ostensibly a free mercenary organization, but in actuality, they were controlled by the Mitt family and exclusively served the Mitt family, who also secretly gave them some support. Why? Why is that? I can't believe she didn't die like that. Adele finished off the wine inside the glass square bottle in one gulp, then casually threw the bottle far away. From the aftermath of the molten tyrant incident until now, Adele had been in such a depressed state that her young and tender little face showed all the fatigue and depression that did not match her age. A mercenary who was eating roasted meat by the campfire was unfortunate enough to be smashed. He turned his head back and was about to bellow out a curse, but he met Adele's cold and icy eyes. He immediately looked back resentfully. Adele, even if she failed, was still the second young lady of the Mitt family, and was considered their master. William pushed his way through the group of drunken mercenaries. He'd had a bad time of it as well. His otherwise reasonably clean cashmere topcoat and cloak stained with visible grease. His hair unkempt. Above all, he was afraid to go back to the city. He was worried about his daughter's condition. "Ms. Adele, here is a letter for you," William said softly, while handing a letter sealed with beeswax to Adele. "My letter?" Adele raised an eyebrow, then muttered, "Could it be father?" She took the letter and opened it. The disheveled expression on her face, first a slight shock, then a look of joy. Chapter 53, Busy Alia. In the almost 2.5 days between 2 days before the start of the banquet and the day of the banquet, Alia had been busy, setting up the venue, purchasing supplies, writing the invitations herself, and selecting the most suitable chefs from all the high-class restaurants in the entire Blood Deer City according to the tastes of all the guests. With her as the main character of this banquet, it was natural for her to be the one to do more of the work. After 2.5 days, Alia was tired but also felt excited. Old Milt's convalescence at the convent was over, and had returned home yesterday. Except that he and Oria had not spoken a word. He had been in his room, and did not know what he was doing. In the middle of the afternoon, about 4 hours before the party was to begin, Oria called her best friends, Hertz, Rael, Jocko, and Gar, to go with her to the largest commercial center in Blood Deer City, as she was going to handpick the flowers that would fit the atmosphere of the dinner party. "Why didn't Lou come out with us?" "Miss him?" Jocko asked curiously. "Dressed in a cute and flashy outfit. He said he didn't have time. Lately he's been sitting a lot in his room in a particularly strange position. That is, with his legs crossed and his hands pinching his fingers on each of his knees." Alia didn't know what meditation was, so she could only describe it so vaguely. Lewin still had to catch up on his cultivation to the 9th level of Foundation establishment, so he didn't really want to spend his time shopping with the girls either. "That guy is ridiculously strong, and I don't know how he cultivates," Hers interjected. "I don't know." Aurelia shook her head. A few people talked and wandered around until nightfall, when they boarded a carriage and headed toward the Mitt family. As soon as they entered the Miet family's manor, several people were mesmerized by the luxurious scenery inside. In the darkness of the night, the entire Miet manor was like a cluster of bright stars. The main venue for the party would be inside the largest mansion in the Mitt estate, but just the courtyard alone could be described as a dazzling array of things to see. Everywhere was adorned with valuable crystal lamps that glowed with magical light, and oak tables were set with chef-prepared food and wines that would normally be hard to buy with money. A young minstrel stood beside the fountain pool, holding an accordion in his hands, gently plucking the strings and playing a melodious tune. The magicians, on the other hand, performed a variety of splendid, safe magic, changing flames into beautiful flowers and making the water flow and dance in the air, attracting the attention and applause of the crowd. Normally rare socialites had gathered here tonight. The men in their jewel-encrusted robes and the women in floor-length silk dresses embroidered with intricate floral patterns. They held jeweled scepters and fans in their hands and exchanged pleasantries with polite, elegant smiles on their faces. "I'm so jealous of you, Oria-san," Jocko said with starry eyes. It was hard to avoid the tinge of pride that flooded through Oria when she heard this. After all, it had all been set up just the way she wanted it, and she was the star of the night. But suddenly, she saw people who shouldn't have been here. It was a group of celestials, with petal marks imprinted on their foreheads, and although their looks could only be considered moderate, the aura emanating from their clothing, physique, and demeanor was enough to prove that they were from an extraordinary background. They're from Adele's mother's family. Even though Oria had only met them once when she was very young, she recognized them instantly because of the impression they had made on Oria by beating her down. But it was logical that Adele had lost, and she didn't get along with them, so how could they be here tonight? The more Oria thought about it, the stronger the bad feeling in her heart became. She dropped the flowers she'd been turning around all afternoon to buy in her hands and headed straight for the largest mansion in the mid-estate. "Alia, what for?" Jocko and his other partners looked at Oria in disbelief as she lost her temper somewhat, and after glancing at each other, they followed Oria's footsteps. As the vice president of the Adventurers Guild, Carter, the old magician who had done the rating test for Lewin, had naturally received an invitation from the Mitt family. He was inside the Mitt Manor with a glass of wine and was looking around as if he was searching for something. Last time, that Ice Diamond class superpower said that he was staying at the Mitt Manor. I wonder if I can bump into him tonight, Carter thought to himself. At that moment, a couple of invited young celestials passed him by, fanning themselves with their hands under their noses as they went. What a disgusting smell. It's alchemy mist, isn't it? Yes, that's the one. We don't have that in our city. They've opened so many factories. It's weird that they don't have these things. Why can't they realize how important the environment is to a city? In the long run, Blood Deer City will become uninhabited. Oh, humans don't realize these things. They just think about making money. That's right. Alas, creatures like humans. A flash of anger grew inside Carter when he heard this, because he knew very well that these alchemy factories were moved to Blood Deer City in the first place in order to protect the environment of some of the cities. And those cities were invariably those with a high percentage of celestials. And today, they are disliking humans for not being environmentally friendly. He was about to turn back and argue with the men, but suddenly someone called out to him. Gee, if it isn't Vice President Carter. Carter turned back to a celestial man in his 40s with a somewhat impish smile on his face. Long blonde hair, the petal marks hidden by the hair on his forehead. Carter saw the man with a slightly surprised look on his face. If memory serves, this person's name was Noka Brandy, a very famous alchemist. Alchemist, one of the most coveted professions. To become a qualified alchemist, not only did one need to possess an extremely high magical talent, but one also needed to have an extremely profound knowledge of materials. They mastered magical techniques that could transform various ordinary or rare materials into potions, magical materials, and magical props with special effects. In short, once an alchemist learns, the future is unlimited, and even if he has no talent in combat, he will be listed as a guest of honor by many organizations. Why is this guy here? I heard that he has been making rapid progress lately, refining potions faster and faster, and this has led to him bumping into someone who knows how to refine potions, and then he has to compete with them. What a headache. Old Carter fought back his inner disgust and greeted the man. Then the two climbed into conversation. Bang! Oria pushed the door open as hard as she could, but after seeing the scene inside the hall, her expression immediately became incredulous, feeling the sky spinning before her eyes. Chapter 54 Unleash the magic on me. The ceiling of the hall soared high, studded with sparkling crystal chandeliers that gave off a soft glow that illuminated the entire ballroom. Inside the lobby, the banner that read, "Congratulations to Alia Mitt on becoming the heir to the Mitt family," changed to "Welcome to the final match between Alia and Adele." The walls were originally filled with her portraits, but now Adele's has been added as well. The well-dressed socialites in the hall didn't pay much attention to her at all, just glancing at her before continuing to talk and laugh. She had been busy for 2 days with this party, but now the one who seemed most out of place with it was her. The hand gripping the doorknob clenched hard, his arm trembling a little. Aurelia flung the door open and headed toward her father's room. "Ms. Oria, you can't go in." A maid with a blue ribbon on her face had a professional smile on her face in front of old Miet's door. She was a 1'9" tall woman in her mid-30s. As Oria approached, she opened her long arms to stop Oria in front of the door. "Get out of the way," Oria said in a voice that trembled a bit as her anger reached its peak. "I said you can't." Compressed water cannon. Magical runes were quickly drawn in her hands, but as she was about to complete them, the blue ribbon maid struck as fast as lightning, easily interrupting Oria's magical chant and causing her body to fall to the ground unbalanced. She was not only a maid, but also a martial artist, an unarmed profession in the warrior class, familiar with fighting techniques and developing her body's potential to the extreme. At such a close range, the elementalist was simply a piece of meat on the martial artist's chopping block. Not to mention that the maid's rating crushed Alia. Dang, the maid didn't want to hurt Alia. She still had a serene smile on her face and used her skills to easily take Alia down to the ground and pinned her down with one hand. "Oni-chan, you'd better go back. Get out." Aurelia, who wasn't very good at punching and kicking, whacked the blue ribbon maid one after another, but the latter's body settled down and didn't move. "Get your ass out here and tell me what's going on." Oria was on the floor, yelling towards the door, but got no response. "Why do you have to go back on your word? Why must you forcibly distribute what belongs to me to Adele? You, the master of the Miet family, speak words that are less credible than an 8-year-old child? Let go of me. Missy, I'll cut you loose if you promise to stop and walk out of here." Just then, Hertz and the others rushed over, slightly dazed at the sight. "What's going on here? Sister Alia? That big woman. Let go of Alia." Hertz didn't know what was going on, but one look at the blue ribbon maid holding down Oria told him that the two were in some kind of conflict. It doesn't matter as to what the conflict is. As a friend, just stand by your friend and support them. But tonight was the night for the feast, and the crowd hadn't brought their magic wands or swords. Hers and Jar rushed up and attacked the maid with their fists and feet respectively, but the maid steadily suppressed Oria with one hand and struck out with her other hand with great speed. Only 2 thumps were heard, and Hers and Jar didn't see what happened before they were made to feel their bodies ache and flew backwards. In terms of unarmed combat, even if they were also warrior-type professions, swordsmen were no match for martial artists, not to mention that the maid's rating was higher than all of them. Rail, attack her with Ice Blast. Oria, who was pinned to the ground, yelled with glaring eyes. No, I can't, the ice burst will hurt you. Rail was shy and introverted, not very expressive, and had formed the habit of listening to Oria's commands all the time in the fire suppression squad. Once Oria launched herself, she was fully capable of hurting herself in order to achieve her goal. This could be seen in the fact that when she first encountered the ogre, she pulled out her dagger to kill herself in the first place in order to allow her teammates to escape. Hurry! Aurelia yelled again. Rail showed a hesitant look and several times lowered his raised hand down again. Ice Burst was his most damaging ice attribute magic, and if he unleashed it on the blue ribbon maid, there was a high chance that it would freeze a part of Oria's body and shatter it at the touch. Rail, what are you hesitating for? Come on! Oria's voice actually had a hint of pleading in it this time as she yelled. The hint of pleading made Rail stall. He had never heard that tone from the captain before. Plus it was never wrong to listen to Oria. He raised his hand. Blue-white magical runes emanating a chilling aura were drawn in front of his hand. Just then, Rail saw a sudden flash of surprise flood Oria's eyes as they rolled back tears. The rest of the firefighting team froze and looked behind them, only to see Lewin carrying a plate of chocolate cake, idly walking around the corner. His mouth was puckered, with a bit of chocolate on the corner, and he had a big piece of cake stuffed in his mouth at first glance. When the crowd saw this person, they suddenly felt incredibly relieved. The blue ribbon maid's face gaped a few times. What's going on? How is it that when this person came out, Missy's face showed a look of surprise, and these brats also showed a look of letting go of their hearts? She sized up Luan's figure. Skinny, not much intense training, a magic chanter? But why does he dare to get so close to me? At such a close range, warrior-type professions have a natural advantage over most magic chanters. This person looked much younger than even Oria-sama, and couldn't possibly be the kind of magic chanter that was powerful enough to ignore fighters in close quarters. In the blink of an eye, Lewin had already walked very close to a few people. What are you guys doing? Lou, help me, Alia yelled. The house in Mitt Manor was built with top-quality materials, and also deliberately put effort into soundproofing, so the people outside couldn't hear a thing when Alia yelled earlier. Hers and the others followed Alia in the courtyard, and that's how they came here. However, Lewin was a first-grade Xian immortal body, and his hearing far exceeded that of normal people, so as soon as he heard that it was Alia who was in some kind of trouble, he rushed over and took a piece of chocolate cake from the top of the table as he passed by. Whoever you are, please also stay out of the Mitt family's family business, the maid said politely. Lewin swallowed the fist-sized cake in one gulp and did not put the woman in his eyes. His true chi condensed in his index finger and he pointed out a finger force in the air. His acupoints could be much more skillful than Jar's, and as soon as that one finger force containing true chi entered the maid's body, it instantly pointed out 14 acupoints in some sort of order. In a short period of time, the maid was already poised, her muscles tensed, just waiting for Lewin to come closer or raise her hand to release her magic when she herself suddenly stormed up to take Lewin down. But suddenly his eyes went black and he directly lost consciousness. The crowd didn't know anything about pointing in the air, so they saw Lewin gesture his fingers and the maid fell down. But Lewin had brought them shock not once or twice, so this time, they were only slightly shocked, not to the point of staying in place. Oria stood up, too late to say anything to the crowd, and quickly pushed her way inside. Chapter 55, The Ultimate Injustice. The door was roughly pushed open with a bang. Old Mitt looked up from behind his desk with a surprised expression, because Lewin used overhead points. The movement was very small, so Old Mitt didn't even expect such a big maid to lose the battle at once. Oria, you, father, why has the banquet that belongs to me been changed by you into a competition? I've already won. The heir position should be mine. Why is there suddenly an additional final competition? Alia questioned angrily. This obviously biased behavior once again caused her to feel intense discomfort inside. Old Mitt's face was thinner and worse looking than it had been for days, and the pupil splitting was so much worse again that one could tell at a glance that he was a man who was going to die. But Oria no longer felt an ounce of heartache. Strictly speaking, Old Mitt had not done his duty as a father to Alia since she was 6 years old, the year he had married Adele's mother and brought home his 4-year-old illegitimate daughter, Adele. During those years in Monolithic City, Alia's life was exceptionally difficult. and it was that old maid and her who usually worked to earn some living expenses. Later on, it was also her effort to get into the Guardian Academy, which gave her the opportunity to return to Blood Deer City. Even though his health was in bad shape, Old Mitt still had sharp eyes. Oria, don't you think it's too much of a child's play to decide the heir of such a big family by winning only one tournament? But why didn't you say there was a final match before the game? And do you think I don't know that? If it was Adele who won the last match, there wouldn't even be a final match today. You would have just announced that Adele would be the heir, right? Even if I win this final match today, you'll surely come up with the next reason to keep dragging it backward. Anyway, the power of interpretation lies with you, right? Old Mitt shrugged his shoulders as he sat in his chair. Don't make me sound so shameless. If you win today's match, the heir position will definitely be yours. Oria clasped her shoulders and sneered. Do you think I'll ever believe a word you say? Old Mitt responded in a completely unreasonable manner. You can abstain if you don't believe me, and it's up to you whether you want to assist Adele in running the family in the future, or take a fortune and leave Blood Deer City. Alia's chest rose and fell in anger, and she was helpless in the face of such a shameless person. What? Are you very unconvinced? Old Mitt lit a cigar. I am the head of the family. By definition, who I give the family to, that is my freedom. Even if I give the Mitt family to those beggars in the Dirty River district, neither you nor Adele have the qualification to say no. I can agree to pick the heir by way of a competition. I've already been very merciful to you. In fact, if I'm really as selfish as you think, I'll just directly announce that Adele is the heir. Well, Alia clenched her fists and shouted. Do you think I don't know? You're just trying to get a good name. Moreover, my mother is at least half of the credit for the Mitt family being where it is today. What makes you think that I'm not qualified to inherit the Mitt family? Old Mitt had nothing to say, took a heavy drag on his cigar and continued. Alia, seriously, give it up. I can hire a professional lawyer to do the division of the estate and leave 10% of the estate to you. This is the biggest concession I can make. Alia looked at him incredulously and said, concession? Taking away what is rightfully mine and leaving me with only 10%. You call that a concession? Seeing that Oria was not getting in on the oil and salt, Old Mitt had to switch to a different tactic. Oria, I hope that you will think of the greater good and give the position of heir to your sister, and you will assist her, which will bring the family to a higher level. Why would you think that? Do you think I'm not as capable as Adele? Believe it or not, if it was Adele who was thrown into a hellhole like Monolith City at the age of 11, she wouldn't have survived for half a year. How many precarious properties have I helped you revitalize? You actually think I'm less capable than Adele? Alia sneered. Your ability cannot be compared to 10 Adeles. Old Mitt admitted that indeed. In addition to being a little talented magic chanter, Oria was also extremely business-minded, and had once helped the family solve many problems and created great benefits for the family. And all of this was thanks to Oria's studious and willing character. Having grown up in that part of megalithic city, if she didn't possess these two things, she and an old maid alone wouldn't have survived. But in the face of some things, your abilities are worthless. What is it? Aurelia wondered. Celestials. Old Mitt's gaze was like a torch. You should know that Adele's mother is a celestial human, and Adele also has a half and half of celestial human blood. I have already reached an agreement with Adele's mother's family, the Brandywine family. As long as Adele inherits the family, the Mitt family will be transformed from a human family to a celestial family. At that time, the family's status will skyrocket, and it will also be able to integrate into the upper-class circle of the Celestials. Oria understood her father's meaning. The Celestials were not only more talented than humans in magic and martial arts, but their minds were also smarter than humans. So the Celestials' achievements were far superior to those of humans, both in business and in politics. And for that reason, the Celestial Upper Circle is a resource that most people can only dream of. A collection of multiple supreme powers in this country. Father was right. The Mitt family would indeed level the playing field in this country by becoming a family of the Celestials, but the Mitts will be Adele's, not mine, when the time comes, and it just grows into a super family. So what does that have to do with me? Seeing Alia fall silent, Old Mitt thought that Alia was finally impressed, so he inwardly sighed with relief and continued to persuade. Now you can understand me, my daughter. I know that you've been understanding and obedient since you were a child, and have wronged you for so many years. Ha! Alia suddenly let out a cold laugh. Understanding and obedience since childhood. Understanding and obedience since childhood. If I wasn't an understanding and obedient child when I was young, if I also cried out when I was wronged, instead of choosing to hide in my room by myself in order not to cause trouble to the laborious you, today might not be like this. Looking back, since she was a child, Adele was the one who cried to her parents when she suffered a loss. And every time she cried, her father used to delegate himself as a sister to make Adele happy. Is it true that crybabies get candy? Alia, Seeing that the situation that had just stabilized was about to get out of control again, Mitt hurriedly opened his mouth, intending to press Oria with the big picture. Don't be so selfish. As a member of the Mitt family, what's wrong with sacrificing for the family once? Why should I be the one to sacrifice every time? Oria, it was my fault for always making you sacrifice and letting you get the better of your sister in the past, but it's in the past, and this is a big deal today. You can't just think about yourself. Without shedding any more tears this time, and with the complete justification of fighting for herself what she deserves, Alia loudly questioned, if you're going to let Adele inherit the family no matter what, then why are you hypocritically organizing a tournament and asking me to accompany you guys to put on a show? In order to make people think you're impartial? Alia! Old Mitt shouted, slamming the table, how dare you refuse to sacrifice for the sake of the family? You're such a disappointment to me. He coughed violently a few times due to his emotions. Oh yeah. Don't even think about fighting for the heir position by reporting Adele's release of the molten fire tyrant to the order like that. Old Mitt took a few deep breaths and continued. The Goblin King is very difficult to exterminate, and has now become a piece of the Empire's heart disease. I donated 30% of my family's industry to fund the extermination of the Goblin King. Now, if you run through any court, they will say that the molten fire tyrant was inadvertently released by a mercenary named Jack, and that this Jack had already committed suicide yesterday in fear of committing a crime. Would you rather sacrifice 30% of the family estate than give me a fair outcome? Alia asked incredulously. In a luxurious bedroom at the Mitt Manor, Adele in purple dress instructed the dozen or so adventurers with weapons in the room. The most difficult one to deal with among them is the one who is very thin and wears white strange clothes. I have asked someone to check in the Adventurers Guild. He is a snow silver 10 stars. When the time comes, Uncle Kashu, Uncle Battle, you several people who have reached the snow silver level to deal with one of them won't be difficult. The rest of them, Chapter 56, Superior Alchemist. Alia left the room with a wooden expression. A feeling of powerlessness rose within her, even if she won many times. The one who could decide who the heir of the Mitt family really was only old Mitt after all. Originally, she only thought it was an unfair competition, but she didn't realize that it wasn't really even a competition. It was a stage play, and she wasn't a contestant, but an actress playing the role of the loser to set up the winner. Inheriting the Mitts wasn't just because of that inner reluctance. Adele's late mother and Alia's late mother, as the wife of Mitt Sr. are buried in the Mitt family's private cemetery. Once one side is in complete control of the Mitt family, the other side's mausoleum of their deceased mother will be in a very predictable state. The members of the fire suppression squad who had been waiting downstairs were unusually heartbroken to see Alia walk out disoriented. In their impression, Oria could be called an optimistic and strong little girl, and it was no exaggeration to say that she was sort of the spiritual pillar of the entire squad. Without her, the fire extinguishing squad would have retreated in front of many setbacks. It was the first time they had seen Oria vulnerable and helpless. I don't understand why my own father would suddenly stop loving me when I've done nothing wrong. Alia crouched on the ground, burying her head into her knees and sobbing. Luan had just gotten the general idea of what was going on, and as a friend, he felt that he had to at least say a few words to persuade Oria and not make things so difficult for her. He mused for a moment, walking over to Oria and putting his personal opinion into words. That, I'm not good at comforting people either, but I've always felt that giving someone else control over your emotions is a very stupid thing to do, and that no one loves you as much as you love yourself. Olivia, who was crouching on the ground, burying her head in her knees, slowly raised her head when she heard this. She didn't shed any tears, only her eyes looked a little lifeless. She seemed to find resonance in Luan's words in this moment. Lu said it very well. Hers brightened up, as if he had found his soulmate. Look at me for example. Although there are a whole lot of girls chasing after me, I still remain single, because I know that once you have a significant other, although it is said that it will bring you a lot of happiness, you can't avoid being distressed because of the other person, and I don't like the feeling of handing over my emotions to be controlled by someone else either. No, I'm not saying it's right to be a bachelor, I just mean don't get too attached to other people's emotions. Luan rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly. Hurts, I've known you for almost 10 years, how come I've never seen a girl after you? Jocko poked mercilessly with a bad smile. Jocko, how did you get Alzheimer's when you're still so young? Hers disliked back nonchalantly. I'll attest that it's true that there really hasn't been a girl chasing after it in all these years. Rail knew he wasn't good with words, but did his best to lighten the mood, and the atmosphere has really lightened up as a result. Oria's eyes brightened a bit and a small smile appeared on her face. Thank you. The commotion over here had attracted the attention of some people since just now, and some of them pointed towards this side from a long distance, laughing and exchanging words every now and then. Everyone could see that a number of them must have been laughing at Oria's ugliness. Luan, with his extraordinary hearing, was more than able to confirm this as he walked over to Alia and said softly, "Do you know what one of the most important things you can do to love yourself is? That is that you can't condescend to anyone. Not even yourself." Oria's eyes grew brighter when she heard this. Her suppressed emotions seemed to have found a vent as she slowly stood up. "Hurts, Yako, Kale, Rail, Lou, do me a favor. By all means. I'll do whatever Sister Alia says. I'll do my best to help you." "That's right. We'll all try to help you." "Aha." Oria looked around at the people who were enjoying their elaborate feast but had come to celebrate Adele. "Use your full power and destroy this feast." "No problem. Watch me." The crowd was willing to do anything to see Oria get better, so they all agreed to it with particular alacrity. Alia suddenly thought of something, then looked at the crowd and added, "Lou won't have to use his full strength. Just watch." Blood Deer City Adventurers Guild Vice President Carter at this time almost collapsed. Originally just out of courtesy and Noka brandy, this alchemist climbed a few words. Did not expect this talk actually cannot go. Moreover, this Noka's words were filled with a strong sense of superiority and contempt for human beings, which made Carter feel very disgusted inwardly. "Yesterday, I went to your alchemist's guild in Blood Deer City to look around, and to be honest, there's a reason why your human alchemy has always been inferior to our celestial race." After finishing his speech, Noka took a sip of the wine in his goblet with a lofty look of "I know a lot about it. Just ask me." But Carter would rather pretend she had accidentally choked on her food and kept covering her mouth with her sleeve and coughing than take him up on his words. But it's hard to beat NorCal. Although no one paid any attention to him, he continued, "The reason for talent definitely exists. Your human's talent is definitely inferior to our celestial race. You have to admit that." Inside Carter, "I didn't say I didn't recognize it either. You keep repeating a gross." The corners of Noka's mouth rose, revealing a sickening smile. "I wanted to see your human's alchemy yesterday, to find someone to compete to see who made higher quality medicines, but none of your humans actually dared to compete with me. You humans, you can't be talented in alchemy. You can't be talented in magic. You can't be talented in martial arts. You have a poor character and are prone to traitors. Alas, what would you do without our celestial race?" Mr. Noka, I'm going to find Mr. Kufa on some important business, so I'll talk to you later." Carter finally couldn't take it and made up an excuse to leave. Watching Carter's back as he left, Noka smiled contemptuously, his heart filled with a sense of pleasure. After all that talk, though, he was getting a little hungry, and turned around to see a plate of food to his liking on a white wooden table not far from him. It was a smoked sausage wrapped in a crispy casing, round and full, glistening with a layer of oil in the low light. The mere sight of it made Noka think of biting it into her mouth, cracking open the outer casing with a click, and then savoring the delicate, tender meat inside with the perfect combination of spices and red wine. Appetite is wide open. Noka walked over quickly and was about to cut the grilled sausage with her knife and fork when suddenly a boy ran over and with a crash, toppled the entire table to the floor along with the plate of grilled sausages. Chapter 57, Lifting the Table. NorCal looked at the food scattered on the floor in momentary dismay. After attending so many high society banquets, it was the first time I had seen someone lift the table. "What's the situation? It's a party. We're all civilized. How is it that there are still people who turn the tables, mixed in with the bottom feeders?" Then a palpable commotion arose in the party. People at the banquet don't deliberately lower their voices to speak, but they don't speak too loudly either. Plus there are minstrels playing elegant music, so the whole atmosphere of the banquet is fairly offbeat. But at the moment the place was filled with screaming, angry cursing, heckling, laughing, and the chaos was almost like a marketplace. Hertz took the brunt of it, carrying a bunch of expensive wine in his arms, and lifted the table as soon as he saw it, and when the bard tried to stop him, he snatched the bard's organ and threw it into the pool. Then somehow Lewin said he was in charge of lifting the table, and then Hertz copied an iron bar used for lamps and used his magic to smash a 50-square-foot booth to pieces. Alia looked at her own hard turn all afternoon carefully selected flowers. The more she thought the more angry. Want to find a scissors all cut, but did not find. Finally simply ran back to the room, took out their wands. Continuous release of the water tornado to the vegetation flowers all stirred up the entire courtyard as if a storm just blew through. Jocko took a toothpick used for eating fruit, and when he saw a balloon, he went up and poked it, at first scaring a few celebrities who came to celebrate Adele's birthday. In the end, there were no more balloons to poke, so she put vitality magic on the cats and dogs in the courtyard, and these small animals were affected by the magic, and all of them suddenly became excited, and joined the chaos at once. The two introverts, Rael and Gar, were more polite, specializing in picking banners, lights, and portraits, and if someone happened to be standing there in their way, they'd politely say, "Hello, I'm sorry we have to take this off, please move over." Luan followed Hertz as he lifted the table and loaded chocolate cake, bacon, and whatnot into the spirit sea, occasionally eating a few more. And that's when Carter finally noticed him, looking at Luan, an ice diamond level powerhouse, who actually participated in it and was as if he hadn't eaten for a few days. The Cartwrights were directly petrified. The other guests watched the scene with dumbfounded looks on their faces, occasionally having to dodge flying water hoses and scurrying dogs and cats. Many people were drenched with water and leaves. Some celebrities lost their high heels and stepped barefoot on the grass. Cats were barking. Some of them felt like they had endless strength because of the energizing technique, jumping up and down. And some of them suddenly pounced on others' faces or fell on their heads, and started scratching frantically in response to the stress. Oria's magic ran out and she was helplessly holding onto the flower bed. Her clean white face stuck to the leaves and a few petals even like a flower cat. It was easy to accidentally injure herself by doing her best to wreak havoc like this. She suddenly poofed a laugh at the sight of the messy party and the cursing guests, and laughed more and more. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Luan walked over with a piece of fish stuffed in his mouth. How about that? It's still more refreshing to condescend to no one but yourself. Alia laughed so much that she couldn't catch her breath, and even tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. That long, shiny black hair fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing her fair skin. She was already very good looking, delicate face and pretty body. Wherever she went she was the center of attention, so when she smiled, she was even more bright and charming. Part of the guests were originally angry with her, but looking at her appearance, the anger in their hearts subsided by half. Thanks, I'm better. Oria gently wiped the corner of her eyes with her hand. Of course, just because of the looks, it wasn't enough to counteract the full wrath of the guests. A female guest, dressed in a soggy red dress with only one foot still in heels, stepped into a puddle of water, pointing at Oria and loudly rebuking. Is this how you Mits receive your VIPs? That's right, we're guests anyhow. The accusing voices were getting thicker and thicker, and if it had been any other time, Oria would have been a little flustered and trying to apologize by now. But after today, she began to reflect on whether she had acted a little soft in the past. She looked around the crowd, pointed at them, and said in a voice that overpowered everyone, "Listen to me, I prepared this banquet, and I'll smash it if I want to. How about? You guys think I don't know that you're here specifically to celebrate Adele? You people, knowing full well that I worked hard to prepare this banquet, just now actually watched me laugh while enjoying it peacefully. Who are you guys to accuse me?" The guests who accused her of being disliked were either speechless or arguing with confused logic. He, sister, you're still this narrow-minded character. No wonder father didn't give you the position of heir apparent. Just then, a sweet, grim voice suddenly came out, and people looked around, only to see a girl with a look very similar to Oria's, but with a petite figure, wearing a purple evening gown and stepping on silver high heels, angelically walking down the stairs, and it was none other than Adele. Looking at her sister who almost got herself as well as her teammates killed in the cave of molten fire, a hint of anger flashed in Oria's eyes, then she sneered disdainfully. If it isn't Adele, why didn't you come back a few days ago? Was it because you didn't want to? Adele's face darkened slightly and she was about to say something when suddenly all the gazes of the crowd looked to one side. Adele couldn't help but look over as well. Old Mitt, assisted by his butler Nader, stepped out, and he glanced at Oria with a somewhat grim look on his face as he saw the wrecked courtyard. Oria sneered and met him with her gaze. Old Mitt said in a cold voice, "Alia, you're being too presumptuous. Are you trying to just give up? Give up?" Oria laughed. "No, I won't give up. I know that even if I win tonight you'll make excuses to keep me from getting the inheritance, but if you want me to give up so that your Adele can get it extra easy, you're wrong. How many extra matches do you want to add? Feel free to do it. I'll win until I lose. For no other reason than to make it not so easy for your Adele to get the inheritance." As Alia had said before, the reason why old Miet hadn't just let Adele be the heir, but had gotten a seemingly fair competition out of the way, was actually really so that he himself could die leaving a fair and just reputation behind. At this moment, Aurelia spoke of his shameless premeditation in front of so many people, and his face naturally became ugly. "Never mind. I have nothing to say if you have to think I'm being unfair." Old Miet, knowing that he was in the wrong, didn't continue the topic, but said aloud, "Now I'll talk about the rules of the final match." Chapter 58 Final Competition. Making Potion. Under the joint efforts of the 63 maids of the Almeter Manor, the courtyard was cleaned up. Although it wasn't as classy as what Oria had cleaned up before, at least it wasn't in a state of disarray. You all should know about the Goblin King. The current situation of the siege of the Goblin King is very unpromising, especially the relative lack of supplies such as potions. So if the Mitt family can have an alchemist who is proficient in making potions, then it will be able to make an indelible contribution to this war in the future. Old Mitt paused and then said, "Therefore, The rule of this competition is that each side will send an alchemist or a pharmacist to make one of the highest quality potions they can make, and whoever makes a high quality potion will win. For this reason, we have specially invited a potion quality appraiser and a noble magic chanter, the vice president of the Blood Deer City Adventurers Guild, Mr. Carter. There was a round of applause, and Carter marched up to the freshly erected lectern with a steady stride. Ah, it's him. Isn't this the guy who tested me at the Adventurers Guild? I didn't realize that this person could appraise potions. Seeing the old Carter, Lewin immediately remembered who he was. The applause still endured after old Carter took the stage. It was clear to everyone in the arena who applauded except Lewin that this was still an unfair match, because everyone knew that the famous alchemist Noka Brandy was Adele's cousin, and his pharmaceutical skills could rank among the top few in Shur Ayala. It was simply impossible to find someone who could outperform him in terms of pharmaceuticals among these people present. Naturally, Aurelia was aware of all this, and the probability of winning this match was by no means higher than letting her single-handedly slaughter the molten fire tyrant. What to do? Oria's face was stony. Suddenly, images flashed through her mind. It was in the molten fire cave. They were under a boundary formed by an umbrella. Lou pulled a bottle of medicine out of nowhere and distributed it to a few of them, and after they ate it, the injuries that were obviously so serious actually healed in just a few seconds. Lou, where did you buy this medicine? I made it myself. Lou can make drugs? Oria had a flash of inspiration, as if she had found a lifesaver, and immediately turned around to look for Lewin, only to see that Lewin was standing in front of a dining table eating lobster. Lou, you can make pills, so you must be able to make potions as well, right? Oria's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lewin swallowed the shrimp in his mouth and nodded. You want me to go to that competition? Oria replied with some excitement. That's right, Lou. I know you've helped me many times, and I owe you quite a bit. But this time I'd like to ask you to help me again. After saying this, Oria immediately lowered her head slightly in quick thought as she pondered what she could do for Lou. Lou doesn't seem to be interested in women. There it is. She looked up suddenly. Lorca Village. What? Lewin was slightly stunned. Lou, if the villagers of Lorca Village apply to become merchants with gold coins en masse, there will definitely be people investigating the source of the gold coins. But if I become the master of the Mitt family, I can invest in Lorca Village in the name of investment, so that all the people of Lorca Village can legally become merchants, so that there is no need to be sneaky in hiring construction workers in the future. Lewin was a little heartened when he heard this. He was about to develop Lorca Village so that they could be more efficient in helping him acquire heavenly treasures, and if he developed it hard against the laws of this country, he would inevitably be in trouble. But if Oria could do what she said, then Lorca Village wouldn't have to sneak around and develop anymore. After slightly weighing the situation in his mind, Lewin nodded. Alright then, it's a deal. I'll help you become the heir of the Might family. Yes, thank you, Lou, Oria said, blinking her big, excited eyes. Everyone here, counting the pairs of guys, is no match for Noka in terms of drug production, and Lewin is the only one who has any hope of winning. And Lucan always managed to shock people without even realizing it. Who knows if Lewin will shock everyone again in this pharmaceutical competition, just like before? At the thought of this, Oria couldn't contain the anticipation within her. Miss Adele's side is sending the alchemist, Noka Brandy, Carter announced as he stood on the stage. As soon as Noka stepped onto the stage, the guests immediately erupted in cheers. After all, he was a very famous alchemist. Miss Oria's side sent. Carter visibly froze for a moment, confirming the list that Oria had submitted up again. What's going on with Carter? I don't know. Stumbled upon a rare word you don't recognize? Ha ha. After double checking, Carter spoke up and announced, Miss Oria's side is sending Lou. As soon as Lewin got on stage, the cheers of the guests were much fainter than before, and the loudest sound he could hear was the voice of the fire suppression team. But of course, it wasn't only the fire suppression team that was shouting for him. Once he was on stage, many female guests couldn't help but scream when they saw his soulful face. Carter stood in the position behind Lewin, inwardly shocked. This Ice Diamond ranked expert actually knew how to make potions? If it's true, then mankind has produced a rare genius of 10,000 years this time. After Lewin briefly lit up the room, the guests privately generated some chatter. Who is this guy? Never seen it before. Is it an alchemist too? Our family is responsible for supplying the alchemists skilled with glassware. I've been to that place often. I haven't seen this person before. Is it hard to believe it's from somewhere else too? Either way, it's unlikely that he's a match for Noka, right? That's right, I think so too. If it's an alchemist who's even more powerful than Noka-sama, he should have become famous a long time ago. While these people were talking, Lewin was thinking hard, which prescription to pick to fool around with. Of all the formulas he had, the least of them were for immortals. and to compare them to the potions made by mortals was simply a bit of bullying. But because there were so many types, Lewin didn't know which one to pick for a while. It was at this moment that Alia, who was sitting next to Lewin, suddenly stood up with a serious face. Lewin raised his head, only to see that Adele had somehow arrived in front of Lewin with a few adventurers. Those adventurers without exception wore snow silver grade nameplates. Only the number of stars engraved on them varied, with the highest being 6 stars. "You're Lou, aren't you?" Adele had an impish grin on her face. "What are you doing here?" Adele. Aurelia frowned. It's none of your business." Adele smiled coldly, then the smile on her face returned to normal when she looked at Lewin. "Lou, you abstain." Chapter 59, Star Signs. Abstain? Lewin frowned slightly, a trace of unhappiness arising within him. Is this a threat? Adele naturally sat on the chair next to her, her legs folded, and she still had an impish smile on her face. "That's right. This match, I'm a sure winner, but I'd prefer to see my sister's side just abstain from the match without even having the courage to take part in it." "You? Winning?" Lewin was a bit speechless, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. You should be from a foreign country. It's normal that you haven't heard of Noka's reputation. Listen up, no matter how good your talent is, you can never be Noka's opponent at such a young age." The corner of Adele's mouth hooked up into a smile, confidently looking at Lewin with her head held high. In her eyes, Lewin was only 16 years old. An alchemist was one of the professions that needed the most time to settle down. "I'll admit, your combat talent is strong. You've actually reached the Snow Silver 10-star level at such a young age. But in terms of alchemy, 10 of you wouldn't be a match for Noka. So if you're smart, it's better to just abstain. Oh, and one more thing." Adele paused for a moment, gently shaking the wine glass in her hand with one hand, her voice sweetly pasty. "How about abandoning Alia and choosing to be loyal to me? I don't know what Oria promised you, but if you'll pledge your allegiance to me, I'll double it." A sense of tension rose within Oria at those words. Due to old myth's favoritism, Adele's probability of winning was indeed too much greater than hers, and if she were Lewin, I'm afraid she would have chosen to help Adele instead of her. "Not really, if that's all there is to it. Get lost when you're done." Lewin flatly refused and said in a flat tone, as a 1,000-year immortal cultivator, even if he was only at the foundation establishment stage now, but if he couldn't even do the matter of assisting the child of a mortal rich merchant's family to fight for the heir, and even had to be a traitor or something, then he simply shouldn't live. Hearing Lewin actually tell her to get lost, Adele froze for a moment. No one had ever dared to talk to her like that in many years. Those Snow Silver ranked adventurers that Adele had brought with her walked to the front with a mischievous face, shielding Adele behind them. One of them, a short-haired woman who stood at the front of all of them, immediately drew her dagger and aimed it at Lewin. "Kid, you actually dare to be so disrespectful to Miss Adele? Don't want to live, do you? Don't point this thing at me." Lewin squinted at the dagger in the woman's hand and said in a flat tone. As soon as those adventurers brought by Adele heard Lewin's words, they drew their weapons and aimed them at him, but at the same time, for some reason, a not-so-small premonition of death rose within them as senior adventurers. What's going on? Is there someone else in ambush around here? Although those few adventurers were still facing Lewin, their eyes couldn't help but glance around. Flower bushes, rockeries, behind walls. Are there some masters hidden somewhere that Oria brought with her? Forget it, guys. Adele's voice came from behind her, and as soon as the crowd heard it, they immediately put away their weapons in a well-behaved manner, and at the same time, the premonition of their imminent death that had arisen within them disappeared at that moment. What was that just now? Was it an illusion? Too sensitive? Inevitably, the thought went through these people's minds. Adele stood up and looked at Lewin. "In that case, I won't try to persuade you anymore, but before the match officially starts, if you change your mind, you can still come to me anytime." After saying that, Adele took those few adventurers and left. They totally didn't expect that they had actually just taken a trip to the Dragon's Den, and that it would literally take only a split second for Lewin to kill them. Before the official match, both sides needed to each prepare the materials needed to make the potion. Among the guests here, there were several merchants who were in the business of alchemy materials, and they directly had their house servants bring several large boxes of alchemy materials, which were not only of complete variety and quantity, but also of very high quality. Norcal picked through the materials with great satisfaction. Lewin also went over and turned around and found that none of these alchemy materials he recognized, so he went back empty-handed. Everyone who saw the scene was puzzled. How come this guy didn't even take a single material? Is it a waiver? Could it be that this kid actually doesn't know how to make potions at all? Lewin was also a bit torn. What exactly was the more appropriate medicine to refine? Since there were no materials in the Spirit Sea that were too low-grade, those pills that were too low-grade couldn't be refined. Thinking about it, Lewin suddenly thought of something. There! Alia! let me ask you something. After a few moments, Carter came over to inquire, and after confirming that both sides were ready, the match was called. As a master alchemist himself, Noka carries a set of specialized alchemical equipment wherever he goes: alchemy furnaces, crucibles, stills, alchemy test tubes, fiery gold tongs. These things seemed to be disorderly but were actually in order on a stone table, which immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. It was also rare to see a master alchemist personally refining a potion, especially for some of the upper-class people who brought their children here. This could undoubtedly bring enlightenment to their children, and perhaps their own children could be discovered to have alchemy talent as a result and become an alchemist in the future. Just as the group was all staring at the wide array of equipment on Norcal's workbench, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What's that?" All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were turned to Luan's side, only to see that Luan had an additional one-person high, blackened metal object beside him. The main body of the thing was round, with 3 legs for support and a lid on the head. What is this thing? This Lu. Does it mean that he intends to use this thing to refine potions? Is it a specialty of their country? Ha ha, I'm laughing my ass off. How can you make a potion with such a bulky thing? Look at how precise the equipment is over at Master Noka's side. But I have to say, this thing looks great. True, but it's just nice to look at, I guess. Not only these guests, but even Oria, hers and the others who were standing on Luan's side were also seeing this thing called a medicine cauldron for the first time. This thing looks so bulky and has no special features. How can it be used to make potions? Luan had taken it out of the spirit sea, and from other people's perspectives, it looked like it had been transformed out of thin air. But this didn't cause much of a stir. Storage-type magic props were not rare among the upper class in Blood Deer City. Some people with status would have space storage bags or something. Of course, the things it could store were far less than Luan's spirit sea. The crowd looked at the dark, big, stupid guy and pointed and giggled. Luan ignored these uneducated mortals and pressed one hand on the Heavenly Chance tripod to activate it. All of a sudden, the Heavenly Chance tripod was flooded with eye-catching colors, and some ethereal blue star patterns surrounded it, adding a lot of mystery to it, and people looked at these star patterns dumbfounded, and for a while, it was as if they felt like they were peering into the depths of the mysteries of the universe. Everyone, including Noka, was thoroughly captivated by the appearance of the Heaven's Chance cauldron at this moment. Even if they still didn't think that it was capable of refining medicine, they felt inwardly that it was a very rare and precious treasure. Carter forced himself to avert his gaze from the celestial tripod and announced after 2 dry coughs, "The match begins." Chapter 60, Newly Invented Potion. With Carter's announcement, both Luan and Noka began the all-important pharmaceutical steps. After all, Noka had real talent, and as soon as he got into the swing of things, he realized the realm of being free of distractions. He fiddled with the various kinds of alchemy equipment on the table, determination and concentration in his eyes. He put the basic potions of various colors, in different proportions, into the alchemy beaker and placed it on the half-arm-high alchemy furnace to heat it up, then stirred it with a metal rod while observing the subtle reactions of the potions with his eyes. Only a rather talented alchemist like him could have such meticulous observation. When those basic potions were synthesized in the best color and condition, Noka took them out, and then began to take out some tinfoils of the same size and set them on the table, each of which had a variety of alchemy materials placed on it. Then Norcal aimed his palm at them. Powder system production. A magic rune quickly took shape in front of his hand. This is a very convenient life-type magic, not even first order. The effect is that it can quickly turn some materials into powder. In the town some noodle workshops are particularly fond of hiring fellows who know this kind of magic. Then, another magical rune surfaced above the magical rune of powdered body production. Magic effect acceleration. This is an enhancement type of magic that allows the magic to take effect faster, only to see those materials laid out on the tinfoil turn into powder in just a few seconds, as if accelerated through tens of thousands of years of weathering. It's actually compound magic, the guests exclaimed. Truly worthy of being a master-level alchemist. I can't believe that even the magic learned is for alchemy. As a not-so-peaceful country, abandoning combat magic and specializing in magic that helps with alchemy is certainly a very risky but great act. It looks like this match is a sure win for Master Norcal. At that moment, the crowd suddenly felt the temperature around them surge. Then someone cried out in a very high pitch, an incredulous tone of voice out of breath. Black flame? When the crowd heard the exclamation, they all turned their heads to look over at Luan. Previously, in order for the 2 contestants to be unaffected by the darkness of the night during the pharmaceutical process, Old Miat had asked the maid to set up crystal lamps in the courtyard again, and these lamps were engraved with light attribute magic arrays, which required only the function of a magic core to release a powerful light. So even though it was dark now, people could still see very clearly that flames as black as ink were burning in that big iron fellow in front of Luan. In this magic world, The black flame is the highest and the most horrible existence of all flames. Legend has it that even the dragon race can't withstand the scorching of the black flame, and the humans or celestial races such as the physique of the weak race, as long as it is stained with a little bit of it, that will immediately turn into ash. The crowd had only seen this legendary black flame from some books with illustrations, and it actually appeared right in front of them. It's a lie. It must just be a blindfold or something. That's right. I've been fooled before. There are some scammers there who sell a kind of medicinal powder. Burning those medicinal powder flames will turn black, but the temperature is actually still the same as normal flames. It's no big deal. So it seems to me, the probability of them humans or celestials seeing black flames in their lifetime was about the same as the probability of seeing a pure-blooded dragon race. So they didn't believe at all that a teenager who looked to be only 16 years old could make black flames. Luan's cultivation in the past 2 days had risen to the 5th level of foundation establishment, and using the true chi of the 5th level of foundation establishment to catalyze the heaven-swallowing karmic flame, even though he could only catalyze the castrated version, it was still dozens of times better than the refining stage, and the duration could reach 5 minutes. Moreover, due to the absorption of the heavenly treasure, fire crow grass, the amount of true chi he consumed to catalyze this heaven-swallowing karmic flame was reduced by a few points. Although the reduction of these was nothing but a drop in the bucket, but it could always be prolonged for some time. The laboriousness, precision and always varied reactions to the pharmaceutical process on the Noka side of the equation are certainly more watchable, and one feels that it is almost like an artist in the making. On Luan's side, there wasn't much to see other than the black flames that made people's minds wonder. He only saw Luan resting his cheeks and sitting slightly lazily in front of that iron lump, holding some herbs they hadn't seen before, and occasionally throwing these herbs into the iron lump just like throwing waste paper. How can you make medicine this way? It seems that this Lu is a liar. Maybe Miss Olivia was cheated by him, but in fact, in the place they cannot see, the internal of the heaven-swallowing karma fire, those herbs combined, change, flame temperature control, medicine nature conversion, on the degree of refinement is far more than the Noka dozens of times, and still use the true chi control of the space. Only it was so far beyond these people's perception that they couldn't notice it even if it was right in front of their eyes. Time passed by. Noka was still operating in fine detail. Luan's hand closed. A transparent and colorless liquid drilled out from the hole of the heavenly machine tripod. He took out an empty porcelain vase and collected this liquid in it. Alright, great job. Luan weighed the porcelain vase in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. That's done? So fast. Faster than even Master Noka. What's the use of just being fast? It's the quality that compares, you know. The crowd was still not optimistic about Luan until this point. Carter walked quickly to Luan. Please give it to me. I'll use appraisal magic to appraise its quality. People always felt a little bit strange why the highly respected Carter was speaking so politely and respectfully to a 16-year-old kid. Okay, you can be fair, Lucan said as he handed the pill bottle to Carter as if he meant it. He thought that everyone present was biased toward Adele's side, but in fact, he really wronged Carter, who was merely invited to be the appraiser, and was the only one among all the guests who was neutral and had not been bribed by the old mitt. Luan's glib remark immediately made Carter panic in his heart. Don't worry, I'm sure to appraise it fairly. That, right, is it convenient to say the name of this potion? It's a potion I just invented, and I don't have a name for it yet. The potion just invented. You are ice diamond rated and you say what you want. Carter carefully placed the potion on the table and held out his palm to it. Pharmaceutical identification. This is also a life-type magic, which, as the name suggests, identifies the quality of a drug based on the feedback it gives to the magic. The magic rune slowly rotated in Carter's hand, then revolved faster and faster. The old Carter's face was gloomy, and the guests looked over in anticipation. Suddenly, a sound like a window being smashed rang out, and the magic rune in front of Carter's hand unexpectedly shattered. Then old Carter said in a trembling voice, medium, saint, holy saint, sacred quality. The air was as if frozen, and the crowd was silent. The qualities of potions are categorized as ordinary, excellent, fine, rare, transcendent, holy, and miraculous, and each specific can be further categorized as exceptional, superior, medium, and inferior. The highest quality potion that had ever appeared in the entire empire was only a rare grade. Wow! A loud bang broke the silence. The crowd followed the sound and looked, only to see that Master Noka, who had always been undistracted, was looking at Luan with a look of having seen a ghost, while the table in front of him toppled over on the ground, with some of the glass alchemy equipment shattered for the most part, and alchemy potions of various colors scattered all over the place. Chapter 61 A Change of Heart. Blown up. Mind completely blown. Noka was extra focused this time, more concentrated than ever, because in those very first stages of the production process, He felt that this time was the best he had played in the past few months, and as long as he was more careful and focused than before, there was a great hope that he would be able to break through the record he had set before, and refine a superior fine-quality potion. He, the master alchemist, would make these upper-class people gasp again in a moment. As a genius who had grown up with pride, he greatly enjoyed the feeling of being praised and shocked to everyone. But just as he was filling his heart with anticipation, what did he hear? Medium holy quality? A young man who looked more than 20 years younger than him sat in front of an iron lump, threw a few unimpressive-looking herbs into this iron lump like a scrap of paper, took only half the time than he would have, and then concocted a potion that was 10 qualities higher than the result of his own doubled efforts. He looked down at the pharmaceutical process that was halfway through on the workbench, and instantly felt that his behavior of being so careful just to make a fine-quality potion was a particularly ridiculous joke, and that he was even less worthy of the title of alchemy genius. So he mentally blew up and flipped over his workbench. No way. That's impossible. Noka shouted skeptically. Then the guests saw Norka go from being a well-mannered alchemist to suddenly being a lost soul. He took a step forward, stumbled over the alchemy equipment on the floor, then got up and ran in a trance to Carter, snatching the vial out of Carter's hand. What are you doing? Carter was shocked. Could it be that he couldn't afford to lose and was going to just smash the potion Lewin had refined? Noka placed the porcelain vial on the table, and likewise unleashed potion identification on it. The magic runes rotated slowly. Adele, Old Mitt, and the other onlooking guests watched the scene nervously, hoping that it was just some mistake in Carter's appraisal magic. But just like old Carter's magic runes, Nuka's magic runes gradually began to spin at high speeds, and after reaching a peak, they shattered like glass and dissipated into the air. This represented that the potion brought extremely strong feedback to the magic of potions appraisal. Oh my god, is it really of holy quality? This teenager who is only 16 years old is actually able to refine a sacred quality medicine. It's unbelievable. A clamor went up among the surrounding guests. The entire Empire's current highest grade potion, the Dew of Life, was nothing more than extra rare quality, and compared to this holy quality pill bottle in front of him, it was 6 grades lower. Moreover, this Dew of Life was also naturally produced from a holy item level magic prop like the Holy Angel sculpture, rather than being artificially refined. Adele and Old Milt's hanging hearts finally died when they saw this scene. Adele sat on her butt in the wicker chair, pursed her lips, and murmured incredulously, "How is this possible?" Old Mitt had a stony expression on his face, and was already pondering in his mind what more reason he could make up to make this match not count as well. Fake. It must be fake. This potion is something you hid inside that iron lump in advance, isn't it? Noka still refused to admit it. His eyes reddened as he ran to the Tianji tripod and pushed the lid violently with both hands, wanting to see the structure inside. But what kind of treasure was the Tianji tripod? Casting the Tianji tripod consumed enough materials to fill up the entire Blood Deer city. With Noka's strength, how could he lift the lid of the tripod without Luan's permission? Looking at Noka's already insane appearance, Carter sighed. As an old man with a lot of experience in life, he understood this behavior of Noka very well. How much you usually float, how much you fall now. In fact, besides the quality of the potion, what equally shocked Carter was the effect of the potion. But before he could pronounce the effects of the potion, Noka rushed forward like a madman. A suppressed smile spread across the corners of Oria's mouth as she regarded her father with a provocative gaze. Old Mia didn't look too good, and after coughing dryly twice, he announced, just as Noka said, "It's anyone's guess whether this potion was just refined by this Mr. Liu, or whether it was hidden in this vessel ahead of time. After all, no one here has seen such a strange alchemy prop except Liu, so I think the result of the match is yet to be proven. In this case, the banquet will end here tonight, and after we investigate the result on another day, we will invite all of you to witness the new heir of the Miat family together." Adele stood upstairs, a smile quirking the corners of her mouth. "Ha, I knew it. You can do such shameless acts over and over again in order to hand the family over to Adele. And if I'm not mistaken, a rematch is going to be announced in a few days, isn't it?" Alia sneered in a loud voice. Tonight's guests all felt that it was too obvious that they were biased as well, but they felt guilty about offending Old Mitt for Oria, so they just spoke out in agreement with Old Mitt. "Wait," Carter suddenly called out to the guests who were about to disperse. "The effects of this potion. I haven't announced it yet. Don't you guys want to hear about it?" As Carter said this, he glanced at Luan and saw that the latter's expression didn't change much, which meant that the other party didn't mind if he made the effects of this medicine public. The crowd stopped and turned their gazes towards Carter. They were certainly curious about what kind of magical effect this holy quality potion had. The effect of this potion is that it can extend a person's life by 100 years. The guests on stage instantly exploded as soon as Carter finished his sentence. Life extension of 100 years? Is there such a miraculous medicine in the world? Is this true? 100 years. For God's sake. Is this potion for sale? Sell it to me. I'll take half the family fortune for it. The life expectancy of an ordinary human, even if well maintained, is only about 100 years at the most. These upper-class people lived a life of fine clothes and food every day. How could a mere 100 years of life expectancy be enough? So at this time, when they heard that this potion could prolong their lives for 100 years, they all acted as if they were crazy. One by one actually regards life and death as so important. Old Miette looked at the gradually frantic guests and couldn't help but skim his lips. After getting a terminal disease, he had already looked at life and death very much, and he knew that with the pupil-splitting disease in place, simply prolonging his life meant nothing to him. Ahem. I'm not done announcing. Carter coughed dryly a few times, gradually calming the crowd down like a tub of cold water. There's still a role? It shouldn't be a side effect. After all, how can something as good as extending your life by 100 years not have side effects? If the side effect was to become crippled, then the bottle would say nothing about taking the medicine. Seeing that the surrounding gradually quieted down, Carter turned his gaze to the old mite. The second effect of this bottle of medicine is that it can cure all diseases. Wow! Old Mitt, who was drinking tea with his head down, shook his hand and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. Chapter 62, Begging Oria to Inherit the Family. Tonight, while Oria and Old Mitt were arguing in their room, the fire suppression squad was waiting downstairs. It was also at that time that Lewin learned about this point about the Mitt family from a casual conversation with a few people. At the same time, he also learned that Old Mitt had a terminal disease called pupil splitting disorder. According to hers, the disease was related to the dark vermilion star, and people who often looked directly at the dark vermilion star at night would have a greater chance of getting pupil splitting disease. At first, Lewin thought that Old Miette didn't have any friendship with him, plus the fact that people like Old Miette who liked to go back on their words made him more disgusted, so he didn't take it to heart. But then when Race was struggling with what medicine to refine, it suddenly occurred to him that if he could refine a medicine that could cure pupil splitting disorder, he might be able to make Old Might not dare to go back on his word. So he thought of an elixir, the multi-precious Linglong Dan. This is a kind of Yin Huang's elixir that claims to be able to cure all diseases, although it can't cure all diseases. But if it's the kind of disease that mortals can still live for 2 days when they get it, it can definitely be cured. The problem was that the multiple treasure Linglong Dan was a Dan, and the other people's competition demanded a potion. So Lewin also purposely spent an extra 5 minutes to research a potion that had a similar effect as the multiple treasure Linglong Dan based on the idea of refining the multiple treasure Linglong Dan. That's why Lewin was 5 minutes late before firing off the refining. These guests were marveling at the effect of this potion to extend their life by 100 years and were worried about any side effects. But in fact, life extension of 100 years is the side effect of this bottle of medicine, purely because Lewin used 2 good raw materials. Even if these materials are not practiced into a potion, directly used to make soup to drink can also extend life. All the guests were even more in a frenzy after hearing that the medicine had no side effects and could not only prolong their lives for 100 years, but also cure all diseases. They surrounded Lewin and kept raising the price of the medicine to an unimaginable level. Lewin looked at this group of people and thought to himself that he should just put this medicine up for sale at the auction in a few days. The construction of the Lorca village site still needed money, so he opened his mouth and rejected everyone and told them that he would put the bottle of medicine up for sale on the auction house in a few days and the highest bidder would get it then. When the guests heard this, they almost couldn't wait a moment to rush home to raise money. Even if they had to sell their properties, they had to auction this bottle of medicine. It's a pity that there are only 3 copies of the Phoenix blood needed to refine this 9 treasures Linglong left. Otherwise it could be a huge profit. I also wonder if there are any phoenixes in this world. Lewin watched the guests leave and sighed in his heart. Carter came over and handed the medicine to Luan. Lord Lu. Old Miette was emotional and followed suit. Please, you must sell me this bottle of medicine. Whatever you bid is fine. Old Miette didn't look past life and death this time, his voice trembling a little as he begged. Not for sale. Lewin shook his head. Is it for me to give the family to Oria? No problem at all. Old Mitt continued to fight after a pause. Alia sneered at the side and said, Lou, let's forget about it. Let him give the family to Adele. After all, people have celestial blood, so it's good for the Mitt family. As for pupil splitting disorder, what's wrong with sacrificing for the family? Well, I guess that's fine. Lewin decided to help Alia out and nodded. Please, sell it to me. I'll pay everything. Old Miette's lips were pale as he continued to beg. After seeing that Lewin didn't respond, he turned his head and started begging Oria again. Oria, it was my fault before. I gave my family to you. Please help me put in a good word for this Lord Lu to sell this potion to me. Adele's delicate face was bloodless as she watched from upstairs as her father, who had always favored her, groveled and begged Oria at that moment. Damn it, why was Alia so lucky to have a mysterious powerhouse like Lu helping her? Adele clenched her silver teeth. And inwardly, she was a million times more unwilling. In the long time of coddling, she had developed an extremely selfish character. In her thoughts, it was not considered unfair for her to be luckier than others. It was only unfair when her opponent's luck was better than hers. At the same time, the condescension in her character was supporting her, and she absolutely could not lose to Oria. Behind them, the faces of those few snow silver level adventurers weren't too good, originally thinking that by following Adele, they would be able to fall into the big tree of the Mitt family in the future. But now it seemed that it would already be considered good if Oria didn't retaliate against them in the future. They had originally planned to tear their faces off directly after Adele inherited the Mitt family and drive Oria, Lewin and his group to extinction outside the city, but now it seemed to be unnecessary. There's still hope. There is still hope. Adele suddenly thought of the words William had said that day. They seem to have recruited 2 more adventurers, but I don't think we have anything to worry about. One of the adventurers I recognize is a little kid from Lorca village. Lorca village. Lorca village. The odds were that Lou had something to do with the village of Lorca as well. Otherwise why would he take a low-status boy like Carr? Adele turned back and immediately commanded. Now! Immediately have the bloodbath mercenaries go to Lorca village and control all the villagers in that village. Those villagers are nothing more than a bunch of peasants. And with all the bloodbath mercenaries out in force, they'll be able to get their hands on them in no time. The short-haired female stalker behind her froze slightly and immediately nodded. Okay, I got it. She then left the spot in an extremely fast form. Lorca village. It was late, and Hofstadter and one of the villagers returned to their old yard with oil lamps. But I'm finally done with the hair, and I'm exhausted from walking around the village again. After the 2 entered the house, the villager rubbed his legs and complained. I really didn't expect that Lord Lou was too generous. Even if the whole village was given 3 copies each, there was still so much left over. Hofstadter placed the bag in his hand on the table. Yes, to have Lord Lou look up to us is the greatest blessing for our Lorca village. All the roads in the village should be repaired by the day after tomorrow, right? Hofstadter poured a cup of tea. That's right, the day after tomorrow at the latest. Should we send someone to Blood Deer City to tell Lord Lou by then? That's not necessary. I think Lord Lou should be very busy. Hofstadter took a sip of his tea, then set the teacup on the table. But looking at the teacup too close to the bag for fear of accidentally knocking it over and getting it wet, he naturally moved the bag back a chunk of distance. The oil lamp in the room flickered and dimmed, and the bag was pushed so hard by Hofstadter that the mouth of the bag drooped downward, revealing the power pill and golden light talisman inside. Chapter 63 Attacking Lorca Village, but doubting life. Inside the manor, all the guests had left, even the Brandys, Adele's mother's family, had gone quietly once they saw the tide had turned, along with carrying off the already insane Lorca. At this moment, in the entire Mitt Manor, apart from the maid butler gardener, only the fire suppression squad, Old Mitt, Adele, and the 4 snow silver ranked adventurers who followed Adele remained. Old Mitt was sweating with impatience, and all kinds of good words were wearing out his lips. Earlier, he hated to use 800 hard eyes to save his own reputation while handing over the family to his illegitimate daughter to inherit, and at this time, he hated to kowtow 800 times to beg Alia to inherit the family. Alia felt an immense pain in her heart as she looked at the old Mitt like this. Anyway, her and Luan's purpose was the Mitt family, otherwise they couldn't invest in Lorca village. So after feeling that the resentment that had been pent up in her heart for so many years had pretty much been vented, she suddenly nodded slightly towards Luan. In that case, then you'll leave the Mitt family to be inherited by Alia. I will cure you of your illness. Luan looked at old Miet expressionlessly and said. As soon as old Miet heard this, an old face instantly stretched. Thank you, thank you. I'll hold another banquet tomorrow, and I'll make sure to let Alia inherit the Mitt family in style then. Exempt, Alia said coldly from the side. You make a note, then move out of the Mitt Manor and live in the monastery on the outskirts of the city, and I will give the monastery regular funding payments. Old Milt reluctantly tried to say something else, but thought it would be fine to live in a convent as long as he could continue to live and add another 100 years to his lifespan. Old Butler Nader brought pen and paper, and old Milt ambled over to the table, and was about to write the note, when suddenly he heard Adele say, as she came up to him, wait a minute, don't be in such a hurry. Adele. Old Mitt watched Adele come down the stairs with a great deal of guilt, as if she had promised her child a toy but ended up not giving it. He loved, above all, Adele's mother, and loved the house, so he had always favored Adele as well, even though it didn't feel like it was fair to Oria. Originally, he had wanted to give the family to Adele and do right by her mother himself. But not now. There is nothing more important than living. Even if all of them can only live in a monastery in the future, that life will be better than most of the people in Blood Deer City. Not to mention that holy quality potion also has the effect of prolonging life for 100 years. One has definitely earned it. Luan. Just now I had the bloodbath mercenaries go to Lorca village, and if I'm not the one who inherits the family tonight, then I'll make sure that there won't be a single living person left in Lorca village. Adele had a hint of a smile on her face, as if she was steadily eating Luan. What did you say? As soon as Jar heard this, his eyes glowed red and he was about to charge towards Adele. Luan raised his hand slightly to stop him. Lord Lu, don't worry, it'll be fine. Luan gave him a look. After coming to this world for so many days, the whole world didn't dare to say, but the strength of the mortals in Blood Deer City had a few points. He probably already knew it clearly in his heart, with those golden light talismans and power pills that he had left for Lorca village. If whatever mercenaries Adele had mentioned really wanted to go to Lorca village to spread their wildness, it was still hard to say if they could leave a whole body behind. Seeing Lord Lu's eyes, Jar's hanging heart relaxed. If Lord Lu said it was fine, then it would definitely be fine. Lu, let's promise her first and talk about the rest later, Alia said seriously to Luan, although she didn't know what Luan had to do with Lorca village. Since Adele had threatened Luan with Lorca village, it meant that it was important to Luan. No need, Luan said softly. Then he looked at Adele with an expressionless face. Oh, in that case, this bottle of medicine will not be given to your father, and your father's illness will not be ruled. Adele, the older Mitt sniffed and looked nervously at Adele. Then add one more rule. Leave the medicine and you go, or I'll have the men kill all the people of the village of Lorca. Luan shook his head. That won't do. You just saw the value of this medicine. Might family, this bottle of medicine. The group from Lorca village can only be used to exchange it for one of them. Adele sniffed and hesitated for a moment, then immediately said in a decisive tone, I want the mitts. Keep the medicine for yourself. Old Mitt felt like he'd been whacked hard on the heart. This is my favorite little girl from childhood. Adele, you. Old Mitt covered his chest with one hand and pointed at Adele with the other. He hadn't shed a single tear in all the days he'd been terminally ill, and at this point, he couldn't help but have his eyes dampened. He began to regret inwardly why he had to favor such a wolfish thing. If he had known this, he should have favored Alia more in the first place. Adele looked at her father with a flash of intolerance in her eyes, but it was only a flash, and then she turned her head away from her father. Luan, get out of here right now, but not with Oria, and I'll let the bloodbath mercenaries leave when my father gives me the family, Adele said with a slightly sickly look on her face. There's no rush. What if you get the family inheritance and then back out? How about this? Let's go to Lorca village together. Your father will give you the family, and you'll release the people of Lorca village in front of me. How about that? Luan looked at Adele somewhat playfully. Lorca village. There really isn't much entertainment in the countryside at night, so you usually go to bed early. But suddenly a loud noise woke up all the villagers. With the matter of the last bull-headed behemoth, all the villagers were more sensitive inside. They decisively woke up, simply put on their clothes, and took out the power pills and golden light talisman from the boxes or drawers in their homes. The power pill was eaten in one bite, and the golden amulet was attached to himself. At that moment, his body burst out like endless power, while his body was covered with a layer of light golden light. Only this golden light could only be seen by himself. Hey, if there are any pretty pussies later, tie them all to my side. The leader of the mercenary group stood in front of the door that had been blown up by the demolitionist and shouted, Who? The 100 or so mercenaries behind him exuberantly yelled. Looting was the favorite thing for this group of mercenaries to do. Every pillage meant extra money, beautiful women. As the mercenary corps that was actually in charge of the Might family, they wouldn't normally dare to do this. But nowadays, with the orders of the Might family's second young miss, they could completely let loose to vent. And the Might family would handle the investigation of the Knight's order for them anyway. The mercenaries charged into the village like wolves charging into a flock of sheep. Squeak dash. In a house a short distance from the entrance of the village, the wooden door was suddenly pulled open and a woman stepped out from it. It was an older woman, half of her body hiding behind the door frame, looking at the mercenaries with timidity in her eyes. What the heck? It's actually an old woman. A mercenary with a sword stopped and looked at the older woman with some disgust. The orders Adele brought them were to control everyone in the village of Lorca and wait for her next orders. So this mercenary raised his sword and charged. Crouch down for me. The other mercenaries didn't take the older woman seriously at all, so they thought that one person on would be able to easily subdue her. Suddenly there was a loud thud. The other mercenaries around them turned around in shock, only to see the older woman make a swinging motion with a very unprofessional pose, her eyes looking at a short distance away in horror. The mercenaries followed the older woman's gaze in disbelief, only to see that the mercenary who had just rushed at her was glued to the hardwood fence of the village, his body already a pile of broken flesh. Chapter 64 - Last Hopes. Lorca Village. Originally, the mercenaries of the Bloodbath mercenaries thought they were wolves entering the flock, but never realized that they were the sheep. A bunch of sheep who didn't know what they were doing. The leader of the bloodbath mercenaries fell to his knees powerlessly, as if he was a puppet with broken strings. He felt like this must be a nightmare. Said it was just a bunch of farmers here, only to see a villager boss who was at least 80 years old running over as if flying, and smashing a mercenary with a punch. The mercenary's chest was immediately dented, and his body took off straight away, and didn't fall again until he disappeared from sight. Chain of lightning strikes, superheated fireball, destructive energy. Those magic bards in the mercenary group, while retreating in terror, released magic indiscriminately at those villagers. So many of them even hit their own people. However, those magic spells that could easily kill Rottenwood 5-star demons actually couldn't even break their clothes when they hit those villagers. A child who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old crouched down and easily lifted a rock that looked to be at least 5,000 pounds with one hand, then smashed it towards the mercenary group leader. Hey, ha ha ha, a dream. It must be a dream. The mercenary leader fell to his knees and laughed dementedly, with no thoughts of hiding at all. Put! The huge boulder directly smashed his body into mush. By the time Lewin and the others arrived at Lorca village in their speedy carriage, the battles had all been fought and the sky had dawned. Adele stood at the entrance of the village and looked incredulously at the villagers within the village who were gathering up the bodies of the mercenaries in groups. How can it be? In an instant, Adele was ashen and weak. The last hope was dashed. Those few adventurers who followed Adele were also in disbelief of what their eyes were seeing. Of course, they didn't think it was the farmer who had killed the group of mercenaries, who had fought many battles and had a not-so-low average rating, because it was simply impossible. More impossible than an ant tripping over an elephant. There must have been some other mercenary group here before, wiped out the bloodbath mercenaries, and then left again. As Snow Silver ranked adventurers, they followed Adele in order to be her right-hand man after she inherited the family, and to completely fall into the big tree that was the Miet family. But they were also well aware that once they failed, they would most likely be retaliated against by Aurelia. In fact, their guess was right. After this incident, Aurelia had grown a lot. The previous Alia might not have retaliated against them, but the current Alia would definitely use the resources of the Miet family to retaliate against these people who had gone against her after she got hold of the Miet family. At the thought of this, these 4 Snow Silver ranked adventurers were in an extreme struggle within themselves. Aya, Lord Lu, Jar, why are you here? Some villagers were carrying the corpses when they discovered Lewin and the others. It's nothing. You guys go ahead and do your thing, Lewin casually responded. Corpses placed in the village all the time are prone to plague. And the most terrible thing is that places with many corpses will produce undead. So these villagers didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly did the work of carrying the corpses. Miso, a Snow Silver ranked adventurer suddenly drew his sword. This is a poor countryside. There are 4 of us Snow Silver ranks, and the other party only has 1 Snow Silver rank. Just kill them, and then kill all these farmers, and we can blame the bloodbath mercenaries for their deaths. The other 3 Snow Silver ranked adventurers, as well as Adele, reacted by drawing their wands and weapons. What are you guys going to do to Lord Lu? A few villagers who were right nearby saw this and gathered around. Lewin waved his hand, signaling them to back off. That being said, he had always been curious as well. His own rating was Snow Silver 10 stars, and from the nameplate on his waist, the other party was Snow Silver 3 to 6 stars. In other words, the other person is rated about the same as yourself? But it doesn't look like it. Do they have to fight to see their true strength? Lewin took a few steps forward, shielding the crowd behind him. Yeah, well, you guys can all go together then. At those words, the 3 warrior-type adventurers roared and rushed towards Lewin, while Adele began to chant her magic. Lewin slightly exerted a few more points of strength and punched the first adventurer, and with a poof, the upper half of that adventurer's body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The 2 remaining adventurers watched the scene in horror, breaking in place in terror. Lewin's figure shifted and came between the 2 of them, and his left and right fists pierced through their bodies respectively. The 2 adventurers collapsed helplessly. Lewin drew out his arm and his figure disappeared again, instantly coming behind Adele. Because the time it took to kill the 3 Snow Silver ranked adventurers was so short, Adele's magic hadn't even finished chanting. She froze for a second, then felt her petite frame lifted and thrown in front of Oria. After doing this, Lewin frowned slightly at the corpse on the ground, thinking to himself that this is the person who is almost as rated as me? I was just even thinking of extracting some immortal realm immortal spiritual power in case the fight was laborious. That's it? Sure enough, that rating is not reliable at all. If Carter was here, he would probably just break out in a cold sweat after realizing what Lewin was thinking. Oria and Adele were one standing and the other sprawled out in a sorry state, both in a completely reversed position compared to a few days ago. What? You want me to beg you for mercy? Adele was gray and had scrapes on her face, but still refused to give in. No. Oria raised her hand and aimed it at Adele. Blue magic runes began to glow being drawn. Adele. Thanks to you. Once I was weak, but not from now on. Adele was half lying on the ground, her eyes staring deathly at the magic runes that were about to be drawn. Alia. Adele. Old Mitt, standing by, clenched his fists. Put. Water blades erupted and cut off half of Adele's head directly. Chapter 65. 2 months later. 2 months have rushed by. The last time we were in the village of Lorca, all the dust had settled on the Mitt family incident. Old Miet gave all of the Miet family to Oria and took up residence in the convent himself, and Lucan gave him the potion as promised. But according to the news that had come out of the nuns and nurses, Old Mitt was now sitting in his room every day, except for eating and sleeping and other things that must be done to live, and just sitting on his couch in a daze. Having seen his oldest daughter kill his youngest daughter, he had been thinking back to the past all this time and had been growing regrets within him from time to time. In the beginning, if they were to be a father who wasn't biased, then Adele and Oria wouldn't have come to this point. Maybe Adele was a sister who loved her sister, and Oria was a sister who spoiled her sister. Maybe the two of them would have been willing to run the Mitt family together. On the night that Aurelia took complete control of the Mitt family, she came to Lewin's room and knelt down on one knee, declaring that she would bring the Mitt family to follow Lewin and would listen to Lewin from now on. With her sharp intuition as well as the experience of this period of time to see, the Mitt family allegiance to Lewin is definitely more good than bad, and can take back the Mitt family. Lewin can say 99.9% of the force. During this time, the village of Lorca has also undergone radical changes. The Molten Fire Tyrant's magic core was sold, and the final price was 30,000 gold coins, plus 500 gold coins for the loot that was previously looted from the Windwood Knights. With this money, the villagers collectively went to the Chamber of Commerce to apply for business certificates, and their status was changed from farmers to businessmen, which meant that they did not have to be forced to work in agriculture and could do business. The people from the Commerce Guild were very shocked. How did a group of farmers suddenly become so rich one by one? Is farming and raising pigs so profitable these days? If it was before, there would have been people investigating them. But because Oria casually found an excuse to say that she wanted to invest in Roca Village, the crowd's doubts about the source of Roca Village's money were eliminated. Although they still couldn't figure out why such a big family as Mitt was looking at such a crappy place anymore. Oria still commissioned her uncle to go to the Ironborn Kingdom to hire orc builders. Mostly, the village of Lorca wasn't short of money at the time, and the group of Orcish builders, while several times more expensive to hire than humans, were also several times more efficient. It was the first time Lewin had seen the orcs as a race. They were covered in lime green skin and stood between 2.5 and 3.5 meters tall, with fangs exposed and fierce looking. However, Lewin contacted them and found that many of them were relatively naive and straightforward in character, and were relatively disciplined in Lorca Village, and did not have any preconceived notions about the humans within the village just because the Iron Blood Kingdom had a bad relationship with the Sacred Monarch Empire. Their favorite recreational activity when they were idle was arm wrestling, and they even had to arm wrestle with Lewin. But after that, these orcs stopped enjoying arm wrestling. Inside the village of Lorca, the uneven roads are now smooth and some of the main roads have been paved with stone tiles. All of the original ramshackle log cabins have also been knocked down and rebuilt into new, sturdy houses. In the past, the caravan passed through Lorca Village, although sometimes also choose to stay overnight in Lorca Village. But at that time the houses in Lorca Village villagers themselves are not enough to live in. The caravan came to mostly let them live in a stables or storehouse. Simply cannot earn a few dollars. But it's different now. With the business certificate, it's now perfectly possible for Lorca villagers to run hotels and whatnot, plazas, inns, restaurants, cafes, bars, chess rooms, custodial warehouses, and stables had sprung up in the village of Lorca over the course of the month, and Oria had appointed many professionals to come over and teach the villagers of Lorca how to run their businesses. The villagers' happiness index skyrocketed, and they worshipped Lewin as a god even more, and the temples in the village that were originally for the idols they tore down in preparation for Lewin. But Lewin practiced not the kind of immortality that was subject to incense, and they were not allowed to do so. The capital of the Holy Monarch Empire. Sure, Ayala. Oh, the kobold packs are getting so small in number that they're almost hard to encounter in the wilds of Blood Deer City? Garcia 9, the monarch of the Holy Monarch Empire, held a few reports that had just been submitted and looked at them with interest. There were only 5 people in the entire chamber besides the king, and they were all wearing silver gray, gold-trimmed uniforms emblazoned with the same pattern, which consisted of a few blood-red petals within a 6-main star. This time, the Goblin King's plague is much lighter than the last time. How unexpected. Garcia 9 put down the report and looked at the 5 men. Ha ha. An older woman's voice hoarsely laughed a few times. Although humans are a waste race, they have unexpectedly good luck this time. Yeah, ha ha. Thought this Goblin King's plague would have reduced the humans by a lot. They're so lucky. In my opinion, a goblin hunting contest has to be held immediately, another old man said. That's right, it's got to be soon, or if it drags on for a few more days, all the credit for this Kobold King's plague will go to the humans. Garcia 9 nodded. That's what I was thinking. Immediately instruct the ministers and nobles to go to Blood Deer City to organize a goblin hunting competition for our Celestials adventurers to go to Blood Deer City. It was not the first time in the history of the Holy Monarch Empire that it had suffered the plague of the Goblin King, the Kobold King, the most special mutant in the Kobold community, whose birth would cause the probability of the birth of other powerful mutants of the Kobolds to multiply several times over, while at the same time creating a strong cohesion in the Kobolds, a race of low intelligence. So after the birth of the Goblin King, the fighting power of the surrounding goblin communities would multiply several times, and they would gradually expand their territory and start to establish civilization and order. The last time the Goblin King's plague was 20 years ago near Lion City. At that time, the adventurers of Lion City had difficulty in resisting the attack of the kobolds and almost fell. And finally the royal family ordered that a kobold hunting competition be held in Lion City, setting up generous rewards and encouraging all the adventurers in the country to go to Lion City to participate in the hunting of kobolds. Eventually it was easy enough to find and kill the Goblin King that year. Well, get on with it right away. Garcia 9 waved his hand. Yes. Those few people immediately stood up and walked towards the outside of the hall upon hearing that. By the way, Your Majesty, that old woman stood still. Remember the last goblin hunting competition? That big clash between the Celestials and the humans? Garcia 9 thought for a moment and then it dawned on him. Come to think of it. That's right. Will there be that much conflict again this time? After all, some humans have sensed something, the old woman said. Don't worry, I have my own way. Yes, Your Majesty. The old woman turned away. The cloak behind her also emblazoned with a golden hexagram plus petal pattern that glistened in the sunlight. Chapter 66, Mandatory Discount. The royal family's intention to hold a goblin hunting competition in Blood Deer City had been printed in newspapers across the country the next day and distributed to people from all levels of society. Blood Deer City. In the Adventurers Guild. Bam! A middle-aged adventurer who was a little red in the face from drinking slammed the table angrily. Beside them, everyone was also cursing and looking angry. It's so shameless, right? If we hadn't organized the goblin hunting competition earlier, we had to do it at this time. We're almost done fighting. That's just it. It's just so biased. That's right. It's disgusting. How many people have we died this time? All 4 of my teammates died at the hands of shadow goblins and goblin priests. It's so hard to be able to kill all of those goblins. And this is the only time to hold a goblin competition. That middle-aged adventurer ruthlessly dried a large cup of beer and said with a crying voice. The other adventurers had heavy faces and looked at him with sympathy in their gazes. The adventurers of Blood Deer City risked death in order to guard their homeland, receiving very low allowances to explore goblin gatherings and combat the nearby goblin clans. They had shed too much blood, too many people had died, and soon everything was going to end. And this time, the Celestials were coming to help. A young man who was continuing to peruse the newspaper suddenly exclaimed, "Look at this, guys. This is so disgusting." He held up the paper and pointed to the body of the text in one of the sections above. The crowd came together to see the words the young man was pointing to. In order to protect the rights and interests of the contestants and avoid unpleasant conflicts during the goblin contest, all inns, taverns, adventurers' guilds, restaurants, and car dealerships in Blood Deer City will not be allowed to increase their prices, and they will be uniformly discounted by 70% in order to welcome the heroes who go to Blood Deer City. Ugh, who let them come? That's it. Who let these damn guys come? Even if you don't allow a price increase, you force a discount. What did they do the last time Lion City organized a goblin hunting competition? The crowd shouted angrily. Zifei was carrying a tray of beer and stood at the side, with a few moments of anger on her pretty face as well. During the last Lion City goblin hunting competition, the inns, taverns, adventurers' guilds, restaurants, and car dealerships in this city where the Celestials accounted for 90% of the population all increased their prices drastically. For a time, it displeased many adventurers who had gone to compete. After a small storm, the merchants of Lion City surprisingly decided not to raise prices for the Celestials, but only for the humans. This led to many human adventurers later having to sleep on the streets in the winter when the weather was cold. Eventually a not-so-small conflict broke out between the humans and the Celestials, but at that time, Lion City still needed the power of humans, so the royal family came out and beat each of them 30 times to calm things down. Afterwards, the royal family also said that the merchants themselves had opened their own stores, and they themselves certainly had the right to decide whether or not to increase prices and to whom they should increase prices. And today, it was the turn of the Celestials to come to the human city. and the royal family actually ordered that no one would be allowed to raise prices, and that they must be discounted. Who doesn't find this disgusting? Moreover, there was another big difference between these two goblin hunting competitions. This time, the Goblin King's plague was almost finished. Last time, the Lion City was almost fallen. To put it bluntly, this time the Celestials had come to share the credit with the humans, who had actually gone to support Lion City last time. Even if they were used to the royal family's differential treatment, this time it did make this group of human adventurers feel chilled. Inside the hall of the Adventurers Guild, the adventurers were still cursing loudly about the unfairness. Violet Fay exercised a bit of her power as an Adventurers Guild waitress and added a free large cold beer to each table. One of the largest and most luxurious courtyards deep in the village of Lorca. Lewin stood in front of the celestial chi cauldron and used his divine sense to control the heaven-swallowing karmic fire inside the cauldron. The village of Lorca was rebuilt just over a month ago. In this latter month, more and more caravans realized that not only was it comfortable to stay in Lorca village, but the price was also cheap. So more and more caravans passed through Lorca village, and even some caravans took a detour to come over. So then within this month, these caravans that ran everywhere in the south and north of the sky brought more and more heavenly treasures to Lewin. Lewin had raised his cultivation to the third level of the crystallization stage in these 2 months. This made him even more convinced of how much establishing a power like the village of Lorca would help him in the early stages. The black as ink heaven-swallowing karmic flame was violently withdrawn, and Lewin raised his hand, and a grain of pills inside the heavenly machine cauldron floated out in a line, and were respectively collected by Lewin into different colored pill bottles. These pills were not made for himself, but for the 5 people, Oria, Rael, Jar, Hertz, and Jocko. Lewin had accepted the 5 of them as registered disciples some time ago, and planned to train them in the Yin Huang way to try it out. Dragon Bone Pill, warms the flesh and strengthens the body. Soul Nourishing Pill, nourishes the soul and increases its power. Marrow Cleansing Elixir, improves root and bone meridians. Celestial Spirit Pill, increases the body's ability to perceive the aura of heaven and earth. Elixir of Spiritual Enlightenment, increases enlightenment. These pills were used by those sects in Yin Huang to enhance the talent of their disciples, and the price was not low, and it was usually only the children of the bigwigs on one side who could afford to eat them. However, by utilizing the merchant caravan, it was possible to gather many materials in this world that were also available in Yin Huang, so as long as Lorca village kept making a profit, Lewin could ensure that Jar and the other 5 would be able to consume these elixirs for a long time. With the long-term warmth of these pills, even if one was a scrapper, one could be a minor genius or something when placed in the mortal world. Lord Lu, Alia walked in from outside the courtyard and raised the newspaper in her hand upon seeing Lewin. Alia, what is it? Luan turned around. Running the Miat family wasn't as easy as Alia thought it would be, so there was always a hint of fatigue on her pretty face these past 2 months. There's going to be something not so small happening yet. The royal family is going to organize a goblin hunting competition in Blood Deer City. Alia walked over and handed Lewin the newspaper in her hand. Lewin looked at it for a few moments. Goblin hunting competition? It's related to that Kobold King, right? Well, that's the one. Oria nodded. During these 2 months, the Goblin territory expanded rapidly due to the birth of the Goblin King. However, this group of kobolds hadn't really come to Lorca village. Instead, under the leadership of the Kobold King, they had been concentrating eastward to harass Blood Deer City. It seemed that in their eyes, a poor countryside like Lorca village wasn't worthy of them coming over. However, because of this, Lewin also didn't bother with the so-called Goblin King. Otherwise the Goblin King's plague might have ended long ago. Lewin pondered for a moment, thinking that this would be an opportunity to exercise these nominal disciples. After teaching them so much of Yan Huang's inheritance, it was time to let them have a real battle. Go get all 4 of those. I have something to say. Okay. Chapter 67, Stay or Get Out. When Oria went to call the 4 of them, Jar, Rael, Hers, and Jocko, they were meditating and practicing according to the special method that Lewin had taught them. They had never seen this special cultivation method before, but the effect was unexpected. Cultivating in such a way that couldn't possibly make one stronger by any stretch of the imagination. A kind of energy called true chi was surprisingly born in one's body. Within these 2 months, Lewin urged them to cultivate every day, gave them one-on-one instructions, and taught them martial arts according to their respective strengths, coupled with giving them elixirs every day, plus the aid of the spirit gathering array. Several of them had made some achievements in cultivation, and their combat power had increased by a large margin. The reason why he had taken them in as registered disciples was that Lewin was curious if people in this world could cultivate immortality, and secondly, he would one day leave this place and explore more places in this world that were worth exploring, and at that time, the security of the Lorca village would mainly be left to them. The yard of Luan's house. Kale and a few others were overjoyed when they heard the news. They had only buried their heads in cultivation for the past 2 months, and could feel their strength growing by a large margin, and had long wanted to go out and practice. Lord Lu, are you going with us in a group as well? Jar asked. Luan gently shook his head. I will go to this competition, but I won't be on the same team as you guys. The main purpose of this time is to train you guys, and it will be much less effective if I join you. So it is. A few people's minds were made up. Luan intended to participate in the competition, and apart from wanting to go out for a spin, he was mainly going for the competition's lucrative rewards. The village of Lorca is now both short of money and not short of money. First of all, the income was enough for Luan to buy crystallization stage heavenly materia medica and other spiritual medicines, and it was also enough for the villagers of Lorca village to live an increasingly affluent life. But if you want to continue to expand the village of Lorca, that money will not be enough. Celestial treasures above the mortal realm were already difficult for ordinary people to find, and the role of the caravan would become smaller and smaller as Luan's cultivation increased. Now, Luan wanted to expand Lorca village to city size and recruit some stronger natives. When the time came, Luan could infer where the probability of heavenly treasures might appear was the greatest through the experience he had accumulated in Yanhuang, and then allow these people to explore the designated places. This, in turn, increases collection efficiency significantly, but the amount of money needed to develop a village to city size is just a bit large. However, they did do a little side work once in a while, in addition to the industry of Lorca village. For example, hey, Baroness, look, there's actually a village so well built in this hole. A group walked through the village gate into the village of Lorca. It was 2 columns of knights in armor, and there were more than 100 of them. Judging from the marks on the knights' foreheads, they were all celestials. There were 4 wagons guarded by these 2 columns of knights, 3 of which had splendid canopies, and the remaining one had a cage on its buckets, but was covered by a mass of linen, so that it was not possible to see what was inside. As soon as the group of knights entered Lorca village, their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement while surveying the interior. This is more developed than even our village. Great. Thought I was going to have to stay in a shabby, smelly farmhouse today. Look at that hotel. My God. It's so luxuriously decorated too. It's even more upscale than a hotel in the city. A village that actually has a tavern? And a cafe. You can have a drink tonight. Why is this village so rich? In their impression, Blood Deer City was the second poorest city in the sacred monarch empire, and a village like Lorca village, which was the westernmost village in Blood Deer City, should be even more impoverished to the point that it was nearly deserted. But as soon as they entered, they were shocked by the sight of Lorca village. This is the countryside? This is the countryside of Blood Deer? They had rushed back from other countries to participate in the goblin hunting competition, and it was already late in the day, so they just wanted to find a place to stay nearby first, which led them to Lorca village. Hearing the knight's exclamation of surprise, those 3 people in the purple car canopy also pushed open the door and stepped out of the car, respectively an old man in magic robes, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes over 40, and a young man also in gorgeous clothes but only in his 20s. Father, this place isn't as good as Bellow City, but it's really much better than the middle of nowhere. The young man surveyed his surroundings. Well, it is indeed out of my expectation. Let's go. After running around for most of the day, let's go and rest first. Lord Baron nodded and led his son and that old magician towards the inn in Lorca village. Hello, how many rooms please? Hotel reception desk is a 16-year-old girl, 2 reddish-brown double ponytails hanging behind her head, eyes clear and godly, looks do not belong to a particularly outstanding kind, but also not ugly, plus she receives customers always with a smile. The whole person let a person look and feel very comfortable. Her name was Lydia, and she wasn't from the village of Lorca, but from the next village over to work. The Baron's son surveyed her for a moment, and his eyes lit up. The Baron's family went out to foreign countries on business for 30 days, and the Baron's son spent almost 30 days in a whorehouse. Those sultry women had long since made him a little tired of them, so he couldn't help but be moved by the sight of the incomparably pure little girl at the front desk. Stupid pig, can't you count it yourself? The old wizard scolded in an unkind tone. Oh, Lydia, a little frightened by the ferocity, responded in a small voice before trotting out of the inn to count how many knights were there. As soon as the old baron left, the knights stopped staying in formation and rode haphazardly to stay where they were, like a handful of melon rinds that had been casually thrown on the ground. Add to that the fact that they kept moving back and forth, and it took Lydia a long time to count and determine how many there were. A total of 133 people. Standard room 30 silver coins a day, deluxe room 50 silver coins a day. May I ask you? Lydia asked with a kind smile. Open 65 standard rooms and 3 deluxe rooms, all for a period of 5 days. The old baron threw Lydia a small money bag with an expressionless face, his eyes sweeping her with disgust. Sorry, This lord, you don't have enough money yet. Lydia stammered a bit after counting the money inside. Asshole. The old magician bellowed angrily, glaring menacingly at Lydia as magical runes rapidly took shape in his hands. Forget it, don't make trouble. The old baron waved his hand before the magic runes in the old magician's hand dispersed. I have a total of 100 gold coins in this money bag. Are you blind to say it's not enough? The old baron snorted coldly. It'll take a total of 105 gold coins, Lydia said weakly. What? Don't you know that the inns must have a 30% discount during the goblin hunting competition? The old baron stared at Lydia with menacing eyes. This little commoner girl had actually disgraced herself. If this was in his own territory, he would have to strangle her alive. The so-called nobility is usually that their ancestors have been powerful, but it doesn't mean that the knighthood has been passed down to their generation and is still outstanding, although it was much better than the average person's life. In terms of wealth, it was actually far less than a good business family like the Mitt family. Plus, the Lord Baron had just made a sizable purchase in a foreign country, so he now cared about getting a 30% discount. But Lord Lu said we don't need a discount. Lydia was on the verge of crying with fear. The fierce old magician was furious, outrageous. Believe it or not, I will burn down this inn of yours and not give you a single copper coin. If you want to stay, pay the original price per piece no less. If not, get out. Just then, a faint voice came from the doorway. Luan stood in the doorway, looking at them expressionlessly. Chapter 68, Luan, who likes to bully the weak and small. Lord Lu, as if she had found a life preserver, Lydia ran to Luan and hid behind him, looking fearfully at the Baron's son, and the fierce old wizard. Stay or don't stay. Don't stay, get out of this village, Luan said as he looked at a few people. Outrageous. You actually dare to talk to Lord Baron like that? The old magician shouted angrily, then raised his hand, a fire-red magical rune opening up in his palm. Facing Luan. Kid, you're tired of living. The Baron's son also drew the dagger at his waist. Luan moved with a thought. At once, the magic runes in the old magician's hands dissipated into the air on their own like smoke being blown by the wind. He looked at the palm of his hand in shock, his expression as if he had suddenly realized that he actually had a hemorrhoid on his hand. After Luan's true chi had reached the crystallization stage, he already had the ability to precisely control the ordinary elements in the heavens and earth. So low-level magic like this mobilization of the elements could be forcibly cancelled with a single thought. Want it? Leave now if you don't want to stay. Luan stood in the doorway and slightly sidestepped, as if making way for the three of them. The Baron knew that the young man in front of him was not simple as soon as he watched the personal mage get defeated. Now that it's almost dark, it's hard to find a place to stay if you go out again, and camping in the wild is too bad and a bit dangerous. Alright, we'll live. After weighing the options, the old Baron compromised. Pay up. Luan nodded. People spend so much time in dangerous environments that at first glance, once in a safe environment, it is easy to relax and crave a binge to release previously built-up stress. So these knights, plus the Baron's son, went to the tavern and started eating and drinking to their heart's content as soon as they had settled in. They made a lot of noise and released their emotions by hissing like wild animals. Luan sat in the yard of his house and couldn't help but frown when he heard them arguing and making noise at this late hour. Although he could block out the sounds, what did the merchants who also lived here think? People can pay their dues. In case it affects their impression of the place and leads to a decline in business, it will cost them money. He had just gotten up and was about to go and shout down the noisy people when he heard a young girl scream in agony. Lydia? Luan frowned and disappeared in a flash. In the lobby of the inn, Lydia, disheveled, hair disheveled, and with a bright red gash on her forehead, was half lying on the floor holding onto the table and sobbing. The Baron's son laughed triumphantly as the knights around him rose loudly. Some of the merchants quietly lay on their backs in the doorways or on the fences and watched, but did not dare to go up and stop them. It wasn't their fault. Who would dare to go against a noble with over 100 knights? Tonight, the Baron's son's original crooked thoughts about Lydia were magnified infinitely after he had drunk too much. So he wanted to spend some money to buy Lydia for one night. But Lydia is a good girl. The Baron's son to give more money she will not obey. The Baron's son is impatient to force the humiliation of Lydia in front of so many people, and almost got it. Lydia broke free from him, and crashed into the corner of the table himself. Luan stood in the doorway and frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He was heavily jaded in the education he received from his childhood in Yanhuang. According to his conception, Lydia was working for herself no matter what, and for her to be bullied like this in Roca village would be equivalent to slapping his own face. This, coupled with his experiences as a child, made him immensely disgusted with officials who liked to bully people. The Baron's son was just about to continue when he suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind, and his own body rolled forward uncontrollably and flew out, smashing several tables. Who don't want to live? The entire inn hall, except for the knights, was Lydia and Lewin. So of course the knights were sure it was Lewin's doing, and they directly drew their weapons and surrounded him. The old baron and the old wizard were quietly groping in one of the beds just about to fall asleep when they heard the commotion and came downstairs in their pajamas to see the scene. Lewin looked up at the old baron. "Tell your men to pack up and get out right away. Isn't it just a pariah girl? It's her good fortune that my son wants to favor her. Why should we be allowed to leave?" The old baron said as he looked at Lewin coldly. "There aren't that many credentials. If I tell you to get lost, you have to get lost," Lewin said impatiently. "We've already paid." "Well, I won't be refunding that money," Lewin said. "What? Are you being reasonable?" The old baron was astonished. It was always them who were unreasonable with others based on their noble status, but today it was actually the other way around. Reasoning is with normal people. Your son has done this kind of thing. You as a father are still so protective. I don't need to reason with people like you. Lewin was very impatient. "I'll count to 3. Get out now. 1. You can't. 2. The old baron looked at the old mage for help, but the latter was so afraid of Lewin that he didn't dare to release any more magic. 3. Lewin gently spat out this word, and with a finger of his hand, the old baron, the baron's son, the old mage, and the 100 or so knights were shocked to find that their bodies actually floated. The next second, the group fishtailed out of the hotel door and fell to the ground in a heap. With the crystallization stage true chi, such things as using chi to control objects was as simple as eating and drinking water. More than 100 people fell in a heap of confusion. What happened? Hers, Alia, and the other 5, had also arrived with their weapons by this time. Hers looked at Lewin. "Lord Lew, the old rules?" Lewin nodded. "The usual rules. With Luan's permission." Hers immediately shouted. "Strip!" The baron's son was a bit confused. "Strip off what?" "Take off this gown you're wearing, and take off all the rings and bracelets on your hands." "Ha?" The old baron was very startled. Take that jeweled necklace off your neck." Hers gave the old baron a kick down. The hand directly yanked the necklace off the old baron's neck. "And these knights, take off all their armor as well." Lewin stood on the side and added, "Just kidding. This group of nobles and knights wearing, can be valuable things, robbed and sold to the merchants, can sell a lot of gold coins. The 100 or so people couldn't move by the pressure of his real chi, so they could only be at the mercy of the 5 of them. Hertz, Rael, Kale, Jocko, and Oria. In the end, the old baron, the old mage, and over 100 knights, wearing nothing but their big pants in full view of the public, were driven out of the village of Lorca with a wail. Oria glanced at the members of the merchant caravan who poked their heads out to see what all the fuss was about, and immediately shouted a witty line to save the honor of the village of Lorca. "If you dare to disturb the sleep of our guests here again, no matter who you are, you'll all be driven away." These merchants had long been annoyed with the old baron and them. At this time, seeing this scene only felt cool in their hearts, coupled with Alia's divine compliment, directly on the impression of the Lorca village a few more points better. It's fall now and the air is cool at night. Achoo, achoo. The old baron, who was just an ordinary man, sneezed while walking barefoot on the road full of stones. "These damn villagers, they even impounded the carriage." "Father, then the gift bought for Lord Viscount." The baron's son suddenly remembered something. "And of course they held it," the old baron said through gritted teeth. "That was hard to buy. I didn't even bother to touch it along the way." The more the baron's son spoke, the more he felt the loss. His eyes filled with resentment. "Outrageous. I must destroy this village." They had been rampaging for decades, and it was the first time they had seen someone more unreasonable than themselves. Under the full moon, Lewin stood on a branch above their heads and blew out a gentle puff of air at them. Swallowing heavenly karma fire swept over like the wind. These more than 100 people just turned around, before they could react. In just a moment all were swallowing heavenly karma fire rolled over, as if they had never come to this world. Not a trace was left behind. It is often said that once people have power far beyond others, they tend to become fond of bullying the weak. Lewin also likes to bully the weak, but bullying those ordinary people didn't make him feel any pleasure in his heart. Instead he felt that it compromised his character. However, bullying these evil people who liked to bully others made him feel pain in the bottom of his heart. The source of his character, in addition to all his experiences from childhood to adulthood, is also closely related to his masters and siblings. There are quite a few people who come to Lorca village who don't work, and it's from them that the so-called side income comes. After solving the aftermath, Lewin returned to the village and found hers and the 5 of them, staring curiously at the wagon that had a cage on its boards, but was covered by burlap. Chapter 69, Orc Girl. Lord Lew, watching Lewin slowly fall from the air, Rael and a few others greeted him. After these 2 months, of the 5, Rael and Gar have made some considerable changes in their appearance. They were both already in their developmental years, so they grew slightly taller. Kar's character, who is somewhat inferior and sensitive because he grew up poor and repressed, gradually becomes much more cheerful after receiving a large amount of honors and praise through the swordplay of the returning pestle and mortar. For 2 months Kar was still majoring in swordsmanship, and his body had firmed up quite a bit as a result, and although he was still not tall, his belly had gradually taken on a muscular contour. Rael was still as silent as ever, his natural character being what it was, and his hair was much longer and silky, tied behind his head by Oria's careful tending, the whole of him quiet as a lady of the house. About being forced to practice necromancy by the members of the Black Scourge, he didn't disclose it. After all, his education from childhood had given him the idea that practicing necromancy was even more shameful than being a traitor to the country, and he was afraid that if he opened his mouth, Luan would kill him as well. But in fact, with Luan's thousands of years of insight, and necromantic magic breath similar to the underworld kung fu to him is just a little bit of, he was just curious at first. Rael did not say he did not ask. Lord Lu, what do you think is inside? Yaku's petite body stood far away from the carriage, as if she was afraid of what kind of monster was locked up inside. You won't know if you open it up and look at it, Luan said. In fact, he had already seen it with his divine sense, so he wasn't curious at all at this time. I'll do it. Hearing Luan's permission, Jar took a few steps to run to the carriage and lifted the burlap covering the top of the cage. Inside lying is a wonderful girl, only wearing a simple cover the key parts of the clothes. Obviously is a warrior-type occupation, about 1 meter 8 height, skin is a bit on the brown side, the body is not a huge type, more proportional, arms, thighs, belly have obvious muscle lines. The excellent figure that combined a sense of strength with the beauty of the female body was displayed in front of the crowd, causing the faces of the 3 not-so-young boys, Hertz, Rael, and Jar, to not be able to help but burn slightly. Unlike normal people, this young girl had a pair of fox-like fire-red pointed ears on top of her head and a fluffy fire-red foxtail behind her. It's an orc. What's with the cage? It looks like that old baron bought it from the slave market. Orcs, although it is the same word as orcs, there is a world of difference in appearance and other aspects. Orcs are a bit more like humans, only with certain features of beasts still on their bodies. They resided in the Iron Blood Kingdom in the southern part of the Holy Monarch Empire, just in much smaller numbers, just like the orcs. She seems to have fainted. To heal her, Lord Lu? Jocko asked. Luan nodded as he looked at this young girl who was somewhat similar to those incompletely transformed demons of Yin Huang and nodded. Elementary days removal. After practicing true chi, Jocko and the others all unexpectedly discovered that the two energies, magic and true chi, not only didn't clash, but instead had a certain complementary effect, and as a result, all of their magic gained a certain degree of enhancement. A layer of white light shimmered on the orc girl's body, and after a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. It was a blur before his eyes, and when it became clearer, it was a couple of humans, standing outside the cage, looking at him. The young girl thought for a moment of the scene where a few human adventurers used trickery to capture her and brutally murder several of her companions. Humans, all of them, are devious and cunning, and they are keen to kidnap the females of their clan and use them as slaves for their own venting. In a matter of seconds, the young girl's eyes shifted from confusion to abhorrence. A low growl like that of a wild animal escaped from her throat, and she suddenly stormed up, making a claw with her right hand and swinging it viciously at the iron cage in front of her. Orcs had a much stronger constitution than humans, and after the enhanced version of primary dizzy contact had removed the restriction magic from her, she had regained half of her strength. With a clatter, the iron cage was shattered directly by her. The young girl stood alertly staring at the men, fox ears twitching on her head. There are a lot of enemies, but they stand in amateurish positions, starting with the most accessible support professions. While the orc girl's eyes stared at Kar, her body erupted with great speed and her right hand cupped into a claw shape to attack the shortest Yakko. Gotcha! A smile curled up at the corner of the orc girl's mouth. Suddenly, Jocko raised his magic staff and swung it across the room, sending the orc girl flying out, crashing into a nearby stable and landing hard on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. They had eaten the soul-nourishing pill refined by Luan every day for the past 2 months, and their soul strength had been improved, and their reaction speed had risen accordingly. Plus the dragon bone pill warms the body. Don't look at Yakko. Thin and short for a little girl, her strength was already quite a bit greater than that of a brown bear or a tiger. How can it be? The orc girl rose from the ground in pain. Could the opponent be a warrior disguised as a magic bard? I can't believe you attacked me without saying anything. What a wild and rude guy, Jocko whispered with a bulging mouth. The orc girl's ears twitched. Dirty vile human, how dare you talk about me? You inferior races, short and horny trash races. You're as disgusting as maggots. The orc girl pointed at Luan and the others, breaking into a somewhat maniacal rage. You're the ones who paid people to go to our tribe and capture my people, aren't you? Ha! It's one of you who wants to buy me. She had an evil grin on her face. That's how much you want my body. Go ahead. Try and see if I'll sit you off and stuff you and hold your mouth down so you can swallow. The people looked at each other in disbelief. They were really scolded somehow. Ahem, this orc lady. This matter has nothing to do with us. The tall and thin Hers walked up to explain. Look, we are just some villagers. How can we afford slaves? Go to hell. The orc girl's fist slammed into hers with a strong wind. Everyone here was eating the nourishing god pill as a meal every day, and anyone's reaction speed was faster than this orc's. Plus, hers was originally a swordsman, and although he was not as good as a martial artist in close combat, he was several times better than Jocko, a priest. In just a few strokes, the orc girl was restrained. Looking at the orc girl's scenery accidentally revealed by the battle, Rael and Gar blushed and twisted their heads away, and Oria even reached out to block Rael's eyes. Lord Lu, how to deal with it? Let her go or? Hers asked. Looking up. Go? Where to go? Luan pointed to the stables that had just been collapsed. Let her work at the inn. And when the money she earns after deducting food and drink is enough to build a new stable, then let her go. Chapter 70, Growing Conflicts. Ha! The orc girl couldn't believe her ears. Let me work part-time? Think about it. Human. An eerie, ghastly smile appeared on the orc girl's face. I might just bite anyone's neck off by surprise. Oh, that one's simple. Jar. For the sixth pointing technique, point her moisture point, Tai point, and Shinkai point. And for the third technique, point her Liangmen point, Luan said indifferently. Yes. Gar walked forward, inverted his longsword, and poked the orc girl a few times with the hilt. And since he now had true chi, he didn't have to use any special force to lay his hands on the points, and the pointing effect would last longer. Weedy brat, are you tickling me? The orc girl suddenly felt her body go limp, and her strength was drained of 90% at once. Damn, what have you done to me? The young girl's body went limp as she clenched her fists and slammed them softly into Gar's face. The blow was a little less powerful than a normal human girl's, and did little damage to Gar at all. The orc girl was shocked and afraid. Obviously she didn't feel any magic fluctuation at all. The other party just poked a few times at a few insignificant places on her body. How come she couldn't use her strength? Hertz let go of the orc girl, who held onto a wall to the side and just barely managed not to fall. Lydia, Luan shouted. Yes, Lord Lu. Lydia ran out of the inn. Just let her give you a hand to help out. Cleaning, delivering, carrying, whatever. Luan pointed at the orc girl. Yes. Lydia was both surprised and pleased. There is one more thing. Lord Lu, Oria came up and said. What? The Holy Monarch Empire and the Iron Blood Kingdom have always been at odds, and the royal family has ordered that having dealings with orcs and half-orcs is strictly forbidden. And what about the possibility of the death penalty for serious cases? Isn't it a bit troublesome to leave her behind? How could there be such a strange rule? Luan was a bit puzzled. Forget it then. Let her go tomorrow during the day. The orc girl was a bit surprised. You're letting me go? Had he really misunderstood these humans? Her guard was somewhat loosened in her mind, but she was never able to completely trust humans out of racial prejudice. What's your name? Lydia asked as she held up the orc girl. Condensation, Nimbus, the orc girl replied reluctantly. After settling the condensation, the crowd dispersed. After all, they still had to register for the goblin hunting competition tomorrow. Early the next morning, on the outskirts of Blood Deer City. Today, this place could be completely described as a sea of people. After all, the goblin hunting competition had a generous participation prize even, and there were naturally a lot of humans or celestials who came to sign up. Blood Deer City's city lord sat on the lectern with a very unpleasant face, because this generous reward came out of the Blood Deer City vault. The large number of people were divided into a dozen or so columns, lined up fairly neatly. Night Striker, who had lost to Gar in the Guardian Academy tournament some time ago, was among them. He was holding a novel in the crowd, reading it with great interest. Reading a novel while standing in line can't be that comfortable because there's always the occasional step forward. When Night Striker saw the people in front of him move forward, he also temporarily raised his head and moved a few steps forward. Suddenly, he saw that the other line, the one that used some strange move to defeat him, Car, was also among them. That day Kair's back to the pestle sword technique left a huge psychological shadow on him. Aside from making him lose the match and discredit himself, there was one subsequent thing. When he got home, his master, Gufo Kinsei, naturally wanted to review the game with him and talk about the reasons for the loss. He was, after all, young and still relatively innocent. So he said truthfully, aside from the fact that I couldn't move at the end for some reason, I don't think my sword moves were anywhere near as subtle as his. Then he got several big smacks in the mouth and was happy to double his training load for 2 months. That's why he subconsciously blushed when he saw Jar in the distance. Behind him, a young man who looked somewhat similar to him, but several years older, noticed the detail. "What's up, Knight Front? See anyone?" The youth's face had a slightly evil look to it. "Nothing, brother." Night Striker quickly turned back to the novel and started reading it again with his head down. "It's that human swordsman, isn't it? Night Striker's older brother, Poison Stinger." Guessed at once, as that was all that was wrong with his brother's heart. "Which one is it? Point it out to me," Stinger said with a slight narrowing of his eyes. "No need." Night Striker shook his head somewhat resistingly. "Pop." Poison Stinger pressed one hand on Night Striker's shoulder, exerting a slight pressure. "Point it out to me. I'm curious as to what that human child looks like." Night Striker knew Poisonous Stinger's temperamental personality, so he had to point at Jar. "Doesn't look anything special. Shorter than you." Poisonous Stinger looked at Jar, who was chatting with hers, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in an icy smile. "Disgrace my brother's reputation? This tournament? I have to find a chance to crush his two pairs of hands." Nightfront opened his mouth to say something, but then he knew in his heart that it was useless, so he didn't open his mouth in the end. In a place like this where fish and dragons mixed together, coupled with the growing divide between humans and celestials, it was naturally difficult to avoid conflict. It started when a group of celestials kept complaining out loud while standing in line. "Blood Deer City is too shabby. Not at all comparable to their place. Blood Deer City is filled with alchemy mist. The environment is very bad. How unlucky one must be to be born here, because of the poverty. Many women in Blood Deer City have no choice but to work in a sex house. Hurry up to the competition. Hurry up to go home, and never come to this Thai place again. Not even wanting to stay for a day." Anyone who hears someone insulting his hometown like this to his face cannot turn a deaf ear to it. So a group of young human adventurers next to them argued with them, as if "Who invited you here? Get out if you don't want to stay here. That's, the kobolds are almost killed and you guys are just coming." A celestial race youth saw the angry look of this team of human adventurers, and a disgusting smile spread across his face. "Goo, the truth isn't even allowed to be told. The human psyche is also too fragile. Blood Deer City has a lot of alchemy mist, and it's not because you celestials have moved several alchemy factories to our Blood Deer City," a human girl said angrily. "Then if you have the ability, you can ask His Majesty to order the alchemy factory to be moved again. Did we stop you from doing so?" A female celestial with freckles on her face and average appearance shouted conspiratorially. The human girl was momentarily speechless. The freckled girl said this on purpose, knowing full well that the royal family couldn't possibly listen to a Rottenwood adventurer. The quarrel quickly escalated, with more and more people getting involved. The Sacred Monarch Empire had a small percentage of humans and a large number of celestials, so of course the celestials far outnumbered the humans at this registration conference. Those two teams of human adventurers were surrounded by a group of celestial adventurers, fighting for their homeland with few against many, and having to be punched twice and kicked twice from time to time by fists sticking out from the crowd. In the distance, the staff member in charge of this enrollment glanced at the place where the conflict had erupted. "There's another fight. Make some noise. Don't worry about it for now." Another celestial staff glanced there and said indifferently, "Chapter 71, who are you going to teach a lesson?" A quarrel caused by the celestials' mouths intensified, escalated step by step, and had the tendency to become a riot in the blink of an eye. Most of what the celestial adventurers said was that humans were lowly talented, inferior to the celestials in any field, an inferior race, inferior and sensitive, and jealous of the celestials. Arguments like waves almost overshadowed everything, and the scene was chaotic, but the staff responsible for maintaining order were slow to show up, as if they had not seen it. Aurelia and the other five stood still, their faces hesitant. "What are you guys standing around for?" Luan's voice came from behind him, and several people turned back. "Lord Lu." "Aha." Luan nodded and expressionlessly raised his chin towards the center of the argument. "Why don't you guys go?" We were afraid to cause you trouble," Oria said truthfully. Although the other four didn't say anything, their faces were all a bit less natural. "Well, it's good to be able to think about this for me." Luan first nodded somewhat approvingly, then his words changed. "But I don't need you guys to think about this for me, being scolded by others in front of your face, but standing here unmoved. Are you also worthy of being a disciple of my easy immortal sect?" The five looked at each other, their eyes gradually becoming brighter. Go ahead and make trouble despite the injustice. Even if you poke a hole in the sky, I'll be there," Luan said indifferently. "Yes." A few people nodded, looking much happier, and turned to run into the crowd to join in the cussing. Luan watched the commotion with little expression on his face. He naturally heard the celestials' insults towards humans clearly. With over 1,000 years of state of mind at stake, these wouldn't have any emotional impact on him, but it also changed some of his old perceptions. Originally, He had always felt that the Celestials and humans were still essentially the same kind of race. After all, from the looks of it, there wasn't a single thing that was different except for the petal pattern on his forehead. But now, as he listened to the Celestials belittling and abusing humans as if they had some deep hatred, he also realized that the Celestials and humans were not a race at all. Luan treats other races differently than he treats humans. Not to say that he hates other races, but certainly favors humans a bit more. For example, when he saved the village of Lorca, his motivation was to save a human of his own race from a bull demon. If it were any other race, odds are he would just leave it alone. And from this moment onwards, the race of Celestials had become an alien race in Luan's eyes. As time passed, some residents of Blood Deer City who were not participating in this tournament, but had heard about this conflict from somewhere also rushed over to rush into the cursing war. This resulted in the human side starting to dominate in numbers instead. That's enough. Stop arguing. A high-pitched voice suddenly rang out, exploding like thunder in the sky. The crowd looked up and saw a dozen or so imposing people hanging in the sky. They were emanating waves of magic power and looked down on them from above. The leader was a stocky middle-aged man with a magic rune in front of his mouth, which was being maintained by an old wizard behind him. He spoke again. His voice amplified through the magical runes and heard clearly by tens of thousands of people. We are the judges of this tournament, and both humans and Celestials are subjects of the Empire, and you should be ashamed of your bickering. The voice, though loud and the words righteous, did not silence everyone. The clamor was still being made, although it was certainly much less loud. Seeing this, the main referee once again shouted with the help of magic. Stop making noise. The lives of many people in Blood Deer City are at stake in this goblin hunting competition. Anyone who makes any more trouble is considered to be jeopardizing the safety and security of the Empire and can be executed on the spot. The crowd quieted down a bit again as the sound waves scraped by. But there are still people still making noise. Oria is one of them. Don't look at her as the eldest miss of the Might family, but growing up in that hellhole of Boulder City, she had dealt with people of any class, and really argued up a person completely pressed 6 celestial race adventurers to scold her. At the moment, it wasn't that she hadn't heard the main referee's shouts. It was mainly because Freckles and the others were too angry with their yin and yang, and she was in the middle of arguing with Freckles and the others. There weren't many people left in the arena still arguing, so Oria's side seemed unusually solid, and because neither of the two groups, Aurelia and Freckles, kept their mouths shut, there were vague signs of another brawl breaking out around them. The head referee blanched, scowled at the person next to him, and flew from the sky over to Oria. The kobolds have almost been killed and you guys are just coming now. Who can't see that you're here to take the credit? Ha! If this Goblin King's plague had happened near our celestial race's city, it would have ended a long time ago. It boils down to you humans being too much of a waste, doesn't it? Why don't you talk about your... Aurelia was about to continue to return the favor when her shoulder was suddenly pressed down by a thick hand. She frowned back, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. Holding him down was a celestial male warrior with a gold nameplate bearing a star at his waist. The referee grimaced. Did you go deaf just now when I said to knock it off? Being stared at unkindly by someone with high strength should have made her feel nervous and scared, but Oria's mind drifted to Luan's figure, and she immediately gained a sense of confidence. Who let these Celestials open their mouths and curse us first? Oria pointed at Freckled Woman and the others. She scolded you. You can tell us referees instead of arguing with her like a shrew. Otherwise you'll be responsible for making such a mess of the order and delaying the game? The main referee's tone was unkind. Why should I be responsible? I wasn't the one who started it in the first place. Alia disliked back. That's it. Who doesn't know that the Celestials started it? Can't we even talk back when we're being scolded? Gar and the others concurred. The chief referee, who was in a rather high position, didn't bother to argue with them at all, and simply glared and shouted, "Take them all to jail." The freckled woman and the other onlookers of the Celestials looked like they were gloating, while the onlookers of the humans were very angry. Once again the crowd showed signs of rioting. Hers and the others all knew Luan's temper, and if they let others arrest them and didn't fight back at this time, then they would definitely be looked down upon by Luan again. They drew their swords or wands and looked as if they would fight to the end. The head referee stared, a bit incredulous. You guys still want to resist? Oh, well, the crime is compounded. I'll personally teach you scum a lesson. He clenched his fists and took a step to go towards Oria and the others. Just as the two parties were about to fight, a voice that was incredibly reassuring to Oria and the others came lazily over. Who are you going to teach personally? The head referee turned back. It was a teenager, 16 or so, looking at him with a blank face. Another brat. The main referee's eyes appeared harshly and smiled unkindly. Continuing to argue and delaying the goblin hunting competition will most likely lead to more people being killed by the goblins. Can't you even think of this point of reasoning? You humans, You have the ability to count on this trivial matter. Luan's face was still expressionless. When the Celestials were dominant, you didn't come out to persuade them to make peace. But when the humans were just about to gain some advantage, you came out to persuade them to make peace. Being biased like this, you're telling me your mother's great reasoning. Dang, everyone didn't see what was going on. And with a gust of strong wind, the referee's huge body had flown more than 10 meters away. Chapter 72, Killing Gold as a Chicken. This man beat up the head referee, and the main referee, a gold-ranked warrior, was actually kicked by a 16-year-old kid? The crowd slowly turned back as if their necks had stiffened. The only thing that could be seen was the referee's tall body curled up like a shrimp, rolling on the ground with his stomach covered in pain. Just now, with that blow, he felt like his internal organs were going to shatter. Luan aimed to make him suffer more and not die a painful death, so he had just controlled the force of that kick. Otherwise, the best thing that could happen to him now would be to turn into a mist of blood. Slowly lowering his raised right leg, Luan's face was slightly grim as he walked over to the head referee and picked him up. My disciples, how dare you call them scum? Bang! A punch with just enough force slams into the small of the referee's back. Vomit! The referee immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, and some broken internal organs actually flowed out in response. Seeing that the main referee was getting less air in and more air out, Luan flipped his hand and a rejuvenation pill appeared in his hand. Shoving this rejuvenation pill into the referee's mouth for him to swallow, Luan placed a finger against his back, inputting his true chi to dissolve the effects of the medicine for him and accelerate the healing effect. The chief referee was already dying, but this time he came back to life, and even his broken internal organs grew back at once. Next, bang! Speak! Luan's voice was icy cold as he threw another punch. The referee vomited as if he had been drinking too much and threw up another half-pound of blood mixed with his guts. Outrageous! Let go of him! A few magic chanters raised their hands or wands and pretended to release their magic, but in fact, they didn't dare to do so at all because the main referee was in Luan's hands, and the slightest mistake would slaughter the main referee piece by piece. Luan ignored the group of magic chanters and scolded the main referee while pinching the force to greet him one after another. When the Celestials were scolding the humans, why didn't you come out and say stop? What did you do then? Say it, don't you make sense? If the head referee was dying, or fainted because of too much pain, then he would feed a rejuvenation elixir at the right time to revive him. To be beaten and return the favor. To be scolded and return the favor. It's only natural. A few of my disciples are merely being wronged and returning the favor. With you, you're worthy of shouting that they're scum? Kneel down. Luan kicked the referee's leg. Immediately crunch a crunch. Sharp bone stubble crooked through the calfskin exposed. The head referee screamed miserably, unable to use the strength in his legs, and fell to his knees directly in the direction of Oria and the others. All of the humans who were onlookers, seeing this scene, were all secretly happy in their hearts. The Celestials, on the other hand, looked at this scene with incomparable horror. Is this umpire secretly wearing someone else's nameplate? Of all people, there was one other person whose head was spinning at the moment. Carter, the old man who tested Luan at the Adventurers Guild and hid the fact that Luan was an Ice Diamond level magic chanter. His greatest fear was that the Celestial race would discover that such a genius as Luan had appeared among the humans. Carter knew the Celestials, and they had been suppressing human development. Those like Luan, who were already quite a threat, would surely be wiped out by the Celestial race if they disobeyed them by raising the power of the entire nation. Lou, you'll be in trouble if you beat him to death like that. Old Carter trotted over, careful to advise. Luan turned back to look at him. What did you say? Carter gathered his courage. Stop fighting. It really won't do you any good. Oh, Luan sneered and clenched his hand slightly harder. With a poof, the head of the head referee was crushed directly, red and white erupting all over the place. There was silence in the arena, and these people seemed to be deliberately suppressing even their breathing. This guy actually killed the referee. That's gold level. To actually kill a gold 1-star like a chicken. How terrifying is this man's strength? Is he a 5-star gold? On top of that, every gold class is an Imperial favorite. Every gold level that dies the Empire takes seriously. Oh no, this is a big deal. A few Celestials who had first taunted the humans were scared inside at this point, because there were so many people here, and so many of them knew that they were the ones who opened their mouths to taunt first, so it was entirely possible to say that this conflict was caused by them. According to past cases in the Empire, they can't get away with the death of the head referee. It's over. It's over. I should have known better than to be so mouthy. Just honestly finish the queue. Hurry up and finish the goblin hunting competition. Earn some rewards, and go home beautifully. How nice. Must be mouthy. This is going to jail. The other Celestials were also filled with apprehension at this time, and pretty much all they were thinking was, how many words did I just say? I didn't curse too hard, did I? So it shouldn't be found on me, right? The news from Luan's side quickly traveled to Emperor Garcia 9 through communication magic. Luan. Garcia 9 sat on a chair in the conference room, repeatedly reciting this unfamiliar name. Several people with golden hexagrams with petal patterns on their clothes sat in other seats in the conference room and seemed to be thinking about something. The men were all from one organization, the Council of Celestials. Aside from the Emperor, almost no one knows what the purpose of this organization's existence is, but they do come too close to the Emperor. Actually crushed a gold 1-star martial master like an ant? This Luan looks like he's only 16 years old. What kind of rating does he have to be? Garcia 9 was very puzzled. It's at least a gold 5-star, an old woman from the Celestial Council said. 16 years old, gold 5-star. This is a rare genius in thousands of years. He's definitely not a pure-blooded human. Maybe he's a dragon descendant? Or has a demigod bloodline? That's the only possibility. Your Majesty, should we take the opportunity to get rid of him now? Garcia 9 shook his head. None of the other members of the Celestial Council are currently in Blood Deer City. Even if this Luan is declared a death sentence, it will be difficult to catch him now. So let's stabilize him for now. Your Majesty is wise. Chapter 73, Rules of the Game. Warm sunlight poured into the conference room through glass set in gold window frames. Garcia 9 had his back to the window, so his handsome face was completely covered in shadow. So Your Majesty, are you going to declare that Luan innocent for now? But he killed a gold-level celestial race in front of so many people. The one who spoke was a slightly younger member of the Celestial Council, with short hair, looking spirited as a person. And although he was already in his 30s, he was indeed considered a young member among all the Celestial Councils. Garcia 9 almost didn't think twice. That Celestial Master Judge is an undercover agent planted in our country by the Black Calamity. Killing him can be done without any legal sanctions. Oh, I see. Your Majesty is truly brilliant. This will stabilize that Luan for now. When these words came out, the other members of the Celestial Council had a look of understanding, but the slightly younger member was puzzled. He's actually an undercover Black Calamity agent? Geez, but when was it discovered? Garcia 9 glanced at him with some disgust. Just now. The young Celestial Council member understood, and lowered his head slightly, obviously a little uncomfortable. Even though that referee was dead, if he was pressed with the charge of fornicating with the Black Calamity, it meant that his family would be implicated as well, sent to prison from their flashy mansions and wait quietly to be hanged. A long-bearded old man beside him saw him in this state and gently patted his shoulder. You have to remember the duty of our Celestial Council, and that is to put the interests of my celestial race first in all matters, and eradicate any existence within the Empire that could potentially threaten the interests of the celestial race. Yes, I understand. Sensei, the young man exhaled sharply. Go on, convey my meaning to the side of Blood Deer City, Garcia 9 commanded. Yes. A short member of the Celestial Council immediately stood up and pushed the door out of the conference room. Next, let's discuss the question of what to do with this Luan. Once the door to the conference room had closed, Garcia 9 turned his attention to the others still in the room. Pacify? Make him a traitor to the royal family. Like Alzello? An old woman said in a hoarse voice. Garcia 9 pondered slightly for a moment and said, I think he's very different from Alzello. You guys know the reason he killed that Celestial Master Judge. From what I read in the report, it was because of that main referee's differentiation between treating humans and treating Celestials differently. Things like this favoritism towards the Celestials by the higher-ups is actually not uncommon within the Empire. And there are quite a few humans who rebel, but at most it's just verbal resistance. And no one has ever dared to directly kill the person who created the injustice in front of so many people. Garcia 9 nodded with a small amplitude. Yes, this kind of bratty character can be nothing like Alzero's true character, so even if he is pacified, he will inevitably lose control in the future. That's why it's better for all of you to laboriously focus your minds on how to get rid of him. Yes, Your Majesty. Understood. Garcia 9 stood up. His rating is currently presumed to be gold 5 stars, but we can't draw any conclusions as to how exactly. I will give you the authority to mobilize any force in the Empire. Let go of your hands and go about your business. Make sure to wipe out any existence that might threaten the position of the Celestials as early as possible. A confident smile blossomed on the face of one of the older council members. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The golden 5 stars, although already the best amongst humans, are untouchable in front of the power of the entire Empire. In the registration field, the knights who had originally rushed to the scene and surrounded Luan in layers in preparation for war suddenly received orders from their officers to turn around and walk away en masse. This made all the adventurers who came to compete, including the staff, look confused. The knights, gone? Not arresting him? It can't be. He's supposed to be a capital offense. For a while, murmurs arose. Quiet. Just then, A voice that overpowered everyone rang out. An elderly celestial magic chanter with a sound-based magic rune suspended from the side of his mouth. His body suspended in mid-air utilizing flight magic. The crowd was curious as to the reason why the knight had walked away. So once it looked as if this old man was going to spill the beans on why, they all quieted down. I'm the new chief judge. And I've just gotten word from the Imperial side that the previous chief judge, in fact, had close private dealings with the Black Calamity with the intention of harming the interests of the Empire, and deserved to be executed. So, this young man killing him is not considered a violation of the laws of the Empire. Now, the enrollment continues. At these words, the crowd once again erupted into a clamor. Black Calamity. It's that evil organization. Damn it. Actually colluding with the Black Calamity. Damn it. That's right. Damn it. But that's too much of a coincidence. Luo Xian also had a few doubts in his mind. The Black Calamity was so famous, and after coming to the Otherworld for more than 2 months, he had naturally heard of the Black Calamity. But this is too much of a coincidence. Still, it's good to save yourself the trouble after all. The fiasco was put to rest for the time being, and the registration for the goblin hunting competition continued. More than an hour later, as the last adventurer finished submitting his information, that new chief judge utilized sound magic and read out the rules of the goblin contest to everyone. Each person has a space bag, and the kobolds they kill cut off both ears. And every night at 10 o'clock they return to Blood Deer City to submit the kobold ears to the referee as a way of gaining points, which can be exchanged for a variety of rewards, and even noble knighthoods. However, the number of points varies depending on the type of kobold. Common Goblin, 1 point. Berserk Kobold. Monolithic Kobold, 3 points. Shadow Goblin. Giant Goblin. Goblin Ritual, 10 points. Goblin King 50,000 points, and the hunter is the outright winner of the tournament. Luan's eyes glowed with a hint of brightness when he heard this last rule. Chapter 74, The Game Begins. The game ends. As the rules were read out, the goblin hunting contest officially began. The vast majority of the adventurers who had come to participate in the competition were not nervous about the fact that they were about to face a cunning, powerful horde of kobolds. They all knew that after such a long time, the adventurers of Blood Deer City had actually killed almost all of the goblins. There will be little danger in this contest. With such thoughts in mind, the group of adventurers walked in groups towards the depths of the wilderness. But there was one person who was walking against the flow of people, in the opposite direction from everyone else, and for a while, he attracted the attention of many people. Why is that guy heading toward the city? It's not like there are any kobolds in the city to kill. He's giving up? Some adventurers temporarily stopped and pointed at Luan's back. If he's going to give up, then it's good. With such a perverted strength, how many chances can we have of winning? Just. A few Celestials couldn't help but feel a wave of fear rise within them when they thought of the image of Luan beating up that original chief referee. So young, and actually so powerful already. This kind of talent is too heaven-defying. Let's see. Even though he's a human, he definitely has the bloodline of our celestial race. Yeah, maybe one of his ancestral generations was actually a celestial race. Yeah, that makes sense. These Celestials didn't want to believe that they were intimidated by the strength of a human, so they all agreed with the idea. Luan's pace was quick, and by this time he had walked into town and made his way to the library. Most of the young adventurers in the city had gone to participate in the goblin hunting competition, so at this time the large library was empty, with only 3 or 2 staff members busy with the miscellaneous tasks at hand. Luan found the books related to the alien race's iconography according to the categorization and flipped through them 2 pages at a second. Quickly, he found the page with the portrait of the Goblin King. Oh, so that's what it looks like. Luan nodded, keeping the Goblin King's appearance in mind. Gently closing his eyes, Luan spread his divine sense out with his crystallization stage true chi enhancement. In half a breath, divine sense covered the entire Blood Deer City, plus the wilderness in a 1,000-mile radius. Everything clearly appeared in his mind. Here it is. Luan directly found the location where the Goblin King was hiding. It was deep in a rainforest, surrounded by swamps. After putting the borrowed book back in its place, he got up and left the library, running at breakneck speed towards the rainforest. That rainforest was wrapped in a circle of swampland in the center. In addition to the swamp being covered in purple poisonous miasma, there were also all sorts of dangerous creatures with strange and peculiar shapes. Cannibalistic giant flower, poisonous snake vine, demon blood giant crocodile, poisonous rock giant frog. These formerly rare creatures are densely packed in this swamp, making it a place of such crisis that it is almost impossible to find a safe place. Even the best adventurers were reluctant to explore deeper into it, as those who had once gone in had not come out alive without exception. Whoosh! A figure as fast as lightning swiftly flashed by. Those swamp creatures with quick reflexes didn't react at all. The purple, cannibalistic giant flower wiggled its neck and looked like a human face. Well, the swamp kicked up a huge wave, and a 60-meter-long demon blood giant crocodile rushed out from the depths of the silt, letting out a disgruntled sound after seeing that its prey had disappeared, and then sank back into the depths of the silt. Goblin King. As a hybrid product of kobolds and humans, he has human-like features and is about the same height as an adult, except that his legs and body proportions are very incongruous, and his arms can hang down below his knees. Moreover, his skin is an emerald green color common among kobolds. On top of his head he wore a crown carved from bone, albeit shabbily, and still the kobolds around him crouched in a submissive stance. To humans, the Kobold King is a source of disaster, but to the kobolds, it is the savior. The Goblin King had a crystal ball in front of him, roughly the size of a man's head, faintly emitting an ominous aura. Among the kobolds kneeling around him, besides the normal individuals, there were kobold giants with a size of more than 4 meters, dark brown-skinned shadow kobolds, scarlet-skinned berserker kobolds, kobold priests holding simple bone wands, and monolithic kobolds with rock-like skin. After the Goblin King stood before them and gibbered a great deal, a goblin giant with a long axe stepped behind all the goblins. Put! He decapitated a goblin priest. Blood splattered everywhere, and the dried-up head of the goblin priest rolled on the ground a few times. All the kobolds did not react and remained prostrate on the ground as if nothing had happened. A trace of negative energy floated out from the corpse of that kobold priest and was absorbed by the crystal ball, making the ominous aura that haunted the crystal ball a bit thicker. The kobold giant, axe in hand, once again hacked towards the other kobolds. After all the kobolds had been decapitated, it suddenly raised its axe high, let out a sound like a wail, and slashed down hard on its own head. Put! As the kobolds fell one by one, the scent of the crystal ball grew stronger. All the people of the Holy Monarch Empire wondered why this Goblin King's plague was so light, and here was the answer. The current generation of Goblin Kings seemed to have killed a large number of their own kind in order to fulfill some ritual, which was what gave the illusion that the disaster was about to end over at Blood Deer City. The Goblin King looked at the crystal ball in front of him, his yellow eyes glowing with an excited expression. Pa! A subtle sound of landing rang out. The Kobold King whipped his head around and was shocked to find a human had actually appeared behind him. It wondered how a human had gotten to this place alone when the environment around the swamp was so dangerous. Even if the swamp creatures didn't stop him, what about those shadow goblins he had carefully placed around him? Just as he finished his thought, it seemed as if it was raining around him, and one by one, the dark brown kobold corpses fell from the sky. The Goblin King looked at the miserably dead shadow goblins in disbelief and horror, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps back out of fear. Shadow kobolds have the innate skill of stealth, but this kind of low-level stealth, in front of Luan's divine sense, was actually no different from no stealth at all. So on his way here, he took care of these shadow goblins who were trying to sneak up on him in passing. This human in front of me, it's dangerous. With a grim expression, the Goblin King raised his hand and began to release his magic. Each of the Goblin Kings had a very innate magical talent, and in a short period of time, they were able to grow into terrifyingly powerful magic chanters. The magic runes emitted a dazzling light, and it wasn't difficult for anyone to notice that a fire attribute magic with a great destructive aura was about to gush out from it. But suddenly, the magic runes dissipated like smoke. The Kobold King looked at his hands in shock, as if his hands had turned into feet, because there were many more shadow goblin corpses nearby. The aura of that crystal ball rose once again, and that caught Luan's attention. Luan glanced at the crystal ball on the ground and couldn't help but mutter, "What is this thing? Why is it so evil?" "Forget it." Raising his hand, he struck out a finger force, and the crystal ball was struck by the finger force, and immediately split apart with a click. The ominous aura that the Goblin King had painstakingly saved for more than 2 months also dissipated into the air. Asterisk. %hashtag at dollar. At hashtag. The Goblin King jumped to his feet while wah-wah-wah-wahing about something. But the magic voice of the world doesn't translate the language of a race like the kobolds, which are barely considered intelligent creatures. "What are you screaming about?" Luan raised his hand and a palm, and the overriding palm force came out of his hand. The kobold then saw the human raise his hand and the air around him seemed to distort for a moment, followed by a pain in his own chest and an instant loss of consciousness. "Great job." Luan picked up the Goblin King's body and used the sentinel technique to rise up into the air, his figure disappearing into the rainforest extremely quickly. The other participants could never have imagined that not even half an hour into the match, the Goblin King, which was the top prize, had already been pinched in Luan's hands. This meant that no matter how hard they tried, it was impossible for them to win the match. Chapter 75. The Goblin King was roughly carried like a dog by Luan and looked at the ground thousands of meters away from him in the sky in horror. Humans could achieve flight effects by learning flight-type magic or wearing special magic props, but at most, they would be a few hundred meters off the ground and wouldn't be as fast. The Goblin King was amazingly gifted in magic and unusually sensitive in his perception of magic, but he didn't feel a single magic wave. The rainforest was about 100 miles away from Lorca village, and for Luan, even if he didn't borrow any magic treasures and simply used his crystallization stage true chi to fly through the air, it would only take a few breaths of time. Luan intended to keep the Goblin King in the village of Lorca first, rather than handing it over to the referee in the first place. He was still counting on the 5 registered disciples to work out more in this competition. In case he handed over the king and they just declared the game over, it would not be in line with his initial idea. Anyway, it's in your hands and you can't run away from it at all. When Lorca village was first rebuilt, Hofstadter and a bunch of other villagers felt that no one's yard could be bigger than Lord Lou's. That's why Luan lived in a spacious place with many rooms that he couldn't use at all. When he came to his yard, he found a random room that was empty and threw the Goblin King in like a piece of trash. The Kobold King rolled a few times on the stone tiles, baring his teeth in pain. In terms of physique, the kobold was a bit stronger than the human, but only a bit. He was still a bit better at magic. Luan extended his finger and drew a circle in the air in vain. The kobold was lying on the ground, and just as he raised his head, he noticed that there was an additional dot of light of a light golden color on the ground in front of him, which then slid to the right and drew a circle of light around his body with a diameter of about 5 meters. What's this? Out of instinct, the kobold took a step forward, attempting to step out of the circle, but as soon as he touched the edge, he felt a great force hit it, which was not too big or too small, just enough to knock him back into the center of the circle of light. He raised his hand and began to chant magic. The circle kept flashing with fire and lightning, but without exception, none of these destructive magics were able to break out of the circle, and they were all blocked by the curtains of light rising from the edges. He surveyed the aperture incredulously, an absolutely incomprehensible existence to him, like an ant trapped in a glass jar. Drawing the line. This spell is not too smart. Luan learned it 900 years ago. Used to trap some cultivation is not as good as his stream of small demons. Very good. With his crystallization stage cultivation, this circle could last for a full month. Great job. Go have a beer and start practicing. Luan walked out of the room and placed another ban on the door to ensure that no one but himself could enter, and then walked in the direction of the tavern. Since it was during the goblin competition, the number of outsiders increased exponentially. There were not only contestants, but also family members and servants who accompanied them. So even though the contest has started, the number of travelers in Lorca village is still quite high. The tavern in the village of Lorca had 2 floors, with a specially partitioned room on the 2nd floor, which was cleanly and elegantly furnished, with furniture carefully crafted by renowned artisans. That room belonged exclusively to Luan, and even if it was full of guests, he had a quiet place to drink. Walking into the tavern, Luan was about to walk through the 1st floor hall to go up to the 2nd floor when a tall figure, wearing a waiter's uniform, stopped in front of him with a tray. "It's you?" Luan was a bit surprised, then frowned. "Didn't I tell you to leave?" The one who stopped in front of him was none other than the orc girl from the other day, Naru. Nuru's figure could be described as unusually tall for a woman, over 5 feet 8 inches, with well-proportioned legs and body, and although she was a muscular woman, she wasn't too big. Lydia felt that she was perfectly busy on the inside, so she sent Nimbus to help out on the tavern side, but after searching for half a day, he couldn't find a waiter's uniform that suited Naru's height, so at this moment, Ning Lu looked like she was wearing a navel-gazing dress, with her abdominal mermaid line on display, and the parts of her body that should be protruding even tighter. Normal-sized skirts also looked short on her, revealing her curvy and tantalizing white silk calves. She wore a hood on her head that covered her fox ears and her tail was hidden under her skirt, and from the looks of it, it was impossible to tell that she was a half-orc. The muscle-bound woman had changed from yesterday's pugnacious style, and although her face still stank a bit, she spoke with a bit of a wiggle. "Can you teach me that?" "What?" Luan asked. "It's that little boy yesterday poked me a few times with the hilt of his sword, and then I lost my strength." "That one?" I've inquired. "That little boy is your disciple. You must have taught him." "Oh, so it's about pointing." Luan heard him this time. "Can't." Luan flatly refused, ignoring Naru and continuing forward. "Please, teach me. Gems, gold, silver. You can have as many of these as you want if you're willing to teach me." Ninglu once again stopped in front of Luan. As a race with mediocre magical talent and the pursuit of close combat, this otherworldly orc girl had been deeply convinced by the crystallization of Yin Huang's wisdom that was dim mak. She thought it was simply amazing. There was no magic fluctuation, which meant that there was no need to consume magic, so that a few simple pokes on someone's body could render them incapacitated. If one could master this skill, it would more than double one's practical combat ability. Just what kind of smart person could have invented this technique? She hadn't slept much last night, so she'd been testing it on herself in the same way Jar had poked her yesterday, but since she didn't understand the way the returning pestle and sword technique generated its power, and wasn't accurate in her search for the acupuncture points, she hadn't been able to feel anything other than pain. When Luan accepted Jar and the 5 of them as disciples, apart from thinking about the future of Lorca village, there was also the curiosity of whether people in this world could cultivate reality. As for this orc girl, he had absolutely no motivation whatsoever to take her on as a disciple. Don't waste your breath. There's no way I can teach you. Luan gently reached out and brushed her away. Looking at Luan's distant back, Ninglu's cheeks bulged like a bun. Compressed water cannon. In the dappled forest, Aurelia raised her hand, and a millstone-sized water cannonball shot out from the magic rune with a bang, killing a kobold giant in the distance. Compared to 2 months ago, this compressed water cannon was about 5 times bigger and chanted twice as fast as before. All of this was due to the true chi in Oria's body. The magic unleashed when magic is combined with these true chi often has unexpected positive effects. A highly skilled magic chanter will learn some enhancement type of magic that will be used to augment their other magic. Just for example, range amplification, destruction concentration, and magic effect acceleration can increase the range, destructive power, and effective speed of magic. The magic released from the combination of magic power and true chi, however, did not require the additional use of enhancement magic to achieve the above effects. Kerr stepped forward and swung his sword, skillfully cutting off the goblin giant's ear and putting it into an earth-colored space pouch. With the 124th pair, it looks like we'll be able to submit at least 300 pairs of goblin ears for the night. Kerr smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 76, The Celestial Council arrives. It's unbelievable. Since practicing that power, even my hearing and eyesight have improved. Rael couldn't help but let out a gasp while observing the surroundings. Rael is the proper academic type. There is little recreational activity in school, and his free time is spent soaking in the library, in addition to improving his understanding of magic, as well as growing in insight. But he had never seen such an almost all-powerful force as true chi. Although magic could enhance one's strength, speed, defense, endurance, perception, and other attributes by way of martial arts, it was only temporary, and depending on the type of martial skill, it could only temporarily boost certain attributes, making it difficult to boost all of them. True chi has been associated with various attributes of the body since its cultivation, because true chi can passively refine the body, and the stronger the true chi is, the stronger the cultivator's attributes will be, and they are still permanently enhanced. Rael's long hair was tied behind his head and he had a fair complexion. Like a girl, he walked over to a tree and crouched down slightly, brushing a few fallen leaves away with his hand. A very shallow goblin trail came into view. Because true chi enhanced their eyesight and hearing, it was easier for them to spot the clues hidden in the forest than ordinary adventurers, and use them to determine the traces of the kobolds. As a result, the fire extinguishing squad not only had an advantage over the other squads in combat, but also stood out more than the other squads in terms of finding goblin traces, and didn't even need professions with scouting roles such as ranger or hunter. That way, Rael pointed in a direction. True to form. Rael, you found another one, Alia exclaimed. The little girl bounced her way to the front of the line in her light blue magical robes and a pair of white boots. To the others, this squad looked very strange. 3 magic chanters, 2 swordsmen, and no guardian-type professions like shield guard or paladin, but only they themselves knew well. At their current level, which one was good at both melee and long range? Rael, Oria, and Jocko all used magic staffs, so Luan passed them a set of Vorpal stick technique to protect their bodies. Gar and hers were taught a set of kung fu techniques that would allow them to practice sword energy. Sword chi came out of the sword and could cut through a large tree from a dozen meters away, and there was no need to chant, which was no better than magic for the 2 of them. On top of that, Luan also used Yan Huang's weapon refining method to re-refine their weapons. Otherwise, it was fine to use a sword. The magic staff material was very brittle. Rael's magic staff was even made from a branch. If it was used to make the voodoo stick technique, I was afraid that it wouldn't break in 2 strokes. However, in order to keep them from relying too much on their weapons, Luan didn't use too good of materials. The day passed quickly and night came. Because the space bag thing didn't have a preservation function, the goblin ears would deteriorate within a day. But it's still easy to tell when it's not cut today. In order to prevent people from acquiring large quantities of previous goblin ears indiscriminately, that's why it was made mandatory for all participants to come to Blood Deer City every night to turn in the goblin ears they had harvested today in exchange for points. At midnight, a group of people rode their horses to the front of the city lord's mansion. They were dressed in ordinary clothing, with little expression on their faces, and each was a little on the older side, probably between 50 and 70 years old. Stand still. The standing guard stopped the unidentified men with spears in hand. The men stopped, but no one paid any attention to the guard. One of the old women began to feel around her waist, as if searching for something. The guard inexplicably had a palpitating feeling. He somehow felt that he wasn't facing 12 people, but a huge beast that could swallow him at any time. Cold sweat inadvertently slid across his forehead to the tip of his nose. The old woman eventually found what she was looking for and she held it out in front of the guard. "It's a royal token. Please come in." The newly appointed guard, Tom, protects everyone in the city lord's mansion at all times. The guard immediately stood up straight. No one paid any attention to him, and the 12 men rode straight into the city lord's mansion. It's unbelievable. This team in first place is actually leading the second place by a full 400 plus points. Even if the first place team doesn't do anything tomorrow, then it's going to be hard for the second place team to catch up with them. Could it be that this time, the Celestials are going to lose to the humans? Are these humans cheating? Inside a certain room, the judges temporarily residing in the city lord's mansion couldn't help but marvel as they looked at the tables on the table. The door was pushed open and the referees subconsciously raised their heads to look at the doorway. It was 12 grey-faced men, who pushed open the door with a light movement, and said and did nothing, but with an air of superiority that naturally flowed from them. The referees are all well-traveled in life, and it's not hard to detect that this group definitely holds considerable power in their hands on a regular basis. "Well, gentlemen, that's all you have for today. Get out." The old woman in the lead had a hoarse and unpleasant voice. She took out the token given by the emperor, her fingers pinching the string on it, and briefly waved it in front of the crowd. These referees first looked surprised one by one, then panicked and walked out of the room without even taking their personal belongings, as if there was a bomb in the room that was about to explode. 12 visitors took over the place. They were none other than the members of the Celestial Council, who had arrived at Blood Deer City tonight after a half-day's trek with the help of some teleportation magic. Instead of wearing the Celestial Council's signature six-maned garb, they wore magical robes and light armor that looked merely expensive and nothing special. The men each took a seat and then picked up their record forms and read them. "The first place is actually human?" The old man with the form was very puzzled. "It's actually still so far ahead of the other celestial race teams? This has never happened before. Gentlemen, you remember the incident that happened during daytime enrollment?" the eagle-eyed old man asked. "Remember." The others nodded. At that time, although they were in the capital city of Shur Ayala, they were afraid that they had more details about this matter than many people on the scene, through the Empire's highest level of intelligence organization. "From that incident during the day, we can tell that the members of this squad are all disciples of Lewin." "You mean it's because of Lewin that this human squad is so strong?" "That's right." The eagle-eyed old man nodded. "That Lewin is only 16 years old and he already has a rating of at least gold 5 stars. That's not something any celestial or human can do, right? He must have a special bloodline such as dragon, blood, or ice." "But if that was the case, how could his disciples become the best because of him? After all, it's not like bloodlines can be passed on to others. No matter what, this match has to let the Celestials take first place. Looks like we have 5 more targets besides Lewin." Chapter 77, Wall Thud. Same night, Lorca Village. The only tavern was still brightly lit at this time, filled with laughter, where any worries could be forgotten. Ding! The 4 glasses clashed together with a crisp, pleasing sound, and the foam of the beer tumbled over the mouths of the glasses, splashing out a few drops of golden liquid. "Cheers!" Aurelia, Jocko, hers, and railed down the cold beer in their hands. Hers wore a brown leather armor with a few weary and pleasant faces. "It's amazing how far ahead of the others we can be." "Yeah, although I knew I would definitely be ahead of them. I didn't expect to be more than 400 points ahead." Alia was lying on the wooden table, her small face slightly drunk, even more moving in the light. The reason why they were so happy, apart from the fact that they had been holding back for 2 months and finally had the chance to show off their skills today, there was also this unexpected surprise about their growing strength. The Celestials of the past, who were arrogant, gifted, and had always looked down on them, had also been viciously left behind by them. The waitress duly came over and filled their glasses with more beer. Hers was the first to raise his glass. "Keep up the good work tomorrow. Cheers! Cheers!" Ding! Rail looked at a poured glass of beer on the table. The beer foam had disappeared from too much time and the sweet ice inside had melted. "By the way, where's JL? What took you so long to come back from a trip to the bathroom?" Rail asked. "I don't know. This guy, it's not like he couldn't drink and ran away." Hers scratched his forehead. "Kale's a bigger drinker than even you. We saw it all last time." Jocko joked from the sidelines as he crossed his legs and sat like a delinquent girl. Bang! In the alleyway between the tavern and the adjoining building, Neru, in her waitress uniform, stopped him with 2 arms over Gar's shoulders and pressed against the wall behind him. Gar blushed slightly, as if an electric current had passed through his body. "Neru, Miss Neru, what's the matter with you? He was just about to walk back to the tavern to continue drinking with Hertz and the others when Nimbus scurried out from the side and walloped him right into the place. Jelu's figure and face were described as excellent. Otherwise the Baron's father and son wouldn't have paid a large sum of money to buy her from the slavers in the first place. A tight brown and white uniform with a belly mermaid line on display and a pair of long, tight, round legs wrapped in white stockings. She was about a head and a half taller than Gar, so wallowing so much that Gar's face was just over 20 centimeters from her proud peaks. How could Kale, a boy who had grown up in the countryside and had never been in such close proximity to a girl, stand the excitement? The body scent emanating from the gel drilled into his nostrils, and Gale gulped, his face twisted to the side, his whole body like a constricted rabbit. Hey, can you teach me that technique you used to beat me the other day? Ninglu blinked her big clear eyes. After annoying Luan several times without success, she decided to try someone else. Giving Jiar 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to privately teach others what Luan had taught him. No. Slightly clenching her fists, Nara's body came closer again. Feel free to mention any conditions you want. Jewelry, gold, crystals, diamonds, as much as you want. An ordinary person would certainly be tempted by these things. But Jiar didn't find these things attractive in the slightest right now, and any little benefit he got from being able to stay by Lord Lu's side wasn't something that could be bought with money. What do you want then? Jella forced Gar's head over so that he was facing him. Gar blushed and said nothing. Nella shifted her gaze downward slightly before snorting contemptuously. I knew it. That's all you humans think about in your heads. Gar's face turned even redder, and both legs stood in a weird position, attempting to block a certain area. I'll let you do anything you want with this body of mine if you'll teach me. The gel was pressed against Gar's ear, its warmth wrapping around Gar's earlobe. But, two thin nosebleeds spurted out of Jiar's nostrils at once, and he blushed almost to the point of dripping blood as he cried out in a panicked voice that was still tender. Don't you dare mention that again. Ms. Gel, there's no way I'm going to promise you that. And, Miss Neru, for the sake of your safety, you'd better hurry up and leave this place. The laws of the Empire stipulate that any orc or half-orc that appears in the Empire will be arrested and put to death. Jar felt that if he could see the condensation every day in the village of Lorca, it would greatly affect his mindset of practicing. Ning Lu was also clear that the Empire had such a law, because humans would be executed in a cruel way just as if they went to the Iron Blood Kingdom, and the two countries had been incompatible for hundreds of years. But she wanted to learn how to point so badly, and after seeing the amazing effects of pointing, she thought the technique would surely change the fate of the entire orc race. Think about it, gelled Nuru, leaning in a little closer. No. Feeling his face squeezed by two soft masses, Gar erupted with power and drew out in one swift motion, quickly disappearing into the alleyway. The next morning, the 5 members of the fire suppression squad once again walked into the wild forest to continue participating in the goblin hunting competition. Kale, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Oria tilted her head slightly to look at Jar, her tone a little concerned. Didn't you get a good night's rest last night? As the oldest girl in the squad, she has always played the role of an older sister. Nothing. Kar shook his head in panic. What's with the blushing? Jocko cocked his little head in confusion as well. The crowd felt a little strange, but couldn't figure out what had happened. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, 2 members of the Celestial Council stood early. Compared to yesterday, they can now be described as heavily armed. A paladin's stout body was covered in armor, and a short hammer engraved with magical runes was attached to his waist. Magic bards wear short magical robes that are immune to some magical damage, and underneath the robes they wear internal armor that can withstand some physical damage. The magic staffs in his hands were all built with magic crystal stone, an expensive magic material, which had a doubling bonus for magic release effect, magic power consumption reduction, and chanting time reduction. On top of that, he wore 3 rings of different colors and styles on his hands. These are magic props. Wearing magical props was not a matter of having as many as one could wear, but rather, it placed considerable demands on one's mental strength. Wearing magical props beyond the limits of what the spirit can withstand will easily cause the wearer to have a mental breakdown and turn into a mindless husk. The Council of Celestials had a total of 12 people who had come to Blood Deer City this time, but they felt that it would be more than enough to send out just one person to kill the 5 Aurelia. But this organization has always been cautious and decided to put out 2 people just in case. The magician in the dark gray magical robes looked up at the sun. It's almost noon. The 5 of them should have already departed from Lorca village. Well, this is the closest wild forest to the village of Lorca. Let's start looking here first. Good. The gray magician raised his hand, and brilliant magical light coalesced. Elemental spirit summoning, sound pigeon. Chapter 78 Initial Encounters. Dozens of white doves poured out of the magical runes and rushed into the sky, flying away in all directions. This is a 6th order scouting magic. compared to the third-order scouting magic hawk sight that ordinary magic bards like to use. Not only can pigeons fly at speeds close to the speed of sound, they also have a wide range, and some places hidden by landforms, such as in caves. These pigeons can also fly in and explore. The most important point is that these white doves can only be seen by the caster. So many times the enemy doesn't realize it's time to use anti-surveillance magic at all. The purpose of the Celestial Council is to put the interests of the celestial race first. This sentence has a very broad meaning. Specifically, it was to use every means possible to keep the status of humans in the Holy Monarch Empire consistently lower than that of the Celestials. With the exception of a few, almost no one knew of their actions. The performance of Luan and the 5 Aurelia was too exceptional for the Holy Monarch Empire to allow the emergence of humans who were even better than the Celestials. Therefore, the Council of Celestials, in accordance with its purpose, must eradicate them. Less than a minute after the pigeon flew out, the grey-robed magician who was mentally connected to the pigeon discovered the location of Aurelia's 5. Found it. Go. Flight. The wizard raised his hands and cast this spell on himself and his fellow paladin at the same time. As a blessing type of magic that can be unleashed not only on oneself, but on others as well. The person enchanted with this magic can ignore gravity to achieve a flight effect as he or she wishes, but the speed is not claimed to be much faster, just faster than running in complex terrain. Deep in the forest, the 5 Oria, who had just killed a group of goblins, raised their heads at the same time to look in a certain direction. True chi increases their perception, and that includes the perception of magic. They could feel a powerful wave of magic power approaching their side. This magic fluctuation was the biggest they had seen since they were born. Even the Molten Fire Tyrant in the Molten Fire Cave back then couldn't compare. Could it be Kobold King? The 5's hearts immediately rose to their throats. The Goblin King's abilities were far from being comparable to those of a mutant goblin. Afraid of discouraging them, Luan didn't tell them the truth for the time being, so they didn't know that in fact, the Goblin King was living in Lorca village right now and was just starving to death. The two floated and landed on each of the thick branches, looking down on Oria and the others. Alia and the others were a bit confused because the goblin hunting competition contestants were all young people. So these two guys half buried in the dirt must not be contestants. So who are they? Why did they come to see themselves? However, from the cold eyes of these two people, one could tell that they were definitely coming from a bad place. Without any communication, the 5 submerged their true chi, causing it to merge with their magic. That's them? It doesn't look like anything special. The paladin smiled disdainfully at the corner of his mouth and jumped down from the branch of a tree more than 5 meters high. He yanked off the hammer and gripped it in his hand, his tall body approaching step by step. Who is your excellency? Any grudge against us? Aurelia asked, keeping her cool. The wizard still standing in the tree voiced out a reminder. No need to answer. Hurry up and finish them off. It'll be a bit of a problem if others see them. Got it. Annoying to keep nagging. Paladin responded with dissatisfaction. Aurelia's face was grave. For some reason, he felt that the aura emanating from these two people in front of him was actually even more terrifying than the molten flame tyrant back then. So, which one of you guys will come to die first? None of you can escape anyway. The paladin looked rather careless, as if he was just teasing the 5 little animals. Compressed water cannon, ice pick, holy light. When faced with an opponent who is better than you, of course, you have to be the first to strike. Barely chanted, 3 spells came out of the hand. Boom! A huge sound exploded in the forest, and a giant skyscraping tree the thickness of 3 people's encircling arms was knocked off at the waist. That human magician looked at the 3 magic spells with a shocked expression, because these 3 enchantments were exceedingly large. The wizard saw them as if he were seeing an ant larger than a cat. You know, a first-rank magic small fireball spell. Rottenwood level magician and platinum level magician put out the effect is the same. Both are the size of a fist. The power is just as big. And the effect will not be different because of different proficiency and total amount of magic power. But the existence of true chi changes this common sense. And mutated magic combined with true chi has more than one positive increasing effect on magic. Although the paladin was wearing heavy armor, he moved surprisingly quickly. 3 spells came at him from different directions, but were dodged almost grazing his body. He walked at a good pace, dodging the magic while already in front of Jocko. Out of the entire squad, it was Yako who looked the weakest. So every time they fought, the enemy would think of taking her out first. The paladin raised his hammer high and bellowed as he slammed it down on Jocko in front of him. Dang! The sound of metal violently colliding rang out. The hammer smashed into the lightweight magic staff and actually didn't break it, but the tremendous force made Yako's arm hurt and she couldn't help but let go of her hand. If it wasn't for the fact that the dragon bone pill had improved her physique, this time she was afraid that her arm would be directly broken. The paladin looked somewhat confused at the magic staff that had fallen to the ground. He had used 70% of his strength. How come he didn't even break the magic staff? Could it be that this magic staff has some kind of magic attached to it? But he didn't have time to think about it, as the sound of breaking winds sounded behind him, and Garhelts had already attacked. The two men's sword strokes were continuous. The paladin had never seen such a strange and subtle maneuver before, and was momentarily defeated in the first few moves. But he quickly yanked the advantage back again with his physical quality and combat experience that absolutely crushed both of them. While the three melee fighters were tangled up, the three magic chanters of Oria took off and started a magic duel with the one in the tree. High-ranked magic and low-ranked mutant magic blasted against each other. That day the human magic bard was growing more and more amazed. He could never figure out that a magic bard should clearly have a physique not much stronger than normal. But why were these three magic chanters able to perform rather difficult dodging maneuvers while being able to unleash magic? They were more than 30 meters away in a single jump, and if one didn't use a wide-range magic, it would be almost impossible to hit them, and if one used a wide-range magic, it would accidentally injure the paladin. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a fast magic chanting speed and rich reserves of magic power, and had been suppressing them with high-frequency magic, the three of them were afraid that they would have rushed in front of him. Geez, being actively approached by a magic bard is unheard of. Dang! The paladin's hammer slammed into the two men's swords again, sending sparks flying. For s sake, what kind of material are your swords made of? Why are they so strong? The paladin swung his hammer and pressed against the two men while grasping at straws and roaring. The opponent's sword was surprisingly hard, and on the contrary, the opponent also managed to defend himself against his hammer blows every time. Looks like it's going to have to be a martial arts technique. As soon as this thought was born, colorless magic like flames began to burn out of the paladin's hammer. Chapter 79, The Stinger Who Wants to Do Bad Things. Shattered Sword Strike. This is a martial art that inflicts a high amount of destructive power on an enemy's weapon while protecting your own. The paladin performs this martial art with his hammer, slamming down on hers sword. Dang! Metal collision issued a violent chirping sound, which was very uncomfortable to listen to, as if there were snakes drilling into the ears to penetrate the brain, and so large that it almost covered the entire forest. Well, other locations in the forest, Night Striker, Poison Stinger, and a short-haired girl traveling with them covered their ears with pained expressions. The sound lasted half a minute before fading. What that voice? The short-haired woman shook her head. Sounds like a weapon clash. But whose weapon clash would make such a loud noise? Night Striker felt four short-haired women and Stinger in front of him and slowed down for a moment before returning to normal. The short-haired woman walked ahead of the two with a thin magical staff pinned to her back. She was very active and barely walked normally, jumping up and down when she came across a rock. And sometimes when there was a puddle on the ground she purposely walked up to it and jumped over it. Stinger. The short-haired woman suddenly turned around, her eyes flickering. What? Poison Stinger had a cold face from the very beginning. He was tall and handsome. His skin was on the lighter side, and being the son of a baron, he was a boy that many girls in the academy dreamed of. Contrary to Adele and Oria, he had a good relationship with his younger brother, Night Striker, mainly because this younger brother was obedient and could hardly be seen doing anything other than training and reading novels. At first, Poison Stinger thought about waiting for Gar to enter the Guardian Academy, isolating him with his brothers in the academy, slowly torturing him, and violently forcing him to drop out. But I didn't realize that people took the first place in the exam and ended up announcing that they wouldn't be enrolled. The feeling of a punch in the cotton. This time he wanted to take advantage of the most accident-prone tournament like the Goblin tournament to teach Gar a lesson, or at worst, to waste his hands so that he would never be able to hold a sword. A poor human boy. A hick. Wins over a celestial noble genius. On what grounds? But he didn't expect that Jar would have a master with such a perverted strength. That 16-year-old teenager, beating a golden one-star powerhouse to death like a dead dog. Is the Gufo Sword Saint is also far inferior. Don't you want to teach that Jarl a lesson? Want to do it today? The short-haired girl smiled, her eyes sly. Stop it, Aaron. Night Striker hurriedly interjected. Brother, there's no need to bother with that car. He beat me fair and square. I'm not the one who picks fights. Aaron smiled cheaply. Young Master Poison Stinger, before signing up you told your brothers not to stray too far away from each other to make it easier for them to clean up those 5 people together when the time comes. It's not a good idea to say nothing about it now. Poisonous Stinger clenched his teeth. Although they were of the celestial race, they had been living in Blood Deer City since they were young, as their family's estate had been forced to move into Blood Deer City before, as a baronial family. Although the wealth is not comparable to Aurelia's Mitt family, but in terms of power is above the Mitt, belonging to the Blood Deer City's more prominent family. That's why Stinger and Night Striker were also raised to be the king of kids. And Stinger was the king of kids by virtue of his personality and fists. He just couldn't accept that he was too scared to clean up a human hillbilly out of fear. I'll find a way to clean him up. Brother, Don't. The Knight Front was a bit disgruntled. You need to stop talking more nonsense. Night Striker. Poisonous Stinger looked at Night Striker with fierce eyes, causing Night Striker to swallow the words that had just reached his mouth. It had been like this since he was a child, and as soon as Poison Stinger acted a little tough, Night Striker would immediately compromise. This is the fundamental reason why the two brothers are rarely at odds. Not far from Poisonous Stinger and the three of them, there are still 3 or 5 groups of some celestial adventurers. They are Poisonous Stinger in the Academy of the Iron Friends. Poisonous Stinger had instructed them not to be too far away from the group. On the one hand, when they encountered danger can be taken care of. On the one hand, if they encounter jar, it is convenient to have many people bullying fewer people. Lewin gave Hertz their weapons for the transformation is very simple, is each inside the refining into a little East China Sea cold iron, and then engraved array so that the weight of each weapon to remain unchanged, or else a single thumb-sized East China Sea cold iron is not Hertz they can hold. The power of the Paladin's blow was more than 10 times greater than that of Hertz, and Hertz was unable to counter it, and his sword flew out of his hand and into the sky, but the sword wasn't damaged at all. Instead the Paladin's hammer dropped a few grains of iron slag. What the hell are your swords made of? The Paladin stared in amazement at the break in the hammer. This hammer is laced with 70% of strong gold, which is the hardest metal in the Empire. Hertz was temporarily incapacitated in both arms, and Gar was barely able to stand because of the hammer sweep. Oria, Rael, and Jocko gasped and stared at the old celestial wizard who was more than 30 meters away from them. The three of them, after all, were only less than 20 years old on average, with limited reserves of magic power, and the cultivation method that Lord Lu had taught them earlier did not increase their magic power. So by this time, their magic was depleted. That celestial magician was smiling and breezy. The magic feast just now didn't seem to consume much of his magic power. Aurelia was in a bit of a mess, and although she didn't get hit by the magic by virtue of her athletic stance, the remnants of the other party's magic swept up on them a number of times. Fortunately, after cultivating according to the way Lord Lu had taught him, there was a layer of true chi on the surface of his body that acted as some protection. But the opponent is just too strong. Is it a gold 5-star or above? We've hardly been out of Lorca village for the past 2 months. When did we offend such a powerful person? The wizard spoke. I wanted to kill you all as soon as possible, but you just intrigued me so much that I accidentally delayed quite a bit of time. He paused and continued. However, it seems that your limits have reached here, but still, it amazes me. A human who is actually good at magic and at the same time has extraordinary physical abilities. This is simply a flawless existence. If you guys are willing to cooperate with me, come with me and tell me your secrets. I will spare your lives, but you will lose your freedom for the rest of your lives. Never. Almost in unison, the three raised their hands, but because of the depleted magical power, the magical runes merely opened up and dissipated. The 3 magic chanters then gripped their magic staffs, staggered their feet, and rushed towards the old man, slamming each of them with a move from the Vorpal staff technique. Stand down. Without chanting, with the old man at the center, a circle of strong wind blew around them, sending the 3 flying out. As a mature magic chanter, there were bound to be fewer means of preventing enemies from getting close. Alright, I'll take care of them, so hurry up and come over to my side. Don't get hurt by mistake. The old man stretched out a finger, and the wind element gathered crazily. Got it. The paladin carelessly returned the sentence, put the hammer back to his waist, and arrived behind the old man in a flash of his silhouette. The surrounding wind elements were like crazy. Even the light became a few points darker. The large trees deeply rooted in the soil shook madly, and there were already some that broke into 2 sections with a click. The powerful wind pressure was like a giant hand that pressed them to the ground, unable to move. This is 9th order magic. Rael, who had read the most, recognized it at once, and his pupils shrunk. How could anyone possibly be able to make this magic alone? A magic of this level could not be unleashed alone even by a gold level. It had to require at least 3 gold levels to chant together in order to be launched successfully. But shouldn't the strongest in the Empire only be gold level? The old man didn't answer them. Still smiling, even if the other party's body strength was strong, this magic would be enough to cut them. Moreover, with the coverage area of this magic, they would never be able to escape with all their speed. As for the possibility of killing many innocents by mistake, consider it their contribution to the Empire. Suddenly, the old man's spirit was disturbed for a moment, and the magic that was about to be completed dissipated with a bang, blowing out less than 1/10 of the power of the full magic, but still leaving Oria and the others with some injuries. Oh, Ms. Oria, and the 4 children whose names I can't say. Get out of here. Chapter 80, Don't Need Each Other Anymore. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Oria's mouth as their desperate eyes regained a glimmer. Raising his head, he saw that it was Carter, the vice president of the Magic Guild of Blood Deer City. who had walked over from the forest. After getting this moment of respite, they immediately took out the rejuvenation pill from their respective pockets and took it. The rejuvenation pill did not restore true chi or magic power, but it could instantly heal their injuries and restore their physical strength. Carter's old face had a torchlight gaze as he stared dead-on at the two Celestials. Surely there will be someone who will go after the most promising humans. It seems that I wasn't just making wild assumptions before. Carter had lived in this country for more than 70 years, and with more than 70 years of insight, as well as sharp nerves, he sensed that there was an invisible yet extremely powerful force in the Empire that was targeting and suppressing the development of humanity. It was not just as simple as verbally suppressing humanity, but would actually snuff out any hope humanity might have of surpassing the Celestials. He didn't dare to tell anyone, but just hid this idea in his heart, before privately changing Luan's rating down. It was because of this guess. For this reason he thought about it. If he guessed wrong, he could have made a big mistake. Even if he repaid it with his life, he might not be able to pay it back. But today, he had seen that his decades-long suspicions within himself had been right. After knowing that Miss Oria and the others were performing so outstandingly, I have been not far away from them, and rushed over after sensing such a powerful fluctuation of magic power. Fortunately, it's not too late. Carter had an expression of relief. Miss Oria, you guys hurry up and get out of here. I'll stall them. Alia and the others had absolutely no idea why Carter had come to their rescue. After all, that kind of speculation, Carter was the one who had been holding it in his heart for decades. Miss Oria, go now. Don't ever think of staying as a piece. This guy actually knows 9th rank magic, and that paladin, he's at least as good as Alzaro. It's just that if we go together, we can't possibly be their opponents. Carter blocked in front of Alia and the others. You are the hope of mankind, and at my age, dying in something like this would be worth it to me. Kale was about to say stay and let the 4 Orias go first or something like that, but Oria, being the most mature one in the squad, spoke with a slightly shaky voice. Let's go and find Lord Lu. Lord Carter. Thank you. Knowing that running away was the optimal solution at the moment, Alia and the others trembled and thanked her, then quickly ran in the direction of Lorca village. Carter is a rare illusionist among magic chanters, specializing in mental attacks. Just now, he was the one who had unleashed his spirit-based magic, interrupting the celestial magician's magic chant. Seeing their targets fleeing, the celestial mages were in no hurry. As long as they summoned the pigeons once more, they would be able to find the 5 once again without much effort. Carter concentrated, not daring to be careless. Detection. A palm-sized magic rune appeared in front of his eyes. With the help of this magic, he could see the magic attached to everything. Carter's eyes widened as he watched the magic that filled the 2 men's bodies with surging power, well above the level of gold. Looking at Carter's surprised expression, the celestial mage smiled and explained, the real truth must be held in the hands of a few. To you people who can never know the truth, gold is already the limit, but there are people in the Empire who have long since reached the realm of platinum, and we are but one of them. You're the ones who have been secretly using all sorts of tactics to keep humans from surpassing the Celestials, right? Without the fear of imminent death, Carter asked the question he had always cared about. That's right, it's us. The celestial mage nodded, his gaze tinged with approval. We knew that there would be some among the humans who would guess this, but those people without exception have lived a life of abundance and a certain level of status and power under the Empire's arrangement. So you are the first human who has dared to give up such a life to come out and point this out after all these years. The paladin shook his neck and added from the side, it can be said that it is because of us that the celestial race has been able to ride steadily on the heads of humans for so many years, adopting various means to strangle human geniuses in various fields, planting, assassinating, compelling, and guiding. If it wasn't for the fact that this time it was more urgent, we could have even let these 5 people die a reasonable and legitimate death after a while. Ha ha. Thinking back to all the injustices humanity has suffered since childhood, Carter became emotional. Why did you do this? We are compatriots. Hundreds of years ago our ancestors bled and sacrificed together to overthrow the Dark Elves and establish this country. Shouldn't we be united and work together to make this country better? Why are you doing this to us? That's a long explanation, and there's no point in wasting words. The paladin took off his hammer and pulled it around in his hand a few times. Carter let out a bitter laugh, his voice a little sad. Peace has been too long, La. We don't need each other anymore. I'm sorry to tell you that your sacrifice is meaningless. Do you think those 5 children will be saved by that Luan? The celestial magician smiled kindly. I can tell you that Luan is also one of our targets. There are already 6 platinums that have gone to look for him, so I guess at this moment, he's already in hell. Ha! Carter sneered and began to gather his magic. 6 platinum levels. That may not work out. Ha ha! Got scared silly and started talking crazy? The paladin's body instantly moved in front of Carter and smashed down with a hammer. He had thought that this magic of Carter's would definitely be a defense magic, but he had guessed wrong. Cognitive chaos. Carter completely abandoned defense or dodging and released his highest-ranked magic. A white aura gushed out from the magical runes and shot towards the celestial magician, while a ring on his index finger shattered with a caw. At the same time, the hammer smashed into his weak body, and the massive force caused a large part of his body to be smashed into mush. The wizard smiled disdainfully and raised his hand, a magic shield glowing with light blocking him. Bang! The sound of glass shattering rang out, and the magic shield suddenly shattered and dissipated into bits of starlight into the air. The magician was shocked. This guy actually has a magic must-hit type magic item. The white aura hit without hindrance, and the wizard was blinded for a moment. Lorca Village. The 6 members of the Celestial Council who had been sent to kill Luan only now saw the shadow of Lorca Village from afar. Originally, they also attempted to detect Luan's location with elemental elf summoning, sound-shaped carrier pigeon. But after several attempts they were surprised to find that the pigeon lost contact with them every time it flew to the village of Lorca. After confirming that there was no sign of Luan elsewhere, they concluded that Luan must be right there in Lorca Village and had somehow shielded the pigeon's reconnaissance with anti-surveillance magic in advance. It was too late to think about it too much. The killing of the 5 Aurelia would alert Luan. He was right at the border. In case he had to escape out of the country, that would be hard to find. He had to go over there right away and finish him off. Chapter 81, Interception from 8 Directions. The 6 members of the Celestial Council walked down the neat, spacious streets of Lorca Village, their eyes drawn to one of the surrounding stores. Thanks to the power pills and golden light charms, the demons or foreign races around Lorca Village were no longer considered a threat, so the village gates were open almost all day long, except that villagers with power pills and golden light charms patrolled and stood guard every day, just in case. I really didn't realize that this village had actually developed into this scene. Is it a sneaky business that is run like this without the knowledge of the local city government? How do humans deserve to live in such a good environment? When we go back and think of a strategy to get the Celestials to move over here and get all the humans here to move out, a bald old man said with a smirk. I'm afraid not. You've forgotten about the piece of ruins underneath this village. I'm afraid this place will end up being razed to the ground. The other man lowered his voice. A little girl of about 12 years of age, struggling to carry a bucket of water, passed in front of the 6 men. That, an older, more amiable-looking priest among the 6 called out to her. What is it? Old grandpa. The little girl put down her bucket and blinked her big clear eyes in polite response. We're looking for a young man named Luan. Does he live here? Ah, you are looking for Lord Lu. His home is over there. The prettiest one is. The little girl pointed to the deepest part of the village. Thank you, little girl, the celestial priest said with a smile. Continuing to walk for a while, a man's waist suddenly issued a buzzing movement. He touched a fist-sized crystal from his waist. The communication crystal is quite expensive, and as the name suggests, it can realize the effect of long-distance communication. However, it was difficult to apply this crystal to the military, as the magic fluctuations it emitted could easily be blocked or even intercepted by the enemy. However, within the Empire, the Council of Celestials had the highest authority other than the Emperor, and no one dared to block their communication messages. The crystal faintly emitted a halo of light, and a thumb-sized projection of an old woman floated into it. You guys, it's been so long, and it's still not over? The old woman was a member of the council that remained in the town hall. Well, it took some time to find Luan. He seemed to have a prop on him that blocked the sound-shaped carrier pigeon in place. But now that we've found out where he is, the prediction is that the fight will be resolved in no more than 5 minutes. Well, let's not waste any more time. You've already delayed too long. With that, the old woman ended her communication magic. Meanwhile, in the woods, Alia and the others were fleeing at full speed in the direction of Lorca Village. But at the rate they were going, it would be at least another 20 minutes before they could escape back to the village of Lorca. Use your flight spells, Paladin shouted to the crouching wizard. Drooling at the corners of his mouth, the wizard raised his hand and chanted magic, magical symbols drawing in the air but suddenly breaking a second and a half later. No, the magic that guy released at the end was periodically interfering with my spirit. A priest had to use purification magic to remove that effect. Otherwise there's no way I can use any magic with a chant time greater than 2 seconds. The old wizard felt a sharp pain in his head every 1.5 seconds, and with the sharp pain came a brief lapsing of consciousness. This magic of Carter's had the flaw of being easily dodged, but he made up for it with magic props. You go after it. It's in the direction of Lorca Village. Aha! The paladin nodded and decisively rushed in the direction of Lorca Village. He wore heavy armor and a heavy hammer on his waist. His whole body was at least 400 pounds, and the ground trembled slightly when he ran, but his speed was not slow. The trees around them flew backward, and it didn't take long for the paladin to see the backs of Oria and the 5 of them. Sensing that the paladin was not far behind her, Oria whispered. He's only one person. Spread out and run. Yes. The 5 ran in different directions. Damn. The paladin frowned for a moment and quickly made a decision to chase after Rael in his direction. The old mage who stayed in place naturally knew that one person chasing 5 people, the other party as long as they were not cuties, would all spread out and run. The paladin wouldn't be able to solve all 5 of them at once with a large range of magic, so letting the paladin go after them was just a desperate measure. What to do? The old mage rubbed his temples as he thought. A few seconds later, he stood up and released an instantaneous spell. Sound amplification. A magic rune hovered near his mouth. Fellow adventurers participating in the Goblin contest. 5 traitors are mixed up in this forest. Their names are Oria, Rael, Kar, Jocko, and Hertz. Please assist us in capturing them for the sake of the Empire's safety. The sound broke off and covered the entire forest, startling a flock of birds. All the adventurers stopped in their tracks and looked up at the source of the voice. Poison Stinger's expression was agitated. Kale and the others are actually traitors? Taking revenge on Jar privately would definitely anger Lewin, but if it was to help the Empire hunt down traitors, then even if Lewin wanted to take revenge on himself, the Empire would definitely protect him. No, that Lewin must not be able to get out of it either. The Empire would clean him up, and one didn't have to worry about being retaliated by him at all. What a stroke of luck! Most of the other celestial race adventurers in the forest also showed excitement on their faces, and each of them rubbed their fists together. Let's go! Let's catch the traitors! Yoo-hoo! Go! Can't let them go! Which of these pretentious guys used to fantasize about grabbing first place in the race and making a splash? But now, the limelight has been stolen by the firefighting squad, so being able to see Oria and the others fall on hard times, they were able to take a breath out of their hearts. As for the other human adventurers in the forest, they didn't have a jealousy mentality, but rather a feeling of pride that Oria and the others were able to take first place, as if they were the heroes of humanity. That's why these human adventurers were unwilling to participate in the siege of Oria and the others, and intentionally walked towards the outskirts of the forest, trying to pretend that they didn't hear the old mage's shouts. Soon, the scattered and fleeing Alia was intercepted by many waves of adventurers. These adventurers were many in number. It was hard for them to break through with a single person, so they had to keep on changing directions, and were gradually forced closer and closer to the deepest part of the forest. Rael was eventually caught up by the paladin. The paladin's patience had long since been worn thin, and closing the distance, he unleashed his martial arts skills to dodge behind Rael, and his massive body raised his hammer and smashed it down, but the lightning-fast hammer was caught by a white hand. After seeing that incomparably reassuring back, Rael's heart in his throat finally dropped and he sat down on the ground breathing heavily. Lord Lu, you're finally here. Luan? That's not right. Shouldn't he have been taken out by his 6 companions? The paladin thought in shock. Those 6 members of the Celestial Council arrived in front of Luan's mansion, and the Elementalist was about to unleash a 9th order large-scale magic without saying a word, intending to level Luan along with his mansion. The result was predictable. Luan sensed that the surrounding elements were enriched, and directly mobilized his true chi to pull away all the enriched elements. The effect was that the Elementalist watched with a stupefied face as his magic failed. Luan then pushed the door out, incapacitated these people in less than 3 seconds, and didn't hesitate to pinch them to death after using some means to learn the purpose of their visit and that the 5 Aurelia were in danger. 6 platinum levels that could make the entire empire tremble with a stomp of their feet didn't even make a sound in the village of Roca. The streets of Lorca village were still prosperous and flourishing. People should play, eat, drink and shop, and no one noticed a bit of movement. Chapter 82 Bronze Armored Corpse. Seeing his hammer being pinched by Luan, the paladin tried to yank it back with all his might. But where was his strength to catch up with Luan de? Luan pinched, and the hammer, which was laced with 70% of fiery gold, was directly pinched to pieces. The paladin who was yanking back with all his might didn't react and took a few sharp steps backward, sitting on his butt on the ground and looking at the bare hammer handle in his hand with disbelief. Rael, go back to the village. Luan turned his back to Rael and said softly, Yes, Lord Lu, my lord. Alia and the others, Rael said with great concern. They're fine. Don't worry, Luan responded softly. Divine sense had covered the entire forest. He could see Oria, Jocko, hers, and Gar being chased and blocked by a group of Celestials. The group of Celestials had their 5 senses twisted a bit in a smile, completely enjoying themselves, as if the senior children were having fun by bullying the younger children. Aya, this is not the first place. What are you running for? Come here. Hey, your long legs are breaking. Come here and let me rub them for you. Alia, Jocko, as long as you make a few of us comfortable, we'll leave you alone. Yo! These days, the Celestials were using for the safety of the Empire as a reason to surround Oria and the others. but it was really more for the fulfillment of some desire of their own. Rail was completely convinced that Oria and the others would be absolutely safe if Luan had come, so after nodding, he ran in the direction of Lorca village. Originally, he thought that he would also be intercepted by the Celestials, but he didn't expect to encounter many bodies of the Celestials along the way, and each of these corpses had a gruesome appearance, with almost none of them being intact. The Celestial Paladin's heart was beating violently, and he felt his limbs go a little soft and his body float lightly. To be able to crush his hammer in one go, and with such a light touch, was definitely more than gold level. No, far more than platinum level. Emerald? How is that possible? He took a few steps back and said dementedly, "We were chosen from a bunch of geniuses, pooled the best resources of the entire empire to cultivate them, and gave up everything for the sake of grading before reaching the platinum level in our old age. Why? Why? You're only in your teens. Genius? Oh," Luan coldly smiled. "I don't know how many geniuses I've beheaded in my life. Compared to them, you simply don't even have the qualifications to mention your shoes. What the hell are you?" the paladin yelled in a hoarse voice. Without the need to respond to him, Luan stepped forward and squeezed his neck, and two ethereal blue beams of light suddenly erupted from his bland eyes, injecting themselves into the paladin's eyes. The paladin immediately felt like his soul was being torn apart, as if someone had driven dozens of nails into his mind. "Ah!" he howled in agony, his body writhing and struggling out of pure instinct. The soul-searching technique. After reaching the 7th level of the crystallization stage, Luan was already able to make this spell to go through other people's memories. A moment later, the beam dissipated and the paladin was tossed aside like trash. The paladin's chest rose and fell. Not dead yet, but his eyes had no black orbs, only whites. The soul-searching technique would cause violent damage to a person's soul, so although this paladin wasn't dead, he had become an empty shell, just like the memories of those 6 people. The emperor of this empire is a little too sickening. Luan frowned slightly as his body rose into the air and flew towards the depths of the forest. Deep in the forest, under the intentional blockade of a group of celestial adventurers, Oria and the others were forced to return to the old celestial mage. "Oh, Miss Oria, we meet again." The old mage grinned cheerfully, while in his heart he wondered a bit how the paladin who went out to chase people didn't come back instead. This lord, from the surrounding group of celestials, a tall and strong celestial adventurer who reeked of rancid odor, rushed out. Although he didn't have his arms raised, his thick armpit hair was already growing almost to his ribs there. "What?" Smelling the odor from the man, the old mage frowned slightly and covered his nose in undisguised disgust. "Isn't there a law in the Empire that says it's not a crime to do whatever you do to a traitor?" The adventurer's eyes blazed as he stared at Oria and Jocko. That was a girl he normally wouldn't even think about. The adventurer points to a large tree hole in the distance. Could you let me take the 2 of them in there for a moment?" At the words, the crowd around them erupted in laughter, all of them giggling frivolously and uproariously. "Count me in too. I'm coming too. Ha ha, that's the first lady of the Mitt family. Perfectly maintained. Ms. Yako is the ultimate in lowly face, lowly body and imperial size. I'll take the boy." A kinda handsome-looking adventurer weakly pointed at Gar amidst the loud uproar of the crowd. The old mage frowned. He had spent half his life defending the position of the Celestials, but he didn't realize that the young people of the Celestials had degenerated to such an extent. Some of them were even nobles. In the long run, I'm afraid that the Celestial race will self-destruct first, not waiting for the rise of humanity. It seems that when we go back, we have to meet and negotiate a decision to improve the quality of these Celestials. Everyone, it's better to bring a few of him back to Blood Deer City. I will punish." Before he could finish, he suddenly heard a cold laugh from above his head. Only Luan's body was seen standing in the air above the heads of the crowd. You, the old mage was stunned. Hadn't 6 members of the Celestial Council gone looking for him? Could it be that they didn't find him? Luan stood tall and swept his gaze over the crowd with contempt. "What do you want to do to my easy immortal sect disciples?" "It's Luan." The laughing crowd suddenly quieted down, fear rising in everyone's mind as they looked up in horror, and every now and then the movement of someone gagging rang out. This group of young Celestials knew very well that with Luan's strength it would be a breeze to kill any of them, and an old mage, no matter how strong he was, could not possibly protect all of them. Lives matter. One of the adventurers turned his head and ran, and when the others saw this, they also ran in different directions. "Luan, you're very strong, but unfortunately, you're a human and not a celestial race." The old mage was fearless. He didn't realize that 7 of his companions died in Luan's hands without even fighting back, and at this point he still thought that Luan was only about 5 stars of gold, plus Carter's magic effect had already disappeared with time, so he wasn't panicking in the heart at all. Luan, however, didn't have the patience to say one more word to him, and raised his hand. A finger power directly pierced through the old mage's head. The expression on the old mage's face was still breezy as his body stood for a few seconds before collapsing to the ground. Lord Lu, the four of them, Oria, stood up with a somewhat guilty tone, as they felt that they had been cultivating for 2 months, yet they had still caused trouble for Lord Lu. I'm sorry, Lord Lu, we're useless and have caused you trouble again. Jocko lowered his head. This accident was unexpected by anyone, and these people's strength is far better than yours, so it's not your fault. Moreover, in such a desperate situation, you guys didn't soften your bones and say something to beg for forgiveness, thus breaking the prestige of my easy immortal sect. Good, good. Luan touched Yaku's head. He then pointed with his hand and a huge lotus leaf appeared on the ground, about 15 meters long and 9 meters wide. What's this? Hers and Rail looked curiously at the large lotus leaf. Luan pointed at the lotus leaves. Go up. I'll take care of the rest. Oh. Several people had always dared not disobey Luan's words, so they obediently walked up. The lotus leaves floated up, rising straight up, in the direction of the village of Lorca. After sending the four away, Luan stood in place with a somewhat icy expression. Every celestial race in this forest was involved in besieging his disciples, so none of them could live, not to mention that they were foreigners. Even if they were the same human, they must not be spared. His body slowly floated up into the air and he pointed his hand downward. Some figures immediately appeared on the ground, 18 in total. The men stood with their arms raised, their eyes closed and their skin color blue. Zombie, and it was a copper-armored zombie that had been refined by the secret art of zombie refining. Coming outside from the spirit sea, sensing a person with yang qi around them, these bronze-armored corpses immediately moved out of instinct, their bodies stiffening, lifting their arms and leaping forward, leaping dozens of meters in a single bound, their silhouettes shuttling through the forest extremely quickly. Chapter 83, Seeing a Zombie for the First Time. Zombies, mostly corpses gathered in qi, the fury informed, such as copper armor zombies such as low-level zombies, completely without their own spiritual intelligence, will only instinctively chase and kill things with yang qi, and any moving object carries yang energy with it. These copper-armored corpses were obtained from Luan after he killed an evil Taoist when he was in his 20s. At first, they were also one of his most handy tools, only that they became less and less useful as his realm rose, and hadn't been used for thousands of years. But despite the fact that these copper-armored corpses were not very strong and were weakened during the day, they were more than enough to deal with these celestial adventurers in the forest. They were wrapped in black aura, and every time they landed, the flowers and plants in the small area under their feet quickly withered and faded. It's a good thing we ran fast, or I'm afraid something would have happened. Aaron panted. Seeing that there was no one chasing after him, Poison Stinger was also relieved. I didn't expect that Luan to come after him so quickly, but this shows that he is indeed a traitor just like Oria and the others. Ha ha, the Empire never condones traitors. They're finished. There was silence all around them, and the three of them could only hear each other's breathing. Night Striker kept looking in the direction behind him, frowning gently. Brother, I always feel like something is coming this way. Poisonous Stinger and Aaron's faces changed. Could it be that Luan had come after them? With so many people spread out and running, the probability of Luan chasing towards his side alone was small, but it didn't mean it wasn't there. Poisonous Stinger's heart was beating violently. He didn't think that there was any possibility of surviving if he was targeted by Luan. Aaron put her hands to her ears. I don't hear anything. Poisonous Stinger was sitting on the ground to recover his strength. He also closed his eyes and listened carefully, then whispered, I didn't hear anything either. Night Striker, it's because you're too scared so you're hallucinating. Brother, why don't we hurry up and get out of here? Night Striker said worriedly. Poisonous Stinger shook his head. If he's really being targeted by that Luan, there's no point in running. Didn't you just see? He can actually fly. He should have some kind of flight-type magic prop. I agree. And, I can't run anymore either. And to do so you'll have to carry me. Aaron sat down on her but without any image. As a magic bard, her stamina was about the same as a normal person's. Suddenly, Stinger stood up from the ground with a bounce, startling Aaron and Night Striker. He paled. I think I heard it too. There was indeed movement. Seriously, don't you dare scare me. Aaron sat on the floor with her legs together, her voice trembling. But in the next second, Aaron, the least audible of the three, also heard movement, like the sound of someone's footsteps on the grass. But the footsteps were too strange. Once every 2 seconds or so, it was reasonable to say that even if Luan had given up flying and used running to catch up with them for some reason, the frequency of these footsteps was too slow. Anyone who alternates between taking a step with their right and left leg will take 2 seconds, and that's not human or kobold footwork at all. So what is it that approaches them? Exactly? The three stared deep into the forest, a strong sense of uneasiness rising within them, and soon they saw a black dot from afar, approaching their side with a jump. an eerie scene that was creepy in the silence of the forest. Run! The fear of the unknown took over their hearts, and the three of them immediately turned around and ran. And this time, instead of purposely slowing down some of their steps to wait for Aaron, Night Striker and Poison Stinger rushed at the forefront, and the distance between them and Aaron grew larger and larger. You guys, wait for me, don't leave me here by myself, Aaron panted, extremely scared inside as it was obvious that the first thing that would attack herself when it caught up with her. Brother, why don't we wait for Aaron? Night Striker said with some reluctance. No way, never slow down, Stinger yelled down. It didn't take long to run before they heard an explosion from behind them, and they subconsciously stopped and turned around to find a sea of fire in front of Aaron, with a few wisps of black flame floating from her magic staff. Aaron, finished it? Night Striker was inwardly apprehensive. Aaron was panting and staring dead at the sea of fire. She just couldn't run anymore, so she stopped and released a shot of fire attribute magic before the thing got too close to her. But in the next second, the flames around them suddenly went out, and a figure rushed out with such speed that Aaron couldn't react at all, and was forced to crash into the thing's arms. Ice cold. Literally colder than ice. That was Aaron's first reaction after touching the zombie. Then a pair of fangs pierced into Aaron's delicate white shoulder, bursting with blood like biting through a thin-skinned, juicy berry. Ah! Aaron let out an extremely miserable howl. Bronze-armored corpses wrapped in gas. Ordinary flames encountered this majestic gas, like a match, was poured a water tank of water is suddenly extinguished. It took Poison Stinger and Night Striker a moment to see what the thing chasing them looked like. It appeared to be a human being, or at least had the shape of one, and still had clothes on, but the skin was greenish-black all over. Ah, you two assholes, bastards, get back here and save me. Aaron's eyes widened to an all-time high, snot and tears running down her face in unison. The zombie threw away Aaron. It used the yin chi of heaven and earth as a source of energy. It didn't eat, it just used the yin chi on its body to destroy a gathered yang chi around it out of instinct. Aaron's feet were weak and she was crawling on the ground, shaking and dry-heaving every now and then out of sheer terror. She didn't really know why the thing let go of her, only that she felt like she was now falling into an ice hole, and the bone-chilling cold made her bones ache a little. The zombie threw away Aaron and then jumped towards Poison Stinger and Night Striker, and as soon as Poison Stinger and Night Striker took a look at its speed, they knew that they wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Can't run away. Fight this thing. Poison Stinger drew his short sword and blocked in front of Night Striker. Brother, what the hell is that? A walker? Night Striker couldn't help but turn pale and his lips trembled as he watched the thing approach them quickly with its arms raised in an eerie position and its eyes tightly closed, hopping from one jump to the next. The walking corpse is an existence similar to the zombie and belongs to the undead. Although it is similar, it is easy to see the difference between the two. First of all, walkers move very slowly. Even if they run, they are not as fast as an ordinary adult. And every time this thing in front of him jumped up it was more than 30 meters before landing. Secondly, the walker's muscles were dried out, and usually the whole body was incomplete, with rotting flesh hanging, but this thing in front of him had full, shiny skin, and if it wasn't for the greenish-black color of its skin and the sharp teeth, it wouldn't be much different from an ordinary person in terms of appearance. The copper-armored corpse arrived in front of the duo in 3 leaps, and the duo instantly felt that the temperature around them dropped by a dozen degrees. Chapter 84, The Great Escape. Copper-armored corpse raised his hands quickly poked forward, longer than the fingers of the nails are about to penetrate the chest of the poisonous thorns. The latter originally out of the sword is about to stab the neck of the copper-armored corpse. Under the great surprise hastily changed the move to block. Dang! Thin and brittle nails in the gas long nourished become several times harder than iron. And copper armor corpse force is strange. Poisonous Spike's short sword across the chest was hit. The body flew out directly upside down. Almost in the next millisecond after crashing through the poisonous thorns, the bronze-armored corpse swept both of its arms horizontally. Nightfront originally wanted to cooperate with his brother from the other side of the surprise attack, but did not expect this copper armor corpse is really too fast. Bang hard arm directly hit him on the chest. He suffered this injury can be much heavier than the poisonous stinger. Fell to the ground after the mouth vomited a pool of blood. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Why is there such a monster in the forest? Stinger struggled to get up. After all, Night Striker was young in age. His face was terrified, and he couldn't stand up in the face of this unknown and powerful monster that was so scared that he was too weak to stand up. The bronze-armored corpse jumped in front of Night Strike without bending over, and its body slumped straight down like a fallen stick. Seeing that the strange thing was going to bite his brother to death, Poison Stinger rushed forward defiantly and hugged the bronze-armored corpse from behind, using all his strength to yank its upper body, which was already close to Night Strike's. But the copper-armored corpse was much more powerful than Poison Stinger, and it was going to bend down and bite Night Striker to death. and Poison Stinger could only temporarily slow down its movements even if he tried his best. Poisonous thorns in a hurry. Right leg hooked next to the tree, and then the left leg also hooked up. The whole body like a rope tethered the copper armor corpse to this rooted underground tree. After all, the copper armor corpse has no intelligence. Do not know to first shake down the person behind, and it is stiff. Some humans can easily do the action, but it cannot do it. Otherwise it would have twisted his head to bite in the poisonous sting arm. It continued to plop down hard as if it were a stick in the mud. Stinger's face held a crimson color, and there were several crunching sounds from the joints of his spine and legs. Ah! Poison Stinger let out a miserable scream, but for the sake of his brother, he exploded with unprecedented potential and didn't let go of his hand. Seeing the pained look of his unreasonable but always loving brother, Night Striker gritted his teeth, shouted to overcome his inner fear, and picked up the longsword on the ground and stabbed at the neck of the bronze-armored corpse with all his strength. Dang! But the imagined image of a long sword piercing through flesh didn't appear, and Night Striker felt as if he had stabbed a piece of iron. He froze for a moment and decisively raised his longsword and began to use the martial arts storage chop, and a burst of magical power fluctuations emanated from the sword. This was a martial art that could unleash its own power exponentially, and although it would take some time to build up its power, it was the only hope of killing this thing in front of him at this time. 3 seconds later, the long sword drew an arc, flickering and splitting the neck of the copper-armored corpse. Dang! Under Night Striker's desperate, horrified eyes, the long sword broke into several sections. He stood at a loss for words with tears in his eyes. Poisonous Stinger felt that he couldn't hold out much longer, so he shouted, "Run! What are you waiting here for? Run!" Night Striker knew what running meant. It meant that this was the last time he and his brother would see each other. "Run, you punk thing! Do you want me to die for nothing?" Poison Stinger yelled again. "Brother!" Night Striker knew that the possibility of his brother being alive was already very slim, and if he didn't run, his brother would really have sacrificed himself for nothing. So he gave the poisonous Stinger one last unwanted look and used all his strength to rush towards the edge of the forest. He wept as he ran, feeling like it was all a nightmare. Meanwhile, all the adventurers in the entire forest were fleeing in a panic and uneasy state. Without exception, none of them could break the defense of the bronze-armored corpse. Most of the adventurers died, and very few escaped to the edge of the forest. However, they found that the edge of the forest was surrounded by glowing arcs, and as long as they attempted to cross the glowing arcs, a pale golden curtain of light would rise from the arcs, and they would be hit back a few meters by an inexplicable force. And the arc was so long that you couldn't look over the edge and it seemed to encircle the entire forest. "What's this? Quickly open it for me," an adventurer cried out, slamming into the edge of the forest as hard as he could, and then the curtain of light rose up and he was slammed back, nose first, by an opposing force. "It's a dream. It must be a dream." An adventurer sat on the ground with a numb expression. "What kind of monsters are those? I've been to this forest so many times, but I've never seen such monsters here. Who has a transfer magic scroll? I'll pay 10,000 gold coins for it. I'll offer 1,000,000 gold coins. Please sell it to me. Who has a transfer magic scroll? Hand it the over or I'll kill you. Idiot. Who enters a simple tournament like this would bring that? Help wanted fireworks. Who brought the help wanted fireworks? Let's go." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. This group of Celestials were all from various cities, usually protected by well-armed forces, and simply did not have the habit of bringing fireworks for help, or else dozens of fireworks for help would surely have risen in the forest at this time. Ignoring the gradually chaotic crowd, Night Striker tried a few times and, without exception, couldn't get out either. He sat down in despair leaning against a large tree, his body shivering, his hands and feet cold, and woodenly shedding tears. "If this is a nightmare, by the gods, let me wake up in a hurry." Suddenly, Night Striker saw two familiar figures in the distance. It was his brother, with Aaron behind him, but the two of them came jumping, just like the monster. "Those monsters are coming!" An adventurer yelled at the top of his lungs. Behind Stinger and Irene, a figure gradually emerged. Dozens of them, without exception, jumping and rushing towards this side. They were infected by Yin-Chi and corpse poison and had turned into ordinary zombies. Although it wasn't as powerful as the copper-armored corpse, the group of adventurers had long been scared out of their wits. So how could they have the heart to fight? They let out helpless wails of pain and despair as they watched a group of monsters get closer and closer to them. "Brother!" Night Striker looked at the approaching Stinger. His face was wooden, and he murmured softly. Poison Stinger waist straight down, sharp teeth biting into the night front. This time no one to give up their lives to save the night front. Howl after howl. The scene was bloody as hell. Lewin hung high in the sky, watching all this with no expression on his face. The entire forest was painted in a circle. A rare flash of anger rose in him. Alia 5 people are now also considered to be the easy immortal sect disciples. Bullying them is to compromise the face of the easy immortal sect, not to mention the royal family, all because of their own selfish desires. To bully the small, almost killed 5 disciples. How can they do this, Master Indifferent? Emperor? In the eyes of an immortal cultivator as small as a commoner, the royal family, in a city called Ayala City, I think, it seems to be over there. Lewin looked in a certain direction. However, according to the memories of those few celestials, there are still a few more accomplices in Blood Deer City. Go and slaughter them first, then go and crush this dog emperor's soul with your own hands. After making a decision in his heart, Lewin mobilized his true chi and rushed towards the city lord's mansion of Blood Deer City by air. Chapter 85, Not a Speck of Dust Left. Blood Deer City. City Lord's Mansion. The Council of Celestials had come with a total of 12 people this time, sending out 8, while the rest were all on standby within the City Lord's Mansion in case of an emergency. And now these 4 were horrified to find that all the members sent out were all out of contact. Damn it, why is there still no response? An old woman held the communication crystal in her trembling hand and kept pouring magic power into it. The communication magic had been launched dozens of times, I don't know how many times, but none of them had been answered. What the hell was going on? Utilizing a crystal to respond to communication magic was nothing more than a split second. It didn't require chanting time, so even if they were fighting, someone should have responded to them. The remaining 3 members were also behind the old woman, staring at the communication crystal with extreme anxiety, inwardly praying to be answered. Something big has happened. An old man with a goatee couldn't help but murmur. Shut the up. The old woman yelled as she glared back at him. Those are 8 members of the Celestial Council. Each one of them has a platinum rating, and even if they encountered the Black Calamity, they would still have the power to fight. Nothing can go wrong. Should we hurry to inform His Majesty? Another person also spoke up. The old woman rebuked decisively. No, it's not that time yet. His Majesty must not be alarmed. It's fine. It's fine. Maybe it's just someone using shielding magic to block the communication magic. Another green-haired old man rounded off the conversation, but they were all aware that this probability was too small. With the ability of those 8 people, once they realized that the communication crystal had been blocked, they would definitely find and solve the person who had blocked them in a short time. Each of these 4 people was a few dozen years older and had been in a high position for a long time, so they had long ago developed the character of being unperturbed by things. But now, they are all on the verge of breaking down at any moment. The Celestial Council. Not only was it an organization used to maintain the interests of the celestial race, but it was also one of the extremely important national defense forces of the Empire. Losing 8 members at the same time would have unimaginable consequences, and those surrounding countries that had long been eyeing the Empire, such as the Iron Blood Kingdom, the Eternal Sect Kingdom, and the Gash Kingdom, would surely take advantage of the opportunity to invade the Empire. Knock knock knock. Just as they were anxious and annoyed, there was a soft knock on the door of the room. Could it be that they're back? A few people with surprise in their eyes immediately turned their heads to look back. The door to the conference room was open, and it was the Lord of Blood Deer City who stood in the doorway and gently knocked on the door panel. His eyes were in awe, although he didn't know what the origin of these 12 people who had suddenly taken up residence in the city lord's mansion in the past few days was. They were unexpectedly carrying the royal family's tokens. My lords, the celebration banquet is ready. I supervised the cooks and servants throughout, and got it strictly in accordance with the 38 requirements of the 12 lords. There was a hint of pride on the city lord's face as he said this. It had taken a lot of effort on his part to fulfill so many requests from these 12 people at the same time, but if he could please these 12 mysterious great men, it would be worth it. The faces of the 4 Celestial Council members were grim, and among them, the old woman squeezed a word out of her throat. Get out. Ha! The city lord froze for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong. Daff? Get out. A martial artist exploded in his mind and grabbed the stone table on the side that weighed at least 500 pounds and slammed it towards the poor city lord with a whimper. Luckily, the table did not fly much faster. The city lord backed up in a sorry state. The stone table did not hit him, and it landed on the ground with a loud thud, and the ground trembled. The city lord sat on the ground, looking at the stone table that was less than 10 centimeters away from him in horror, so scared that he peed his pants. After sitting on the ground and slowing down for a while, he dragged his scared soft legs to stand up and hurried away in a grayish manner. Despite holding his anger in his heart, he didn't dare to ask what he had done wrong, much less voice his anger or anything, and could only hold his fire in his heart, intending to go back to his lodgings in a while and take it out on the maid. Damn, he was at least a city lord, and since these people came, he was simply living worse than a slave. After trying for a while longer, the members of the Celestial Council finally despaired, and the old woman had no choice but to report the matter to the Emperor with her communication crystal. What? Far away in Ayala, Monarch Garcia could no longer keep his composure. Standing up and slamming the table hard, glaring and yelling, "How is that possible? How is it possible?" None of the members of the Celestial Council dared to answer. Garcia took a few ragged breaths and said, almost through clenched teeth, "The 8 of them, did they betray the Empire?" The 4 on the other end of the calm crystal looked at each other. The old woman held the communication crystal. "Your Majesty, I don't think that's likely. The 8 of them are the most loyal to the Empire and each of their families are in Shur Ayala. How could they possibly defect?" Garcia braced his arms against the conference table, his eyes almost spitting fire. "So you're saying that 8 platinum ratings, all dead in just one morning's time? If I remember correctly, the place I sent them to was a rural area on the border of the Empire. Not that dark vermilion star in the sky." Across the communication crystal, the two groups were silent with each other. Suddenly, the people in the conference room felt a terrifying pressure appear out of nowhere above their heads, and they looked at each other with horrified faces as they immediately drew their swords and grabbed their magic staffs to rush out of the room. The scene in front of them shocked them even more. The originally sunny weather at this time, the wind was howling furiously. Thick dark clouds stretched to the sky. A glance could not be seen. The violent thunder surging in which it seemed that at any time it might erupt out. A young man with a straight posture and a white robe stood with his hands in the air, standing in the thunder and lightning, looking down on them. "That's Luan. He's not really human, is he? What kind of power is this? A demigod." It's now certain that those 8 cohorts. The 4 men stared blankly into the sky, and one of the magic chanters dropped his wand in his hand with a bam on the ground without even noticing it himself. But, how can that be? If he really wasn't human, he would have been discovered long ago. The Sacred Monarch Empire took such things as alien races infiltrating its borders disguised as humans or celestials very seriously. After all, alien races were usually more powerful than celestials. In this world, to change one's appearance, it was no more than using transformation magic and camouflage magic. The props for detecting these two kinds of magic were 2 or 3 on every street in the cities of the Empire. Even if the magic was more advanced, it would be hard to make no noise at all in a place full of detection props. So this group of people didn't even think of Luan on the side of the foreign races. But the scene in front of them overturned their perceptions. The one flying in the sky, bathed in thunder and lightning, couldn't be human at all. The old woman still held the communication crystal in her hand, and the Emperor's dumbfounded expression floated inside. Shur Ayala Palace. Garcia watched the scene with his mouth open. In his perception, this scene could only be painted on paper by those artists using paint, never in reality. Luan in the sky nodded gently. In the next second, a thunderbolt thicker than a house broke through the clouds and roared into the sky, drowning the 4 of him in the blink of an eye. The rumbling sound continued to explode, reaching dozens of kilometers away before dispersing 5 seconds later. After the lightning dispersed, the place where a building was originally erected had become a pit more than 10 meters deep. The surrounding area was pitch black, the smell of charcoal was strong, and those 4 members of the Celestial Council didn't even have ashes left. The Dog Emperor is next. Luan summoned the 9 heavenly swords and stepped on his feet, whooshing as a residual shadow and rushing towards the direction where Shur Ayala was, his robes hunting in the wind. His speed was more than 3 times faster than his previous air riding technique. Inside the city lord's mansion, in a certain pavilion, the city lord who hadn't been affected ran out in a roll, staring at the sky in stupefaction. Suddenly, the communication crystal at his waist emitted a buzzing commotion. As a city lord, it was natural to carry this thing with him often. He took it out in a hurry and responded using communication magic. That's Garcia 9 on the crystal end. Although he was forcing himself to be calm, the cold sweat that appeared on his forehead from time to time and his whitened face betrayed him. "Your Majesty," the city lord immediately said respectfully. Garcia's face was expressionless. "Well, Evan, your city has a vicious thief who will seriously jeopardize the Empire. I'm sure you've just seen it. For the sake of the Empire, I want you to lead the brave knights of Blood Deer City. Draw funds from the city's master's treasury to hire all the adventurers and mercenaries in Blood Deer City, and arrest him." "Ha? Me?" The city lord pointed to himself. "But, Your Majesty, he has just left. I see the direction is the side of Shur Ayala. Now you want me to chase after him? Surely I can't catch up." After the city lord finished his sentence, Garcia was obviously a bit unable to sit still. He forced himself to calm down, thought for a moment, and continued. "In that case, that's a pity. It seems that this honor won't fall into your hands. However, you still have a chance to do your duty to the Empire. I want you to lead the brave knights of Blood Deer City to surround the village of Lorca and control the villagers there." The city lord was about to respectfully agree. He suddenly turned his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and finally, as if making some decision, looked at the Emperor and spoke. "I'll lead your 88-year-old mother. Chapter 86, Death to Those Who Stand in My Way. Garcia 9 sat at the ornate conference table and watched in amazement as the fat face and the crystal-mouthed fragrance to himself. He didn't react for a moment, and for a few brief seconds he even thought he'd misheard. Evan Alf, have you lost your mind? Garcia IX's face darkened with anger as he glared at the fat face of the city lord in the crystal. But with the two so far apart, he couldn't really do anything to the city lord for a while. I've wanted to curse you for a long time. The city lord pointed at the emperor in the crystal and cursed. Every time there's a good state policy, there's nothing for us in Blood Deer City. And the moment there's a bad state policy or a risky state policy, you think of us first. It's caused the people of Blood Deer City to think that I'm a dim-witted and incompetent city lord. But how I'd like to tell them that the one who's dim-witted and incompetent is you, the son of an emperor. Do you realize that when your retarded-like decree was sent down to me, I was holding the queen down in my head for over an hour. More than 10 years ago you had to say that for the sake of our economy in Blood Deer City. You moved all the toxic alchemy labs to our place, causing toxins to be detected in the air here. But the taxes those alchemy labs pay to me every year aren't enough to cover the amount of funds that you siphon off from me for any random reason you can think of. You goddamn dog. A product of inbreeding. Now you're finally scared? You'll see. You won't live for a few days. I've just seen what that Lewin can do. He's going to kill you right away. You bastard. You won't live long. Ha ha. And you're asking me to take a knight to the village of Lorca? I'll take your 88-year-old mother. The city lord wanted to curse for a while longer, to vent all the anger he had suffered for so many years, but realized that the other party had already cut off the communication magic. The royal family had always been unfair to humans, favoring the celestials, and as the city lord of a human city, he certainly didn't have a good time. So the dissatisfaction in his heart towards the royal family had been pent up for too long. This time, Luan's appearance made him smell a hint of opportunity. Combining the direction Lewin went, plus Garcia IX's reaction, he felt that 80% of Lewin was going to kill the emperor. So, it is very likely that the emperor of this country will be changed in a couple of days. So what the hell is one going to put up with and just lift the table? Inside the palace conference room, Garcia 9 was grimacing, a little dizzy with anger, and it took 3 attempts before he finally cut off the communication magic. The other ministers in the conference room listened throughout, each looking at the other, no one daring to say anything. This lunatic. When this is over, I'll make sure his whole family undergoes the bronze ox torture. Garcia pressed the table and gritted his teeth. He stood up and walked over to a huge map, looking over the area he would have to pass through in a straight line from Blood Deer City to Shurayala. Garcia pressed his finger on the map somewhat madly, sliding back and forth between Blood Deer City and Shurayala. Quickly convey my orders to these city lords through the communication crystals. Tell them that they must stop that Lewin and use all their power. Whoever can stop him, I'll give them fiefdoms, gold coins, titles, women, magical knowledge, whatever they want. Hurry. Yes, Your Majesty. The ministers didn't dare to delay. Plus the conference room was strangely awkward. They acted immediately and couldn't wait to leave the conference room. What the hell is this, Lewin? What have I messed with? Garcia held onto the table in a trance, feeling like everything was a dream. As a dim king, not once did he dream that he would one day be liquidated, and that the people who liquidated him would capture him with no effort, make him eat all the sufferings of the earth, and finally kill him and all those connected with the royal family. But today, this impossible nightmare is actually one step away from coming true. However, he didn't think he was at the point of certain death, not to mention that Lewin wasn't necessarily able to break through the layers of defense to get to Shurayala. The empire had stood for hundreds of years, so it couldn't possibly not have any secret weapons. He got up, straightened his grooming, and walked out of the conference room with a calm stride. After those city lords received the royal order, each one of them rubbed their fists together. Their hearts were ecstatic, and they were all fully prepared. They didn't know who Lewin was. They only knew that if they could stop him, then the fiefdom, gold coins, knighthood, women, and magical knowledge could be picked at will. It's a temptation no one can resist. Lewin, a human traitor, how powerful can he be? Some of the city lords who weren't between Blood Deer City and Poetry Ayala even felt a million pities after hearing about it. The city of Rosebud, the finest knights in the city are standing by. They looked in the direction of Blood Deer City, and in their hearts, they expected Lewin, the money tree, to appear in a hurry. Suddenly, one of the knights pointed into the distance. What's that? At the edge of the sky, a thick black cloud was bearing down on them. Isn't that Lewin? Is that Lewin planning to fly over from here? The city lord was a bit surprised, and then shouted, "Magic chanters, stop him with flying magic." More than 100 magic chanters heard the city lord's order and used flight magic to fly into the sky, aiming at the dark clouds with the intention of releasing magic. and all of a sudden a colorful magical rune lit up. But before they could see where Luan was, a voice suddenly exploded. "Get out of the way! Death to those who stand in my way!" This sound was like a thunderbolt, so that everyone's heart could not stop beating violently, and those magic chanters in the sky had their magic runes broken in their hands, and they were so shocked that they immediately had the intention of retreating. The knights, who had just been on guard and full of morale, were all covered in fear at this moment, and the horses under their seats were intentionally backing up. The city lord was naturally unwilling to give up this wealth that was about to come into his hands, and immediately shouted, "No one is allowed to come down. Stop it for me." Before he could finish, it was like a rain of blood fell from the sky. The corpses of those 100 or so magic bards crumbled into slivers of flesh and spilled with blood, drenching those knights on the ground. Of course, it was easy for Luan to bypass these people, but anyone who stopped in front of him at this time had already made it clear that they wanted to take a stand against him. If you go against the free immortal sect, you will be killed. Chapter 87 Royal Sword-Chopping Flying Rider. The thick odor of blood filled the air. For a moment the knights and city lords on the ground froze in place like statues. They really couldn't figure out why. Before they even saw Luan's shadow, all of those one magic chanters in the sky burst into flames in such a horrifying manner. "Ah! Run! It's the demon race! It must be the demons!" 3 seconds later, thousands of people were in an instant chaos, like ants thrown on a hot pan, as they rode towards a panicked escape. A moment later, dark clouds covered their heads, and the thunder contained within them poured down unstintingly, and all of a sudden the screams emitted by the knights were covered by the sound of thunder. After the dark clouds flew away from this area, the ground was already full of ashes and a deep pit, with no more half-living people, and Luan stood on the 9 heavenly swords, not looking down since the beginning. He traveled with his sword, passing a dozen cities in just a few minutes. How could the city lords of these cities stop him even if they mobilized all their forces? Luan skimmed over their heads as if he were a wheel running over an ant colony, without the slightest delay. This kind of horrible performance was quickly transmitted to every city lord through the communication crystal. They were scared to death and hurriedly ordered to withdraw the knights or soldiers guarding the entrance. After all, the emperor's reward is rich, but also need to have a life to get it. The Imperial palace was already in chaos at this time. After all, the fact that a person had broken through the layers of defense of the empire and had to come to the capital to behead the emperor was too unbelievable. The emperor had disappeared. No one knew where he had gone, and some ministers had no choice but to take over the matter. Since the city lords along the way couldn't be relied upon, they decided to send out the empire's trump card troops, the Dragon Eagle Cavalry. Of course the war cannot be fought in Shurayala. It is the center of power and economy of the empire, and if it is destroyed, the entire empire will be set back by decades. So the vast Dragonhawk cavalry took off from a secret location somewhere on the outskirts of Shurayala and rushed west. The appearance of the Dragon Eagle was similar to an eagle, with a wingspan of about 20 meters, long horns on top of its head, and feathers as hard as iron, reddish-brown in color. It was a demonic creature with dragon's blood, and it took the empire more than 100 years with countless wealth and human lives to master the method of taming them. The Dragon Eagle soared in the sky with a proud posture, emitting loud and clear chirps, its sharp eyes full of contempt. 90% of the cavalrymen on its back were magic professionals, and their ratings were at least above the snow-silver level. The Dragon Eagle Cavalry is known as the Masters of the Skies, a force that can destroy a small country in just one day, and the strongest troop in the empire. Leading this group of cavalry was the strongest man in the empire in plain sight, Arzillo. He estimated Luan's approximate speed by asking those city lords through the communication crystal that Luan had just passed over the heads of any of them. It was an extremely unrealistic number for him. However, out of loyalty to the royal family, he led thousands of Dragon Eagle cavalry to stop at the outskirts of Nurka City, intending to meet Luan right here. The Nika city lord wanted to curse at this point. He knew of Luan's terror through the communication crystal and knew that as long as he didn't show any hostility towards Luan, then he would just go over there and wouldn't do anything destructive. The lord of Nika city had just withdrawn all the soldiers and knights he had sent out. When the Dragon Eagle cavalry stopped above their heads, Alzello rode a dragonhawk, hovering at the front of the most procession, staring off into the distance with a grave expression on his face. The wind from the sky blew the long hair on his forehead, revealing a few petal patterns. The communication crystal was still lit in his hand, and it was crowded with the minister's face. The minister sat at Shiara, a long way from here, anxiously awaiting inwardly the outcome of the battle. At that moment, the Dragon Eagle that Alzello was riding suddenly raised its head and let out a chirp. All the cavalry immediately tensed up. A Dragon Eagle's eyesight was 10 times stronger than a human's. It must have seen something in the distance. The cavalrymen had all learned through the communication crystals from the cities that Luan was in existence beyond cognizance, possessing extremely terrifying powers, and that the odds were that it was an alien race in disguise. They weren't sure if they could stop Lewin, nor were they sure if they would survive, and each of them looked out into the distance as if they were on the verge of an attack, their faces grave. Soon a black line appeared in the sky, and the moment this black line appeared, the originally imposing dragon eagle instantly became extremely frightened and uneasy like a domestic animal that had a premonition that an earthquake was coming. They completely lost their proud and disdainful posture and made whimpering sounds of fear, flying around from the sky as if they were trying their best to avoid something, but there was nowhere to hide. What happened? Stop! Stop flying around! Stop it! This group of dragon eagles, which had always been loyal and brave, and had never had a record of retreating on the battlefield, completely lost their minds at this moment, and flapped their wings in the sky in total disregard of the cavalry's orders. The original neat formation was now like a mass of headless flies. In such a chaotic situation, many dragon eagles crashed into each other and fell from the high sky in a bloody mess, and the riders on their backs fell to the ground along with their gruesome deaths and incomplete corpses. The ministers on the other end of the communication crystal watched the scene in horror as the Empire's last resort fell apart and collapsed on its own before it could even see Lewin. Why? What happened to the Dragonhawks? What scares them like that? Alzero had a gold 8-star rating after all, and even after taking such a hit and then falling from a high altitude, he wasn't hurt very badly. He rose from the ground and stared off into the distance with wide eyes. A teenager flew over with a sword at his feet. Rolling dark clouds followed him, thunder churning inside. It's the descent of the devil god recorded in the history books that's just like that. In front of such a being, what was the difference between the Imperial ace troops and other ordinary soldiers? Alzero knew what would happen next. This dark cloud would pass over their heads, and then none of their group would be left to die. He decisively knelt on the ground and shouted at the sky, "Lord Lu, please spare me. I am not of the celestial race. Rather, I am a human. I am willing to follow you and become your most loyal subordinate." He spat twice into his hand in a bit of a frenzy, rubbing the petal pattern on his forehead as hard as he could. He was indeed a human, not a celestial. When he was approached by the royal family with his exceptional talent, for the sake of wealth and status, he decisively agreed to the royal family's request and tattooed the iconic pattern of the celestial race on his forehead. And from then on he declared himself to be a member of the celestial race. In order not to expose himself to lose it all, he even agreed to let the royal family banish his parents and relatives to the border of the empire. But now, he hated to use his whole body to rub the pattern to the bone. The skin on his forehead had a chunk of skin rubbed off because he had pushed so hard, but you could still see some of the petal pattern remaining. "My lord, you see, I'm not even a celestial. I'm a human. Please treat me as you would any other human." Alzero knelt on the ground and looked up at Dark Cloud with a pleasing face. A cold voice came from the dark clouds. "As a human, to be a traitor to a foreign race and harm so many of your kind, you simply deserve death by 1,000 cuts." The smile on Alzero's face suddenly froze. In the next second, lightning flashed and thunder roared as tens of thousands of swords surged out of the dark clouds, swooping down to the ground with biting, killing intent. Alzero stood up to make a decisive escape as a sword swished through him from behind, the blade protruding from his chest. Then a second sword stabbed him in the stomach from the front. A third sword. A fourth. In a matter of 2 seconds, he had swords thrust all over his body until there was no more place to thrust them. And finally he died in an extremely painful manner. Not only him, but those cavalrymen and dragon eagles also died horribly in this way. After there was not a single living thing on the ground, these tens of thousands of Dao swords left from one corpse to another and returned to Lewin, synthesizing the 9 heavenly sword body. The ministers in the palace conference room saw this scene and sat down in their chairs with pale faces. It's over. It's all over. Even if Lewin spared them at this time, the other countries around them would surely take advantage of the situation once they heard that 12 members of the Empire's Celestial Council had died and none of the Dragon Eagle cavalry were left. The Empire is finished. After today, there will be no more sacred monarch empire as a country in the city continent. In the conference room, an old man in a tall hat and clergyman's garb appeared rather bashful. He was not a minister, but the Pope Lord of the Eternal Light Patriarchate, and his status was no lower than that of the nobles and ministers. The Church of Eternal Light was subordinate to the Eternal Church, and the two were equivalent to the upper and lower levels. The establishment of many countries had been supported by the Eternal Cult, so the Eternal Cult, including all of his subcults, had a pivotal position in the entire city continent. A minister walked up to him and said in a pleading tone, "Your Holiness, the Empire has always been a loyal believer of the Eternal Light Cult, and has always held the Eternal Cult in heartfelt admiration. Can you hurry up and get in touch with the Eternal Cult so that they can give some help?" The Pope smiled kindly and nodded. "Don't worry, the chief teacher has always valued the Empire. How could he sit back and do nothing at a time like this?" At some point outside the door stood a congregation of about 20 people dressed in clergy garb. The Pope clapped his hands, and the group of congregants fishtailed into the room, raising the weapons in their hands to beat the group of ministers indiscriminately. Ah! Oh my God! What for? Your Holiness! Make them stop! Chapter 88, False Gods to be Punished. Luan quickly stepped on the 9 heavenly swords and arrived outside of Shurayala city. He had seen illustrations of the city in books. It was a city that was more than 10 times more prosperous than Blood Deer City. Beautiful as a picture. Just like its name. It was romantic, rich, and the most desired place for everyone in the empire. But for Luan, this city was built on hundreds of years of human suffering. And even though it had a beautiful exterior, the interior was just as dirty and bloody as the demon cities that those demon kings had built to enslave humans. After using the soul-searching technique to read the memories of the members of the Celestial Council, he already knew the true history of this empire. Outside the city, a large swath of Eternal Light cult believers were physically prostrate on the ground, with the Pope smilingly standing in their midst, and all the ministers in the palace were held hostage by the clergy. Just by looking at them, it was clear that they weren't here to stop themselves. Luan ignored their interest and intended to kill the palace directly. At that moment, the Pope shouted with his voice amplification magic, "Great, mysterious Lord Lu, I, Theus, Pope of the Eternal Light Cult, have come on behalf of the Eternal Light Cult to talk to you, the next sacred ruler Imperial monarch, about some matters related to the future of the empire. These are the ministers of the Garcia era, representing my sincerity." He pointed behind him to the ministers who were being held hostage. Luan glanced at them. You've come to surrender, haven't you? A voice quickly descended from the sky. In that case, kill these ministers and get lost. No, I think you have misunderstood us. We are not here to surrender, but to talk to you about some important matters of the country, which is related to whether or not you will be able to sit on the throne in the future. The Pope raised his eyes, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Threats? Even though Luan hadn't wanted to become the emperor himself after slaughtering the emperor, he could hear the thick threat between the old man's words. But just like an elephant hearing an ant say that it was going to stretch out its leg and trip him up, Luan had no anger at all inside, but instead felt a bit amused. When the Pope saw that the dark clouds in the sky had stopped, he thought that the 3 words Eternal Light Cult had scared Luan. After all, the Eternal Light Cult was behind the Eternal Cult that covered half of the City continent. He smiled and continued, "As you know, the Eternal Light Cult believes in the God of Eternal Light, which is a loving deity that is able to alleviate the suffering of our beings. Under the light of the Eternal Light God, so many countries have become prosperous. Therefore, when you become the new monarch, I hope that half of the members of the National Council can be appointed by me. Otherwise, with all due respect, without our help, your throne will not last long anyway. You can kill me out of a moment of irritation, but the Eternal Church, which is our leader, commissions a new pope to come over and assist you, and either way, the end will be the same." The Pope finished with a complete look of fear of death. In the City continent, anyone who wanted to be an emperor, while not necessarily afraid of the Eternal Cult, most of them couldn't get away from the Eternal Cult's patronage. He didn't know the Easy Immortal sect, didn't know that Luan killed the emperor just to give the disciples of the Easy Immortal sect a chance to take a breath, and thought that Luan wanted to usurp the throne and become the emperor himself. So he was confident that Luan wouldn't dare kill him to offend the Eternal sect. "Luan, I think you're out of your mind too." The Pope was still smiling and waiting for Luan to compromise, when suddenly all those ministers, believers, and clergy around him, all exploded. Blood and broken flesh dyed the Pope's body red, making him resemble a bloody gourd as he looked at this scene with incomparable horror. It's over. The Church of the Rapture of Eternity didn't work out well. If that bull **** Eternal Light God was really useful, mankind wouldn't have suffered for hundreds of years in this country. This kind of God that just wants incense and doesn't do anything. In our place, it has to be called a pseudo-god, and killing it rises great merit. Luan sneered. The Pope was completely confused and wouldn't be. He pointed at Luan in the sky. You will definitely be punished by the Eternal Light God." Luan laughed. "Then I'll kill that Eternal Light God as well." The Pope's face looked at the sky in fear, and in the next second, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist all of a sudden. Just before Luan met the Pope, Garcia 9 arrived in a secret room in the palace. The chamber was airtight and dimly lit, with 4 candlesticks hanging on the walls. In the center was a coffin with a dried-up body lying inside. A curve was drawn around the coffin with some golden powdery substance, forming a mysterious pattern. A dozen or so children, no more than 10 years old, were tied up in knots and gagged so that they could only make whimpering noises. Their bodies sprawled on the ground writhing like worms. There was horror in their eyes, and a few of them were already crying. Garcia 9 swept past them with an expressionless face. These kids were all in jail a few minutes ago, and suddenly they were brought here by Garcia 9. A black-robed celestial council mage beside Garcia 9 raised his hand and began to chant magic. The golden powder on the ground suddenly dimmed, and the children, wide-eyed and agonized, whimpered as their vibrant life energy was drained away by the golden powder and fed into the coffins. Their bodies gradually became dried up, while that dry body in the coffin gradually plumped up. After a few moments of work, a dozen children turned into powder, while the old man in the coffin stretched out a hand and sat up holding onto the edge of the coffin. If anyone else was here, they wouldn't be able to help but let out a gasp, because this old man's deeds were written in more than 100 pages in the history of the Holy Monarch Empire, and his portrait often appeared in some books of heroic biographies. He was the first monarch of this empire, Garcia I, Great Garcia I. Garcia 9 and the black-robed mage half-kneeled on the ground. Garcia I sat in his coffin, his eyes gradually going from a haze to clarity. Seeing Garcia I's prolonged inactivity, Garcia 9 thought that the ceremony had failed and spoke tentatively. Great Garcia I apologize for disturbing your peaceful sleep. The Empire has encountered a perilous situation that threatens to extinguish the country. I know, Garcia I's voice was hoarse. Otherwise you wouldn't have temporarily resurrected me with this ritual. Is it the Iron Empire? The Eternal Church Kingdom? The Dark Elf Empire? Garcia 9 had some difficulty speaking. It's a foreigner disguised as a human, but it's uncertain what exactly he is. Garcia I looked up, a little startled. A few minutes later, Garcia 9 told Garcia I about all the odd things that had happened recently, and by that time Garcia I was already dressed. He's not a dryad anymore, but he's still old. The newly changed magical robes on his body looked plain. He wore a ring on each finger which were each of a different style, a crystal necklace around his neck, and a sort of crown-like headdress over his head. These were magical props used to increase one's self, each of which had reached the level of a holy weapon. The collection of the Empire for hundreds of years. Wearing magical props has a high demand on mental strength, especially these holy artifact-level magic props. A magician below bronze rating would wear one and would have a mental breakdown in a short period of time if they didn't take it off in a hurry. Garcia I wore 12 pieces at once, which was his limit. He vainly clenched his fists a few times, feeling the increase brought to him by the holy artifact-level magic props, and at this moment, he felt that he possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 89, How to Get Away with Looking Over Your Shoulder. Just as Lewin was planning to randomly release a spell to level the palace, Garcia 9, and the only 9 remaining Celestial Council magicians walked out. At this point, Garcia 9 had a lot more bottom on his face, as if a trouble-loving bear of a child had called his no-nonsense father to him. Lewin gave Garcia I a slight extra glance. This old man is not simple. To put it in an analogy, it's like a peanut-sized ant emerging from a swarm of ants the size of a small grain of rice. Garcia I looked in amazement at the vision in the sky, the dark clouds, the thunder and lightning, the teenager flying on his sword. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Never seen it before. Garcia I couldn't help but exclaim. He then didn't use magic, but instead spoke to the sky in a normal speaking voice. You must be Lewin. Although I don't know what exactly you are or how my sacred monarch empire has messed with you, but it's my duty to guard the sacred monarch empire in its most perilous times. I'm not interested in this empire of yours. This dog emperor almost killed 5 of my disciples. I'm here specifically to take his life. It's just as well if others don't block it. If they dare to, it's just as much of a death sentence. Lewin pointed a finger at Garcia 9, and the latter retreated a few steps back with a pale face in fear. Garcia I shook his head. The empire can't be left without a master for a day. I'm bound to not let you kill him. Good point, then I'll kill you along with you, Lewin said indifferently. Garcia I hurriedly spoke. Wait, a battle between you and I is inevitable. However, can we change places? After all, the battle in a while will surely destroy this beautiful and rich city, right? Lewin coldly laughed. This city is no longer rich. It is also yours, the celestial race, and I, a human, can't enjoy a single bit of it. So what does it have to do with me if it's destroyed or not? Indeed, although both humans and celestials were subjects of the Holy Monarch Empire, it was nearly impossible for humans to enter Shur Ayala. All of this, Lewin had also long since learned about with the soul-searching technique. Garcia I froze. These ordinary people are innocent anyway. Right. The civilians in the city of Shur Ayala could not afford to part with their property. And secondly, they had all heard about the cities that had blocked Lewin before, and Lewin had only killed those who had blocked him, and had not taken action against the civilians. They are betting that this Lewin is still bound by kindness and will not kill innocents indiscriminately. But how do they know? After the last time the goblin hunting competition registration that conflict, they in the eyes of Lewin is already considered a foreign race. Treat dare to mess with their own foreign races. Lewin never look at the mood want to slaughter how much. This group of celestial civilians knelt on the ground and kept shouting, have mercy, please don't hurt us. We didn't do anything wrong. We're innocent. Lewin laughed sarcastically and pointed at those celestial race civilians on the ground. Innocent? If you are not innocent, you will not die unjustly if you have received the benefits from oppressing my human race. If you don't leave, it's the same as opposing my free immortal sect, so even if you're innocent, you have to endure it. If you don't roll, then no one will be able to leave. With a low drink, he pinched a few spells in his hand, and then a thunderbolt pulsed uncontrollably in his encircling hand. The thunderbolt was so tiny that the Celestials on the ground could only see a hidden arc of electricity in Luan's hand. However, I could feel that the thunder element between heaven and earth was undergoing an extremely terrifying change. His face instantly changed dramatically, and a ring on his right thumb immediately began to glow. The lightning arc came out of Luan's hand and snapped to the ground, seemingly weak and ineffective. In the next second, the tiny lightning arc rapidly expanded in all directions. In less than half a second, it turned into a sea of thunder that stretched for hundreds of kilometers, covering the entire Shur Ayala. Boom! Thunder resounded through the heavens and earth, and after a short while, the sea of thunder dispersed, and a flat but scorched black ground appeared. The entire Shur Ayala, along with all the Celestials inside, were turned into flying ash. 10,000 pure thunder sea. Crystallization stage spells. Even if it was only the crystallization stage, it was only a matter of one spell to raise a mortal city to the ground. This time, there were hundreds of thousands of dead Celestials. To say that there was not a single good person among these hundreds of thousands of Celestials was naturally impossible. But if you think so much about everything, you can't get anything done. So how can you talk about getting away with it? I stood alone on the bare, black ground, his face horrified. That ring on I's right thumb could unleash 12th rank magic that briefly put himself into a state of vaporization for 10 seconds, nullifying any attacks, so he was able to survive. However, the ring could only take effect on one person. So 9, a member of the Celestial Council, was also reduced to ashes in this sea of thunder. And after this one, the ring had been scrapped, going from being made of gold-like material to looking like a stone that had weathered for years, breaking itself into several pieces and falling from I's hand. You, I angrily pointed at Lewin in the sky. He never thought that Lewin, who had not killed a single innocent civilian before, could not take hundreds of thousands of lives seriously at this point. How dare you be so cruel, evil, I shouted with reddened eyes. As a feudal monarch, everything in the empire, including the subjects, was considered his private property. And now, the Garcia family descendants are not even a corpse. The fall of the empire has also been the nail in the coffin. More than a dozen generations of people's accumulation of eyes, all of a sudden nothing left. I completely red-eyed. You call me cruel? You oppressed humans like slaves for hundreds of years so that they could live a good life for your own people, making them work for you as oxen. I at least gave that group of celestial race a pain in the ass. Compared to you, I can be considered to be very merciful. Outrageous. Outrageous. I was cloaked, looking like a madman. He quickly took out a spatial pouch from his arms and pulled out 4 holy artifact-level magic items from it, including 2 strings of necklaces, a ring, and a magic staff. With these held in his hands, he was simultaneously empowered by 15 magic props. It was more than he could handle, and as soon as the props were on, he wore a pained expression. Keep it up for 5 minutes at most, and he'll die of a mental breakdown as well. Putting the necklace ring back on and the magic staff in his hand, he felt the strong power, forced himself to endure the pain and raised his head, shouting with high confidence, to be able to easily destroy a city, you're simply unfathomable, and I'm afraid that you've hidden quite a few more means. However, with the mastery of 7 types of 12th order magic, plus these 15 sacred artifact level props, I'm confident that I can fight you at your peak. But, suddenly, there was a sound from the dark clouds in the sky of someone not holding back a laugh. Chapter 90, the sky is dark. The sun and the moon have no light. How could I have known that the dark clouds hid a powerful creature he had never seen before? He looked at the sky and looked puzzled. Is there someone else hiding in the dark clouds? Raising his hand, 8 magic runes overlapped and were instantly drawn simultaneously. The sign of the gods. This magic can change the weather at will, which naturally includes dispelling dark clouds. But soon, the 8 magic runes with a diameter of more than 5 meters suddenly collapsed, while Garcia's body shook tremendously and suffered an extremely serious backlash. Immediately his body went limp and he fell to his knees, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. A string of necklaces set with emerald green gems emitted a pale green glow, then lost its luster and became like stone before finally shattering into slag. I was filled with horror. He knew what this meant. It meant that the backlash just now was totally going to kill him. Except that this sacred artifact-grade necklace saved him. Lewin stood in the sky. Hearing the sentence, I am confident that I can fight with you at your peak. He was in a trance for a moment, and then laughed, ha 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 ha. Well, you don't have to think about me at my peak. You should try to hold on to a few moves in my hands in this state first. With that, a streak of light rushed out from his chest, transforming into a heart protector mirror that he held in his hand. Mortal Immortal Realm Origin Dharma Treasure. With a thought, the Mortal Immortal Realm immortal spiritual power that was stored in the heart protector mirror surged out, and it was originally going to escape into the heavens and earth, but it was absorbed into Luan's body by pulling it with his thought. Luan felt the immortal spirit power filling his body, and couldn't help but stand in the sky and laugh loudly, his 3,000 green silken sash flying with the wind. Ha 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 ha. At once, I felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on his head. He watched in horror as the space around the teenager's body in the sky continued to distort. The sky with the sun high and the sky darkened all of a sudden, and it seemed to step into night in a single breath. For a time, with Shur Ayala as the center, all the elements of heaven and earth in the entire empire were affected. All the magicians within the empire were shocked to find that they had completely lost their senses with the elements around them, and they tried to release their magic, only to find that their magic was out of order through and through. It was as if such a thing as magic no longer existed in the entire world. These magic chanters raised their elemental affinity by communicating with the elements in order to draw on the power of the elements of heaven and earth. Cultivation of immortality has evolved for trillions of years, and any immortal cultivator is putting life and death at risk, seizing the creation of heaven and earth, and aiming to become the master of heaven and earth. And the area of domination of the elements is just the most basic. Everyone in the city closer to Shur Ayaka looked in Shur Ayaka's direction in horror. There was first an amazing clap of thunder there before, and now, it was as if it was covered by a black ball. Oh my god, is the world going to end? Poetry Ayala Ruins. Luan hung in the sky, looking down at Garcia I. Don't you want to try me at my peak? Come on, I'll stay right here and let you use all your tricks first. This voice full of majesty resounded in all directions, stirring back and forth. Where could Garcia I stand? He lifted his head with difficulty, completely unable to believe that the scene in front of him was real. Okay, I'll let you have a few points. Luan smiled and temporarily withdrew the pressure on Garcia I. Garcia I only felt a wave of relief run through his body, and the first thing he did when he stood up was to activate the sacramental level prop on the middle finger of his left hand. The prop could quickly tear through space and teleport him away, but Luan was nearby, and the Mortal Immortal Realm immortal spiritual power amplified the sliver of heavenly Tao effect in the immortal bone that was resistant to spatial distortion by more than 10 times. Within this range, any spatial distortion type spells or magic would be difficult to take effect as long as they were not stronger than the sliver of heavenly Tao within Luan's immortal bone. The Saint artifact level prop snapped and shattered, and Garcia I looked at his fingers skeptically. There's no escape, so we can only fight hard. He growled and began to make the most powerful magic he could. A shower of meteorites from the shattered sky. Failure. Elemental roar. Failure. 74 hells have descended. Failure. Right now. Around Luan. The only successes in magic were forbidden spell level and rule level. Garcia I sat on the ground in utter despair. The magic he was most proud of was completely inoperative. There is nothing to be done. Nothing at all. Before I die, can you tell me what race you really are? Is it the dragon race? Garcia I asked as he sat on the ground, his face bloodless. I am the human race, Luan said softly. Suddenly a huge head poked out of the dark cloud. I'm the dragon. Garcia I looked at the unknown creature in shock, unable to speak for a moment. Everything tonight had gone far beyond his perception, and he had become somewhat mentally numb. But the human race, how can the human race be this strong? Garcia I shook his head and murmured. Luan sneered. You wouldn't have imagined that the human race, which has been suppressed by you for hundreds of years, actually has so much potential, right? Garcia I immediately raised his head. We Celestials must be able to achieve something like you. You should know better than me. At that, Luan said in a contemptuous tone. Yes, Celestial race, human race, there's really no difference at all. Garcia I muttered to himself, his eyes gradually brightening. As soon as he thought that he also had a chance to have a power as strong as Luan's, he immediately didn't want to die. He wanted to live. He wanted to live very much. Throughout his life, he had never wanted to live so much. With his last hope, he begged. Can you spare my life? I am willing to follow you. I implore you to accept me as a disciple as well. I can't. Do you think I take all kinds of crap? Luan raised his hand and slapped it, and Garcia I's body instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Looking at the place where Garcia I dissipated, Luan coldly grunted. Having done such a great sin, letting you die in pain is already very cheap. Chapter 91, 100 Years of Lies Forged a Clan's Splendor. Hundreds of years ago, the city continent had an absolute hegemonic level country called the Dark Elf Empire. The Dark Elves, as masters, enslaved many humans, orcs, and half-orcs. Other races aside, there is a portion of the human race that is very unhappy with the brutal rule of the Dark Elves, and another portion that is very submissive. The Dark Elves naturally treat the two types of humans differently, with the former tending to be more mistreated and the latter inevitably treated favorably, with one magically gifted human teenager even being allowed to study the Dark Elf's magic canon. In order to better distinguish between these two types of humans for reward and discipline, the Dark Elf magicians use magic to add a petal-like mark to those who are more submissive to them, a mark that is passed on to the next generation. This is the origin of the Celestials. The seal serves only to facilitate the distinction that the Celestials are human beings, and there is no difference between the two essentially, and that magically gifted human teenager was later to be Garcia I. Later, when the Dark Elf Empire was corrupt and decaying and fell apart, these enslaved races escaped, and the humans established the sacred monarch empire, while the orcs and half-orcs established the Iron Blood Empire in the south. All of this was recorded in the history books of the Iron Blood Empire, and had a large number of documents and drawings as supporting evidence. This is why the Holy Monarch Empire has been at war with the Iron Blood Empire for hundreds of years, but the two have not broken out in many substantial wars, only strictly forbidding their subjects to have dealings with the Iron Blood Empire, and the serious ones will even be executed along with their relatives. They were afraid that once the truth was revealed, the lies would not be broken, and there would no longer be any way for them, the Celestials, to be higher than the humans. Lorca village, in the tavern. At this moment, it was crowded with humans who were drinking. Most of these people were merchants who came out from Blood Deer City and were going to go to other countries to do business. The orc girl, Neru, sat in her high chair with a big grin and told these humans about this true history. She was flushed with drink, and her long, slender legs were folded and stretched out, inadvertently revealing her half-orc features. If it were before, these people would have arrested her and sent her to the city lord's mansion for silver coins. But now, this group of merchants knew what a bunch of people ran in here, and if they got them upset, it was the noble lords who would have to roll out in their pants. Tying up their waitresses for a few silver coins is not a death wish. I'm afraid. This group of people have been traveling for many years. There is no brain that is not smart. So one by one, they all went out of Lorca village without mentioning that there is an orc here. Besides, Nera's character is okay, and she is a complete beauty, so it's good for the eyes to see. Not like the book, barred mouth so brutal and bloody. See people eat, everyone out of fresh, really quite happy to buy her a few drinks in the tavern, and then talk about the Iron Blood Empire, that strange country. Nera's drinking capacity was average, and after drinking a little bit more today she told all about the origin of the celestial race, as well as the deeds of the Dark Elf Empire in the past. More and more people gathered around to listen. Even the escalator to the second floor was filled with so many people that the hall couldn't stand it all, and it was crowded all the way from the bar to the door of the tavern. The waitress struggled with her tray of wine to squeeze through the gaps in the crowd. After these people learned that the Celestials were more superior than humans was nothing more than a lie, they had mixed feelings in their hearts, with varying expressions of remorse, resentment, sadness, and relief. This lie influenced too many important choices about their own lives, and they went on completely different trajectories in life as a result. As the saying goes, humans have been told since childhood that they are inferior to the Celestials, and they have long since recognized this matter as a fact. Coupled with the fact that the Celestials have more leaders than humans in various fields, the humans believe in this kind of thing even more. So a cycle is formed. But in fact, the reason why the Celestials appeared to be more superior was entirely because they were hogging more resources, plundering the fruits of humanity, and utilizing various ways to suppress the development of humanity only. It could be said that the hundreds of years of splendor of the celestial race had been built on this lie. If they hadn't accidentally messed with Luan, an existence beyond their knowledge, then perhaps the Holy Monarch Empire would have remained glorious. Luan flew back to Blood Deer City after raising Shirayala to the ground. He went first to the forest that had been circled by the painted forest. Standing in the sky and looking down on this forest, one could see 18 copper-armored corpses with a large group of jumping corpses jumping around in it. After being bitten to death by a copper-armored corpse, the body will be affected by the yin chi and rapidly necrotic, becoming a jumping corpse, and now there is not a single living thing left in this forest. That's... Luan suddenly froze and looked at the ground with great novelty. A large pile of jumping corpses was followed by some short, greenish-gray-skinned creatures with arms raised. It was actually a kobold. Kobolds have turned into zombies even after being attacked by zombies. It was important to realize that this group of celestial adventurers had come to hunt kobolds, so there were originally quite a few kobolds in this forest. Kobolds are adept at camouflaging themselves by taking advantage of their smaller size and skin that is similar in color to most plants. But this kind of camouflage was fine to fool the adventurers. Zombies relied on yang chi to find their prey. They didn't even open their eyes. These camouflages were equivalent to nothing to them. So, this group of kobolds is in deep. They had never seen a copper-armored corpse before, and they didn't even know what it was, and thought it was just some humans who acted and moved strangely. They ambushed and also planned to sneak attack the copper-armored corpse, only to find out that even if the copper-armored corpse stood there for them to hit, they couldn't break the defense, and in the end, one by one, they turned into the new species of goblin zombie in disbelief. Lewin curiously landed next to a goblin zombie. The kobold zombie sensed a young chi that he could touch right beside him, and immediately changed his orientation, then approached Lewin with a hop and a skip. Lewin suddenly had an extra Yin Chi charm in his hand, and snapped it onto himself, and his body was instantly wrapped in a Yin Chi around him, temporarily masking the Yang Chi that naturally emanated from his body. This was a common method used by Yen Huang to avoid the harassment of some zombies, but if a 10,000-year-old blood corpse kind of existence existed, this Yin Chi talisman wouldn't be able to fool him, only to see that the kobold zombie was about to jump towards him, but suddenly stopped where it was, and after a few moments began to jump around aimlessly again. Like human-turned zombies, they too can only feel yang energy. Lewin Xin was enlightened. He shifted and came to the kobolds, who remained oblivious to the kobold zombies due to their yang energy being covered. Lewin had a corpse suppressor talisman in his hand out of thin air. He flexed his fingers and flicked it out, and the corpse suppressor talisman snapped onto the goblin zombie's forehead. The kobold zombie stopped motionless at once. Lewin tore off the Yin Chi talisman on himself, and his Yang Chi was immediately revealed, but the kobold zombie remained unmoved. That's a bit like a human-turned zombie, too. Lewin nodded. Seeing something new and the curiosity within was greatly satisfied. As the only source of Yang Chi in the forest, those copper-armored corpses and jumping corpses in the forest sensed it and immediately ended their aimless jumping and jumped towards his side. Lewin took advantage of the situation and with a wave of his hand, he reclaimed these zombies back into the spirit sea. These zombies were a good fighting force for the village of Lorca, and they came relatively easily, so they should be put to good use. How about, teach them how to control these zombies? Lewin rubbed his chin in thought, and Rael's figure quickly appeared in his mind. This kid seemed to have practiced something like Yin. He just hadn't told himself about it, but his physique had been affected, and he was the most suitable of these 5 disciples to learn this. You can try. Lewin's body rose up into the air and flew towards Lorca village with a huff. Chapter 92, Expression of Loyalty. A caravan of merchants traveled through the wilderness in the late afternoon. Everyone has worked hard. We'll be there soon. Let's not eat dinner for a while. I'll treat you all to a big meal when we get into the city. The chubby boss shouted at the top of his voice. Yes, the adventurers in charge of the escort, as well as the other laborers doing odd jobs responded unevenly. The fat boss wiped his sweat, and as he walked, he silently calculated in his mind how much money he could net from this trip. Suddenly, he froze, and not just him, but the entire merchant group froze. They stared off into the distance at the flat, open view of the scorched black flatlands and froze, unable to stop themselves from scratching their heads and looking at each other in disbelief. I remember there was a city here, but communication crystal is almost only affordable for the higher echelons of society, so commoners like the bosses, adventurers, and laborers in the merchant caravans usually lag behind in terms of news. But after such a big event, after all, paper can't wrap fire. Those nobles in order to stabilize and then cover the news. There are also many people among the commoners have learned. For a while, the lords ordered the city lords to close the city gates and block the magic fluctuation of the communication crystal to prevent any scouts from other countries from passing the news out. One of them simply had trouble sleeping and eating. Lewin was an existence that could destroy a city with the lift of a hand, and no one was sure if he would come to his head with dark clouds in the next second. However, after a small amount of time had passed, they didn't hear any more news about the destruction of the city, which made them relax a little. It seemed that Lewin's target was only Sher Ayala, and didn't intend to hitch a ride with them. This piece of heart disease solved, the pressure on the head of the nobles is still not small. The big tree of the Holy Monarch Empire fell, and they became lonely souls, and the next thing they had to face was not only the neighboring countries that had been eyeing them for a long time, but also the civilians who were usually being sucked in by all sorts of blood, and who could be in turmoil at any time. In order to be able to preserve their extravagant lives, most of them began to write letters, intending to send them to the village of Lorca, in which they expressed their reverence for Lucan, as well as their distaste for Garcia 9 by enumerating many of his evil deeds. But in fact, Garcia 9, who treated the commoners as if they were grass, treated these nobles no worse at all. In Lorca village, Lewin had just returned to his courtyard when he found Hofstadter and a strange middle-aged man standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him. Lord Lew, seeing that Lewin had landed, Hofstadter and the strange middle-aged man immediately shot forward a few steps. Hofstadter, what can I do for you? To Lewin, Hofstadter and the other original inhabitants of Lorca village were people of merit, so he always spoke to them in a gentle tone. It's like this, my lord. This man is the lord of Blood Deer City, Evan Alver. He said that he has something to ask to see you. So, Lewin nodded and sized up Evan, a slightly chubby man, around his 50s, probably because he usually ate and slept well. His skin and mental outlook looked good, like a young man in his 30s. Lord Lew, said Evan, walking up with a smile on his face. Something's up. Seeing that Lewin had returned so peacefully and the Empire hadn't made any major moves, Evan had already roughly guessed what would happen to the Imperial family. Not to mention the fact that he himself claimed that Garcia 9 was the product of an inbred marriage, and if Garcia 9 was still alive, then the Dragonhawk cavalry would have long ago departed from Shurayala and flown over his head, taking him and his family with him. Lord Lew, I've admired you for a long time, and I've always wanted to come visit you and accept your transfer, and at the same time I've long had enough of that tyrant, wild dog, rabid bastard Garcia, and me for ing his second wife's mother. Didn't you hear me tell you to say what you have to say? Lewin frowned slightly. Excuse me, Lord Lew. Evan immediately brought the topic to business. As you know, the Garcia family treats us humans like slaves, and he doesn't deserve to be our emperor, so I've decided to bring the entire Blood Deer City to pledge allegiance to you. From now on, you are the supreme ruler of Blood Deer City. Alright, I know. You go back. Lewin waved his hand. Evan's forehead was sweating and he was apprehensive inside. If he could successfully hug Lewin's thigh, his future would be bright. Since Lewin opened his mouth to let him go, he didn't dare to stay a minute longer and respectfully bid farewell to Lewin and Hofstadter before heading back to the inn. The young girl, Lydia, who had come to Lorca village to work, was sitting at the front desk fiddling with the books. Nuru said she could help, but she could make a 70% error rate on addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division above 3 digits, and Lydia didn't dare let her touch the ledger at all. And the big sister was now lying with her legs crossed on the recliner behind the counter, snoring. Seeing that it was almost dark, Evan, the city lord, pushed his way in, carefully placed a bag of coins on the counter, and said to Lydia in a polite tone, hello, could you prepare some goat's milk for me? My wife and daughters are used to bathing in goat's milk at night. As the city lord, although he usually didn't have the habit of looking down on commoners, he always spoke to them with the majesty of a superior, and after coming here, he didn't dare to be half-assed even when facing a waiter. Lydia raised her head and bit her pencil, took the money bag and examined the gold coins inside, then was stunned. You have too much money for these, just 1 gold coin. I haven't finished yet. The rest of the money is to pay for meals. Please make some dinners to send to those camps outside the village, preferably with meat and cheese and more wine. Thousands of knights and soldiers were camped here in a wild field outside of Lorca village. In the morning, Garcia 9 ordered Evan to bring troops to besiege the village of Lorca, and he weighed his options and refused outright, while thinking that Garcia 9 would likely not die and then order the other neighboring cities to send troops over. This was a good opportunity to show his loyalty, and he immediately brought his knights and soldiers to the village of Lorca, intending to defend this place to the death in case someone did come to fight, so that the probability of Lewin accepting him in the future would be a bit higher. Evan wiped his sweat as he went up the stairs. He had done all he could. The rest was up to Lady Luck to favor him or not. Luan's house. A night pearl that Lewin had brought from Yen Huan was placed inside the room, so oil lamps and candles were not needed at night and the room was bright. Hofstadter, tell me about this Evan. Is he a good officer? Lucan asked. Hofstadter thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Although Blood Deer City is at the bottom of the empire, but in fact, Lord Evan's ability isn't bad, because the royal family has been pumping Blood Deer City's blood. If there wasn't Lord Evans left and right, Blood Deer City would be far less than what it is now. Those soldiers outside the village, did he bring them? Yes, Lord Lew. He told me that the Emperor told him to surround the village of Lorca, but he didn't want to do that, and brought his troops only to protect the village of Lorca from any possible danger, and in case we thought too much of it, he took the initiative to stay at the village inn with his family, not a single guard. Lewin nodded at his words. In that case, this person can be trusted. Just let him continue to be the city lord of Blood Deer City. Managing a city is a lot harder than removing it, so it's nice to have someone reliable to help you manage it. Hofstadter continued. Yes, my lord. This time, without the royal family pressing on top, Blood Deer City will definitely develop quickly and become a great help to you. Lewin suddenly stared at Hofstadter and said with a smile, are you so persuasive that you're not afraid that I'll abandon your Lorca village when I have a more capable assistant? Hofstadter immediately said very seriously, Lord Lew, you have given us enough, and we are not greedy people. If something is very favorable to you, but the price is to abandon us, we are very much in favor of you doing it. Lewin laughed. Fine, fine, just based on your words. Even if Lorca village is useless to me in the future, I will still treat it well. Go get Evan over here. What the Celestials have taken from the humans in the past, from tomorrow onwards, I will make them double it back. Chapter 93, As You Like It. It would certainly take more effort to take control of an empire, but it would also give you a greater boost. When he initially came to this world, Luan didn't have much of an idea about the Holy Monarch Empire, because at that time, in Luan's eyes, the Celestials and humans were the same. So how could he himself rob someone else's country for his own selfish desires? Taking his time, taking a few more years to develop the village of Lorca would have the same effect, and for him with his infinite lifespan, it was a few hundred years that wasn't long at all. However, with the occurrence of one conflict after another, as well as his further understanding of the celestial race, he realized that the celestial race only superficially treats humans as compatriots, but in reality treats them as slaves that can be trampled on at will. From the memories of the members of the Celestial Council he read many dirty secrets. For example, there was a relic underneath the village of Lorca that was coveted by the Imperial family, and they thought that there must be rare treasures inside, perhaps hiding a magic potion that could make people live forever, no matter what. It could also make the strength of the empire go up by a large margin, but if this secret leaks out a little bit, it will definitely attract many countries to fight for it. So they anonymously hired the Minotaur Behemoth to destroy Lorca village, and transferred all the Wind Forest Knights, intending to make others think that the entire village of Lorca had perished due to an accident, and that the Empire would then send trusted people to stay in the village of Lorca under the pretext of repairing it in order to study that relic. This kind of dirty deed was but one of the things in Luan's red memories, and the celestial royal family had killed an unknown number of innocent humans for the benefit of the celestial race. So in his eyes, these celestials were no different from those demons and evils of Yin Huang who ate human flesh and drank human blood. Only that they were not as capable and had been eating human flesh and drinking human blood in a different way for hundreds of years. So this empire, also robbed, originally is to drink human blood to build up, and so on their own control, bring up the status of human beings. The original belongs to human beings to take back to return to them, but rather counted as a virtue. As for that relic, Luan had long noticed it with his divine sense, but he just wanted to wait until he reached the spirit transformation realm before going down to take a look. Evan had heard from Hofstadter on the way about Luan agreeing to dominate Blood Deer City and letting him remain the city's lord. So on this journey, he was a bit fluttery with his fast footsteps. His face was happy, and his mouth kept muttering words of praise for Luan. Lu de man. Evan, as if he had been kicked in the crotch, clenched his crotch and took small steps to kneel in front of Luan. Luan, get up. I have something for you to do. Ah, well. Evan immediately stood up obediently. As you wish. Since you're going to continue to be the city lord, you should go back to the Blood Deer City Lord's mansion starting tomorrow. The empire is a mess right now, and there's still quite a bit of work for us to do. Evan did not hesitate. Lord Lu, I will go back to the city's main house tomorrow, but my family will stay and live in the village of Lorca. The scenery and conditions here are very good. Hofstadter, I've been alive for dozens of years, and this is the first time I've heard someone say this place has a great view. And what does a view mean? The circle of hardwood walls around you that are 3 times taller than your short, fat ass? Lucan knew exactly what Evan meant at once. He wanted to bet his family here so that he could be reassured. He shook his head and said, there is no need to be like this. I know your mind. The family you take away is. Doubtful people don't use. Use people don't doubt. I dare to use you. I'm not afraid of what crooked thoughts you have. Evan froze. Doubting people is not useful. Using people is not. A short sentence seems to unite very profound truths. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Thank you, Lord Lu, for your trust. Well, tomorrow when you return to the city lord's mansion, the first thing you should do is to relocate all those factories and laboratories that emit alchemy mist, right to the surrounding celestial races' cities. Yes, Lord Lu, Evan kowtowed, but there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Luan noticed and said sternly, you have any doubts just say it. Since you are the lord of a city, besides taking orders from me, you should also do 10,000 considerations for the people of your city, and in the future, as long as there is something on the city's politics and strategies, you but say it without any harm, and I won't blame you. In this respect, you are not as good as Hofstadter. Hofstadter was complimented, and his old face was still a little embarrassed, while Evan couldn't help but think highly of Hofstadter inwardly because of this sentence. At the same time Evan inner rise a special feeling, before Garcia to him is never to call and shout. He dared to mention a little different ideas will be pointed at the nose scolding. If that's the case, then I'll say it, Lord Lu, there are a lot of civilians who rely on those alchemy factories to make ends meet, and I'm afraid that if they all move out, many of them will be out of work. and they could still have families to support. Lewin thoughtfully, but the mist emitted from those alchemy factories is toxic and extremely damaging to the health of humans in the city and even some of the surrounding villages. Evan's eyes darkened as he heard these words and his heart ached. Yes, my lord. The average lifespan of humans in Blood Deer City is 7 years, 3 months and 15 days lower than the Celestials, and it has a lot to do with this. The alchemical mist can cause considerable effects on the human body, including lung disease, poisoning, mental paralysis, developmental delays, and more. That was why Garcia 9 had moved the alchemy factories and laboratories to Blood Deer City in the first place. Every time he thought about it, Evan inwardly blamed himself and could do nothing about it. Lewin knew that this thing harmed people too much. He gazed for a moment and said, "Those alchemy factories and alchemy laboratories are very harmful. They must be moved away. The people who lost their jobs because of this, we will feed them first, and in the meantime train them in other vocational skills. Tomorrow I will go to other cities and relocate some healthy and livelihood-friendly industries to Blood Deer City, and by the way, I'll borrow some more money from them." Evan blinked. They probably wouldn't agree. No, they will agree, Lewin replied with an expressionless face. Factory relocation was not a simple matter. After a full week, the alchemy factories, alchemy laboratories in Blood Deer City were all moved. Lewin had Xianhun put a spell in the sky, blowing away all the alchemy mist that had accumulated in Blood Deer City, and sending down a sweet rainfall. The sky of Blood Deer City had never been as clean as it was today in more than 20 years. The people of Blood Deer City stared blankly at the long-lost blue sky and breathed in the fresh air, and many couldn't help but shed tears. Who would want their hometown to become devastated? At first, many people thought that Lewin was a demonic creature who liked to kill for fun after learning that Lewin had destroyed Shirayala, but now they realized that Lewin was a far greater being than a god. The gods didn't even say a word of justice when they were bullied by the Celestials, but Lewin helped them get back the blue sky and white clouds that belonged to them. The words were split, and the Lion City side of the story was a disaster. The celestial inhabitants of Stallion City watched in exasperation and discontent as highly polluting alchemy factories moved into their clean city, and watched the blue sky turn a little purple. They wailed, cursed, protested, condemned, and could do nothing but watch. All just like the humans in Blood Deer City 20 years ago. Some time ago, at the Goblin hunting competition, when the Celestials and the humans broke out into an argument, a freckle-faced little girl with double-twisted braids had condescendingly told the humans, "If you're capable, you'll make His Majesty the Emperor move all the alchemy factories away." Now she wasn't being condescending, because the alchemy factory had really moved her here, and was housed near her home. Aurelia arranged it. Alia directed the workers to move the stuff into the new factory, patted the dust on her hands, and looked at the little sparrow-faced girl next to her who was biting her lip and on the verge of crying. She poked her tongue out and said playfully, "As you wish." Inside the Lion City Lord's mansion, the Lord's forehead was sweating as he smiled curtly at Lewin and said, "That, Lord Lu, do you think these gold coins are enough? If not, I can still sell." Lewin interrupted with a wave of his hand. "These first. I'll come back for more if it's not enough." Chapter 94, He who carries a salary for all must not be saved. After the alchemy factories were moved, Luan persuaded many greener, more tax-paying industries to come. Matters relating to the livelihood of a city must be taken slowly. In short, everything in Blood Deer City is flourishing. At Lucan's behest, Evan sent soldiers to drive out the remaining members of the Eternal Light cult with beatings and kicks. The people had long since stopped wanting to worship this useless, rule-ridden deity, and had begun to worship Lewin. There were a number of stores on the streets selling Lewin peripherals, including sculptures and hair-binding headdresses. Even some clothing stores replicated the style of Luan's clothes. Of course, it was just made of ordinary fabrics, but the otherworldly handsome men and beautiful women wore Yen Huang's clothes, which had another kind of beauty. Another 7 days later, Lorca village, in front of a luxurious courtyard gate, the 5 members of the fire suppression squad were squatting in front of an old woman and chatting with her, though the old woman responded to them sentence by sentence. Her eyes were always sad and often wandered off. "Godmother, you must order us to do anything," Jocko said as he shook the old woman's hand. The old woman was Carter's widow. Since being saved by Carter's laying down her life, Alia often visited Mrs. Carter with her 4 younger siblings, and offered many times for Mrs. Carter to come and live in the village of Lorca, which would be easier for them to take care of. Mrs. Carter at first loathed the 5, and felt that without them her husband would now be alive, and would join her every evening to eat the smoked fish they had both enjoyed, and would walk with her after dinner, and sit with her and talk about the funny things they had done in their youth. But now, she's all alone. Her son and daughter died on the battlefield over a decade ago, and she can only sit alone in her rocking chair every night, staring at the blank walls. But when she had eased up a bit, she inwardly stopped blaming Oria and the others, for she knew what her husband was, And that was a man who had devoted his life to the prosperity of mankind. And it was his quest to die for the prosperity of mankind. So at one point when the 5 Aurelias came to visit again in spite of her slaps, she greeted them with a smile, prepared them lunch, and couldn't stop telling them about her and Carter's youth as they ate. Mrs. Carter often saw things, though, and broke down emotionally to the point of near suffocation every time she saw objects in her home that Carter had used in his life, his magic wand, his clothes, his cutlery. So she sold her house and moved to Lorca village as well. Lewin came back and learned about it, carrying Oria and the 5 of them to the front of Mrs. Carter, letting them worship Mrs. Carter as a righteous mother and do their best to serve as if they were their own mothers. And whoever wants to go against it will directly break the relationship between master and disciple with him. Hofstadter came to Luan's house carrying 2 boxes and carefully placed them on the floor. Lord Lu, these are the materials you ordered the merchant team to purchase 2 weeks ago. Got it. Go about your business. Hofstadter, Luan said softly. After Hofstadter left, Luan stood in the spacious hall and with a wave of his hand, a jade bed appeared in front of him. The 2 boxes automatically opened their lids, and the materials inside rose up with the wind and hovered around them. Blood Ganoderma lucidum, ice muscle jade bone grass, fire chain powder, and starlight grass. The heaven-swallowing karma flame rose up, devouring and refining all the materials. A stream of light shot out from the spirit sea and landed on the jade bed, transforming into a human form. It was a man with a face like a king's, with a very white, flawless complexion and a pair of horns growing from the top of his head. It was the corpse of a child of the Yen Huang dragon clan. The heaven-swallowing karma flame quickly engulfed it and slowly refined it. After a few moments of effort, the medicinal liquid transformed from those materials merged with the corpse of the dragon race, and the temperature of the heaven-swallowing karma flame changed as it continued to refine. Seeing that the time was almost right, Lewin pulled out a jade linglong from his spirit sea, which sealed a faint humanoid silhouette. That's Carter's soul. Fortunately, Lewin arrived nearby shortly after his death. It was only then that he had time to use this underworld jade linglong to preserve his soul. Carter saved his 5 disciples. Not only to his 5 disciples have grace, to him as a master also have a favor. How can Lewin watch him die regardless? After a few more minutes, Lewin used the dragon body as the embryo, supplemented by a variety of heavenly treasures, and remodeled a physical body out for Carter. This physical body could be much stronger than Carter's original Twilight body. The physical functions need not be mentioned, and the lifespan could be up to 10,000 years, and the appearance was also almost exactly the same as when Carter was in his 20s. Lewin had never seen what Carter looked like when he was 20 years old, but he could roughly deduce a 90% based on what he looked like in his 70s. Lewin had a little apprehension in his heart. In Yen Huang, ghosts have their own hell. Private resurrection of dead people. Maybe the king of Yen Luo will send Oxhead and Horseface up to see how things. The face of the easy immortal sect is there, so it's usually fine, but in this world there's no telling what will happen. The books in the library had many stories about where the souls of people in this world went after death. And the people of this world didn't know which was true, and Lewin knew even less. But forget it, Carter in their favor. Had to save. Really what to find. All the karma by their own to bear it. Carter's soul flew out of the jade linglong and drilled into this new body. Lewin withdrew the heaven-swallowing karmic flame, expended his divine consciousness origin, and utilized the ghostly blue origin soul flame to refine Carter's soul and physical body together. A few moments later, the origin soul flame dispersed, and Carter, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes, his handsome 20-something face carrying a few moments of doubt. Since Carter's death, Mrs. Carter has been sitting in her yard every night after dinner, looking at the grapevines on the shelf. The 5 Aurelias were helping her clean up the yard and clean up her room, and no one was bothering her. It seems late for smoked fish at this hour, ma'am, but it's not too late if you go out for a walk. A distant voice came from the doorway. Mrs. Carter was shaken, turned back incredulously, and then stood up shakily, holding on to the arm of her chair. Despite the dim light, she recognized the figure that had haunted her. It should have been a frightening thing to see someone who had died come back in the middle of the night, but Mrs. Carter couldn't care less about that, and with a step and a tear in her eye she walked to the door and hugged Carter tightly to her. It was half an hour before Mrs. Carter was convinced of the fact, and her emotions smoothed out a little. Mr. Carter, Alia and the others put down the work in their hands and walked over, kneeling on the ground in unison. Mr.'s kindness in saving his life is unforgettable for all eternity. Mr. sacrificed his life for the prosperity of mankind, and from now on, Mr.'s ideals are our ideals. Carter nodded his head repeatedly. Well, I have no regrets about saving a few of you until the moment I die. By the way, Lord Lu asked me to give you this. Carter took out a bottle of the elixir that Lewin had just given. This is, said Mrs. Carter, taking it with some confusion. Lord Lu said that eating it would make you like me. Carter was also a bit confused. Mrs. Carter hesitantly took the pills. The body immediately began to undergo a huge change. White hair gradually turned into gold. Wrinkles on the face disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin became glossy, and the body was straight. She had also changed back to her 20s. Chapter 95 Underworld Body. As time went on, celestial cities like Lion City bemoaned more and more as the alchemy factories polluted the city more and more deeply. Humans are used to it. The Celestials are just getting started. More and more Celestials felt daily dizziness and nausea as they smelled the cheap industrial flavors in the air. When these alchemy factories were first moved to Blood Deer City, they clapped their hands and urged the humans to have a big picture view of the situation. That the alchemy factories would surely bring them benefits, and not to be short-sighted. Now none of this group of Celestials mentioned the benefits of the gold refinery anymore either. Lord Lu, another celestial race has come to protest in our area. Evan reported to Luan with his communication crystal. Have humans ever gone to protest before because of the alchemy factory? Luan asked. Been there. What did the Celestials do then? They beat the protesters with sticks and threw them in jail for half a month and fined them a lot of money. Could any of the Celestials have spoken for us in the first place? No, but there were quite a few people clapping their hands and saying they deserved it. Oh, beat that group of Celestials so hard that one of them smashes a leg off, locks them up for a year, doubles the fine, and puts them out to work in an alchemy factory for the rest of their lives until they're 80 years old. Yes, my lord. Outside of Blood Deer City, the Celestials who had come to protest were still trying to eat, waiting for the Lord of Blood Deer City to compromise. Even if it meant moving the alchemy factory back to half of Blood Deer City. They also knew that Luan was not to be messed with, and that Blood Deer City was not to be messed with, but they just couldn't live any longer. And the ones who were used to clean air were tormented every second in the air full of alchemy mist. They didn't think about the fact that in the beginning, for the sake of their living environment, the humans in Blood Deer City had suffered this kind of suffering for more than 20 years. The city gates were suddenly opened, and a group of Blood Deer City knights poured out, lifting their hands to the group of Celestials and hitting them hard. Because of condensation, the humans now knew that the Celestial race was actually no more noble than them, and combined with the fact that the Celestial race had ridden on their heads for so many years, and had screwed them over for so many years, each and every one of them had reached the extreme of their hatred for the Celestial race. Get on your knees, the Knight Captain wailed, raising the hilt of his sword and slamming it down on the head of the lead Celestial. Ow! That human screamed in pain, and a large purple chunk of his head popped out. The human knights vented their inner rage and beat up on the group of Celestials. The Celestials had always viewed humans as inferior to themselves, never imagining that one day the poles would be reversed and the other party would not be used to them at all. Ah, you guys actually dare to beat us. Is there any king's law left? For s sake. In the past, when you Celestials beat us humans, 8 out of 10 times you beat us for nothing. Why didn't you talk about the king's law back then? We merely want the alchemy factories to move back to Blood Deer City a few more, said the Celestials. That ING thing was yours in the first place, and we humans are just giving it back to you now. And you have the face to mention moving the alchemy factories back again? When these alchemy factories were moved to our Blood Deer City more than 20 years ago, you didn't think it would come to this day, did you? The Knight Captain's eyes grew redder and redder. I see your Celestial's old ancestors, Mom, my father, my mother, all died of lung disease a few years ago because of the alchemy mist. You guys have only inhaled the alchemy mist for a few days and this is too much to bear? Then we didn't stop you from protesting in the first place, the Celestials said weakly. The Knight Captain was infuriated. Ha ha, now you want to compete with us to see who can be more unreasonable? Well, arrest them all, strip them naked and parade them around the streets, then break a leg for each of them, put them all in jail, and give them water and food once every 5 days. As soon as the Celestials heard this, they immediately became anxious. On what grounds? Are you still being reasonable? The Knight Captain sneered. When we humans begged to reason with you, did you treat us? We merely treated you the way you treated us. The knights captured the group of Celestials, stripped them of their clothes, dressed them with twine, and paraded them through the streets with whips. Many of the humans onlookers then remembered that it seemed that from the past until now, they had always only seen humans being paraded around and insulted like this, and that the Celestials would not be punished with this kind of extremely insulting punishment no matter what laws they had broken. Distinctive treatment had always existed, but now that Luan had arrived, the humans had finally reclaimed their dignity and had the opportunity to return what the Celestials had brought to them in the past. Doubled back, outside the village of Lorca, the weather is clear and the grasslands are vast. Luan and Rael stood opposite each other. Rael is 16 years old and looks about the same age as Luan. His hair was silky and fell to his shoulders, plus his features were soft and feminine, nothing like the sunny type of Gar. and he spoke softly. Alya, out of some kind of fetish, grabbed him every day to brush and style his hair and dress him in such unisex outfits, so his whole body looked more like a shy and introverted girl. Rael, you seem to be harboring some secret you haven't mentioned to us. Rael was stunned. Since he was accepted by Luan as a disciple, he had never touched necromancy again, and the member of the Black Calamity who had threatened him several times asked him to fulfill some sinful tasks. He had never been there and had always treated it as if he hadn't heard it. He had thought that everything was in the past, but he didn't realize that Lord Lu seemed to have known about it long ago. Lord Lu, said Rael, nervously clutching the corner of his coat. Anyone who has their own secrets doesn't necessarily have to tell them, but let me ask you, are you bitter about this? Rael didn't want to give more trouble than he needed, but there was no one in the world more reliable than Luan. He nodded. I'm your master. Naturally I have the responsibility to take care of you. If you want me to help you out, just say so. If not, I won't ask about this anymore in the future. Rael pursed his lips and revealed his secret to the world. Necromancy. Luan had seen the introduction in the books in the library, but necromancy was a taboo, and the Empire had always killed those who practiced necromancy with no amnesty, and there were even fewer records in the books, so Luan also knew very little. So, you are afraid that people will look down on you because of this? Luan asked. Rael nodded. Teacher says that learning necromancy is more shameful than being a traitor to the Empire. Luan snorted. How could that be? I know a few of your character. How could you be a shameful person? Let me ask you, have you harmed anyone because of this? Rael shook his head. No, not one. So did you really betray your country? Neither did I. Every time the man gave me a task, I tried to delay it as long as I could, and never once went through with it. That's not the end of it. That man threatened you, saying that he would kill you if you didn't do what he said. But you would rather be threatened with your life than harming others. This kind of character, who dares to say it's shameful? Luan lightly laughed and touched Rael's head. Rael blushed slightly and said in a soft voice, Thank you, Lord Lu. Luan returned to the topic. Originally, the gas into the body for a long time. On your body plate destruction is tantamount to poison. You now either become dry, or will die directly. But you have a special physique, with our system said, called the meditative body, affected by the impact of the small. I know a few kinds of cultivation. You this meditative body cultivation with half the effort. How about it? Want to learn it? Much like necromancy? Rael hesitated. Luan nodded. There are similarities. Rael sighed. It's better to forget about it. Lord Lu, practicing undead magic is just too evil, and if that guy hadn't forced me into it, I wouldn't want to touch it again in this life. Luan, however, shook his head. I'm not too familiar with that undead magic, but these several cultivation methods of mine, you'll have to harm people even though you've learned them, but you'll be able to completely choose whether to go for the bad guys or the good guys. How's it going to be? Do you want to learn it? Rael completely trusted Luan's words, so he nodded his head obediently. Aha! Luan frowned. Also Rael, if that person comes to you again, take me there with you. I want to see who keeps threatening my good disciple. Chapter 96, The Secret Code of Tyene. Yes, I know, Lord Lu. Rael nodded obediently, his heart warming up. A few of him always felt that he should try to stay out of trouble for Luan, but Luan felt that it was his duty as a master to solve some troubles for his disciple. After all, that was what his master did to him. All 5 of Rael were currently only Luan's registered disciples, and Luan intended to examine them for a while longer before formally accepting a few of them as his disciples. Relax your mind. I'll pass this secret code of Tyene to you. Luan stretched out a finger and tapped it on Rael's forehead. Rael's mind swelled and he instantly felt a flood of memories flood into his mind. Said Rael as he couldn't help but cover his head and rub it, slowly digesting the memories. It was something far more subtle than the chi refining technique that Luan had previously passed on to them, and Rael could feel that with him not being able to comprehend 1% of it yet. Indeed, the secret code of Tyene was different from the returning pestle sword technique in that it contained the underworld-type canonical collections of many sects, and if one were to master them all, even if one had heavenly talent, one would have to spend hundreds of years. Rael savored the secret code of Tyene. His eyes dulled in deep in thought. This thing did have some similarities with necromancy, but just the first 1% was dozens of times stronger than the necromancy he had learned. Cultivating necromancy would inevitably have a negative impact on the body. So many necromancers' bodies were as dry and decaying as the undead. The secret code of Tyene was even more powerful and did more damage to the practitioner's body, but it contained all sorts of ways to deal with it at the same time, and by following these methods, one could minimize the negative effects of the secret code of Tyene to zero. You slowly comprehend. There is no need to rush. If there are any obscure places that are difficult to understand, I will guide you. Although this secret codex I am only shallow, but it is still more than enough to guide you, Luan said with his hands behind his back. Thank you, Lord Lu. Can I go and cultivate according to the methods in here now? Rael was rarely a bit excited. Didn't you hear what I just told you? Don't be in a hurry. Luan frowned and chided. Ah, yes, Lord Lu. This secret book is just too appealing. Rael scratched his head in embarrassment. You are a Een underworld body, and this Tyene secret code is 100 times more compatible. And stepping into Foundation establishment is only a matter of these few years, but you should also progress gradually, or else your foundation will be unstable, and it will be too late for you to regret it, Luan said in a serious tone. Rael nodded thoughtfully. Luan continued, you carefully read the secret code of Tyene body control chapter 10 times, each time for no less than half an hour. With that said, he walked over to a tree, crossed his legs and began to meditate, waiting for Rael to finish reading. Body control? Yes. Rael immediately nodded his head, recalling the body control chapter verbatim, over and over again in his mind. A few hours later, about 30% of the contents of the corpse control chapter in the secret code of Tyene had been figured out. Lord Lu, I'm better, Rael whispered. Luan gently opened his eyes and nodded, then stood up with a wave of his hand, and a copper-armored corpse suddenly appeared in front of Rael. The bronze-armored corpse was holding its arms high, its eyes tightly closed, not moving at all, and a corpse-suppressing talisman was affixed to its forehead. Rael had never seen a real Yin Huang zombie before, but there were always drawings of zombies in the secret code of Tyene, so he wasn't particularly shocked. He just curiously moved closer and carefully looked up and down. It is said that this thing is so powerful that it is invulnerable to swords and spears, so I wonder who is more powerful compared to the death marshal created with necromantic magic. In any case, if you can have one of these to assist you in battle, your overall strength must be multiplied several times over, right? I'll tear off the talisman that suppresses him, and you control it with the tricks of the corpse controlling chapter to make it work for you. As Luan spoke, his fingers had clamped down on the corpse control talisman. Yes, Rael was soft on the outside, but he wasn't actually weak on the inside. Otherwise he wouldn't have been threatened by that Black Calamity member for so long without compromising. Wow! The bronze-armored corpse had sensed 2 masses of yang qi beside him, and as soon as the corpse-suppressing talisman was ripped off, he immediately swept his arm across the body and slammed it toward Luan. Luan slapped him to the ground and stepped on the bronze-armored corpse. The latter couldn't stop struggling, but Luan's leg didn't move. It all happened so fast that Rael didn't react at all. Good. Speed. Sorry Lord Lu. I didn't react. Rael said timidly. It's fine. It's normal to be a beginner. This low-level zombie is driven purely by the mass of Yin Qi in its cerebellum. You try to use your true Qi to influence the mass of Yin Qi in its cerebellum as a way to make it act according to your mind, Luan said. Rael nodded. Yes. He did not say anything more, refused to waste a single second. Immediately according to the luck technique in the Controlling Corpses chapter to make the true Qi in the body along certain meridians to run a circle, and then outwardly out of the body, to affect the copper-armored corpse cerebellum within the mass of Yin Qi. It wasn't a simple task. Rael kept trying, running his power to recover when his true Qi ran out, until he finally managed to make the copper-armored corpse that had been struggling stop after 2 hours. Luan gave a shallow smile and complimented. Worthy of being a Een underworld body. Learning this point in 2 hours is already very fast. How could other people take a day or two? Hearing Luan praise himself, Rael felt sweet in his heart and thought to himself that Luan was really a treasure master. Luan let go of his foot, and the bronze-armored corpse stood up at once, motionless in its place. Now, try to get it to do the basic movements of forward and backward, jumping, and attacking. The techniques required to run the true Qi, the methods of influencing the Yin Qi, and other techniques were different for each maneuver, and the requirements were so delicate that Rael tried them for several more hours. It wasn't until it got a little darker that he was barely able to control the copper-armored corpse to jump onto a tree and reach out to poke down a bunch of branches, leaving the tree bare. Not bad, not bad. Luan nodded his head in satisfaction. This kind of talent could truly be called excellent. He continued. It's almost time. Go back and rest. You've been practicing controlling corpses this afternoon in addition to non-stop depletion of true Qi and non-stop operation of the Qi refining technique to replenish your true Qi. The harvest isn't small, right? Rael nodded happily. Yes, Lord Lu. I feel like I have more true Qi again. Well, when you get to the foundation stage and learn the techniques in the secret code of Tyene, your true Qi will be on a higher level, and your recovery speed will be increased by at least 3 times. And the distance of your true Qi outward emission is very short in the Qi refining stage right now. And although it is enough to control this zombie to act as a personal bodyguard, it is also quite restrictive. And when you get to the foundation stage, you will be able to control the zombie remotely to do more things, Luan said. This passage, at once, aroused in Rael infinite thoughts of the future in the A few months of chi refining stage was already stronger than his nearly 10 years of magic learning, and he had heard that the foundation establishment stage would be more than a few times stronger than it was now. He couldn't wait to reach the foundation establishment stage right away, but as soon as he remembered that Luan had told him more than once today that he should not be in a hurry, he immediately forced down this excitement in his heart. And usually, listening to Lord Lu's words, the foundation establishment stage, for this path that Luan led them on, was only just the beginning. Luan put away the copper-armored corpse, intending to hand it over to Rael after he could completely control it, and once it was dark, the copper-armored corpse's ability was twice as strong as it was during the day, so Rael couldn't control it at all. The two walked back to the village of Lorca, and after parting ways, Luan returned home to find Oria and Hertz crouched in front of the door, waiting for him. When they saw Luan coming over, the two immediately stood up and greeted him. Olivia said with a somewhat strange expression, "Lord Lu, why is there the sound of a dog barking all the time in your yard? And the barking is a bit miserable. Did someone's dog jump in? But you're not at home, so we don't dare to go in privately." Dog barking? Luan was a bit puzzled, then looked up at the 8-meter-high courtyard wall, thinking that even a dog jumping over the wall in a hurry can't jump this high. Could it be that the spiritual chi around his courtyard was too rich and a dog had become a spirit? Chapter 97, To Kill or to Keep? Normally, when Luan was not at home, no one in Lorca village dared to enter his yard privately, even if the strangest sounds came from inside. If it had been any other strange movement, even an explosion, Aurelia wouldn't have cared. But the barking was so mournful that Oria felt as if the dog was in heat. If that's the case, then Lord Lu must mind. But Luan wasn't home and she and hers were afraid to go in. So the two of them stood outside the wall and tried various methods to try to lure the dog out, including having hers learn to bark. It kept trying for over an hour, and the dog inside didn't come out, but it still kept barking miserably. "Ah, I know what it is." Luan suddenly remembered something and pushed open the courtyard door and walked in, followed by Alia and hers. Walking up to one of the empty houses, Lucan raised his hand and the lock popped open across the room. Then he pushed the door open, and it was only then that Oria and Hertz could see what the dogs were barking at. This is the Goblin King?" Hertz pointed at the Goblin King whose skinny cheeks were sunken in. It was sitting half crouched, half sitting in that circle of the painted circle with a desperate whimper in its throat. Luan had wanted to capture it for some rewards at the goblin hunting competition at the time, but at that time, the members of the Celestial Council had almost killed 5 of his disciples at the behest of the Emperor, so he went to Shur Ayala to take revenge. Because the goblin hunting competition was all gone, this Goblin King was really of no use, so Luan forgot about it for the time being. It had been in a drawn circle all this time. It hadn't touched a bit of food or water. If it had been a human, I'm afraid that it would have died of thirst long ago. Luan lifted the drawing of the dungeon he had set up, and the Goblin King was inwardly ecstatic when he saw that the aperture was gone. But when he looked up to see that Luan's raised right hand was condensing some kind of strong energy, he immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed in fear. Luan thought to himself that there was no point in keeping this thing. Putting it back, it would still have to order the other kobolds to steal territory from the humans, so why not just slap it to death? Oria suddenly spoke. "Lord Lu, wait." Luan turned his head back in confusion, but the true chi in his hand did not dissipate. "I don't think we need to kill it. There's a great use for keeping him." "What's the point?" Hertz asked suspiciously. "First, all the surrounding kobolds are completely obedient to the Kobold King, even if they lose their lives. Controlling this Kobold King is equivalent to controlling an army of kobolds that reproduces quickly and has a decent fighting strength, which is a resource of quite high value. Secondly, we can get the Kobold King to order all kobolds to stop hurting humans. Although we people are not afraid of kobolds, there are always ordinary villagers or caravans that are injured or killed by kobolds. Thirdly, although Lord Lu could manage to make the surrounding kobolds disappear completely, I don't agree with doing so. The expansion of the kobold community will squeeze the living environment of the magical creatures in the wild, and because the dark vermilion star is there, the number of magical creatures is something that will keep growing out of thin air. So if we control the kobold community, and then slightly control the speed of their reproduction, it will save us some trouble. Hers also brightened up. The empire is scattered now. The soldiers of other countries will soon fight over. Maybe they will use their troops against Blood Deer City. We can let the kobolds go to charge the battlefield instead of the soldiers. Anyway, the kobolds are completely obedient to the Kobold King, and they won't hesitate to let them die. Aurelia nodded. That's right. Luan felt that it made some sense. The kobolds had killed so many humans in previous battles. It was most appropriate to let them charge the battlefield instead of the humans now. Moreover, he had learned from the book that when a Kobold King existed in a kobold group, the next Kobold King would not be born. So in the long run, controlling this Kobold King making it loyal to the Lorca village, and not letting it just die, would minimize the hidden dangers caused by the birth of the next Kobold King. Sooner or later, he would leave Lorca village, and Alia and the other disciples would have to go out to practice for a while, so it would indeed be a good choice to let the Goblin army live in the wilds of Lorca village and become a protective barrier for Lorca village. Oria, you have thought this through well, Lewin said approvingly. He walked up to the Goblin King and held out a finger, which immediately lit up with a small cluster of ghostly blue embers. With a flick of his finger, the small flame crashed into the Goblin King's forehead and disappeared into it. Ah! The Goblin King immediately fell to the ground and began to howl in pain. It did not eat or drink for a long time. Its body was weak to the extreme, but at this time the screams were unusually loud, making Hertz feel shivering. For her part, Oria didn't find it creepy in the least, her eyes still a little excited that her decision was about to come to fruition. A few moments later, the cluster of blue fire burrowed back out, bringing out a few traces of the Goblin King's soul. Lewin took out a jade pendant and sealed the Goblin King's soul in with his hand. After everything was over, Lewin threw the jade pendant to Oria. Give this to Hofstadter and tell him to crush this jade pendant if there's even a hint of abnormality in the Goblin King, and at that time, this Goblin King will also instantly scatter his soul. Good, replied Oria happily. Alright, let's take this guy to get something to eat first. I don't think it's far from dying. Lewin pointed at the completely deflated Goblin King. Come on man, let's go get some beer. Hertz walked up and pulled the Goblin King up. The Goblin King had accepted its fate, but it felt that there was nothing unacceptable about it. It was better than death. Hungry cry cackled body. Oh, which hungry gr, said the Goblin King as he gestured. What a bird language. Can't understand it. Hertz spread his hands helplessly. The voice of the world can't translate the language of the kobolds, because their intelligence is too low. Except for the Kobold King, and the language they invented can't be called a language at all, and there are more than 50% of language contradictions between neighboring tribes. However, the Goblin King is special. It has a high IQ, so it can learn human language slowly. Chapter 98, Storage Ring. Rail was the one with the fastest rate of progress out of the 5, so Lewin intended to focus on training him these days. The next day, he called Rail, who was already up early, and the two of them went to a clearing outside the village of Lorca. Lewin raised his hand and beckoned out the copper-armored corpse, allowing Liar to continue practicing the corpse control technique over and over again according to the essentials of the secret code of Tying Corpse Control chapter. Rail was very serious and tireless in his learning, plus he was already gifted in this area, so after only most of the day, he had improved a great deal from yesterday. After practicing until mid-afternoon, Lewin saw that he was already more skilled at basic corpse control, so he summoned a jumping corpse and let Liar practice controlling the copper-armored corpse to go over the top with the jumping corpse. Bang bang bang! The jumping corpse's arm kept colliding with the copper-armored corpse. Rail stood less than a meter away from the jumping corpse, narrowly escaping being hit by the jumping corpse several times, but still wore a confident smile on his face and didn't move his body by half. Although the jumping zombie was an ordinary zombie, it was still a lot stronger than an ordinary person, and in case it hit Rail, it was bound to injure him as well. However, Rail's control over the bronze armor corpse became more and more skillful, almost like his own arms and legs. The speed of the jumping corpse's strikes wasn't slow compared to Rail, but it could never touch him, and every time it made a move, it was blocked by the copper-armored corpse. Lewin stood at a distance, looking at Rail, who had improved significantly, and nodded in satisfaction. What master would not be happy to see his disciple prosper? Not bad, not bad. Liar, your talent is higher than I thought. No, not only talent. Your level of hard work also satisfies the master. Take a rest for a while. You haven't yet reached the realm of the grain, and it's not good for your body if you haven't eaten any rice or water from morning until now, Lewin said as he walked over, and with a wave of his hand, Rail didn't see anything, and when he came back to his senses, the bronze-armored corpse and the jumping corpse already had a corpse-suppressing talisman pasted on each of their foreheads. Rail was honestly still a little bit unfulfilled, but always kept in mind what Lewin had said about not rushing things, so he nodded his head and said, "Yes, Lord Lew." However, he still couldn't help but look forward to his future, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Lord Lew, can I control more zombies in the future?" Lewin nodded. "As your realm rises, the quality of your true chi will become higher and higher. By then you will be able to control more corpse fiends to help you at the same time, and the corpse fiends that you control will be much stronger than the copper-armored corpses. The secret codex of Tying, refining corpses, contains methods of refining all kinds of corpse fiends. Although you can't learn them right now, you can take a look at them in your spare time." "Well, good." Rail nodded obediently. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly that he would be able to control something even more powerful than a copper-armored corpse in the future. But soon he thought of another question. "Then, Lord Lew, In the future, if I control many zombies, let's say 10 or 8, will I be unable to control them by myself? The little guy is thinking far enough. Luan couldn't help but laugh. At that time, your soul power will follow suit. Not to mention controlling 10 or 8, even 180,000 is no big deal. Rail heard this and stared. According to his guess, like the copper armor corps, the strength of the existence of a few thousand as long as the extermination of a country. I'm afraid that there is no suspense. 1,800,000 than the copper armor corps zombies. That is strong to what extent is simply completely unimaginable. Would not it be able to easily rule this world? But that will have to be a long time from now. You don't need to think about that for now, if you just want hundreds of thousands of zombies to help you fight. In fact, it's not difficult. Tie-in Secret Cannon has many spells that can temporarily cover your and your partner's yang qi. Then you release a corpse will help you get rid of the enemies that don't have yang qi covered. But there are many limitations to doing so. For example, it can only be effective on zombies without spirit. These zombies only act out of instinct, and their hands are not as good as those of a human being to control them. Furthermore, if your enemy also has no yang qi, then the zombies will not attack him, so you still have to practice the zombie control technique well. Well, I understand, Lord Lu. I will seriously focus on practicing the corpse control technique in the future. Rail's eyes were clear and bright with anticipation. Who knows that Luan shook his head. Not enough. Just practicing the corpse control technique is far from enough. The secret code of Tie-in is the profound codex of the Tie-in school, which encompasses everything. You not only have to learn how to control and refine the corpse fiend, you have to learn some of things like body lightness, body protection techniques, god protection techniques, martial arts and spells, and drawing charms and alchemy and whatnot. Cultivators are different from wizards and fighters, although they also have their own focuses, for other fields have to be refined as well. A sudden sense of powerlessness rose within Rail as he heard this, feeling as if he were standing in front of a huge ball of wool tied with millions of dead ends to straighten it out. But after a few moments of effort, Rail regained his composure, thinking about what Lord Lu had passed on to him, and how the more trouble he could go through the more he could learn must also be the more he could learn. Take it one step at a time. During this period of time you will learn the Shining Ink technique of the spell chapter first in addition to continuing to practice controlling corpses. After you have learned and mastered it, I will give you one thing to do. Hearing this, Rail felt a rush of excitement inside, a little impatient to get to the big show. Just stay still for a moment, close your eyes and relax your mind. Rail had absolutely no idea what Luan was going to do, but obediently did as he was told. Soon, he felt a pain in his head, as if a piece of himself had been torn out. He couldn't help but grunt softly, and a moment later, he realized that even though his eyes were closed, he could feel a ring right next to him, and that ring seemed to have become a part of him. Okay, you can open your eyes now, Luan said softly. Rail opened his eyes and realized that he had a dark silver ring over his pinky that was inextricably linked to him. What is it? Rail asked curiously. This is a storage ring. You can use it to store items. Now, gaze and carefully perceive it. Aha! Rail obediently closed his eyes and carefully perceived the ring, and all of a sudden, his consciousness seemed to be pulled into an almost invisible void of space that had no light at all, but he himself was able to see every item inside. Kettles, bread, bacon, tents. Rail had practiced all day without a sip of water, and was at that moment so thirsty that when he saw the canteen he got up the idea of grabbing it in his hand. Suddenly, in reality, he felt an additional item in his hand, and when he opened his eyes, it was the kettle. Amazing! Rail couldn't help but marvel. Although the magic world also has a space bag and space ring, but the former need to reach in and take, and the space inside is not big, and a sack is almost the same. The latter is extremely precious. Liar has never touched it, just heard that only people with very strong spiritual power can use it, never something he can use. Thank you, Lord Lu, Rail said with a smile. Luan resisted the urge to rub a hand on Rail's head and lightly coughed. The main purpose of giving you this is for you to use it for releasing zombies in the future. And from now on, this copper armored corpse and this jumping corpse will be yours. Good Lear nodded, and after standing a bit closer, with a thought, he put this copper armored corpse and this jumping corpse into his storage ring. Luan turned around. Come on, go back first. Hofstadter and Evan should still be waiting for me. Chapter 99, States on the Move. After Luan raised Shur Ayala to the ground, the nobles began to write letters and send them to the village of Lorca to express their loyalty to Luan. For these nobles, Luan decided to use them for the time being and let each of them continue to be in charge of their own territories. This was also a helpless move, because the empire had suppressed humans for hundreds of years, and there were too few humans with political talent, so they still had to be tapped slowly. Besides, Luan was looking at impacting the god transformation stage and needed to close his eyes to cultivate often. Not to mention that he didn't have the heart to take care of so many messy things, so he needed these people to take care of the empire for him for the time being. However, Luan had already decided in his heart that with the passage of time, after enough human management talents were found, these celestial nobles were to all be removed and replaced with trusted humans from Lorca village to take over. A huge conference room had been built in Hofstadter's home, with a round table in the center, which in turn housed a huge communication crystal. In the crystal were the faces of individual celestial nobles, some of them sad, some of them joyful, and some of them expressionless, seemingly pondering something. Each of these nobles is a lord, and they haven't had a good time of it lately. They all tacitly blocked out the news that Shur Ayala had been flattened and that the emperor was dead, and to that end they all ordered the gates of the city to be sealed off, forbidding anyone to enter or leave. But this was just not an option, and it was certainly difficult to maintain for a long period of time. Eventually it was made known to other countries 3 days ago. For a time, certain countries around them were dumbfounded, and everyone knew that this was a good opportunity to appropriate the sacred monarch empire. Some of them looked for all kinds of reasonable reasons, while some didn't even bother to look for reasons, and after reorganizing their armies, they were going to send them to the various territories of the Holy Monarch Empire. War is imminent. The moment the door to the conference room was pushed open, the crowd that had just been slightly lazy immediately sat up straight. Lord Lu, you're here. Lord Lu, your majesty. Even though Luan had been late for a long time, neither of them dared to say anything more. After Luan greeted the people in the conference room one by one, he sat in an inconspicuous position. He had spoken to Evan and others that he was only here to observe this meeting. Seeing that Lord Lu had arrived, the meeting began quickly, and consisted of nothing more than who each of these nobles were going to face, their respective coping strategies, and the support they hoped to receive. Luan, who was listening from the sidelines, took this opportunity to gain a general understanding of the character, ability, and situation that these noble lords had to face. I think we should tell the enemy nations how powerful Lord Lu is, and they will surely not dare to use their troops against us again. Midway through the meeting, a noble proposed. Another noble said weakly, that won't help. In fact, I wrote a letter the other day informing the enemy of the fact that our sire can destroy a city on his own. Has the enemy succumbed? No, they wrote back that their queen could destroy a country on her own. Crowd, but it makes sense when you think about it. Who would believe such a thing without visual evidence? At the end of the meeting, a low-status noble pursed his lips and spoke after a moment of hesitation. Your Majesty, will you give us some support? Although there wasn't any enthronement ceremony and no one had ever stood up and said it explicitly, these nobles all defaulted to Luan being the new emperor, so they called him His Majesty. Luan said softly, no, there won't be any support, but rest assured, we will win this war. As soon as the crowd heard this, they immediately put their hearts down. Luan had caused them to be incomparably panicked, but now that they were on the same page, they were incomparably reassured. Luan wasn't worried about the safety of these Celestials, he remained disgusted with the Celestials, but having the Empire's territory taken by others and the Empire's troop strength damaged wouldn't do him half as much good. Also, don't call me Your Majesty, I have no desire to be Emperor, and the new Emperor, I will introduce to you after a while. Yes, we got it. The crowd did not dare to have any objections. After the meeting, Luan sent for Jocko and Hers again. The two men sat upright, inwardly speculating with apprehension what Luan was going to explain to them. I intend to make Carter the emperor of the new empire, Luan said bluntly. I see. Lord Carter is a good fit. Jocko nodded. That's right, if you don't have your heart set on being emperor, Lord Lu, then there's no one better to be the new emperor than my godfather Carter, Hers said with a cheap grin. However, although Carter is bent on being a human, his heart is ultimately too kind, and even when facing the Celestials, his wrist is definitely not too strong. My aim is to take back all the things that the Celestials took from the humans in the past, and at the very least, reverse the status of the two races. So I need to find talented humans who also have a deeper hatred for the Celestials to assist him, and balance out his character. For this type of people, it's up to you two to find them, Luan instructed. Yes, Lord Lu, understood. Please feel free to leave it to us. The two men agreed seriously. Alright, you two go back and get ready. We'll leave tomorrow. Just go to Hofstadter for as much money as you need. We're going to get ready. Good night, Lord Lu. Hers and Jocko got up and left the conference room, and Luan soon heard them greeting Alia in the hallway. A few seconds later, Oria saucily walked in wearing a white-pink trimmed magical robe, buckskin boots, and lacy white stockings that revealed the absolute domain. Good evening, Lord Lu. Is something wrong, Alia? Luan was a bit puzzled. He didn't seem to have assigned any tasks to Oria lately. Oria half plopped down on the conference table, blinking her big eyes. Leave it to me to investigate the loyalty of the nobles. How did you know about this? Evan leaked it to you? Luan frowned. No, it wasn't him. I surmised for myself that you would do it. Oria waved her hand hurriedly. Not everyone among the nobles was greedy for life and death. A few still had more backbone, but they were helpless in the face of Luan, who could wipe out a city with one person, and to take revenge would be to lead their soldiers to their deaths. Some of them fled out of the Holy Monarch Empire with their families and a few possessions, and Luan didn't bother with this group of people, instead asking Evan to quickly assign people who could make do to take over the territory. On top of that, Luan also knew that these nobles who obeyed him, there must be some others who only obeyed on the surface, but were still plotting something in private, so he was going to ask Evan to find some capable people to investigate. After all, this kind of thing was dangerous, and Alia and the others weren't strong enough. But I didn't expect Alia to guess this. Alia, why would you want to go through with this? Luan was a bit puzzled. Oria leaned over the table and smiled. After that incident with Adele, I've been admonishing myself to be a person who is no longer weak. And now, I want to see if I can really do it through this. When Luan heard this, he inwardly realized that Aurelia had already even thought of what to do with the noble with bad intentions after capturing him. Alright, then this matter is for you to do. Luan nodded his head in agreement. Then a string of golden bells tied with a red string was added to his hand. This matter will be dangerous for you, but it's really an opportunity to exercise you. Take this and use it when you encounter a danger that you can't solve by yourself. Mountain Demon Bells. Mortal Immortal Realm Dharma Treasure. Good. Thanks to Lord Lu. Alia smiled and took the Mountain Demon Bell. Chapter 100, Approach of the Elite Troops to the Village of Lorca. After Jocko, Hers, and Oria left Lorca Village to go on a mission, Luan actually had a hint of an empty feeling rising in his heart. After all, the five of them had accompanied him for a long time in the past. From this, it also occurred to Luan that he didn't know to what extent his master would be worried if he disappeared from Yen Huang for so long. Gotta hurry up and raise my cultivation to find a way back. The Gash Kingdom's 30,000 elite soldiers walked in neat arrangement across the grasslands, recklessly entering the Holy Monarch Empire's territory. Marshal Loxa rode on a 2-meter-tall warhorse with a confident smile on his face. All the soldiers were also full of vigor, and they could see little fatigue despite having walked a long distance. It would soon be near Blood Deer City, and according to the plan, these elite troops of theirs would easily break through this city, which was almost at the bottom of the Sacred Monarch Empire in terms of both economy and force, and then gradually expand eastward, slowly nibbling away at other, more fertile parts of the Sacred Monarch Empire. The city's destruction meant that everything in the city was theirs. Women, jewelry, gold coins, anything beautiful or valuable. They can ignore the law and fulfill their desires with abandon in this foreign city. The deputy looked at the map in his hands, looked up and surveyed the surrounding terrain again, and quickly determined where they were. He said with excitement in his eyes, "It arrived a day earlier than planned. That's for sure. The team led by this marshal is the most demoralized team. How can those old pussy troops compare?" Loxa laughed gruffly. "Step it up. Bring down Blood Deer City and get whatever you want." The deputy grinned obscenely and yelled loudly, boosting his morale. The soldiers let out a neat cheer, and their pace became stronger. After walking forward for some more time, suddenly, some shrubs and plants on the grassland trembled a few times, and then the dense sound of breaking wind bristled. Arrows fell from the sky like rain, and some soldiers fell to the ground in unison before they could react. But the remaining soldiers reacted quite quickly, organizing their formation in a short time and making a counterattack. What the? They ambushed this neighborhood? Loxa drew his sword, which was wider than his arm, and his eyes were fierce. "Fight back for me. Pull out the leader. I'm going to pick 10 of the strongest GIs in the regiment and loosen the door for him." Ha ha. He did have a few hunks among his soldiers whose hobbies weren't quite like other men's, and it was his favorite, albeit perverted, punishment to inflict on his enemies, and he enjoyed watching his enemy generals with their heads full of hunks and eventually tortured to the point of mental breakdown. Soon they saw the guy who launched the attack. It was a group of short, gray-green creatures with skin almost the color of the grasslands, moving quickly with quivers on their backs and bows in their hands. Kobolds? Roxa froze, then cursed. What a damn bad luck. How did we happen to run into a horde of kobolds right in the middle of it? He did not put these kobolds in his sights though. He felt that the fighting power of this kobold thing couldn't be compared to that of regular soldiers, and the number of kobolds in a tribe wasn't too much. At most a few hundred. Nothing compared to their 30,000 strong army. Kobolds are selfish again, and there is no possibility of tribes joining forces with tribes. The magic bards and the soldiers made a deadly blow to those kobolds in a short time. An explosive fireball, ice spikes, and wind blades rushed towards the kobold archers. But even though the group of goblin archers suffered from attacks that they couldn't withstand at all, and even though their teammates around them fell one by one, they didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, they continued to charge forward against the magic. Lorca laughed and shouted, "Just a bunch of stupid guys with no brains. Can't solve a fight in 10 minutes. Don't even say you were brought up by me from now on." As soon as the words fell, the ground around them began to tremble. Ha! Lorca froze. This wasn't the kind of commotion a few hundred kobolds could make, only to see that in the distance, a bunch of kobolds gathered from all directions, holding fine weapons in their hands, and with only a cursory glance, one could tell that there were at least 80,000 of them, including kobold giants, rock kobolds, kobold priests, and other high-level mutant species. Lorca was completely dumbfounded for a moment. A tingle ran through his head. The kobolds far outnumbered his own side, and actually included so many powerful mutant species. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Lorca completely panicked and roared with a slightly shaky voice. But it was too late. The berserk kobolds with red eyes in complete desperation raided from all around, sticking to the 30,000 elite soldiers in a short period of time, and the other kobolds surrounded them afterwards. The deputy said in horror, "What bad luck! Why are there so many kobolds here? Could it be that the Goblin King from a while ago is still around? Damn! Blood Deer City is also out of luck. This group of kobolds completely stopped us for Blood Deer City." Lorca's body crouched on the horse's back to avoid being hurt by the flying magic. Woo! Goblin giants far taller than humans rushed into the crowd like chariots, and wherever they went soldiers were sent flying to the sides, and trampled to death by their own people or by other kobolds. The kobold priests raised their magic staffs made of bone and threw out one ranged magic after another. They were not the same as human magic chanters. In a situation like this where the two parties were already entangled together, human magic chanters had a much smaller role to play, as most of their magic was ranged damage and the level of precision was difficult to control, making it easy to painfully hit their teammates. But the kobold priests were different. They didn't care at all that the magic they threw out would hurt their own kind. At most, they would make sure that one shot of magic would kill more enemies than their own kind. On top of that, their own kind doesn't care at all about being blown up by their own people's magic either. The kingdom's regiments quickly fell into a disadvantage, and their morale plummeted so much that many of the soldiers even began to throw away their armor and take advantage of the chaos to flee. "Don't run. I'll kill the whole family of anyone who runs away from the battle." Lorca's eyes were red as he watched some soldiers flee, itching to rush up and chop them into several pieces, but he was surrounded by kobolds, and he was having a bit of a hard time dealing with them, so where else could he charge through? 7 or 8 soldiers surrounded a rock goblin and slashed and stabbed it, but the rock goblin's skin was so hard that it could only suffer minor injuries under such an intense attack. Basically, after this battle, not as many rock kobolds were killed by the soldiers as were blown up by the kobold priests. Damn it! Lorca's eyes were red with murder. The greatsword in his hand was attached with magic power, and every time he swung it out a batch of kobolds that tried to approach were cut down. He hadn't thought about escaping at all. For him, life and death had long been put aside. He wasn't afraid of dying in battle at all. Suddenly, there was a dagger on his back. Lorca spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately swung his sword backward, and the shadow goblin that had stealthily come over to sneak attack him was chopped in two. Lorca skillfully took out a copy of the high-grade life potion and drank it. Halfway through the drink, he noticed that a soldier next to him had been seriously injured in the battle, and was struggling to stand up with his spear supporting him on the ground. "Hey, you little scumbag, take that." Lorca tossed the soldier half of the remaining potion. For an ordinary soldier, who usually wasn't qualified to carry a high-order life potion, this one undoubtedly saved his life, because he only drank half of the potion. Lorca's injuries didn't heal completely, and he bared his teeth in pain, thinking that he was going to die anyway, so he might as well kill a few more before he died. "I'll kill you wild people," Lorca bellowed, ignoring his injuries and bringing up his sword to continue the fight. After a few minutes, he was completely disengaged. Dang! One of the kobold giants that surrounded him raised its massive fist and slammed him off his horse in one fell swoop. He lay on the ground and looked at the 7 or 8 goblin giants that surrounded him, each of which was over 4 meters tall. Lorca had absolutely no strength left to stand up, his eyes calmly awaiting death. But instead of smashing him to death, these goblin giants laughed strangely and grabbed one of his legs to drag him away. Lorca wondered why the kobold giants weren't killing themselves and were laughing. And why were they laughing a little? He blanched and immediately realized what was going on. Chapter 101, Wiped Out. Under the desperate raids of the goblin army, 30,000 elite soldiers fled and died, and currently there were still more than 2,000 left. One of the deputy's arms had been cut off, and he stood with difficulty, looking around in despair. Too unlucky. How did we meet the kobold army here? They had heard about the goblin plague out of the sacred monarch empire before, but it had been such a long time since there had been any movement, so they naturally felt that the goblin king had been wiped out by the sacred monarch empire. Even if the goblin king hadn't been wiped out, they should be making their way towards Blood Deer City. How could they appear in such a large piece on the grassland at the other end? It looked as if they were purposely waiting here to ambush them, the soldiers, to prevent them from attacking Blood Deer City. One could only say that his own group was too unlucky to have stumbled upon something that completely defied common sense. It's a pity. If it wasn't for this group of kobolds, one would already be in Blood Deer City by now, hugging the city lord's wife and daughter in front of the city lord. Right? The deputy gasped and looked around, trying to locate Marshal Lorca, who seemed to have just heard him screaming in agony a few times, and then not moving. General Lorca was a man among men. How much of an injury would it take to make him scream like that? At that moment, he was suddenly surprised to find that the surrounding kobolds had stopped attacking. The 2,000 or so soldiers didn't dare to act rashly, and were confronting the encircling kobolds. The deputies and soldiers were suddenly a bit confused as they saw that a human girl was standing behind the goblin army, looking at them with a somewhat complicated expression. It was logical that a kobold meeting a human girl, especially one so beautiful, would have been aroused to primal desire long ago. These kobolds, however, mostly acted as if they hadn't seen her. Am I hallucinating? The deputy couldn't help but think. It had to be, or why else would he be the only one who could see the girl? It's so beautiful. It's like an angel. If only I could be with her. Nearing death, the deputy couldn't help but let out an obscene laugh at the thought of such a thing. Suddenly, he froze in utter disbelief at the scene before him. He saw the more intelligent of the several kobolds, the kobold priest, treating the girl with respect, even taking off the robe he was wearing and laying it on the ground, as if he was afraid the girl's shoes would get dirty from stepping on the bloodstain. What the hell? The deputy was completely confused. The girl spoke up. Okay, you all spread out. I'm going to try that one. The voice was a little neutral, but it fit better with this pretty face. Hey, chick, the deputy chuckled flirtatiously. I wonder who you are and why you can make this group of kobolds listen to you. I've heard that the kobold king can command all the kobolds, but the kobold king isn't as good looking as one of your toes. Is he? Rail blushed a little at that. I'm not a kobold king, and I'm a guy. The deputy froze, then laughed. Male? It's too much of a crime to be that good looking for a male. I say, even if you're a kobold, you should always figure something in attacking us. I'm afraid I'll have to let you down if you figure food and women. And if you figure money, I'm the marshal of this group of soldiers. And if you kidnap me, you can ask for a whole lot of money from my family, but only if you release all of this group of soldiers back. They're just following orders. The deputy lied. Although as the marshal's deputy, life was already better than most, it was not rich, and if someone kidnapped him to try to extort a ransom, they would end up angry and tearing up the ticket. Rail was holding an octagonal mirror in his hand, and clenched his hand a little tighter at those words. He had always been kinder, and a wave of admiration rose in his heart when he heard that his second-in-command would rather die himself than keep his soldiers alive. Do we really have to kill these people? He was in an internal struggle, but at the same time, the words Lewin instructed him surfaced in his mind. Rail, you must remember that an intruder is an intruder, no matter how good a character he has, how many good deeds he has done, and how great he has been in the past. Once he enters the territory of another country with the intention of invading it, with weapons in his hands, he is an intruder who deserves to be killed. Treating such people with weakness means betraying one's own country. Lord Liu still really understands me. Rail smiled bitterly. Torn as it was, Lord Liu would not harm himself, and it would be right to listen to Lord Liu. He lifted his storage ring and the bronze-armored corpse appeared in front of him. What is this thing? The deputies and soldiers stared in shock at the strange figure that appeared out of nowhere. Goblins, get out of here. It will hurt you by mistake, Rael said. The goblin priest wailed a few times, and the goblin army blasted apart, dispersing like an ebbing tide, looking at the departing kobold army, and then at Rael and the strange man left behind. The 2,000 elite soldiers and their deputies were even more dismayed. What's that supposed to mean? But anyway, it was a good chance to escape. Run! The deputy gave a low shout and the soldiers immediately ran backwards. The deputy, on the other hand, sprinted off at a breakneck pace in the opposite direction, that of Rael. He, who had just begged for mercy, intended to hold Rael hostage for a split second and take him back to his camp. Suddenly, a pair of arms penetrated his chest, and he looked in horror at the strange man who had just been far away from him and came to him in a flash. His own melee profession actually didn't react at all. Layer hand strangled the magic trick, performed the just learned shining Yin trick. The body was immediately covered by Yin Chi. At the same time withdraw the control of the copper armor corpse, and the copper armor corpse felt a large amount of yang qi in front of it. A long leap is 100 meters away. 2 jumps into the middle of 2,000 elite soldiers. Then came a gruesome killing spree. What is this thing? The spear actually can't be stabbed at all. What? The thing he killed will actually get up and attack us. Is this thing undead? The soldiers wailed in despair. In less than 5 minutes, these 2,000 elite soldiers were all turned into jumping corpses. 2,000 jumping corpses were originally going to jump and scatter in all directions. When Liar saw this, he immediately dispersed the Shining Yin technique and his body began to emit yang qi again. The jumping corpse and the copper armored corpse immediately rushed towards his side. Rael, a little afraid to raise the hand of the gossip mirror. The sun shines on it, reflecting a dark beam of light. Rael controlled the gossip mirror, so that the black beam of light swept through these corpse deaths. Jumping corpses immediately stopped in place and no longer move. However, the copper armored corpse was not affected and still jumped in front of Liar. But Liar's corpse control technique was already quite skillful, and when the copper armored corpse approached himself, he had already fixed it and retrieved it into his storage ring. This 8 trigrams yin yang mirror given by Lord Lu was really good. Liar sighed in admiration, then raised his head, looked at the jumping corpses that were fixed in place, and blinked his big, harmless eyes. Lord Lu said that he would let me get more jumping corpses to use for practicing the Refining Corpses chapter in the future. And with this many, I don't know if it's enough. Or, go look again to see if there are any other invading corps? Chapter 102, The Kingdom of Cash. Because Luan had specifically explained before that Liar should collect a wave of jumping corpses and then come to him. Liar didn't dare to delay for a moment to collect all of the more than 2,000 jumping corpses into his storage ring, and then rushed back to Lorca village to the door of Luan's house's courtyard. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard Luan's voice coming out through the wall. Come in. Rael pushed open the door and saw Luan was squatting in front of a vegetable patch in the yard, fiddling with those plants in the patch. The vegetable patch was small in size, and had been set aside by the orc tribe that Luan had purposely asked to build the yard. But as for what was planted in it, Rael didn't recognize it. Lord Lu, according to what you said, about 2,000 jumping corpses have been collected. Rael walked over to Luan and said, well, it's good. More than that, you'll have a hard time controlling it even if you borrow the 8 trigrams yin yang mirror. Luan nodded. Oh, by the way, Lord Lu, this is returned to you. Rael held the 8 trigrams yin yang mirror in both hands and handed it to Luan. Keep this. You can use it in the future for refining corpses. And this thing you don't put into the storage ring. Carrying it on your body will have a boost to your cultivation speed. And the boost it will give you over time is not a small amount. Well, okay. Thank you, Lord Lu. Rael nodded and looked down at himself, finally hanging the 8 trigrams yin yang mirror on his waist. He was dressed in the clothing of the magic world, and the gossip, an element unique to the Yin Huang world, was placed on him as a unique embellishment. More than 2,000 jumping corpses, enough for your preliminary practice. Luan suddenly had a pile of paper in his hand, on which he had drawn some patterns with a brush. Go and collect the materials needed to refine these corpses, and after that, I'll instruct you on the secret code of Tying chapter of corpse refining. Okay, I'll be right there. Rael nodded good-naturedly. Now that you have full control over the copper armored corpse, this copper armored corpse jumps much faster than you, so you can totally use it as a mount. Rael's eyes lit up. The bronze armored corpse jumped hundreds of meters in a single bound. It was indeed much faster than he could run. After respectfully bidding farewell to Luan, Rael walked outside the courtyard before summoning the copper armored corpse. Rael looked at the copper armored corpse and pondered for a moment what to ride. Hold it from behind? Come to think of it, it's best to ride on the neck of a bronze armored corpse. His body was already quite a bit stronger than normal people after refining his chi, and with a long leap he rode on the neck of the bronze armored corpse. Hiss! A stinging coldness reached his ass. According to an ordinary person, I'm afraid that his skin would have been frostbitten by this time, but he used to practice undead magic, cold magic, and now he was practicing spells related to Yin Chi, so he had some resistance to the cold himself. So although he was caught off guard by the ice, he adjusted to it after a few seconds. Alright, sit tight. Next, Rael made a corpse control technique, using his true chi to influence the Yin Chi in the cerebellum of the copper armored corpse. Phew! The bronze armored corpse stiffened and jumped up with a huff, its body at least 40 meters off the ground in a parabola, and flew forward in the eyes of the villagers who were amazed. Rael looked at the envious, surprised eyes of those villagers below him, as well as the open view, the rapidly receding scenery, the wind blowing in his face. An indescribable sense of pleasure rose in his heart. He had never experienced such a feeling before, and sitting on the neck of the bronze armored corpse, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bang! The bronze-armored corpse didn't hit the ground until more than 140 meters later. The force of the fall was so great that it shook Rails but a little. Hiss, guess I can't let it jump that high for a second. Rail rubbed his hips and thought to himself, hey, no, true chi has a protective effect on the body. I can run my true chi more to protect myself next time. Luan had thought that Rail must be flying around on a copper-armored corpse at this moment. And children, who would be able to resist this kind of temptation? Lord Lu, inside the conference room of Lorca village, a handsome-looking young man in his 20s sat across from Luan and greeted him respectfully. His eyes were like jewels, and just by sitting there, his body couldn't suppress the faint dragon power emanating from him. The very same Carter who had his physical body remodeled by Luan. His current physical body was refined with the body of the Yin Huang dragon clan as the embryo, which was much stronger than the previous aging mortal body, except that after remodeling the physical body no longer possessed magic power, so the magic that he had mastered in the past couldn't be used again. But for Carter, this is nothing. To be able to reunite with his wife and continue to devote himself to the cause of revitalizing mankind is better than anything else. Moreover, he now has a very strong body. Strength and defense are far beyond the human race. On the combat power, than the previous only magic himself hundreds of times stronger. Well, Carter, how well do you understand the state of the Holy Monarch Empire now? I've got a basic grasp of it, Lord Lu, and I've figured out a strategy to implement next. Carter replied with a solemn expression. Luan had told him before that he was going to make him the new emperor of the Holy Monarch Empire, and in his excitement, he had been brushing up on his knowledge about how to govern a country. Very well, the time is almost right. From tomorrow I will arrange for Evan and those nobles to prepare for your enthronement celebration, so that the whole country, as well as the other countries around it, will know that you are the current emperor of this land. I know, Lord Lu, please don't worry, I won't let you down. Carter immediately stood up, but, Luan suddenly gazed in thought. Sacred Monarch Empire is the name of the old empire after all, so you guys go and think of a new name to come up with. Well, this is something we really should consider carefully. Kingdom of Gash. It is a country founded by a group of humans who came over the mountains over 300 years ago, from the west of the continent of Sid, and is not part of the same group of humans who were enslaved by the Dark Elves in the first place. Because of its belief in the god of life, this country has a large population, but its territory is not a quarter as large as the old Holy Monarch Empire, making it a very aggressive country. In the royal palace of the Gash Kingdom, the current king and queen were sitting in the Great Hall, looking anxious, while some nobles beside them were discussing something. Marshal Loxa had set out a few days ago with 30,000 elite troops to occupy Blood Deer City, and it was only right that a report of success should have come in at this time. After all, Blood Deer City was the existence of the bottom of the entire Holy Monarch Empire's military strength. But the scout cavalry sent out to spy on the situation brought back news saying that a large number of corpses had been found at the border of the Holy Monarch Empire, respectively those elite soldiers of the kingdom, as well as a large group of kobolds, confident enough to take Blood Deer City. But now they have not even captured a single rural area of Blood Deer City, and they have also lost 30,000 elite soldiers, some of the nobles who hadn't originally advocated laying hands on the Holy Monarch Empire, and the main warring nobles were bickering at this time. Shut up, all of you. The fourth prince, who had been keeping a cold face, stood up from his seat and pointed at the nobles who didn't advocate waging war. You cowardly fellows, go back to your own territories and plant potatoes before it's too late. The kingdom's population density is as high as it is right now, and expanding the territory is an urgent matter, and the Holy Monarch Empire is a scattered mess right now. This is a good opportunity that comes along once in 1,000 years. Being scolded like this, being a noble naturally displeased, the old noble stepped forward with a displeased face. But, Your Highness, we have now lost 30,000 elite soldiers and, that was just bad luck. That idiot Loxa didn't scout properly and just happened to encounter a kobold in the wild. It's just a small probability event. The next time we launch an attack, we will definitely not encounter such bad luck again. Do you stupid, useless, mindless guys from birth think that an army of kobolds will help Blood Deer City stop our soldiers more than once? The fourth prince's eyes were hyperactive and maniacal as he continued to roar. And it is precisely because there have been so many losses that we must continue to attack and occupy the Holy Monarch Empire's territory. Or else it would be a wasted loss. The Holy Monarch Empire is very rich. Even if we end up only getting a piece of territory, it's worth it even if we die another 100,000 elite soldiers. Understand? While the fourth prince was exuberantly proclaiming what the benefits of continuing the war were, a middle-aged nobleman with a beard squinted at him and said in an uncharacteristically loud voice, "Then you will lead your troops tomorrow." The fourth prince choked at once, and his momentum declined by half. He longed for war, but not a war that would put him on the front lines. The fourth prince was annoyed and was about to scold the nobleman when he suddenly realized that the surrounding nobles, as well as his own father and mother, were all looking at him with an expression tinged with mockery. It's like being around a small child having a tantrum. Right at this moment, a voice filled with majesty rang out, echoing in the great hall. I am an emissary of the Candle Dragon Empire. Come out to greet me quickly. If you and the others, as invaders, dare to slow down, you will be killed on pain of death. Chapter 103, A New Empire. Everyone in the great hall had odd faces. This was the royal palace of the Gash Kingdom, the most important place in the Gash Kingdom. How could an emissary from another country be allowed to break in unnoticed? And, which country is this Candlewick Empire? How come I've never heard of it before? Where are the guards? Why didn't the guards stop him? While they were wondering, a guard ran in a panic. Your Majesty, something big has happened. You should go out and take a look. The god of life is above. A group of guards surrounded the king, queen, and nobles as they walked out of the great hall. Dark clouds filled the sky and the wind blew furiously around them. Where is the guy who just spoke? The king looked around. There was no trace of a fight around him at all. Could it be that the so-called Candle Dragon Empire's emissary was shouting words with magic outside the palace? The voice soon sounded in the sky. The sacred monarch empire has officially declared its demise, and my Candle Dragon Empire will stand on the land of the old sacred monarch empire and become the new nation that dominates that land. The Candle Dragon Empire may no longer pursue your military actions against the old Saint Ruler Empire, but if you do not withdraw your troops again, it will be considered as a declaration of war against the Candle Dragon Empire, at which time we will return the favor with a devastating blow, and we will no longer accept any requests for negotiation and peace once we begin. At the same time, the other 5 countries that had sent troops against the Holy Monarch Empire this time had the same dark cloud appearing over their royal palaces, and their kings had heard the same announcement. Xianhari used the split technique to simultaneously express Luan to these countries, in the royal palace of the Gash Kingdom. Although the dark clouds had dissipated shortly after the announcement and the sky had returned to clear, the king and queen and those nobles were still looking at the sky incredulously. What kind of magic is that? They actually managed to come over the royal palace without us realizing it? This is terrifying. That's right, if they had just unleashed attack magic in the sky, we'd be screwed. A magic that moves so much, and the court magicians are actually unaware of it? Are they rice buckets? There are so many court magicians, how can they all be rice bowls? It must be that the other party's magic is simply too powerful. Candlewick Empire, Candlewick Empire. Everyone panicked as if they had just had a knife held to their neck which had just moved away. Even most of the main warring factions have lost the desire to engage in aggression at this time. Aggression is for the sake of more land, more resources, not for the sake of excitement. Looking for death thing normal people will not go to do. The fourth prince said to the main war faction, I say you guys, you won't be scared. Just now that magic is obviously nothing more than a vain appearance. It can only be used to shout and scare people, otherwise it just killed us directly not just. The main warriors laughed along, apparently unwilling to get serious with this fourth prince whose brain was not fully developed. The sassy queen's delicate nose scrunched a few times, as a woman who had been raised to be a woman of honor. She was much more sensitive to the stench in the air than these men were. What a flavor! She was in the middle of her sentence when suddenly something fell onto her pale shoulder with a snap. The thing was slippery, seemed to carry mucus, and would move. Ah! The queen screamed in terror, her body shaking as she jumped aside like an electric shock. The object fell to the ground again, drawing the attention of the others. It was a sea fish, lying on the floor at the moment, still jumping up and fluttering its body a few times now and then. Fish? How did a fish suddenly appear? This is the thought that rises subconsciously in most people at this point. Damn it, whose prank is it? The king looked around angrily, thinking that someone must have thrown fish at them through the wall. To dare to do such a prank on the queen was to defy the majesty of the king's power. What was that? Several nobles pointed to the sky and said with shocked faces. Everyone raised their heads, only to see that high in the air, densely packed fish and shrimp fell like rain, turning their eyes to smash on everyone. Scallop, yellow croaker, grouper, octopus. These people were completely unaware of what was happening and could only subconsciously and hastily dodge. But the ground became slippery, and quite a few of them ran and slipped and fell to the ground. The air was filled with a fishy stench, and the beautiful royal gardens of the kingdom of Gash had turned into a stench worse than a garbage dump at this point, as a significant portion of these fish had been dead for days. Why are there suddenly so many fish? Ah, it stinks. Am I dreaming? Damn, what the hell is going on here? The queen had an octopus over her head, a sea bass rocking back and forth stuck in her bimbo gullet, and was covered in slime from the fish. Extreme love of cleanliness at this time she felt uncomfortable want to die. Wearing high heels of the foot is also broken. In the king's support, a little bit of moving towards the direction of the great hall, but also have to avoid stepping on the ground of the fish. The king kept cursing as he held the queen with one hand and yanked hard on the starfish sucked into his hair with the other. The fourth prince was bitten on the leg by a shark, and sat on the ground punching and smashing the shark, yelling for help as he did so, but no one paid any attention to him. The one who had come to the kingdom of Gash was Zuanhari's main body, which was currently already carrying Luan and was flying in the direction of Lorca village. You're nothing if not boring. Luan rolled his eyes with a smile on his lips. Ha 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 ha, every time I especially look forward to this image. Jen Carey said with a wide-eyed grin. And when did our new empire decide to be called the Candlewick Empire? Harm, what a name. Alright, Luan said helplessly. The name had been declared to all the other big countries, so he couldn't fly back and tell them that we had just said it wrong. Besides, this name isn't that bad, so when he goes down to tell Carter and the others, the Empire will use this name. Speaking of which, Master, why don't you just use force against these countries to conquer them? It doesn't seem to be your style. Are there tricky existences among them? Shianari asked curiously. When I reach the transformation god realm after a while, each time my seclusion time will be less than a few months and more than a few decades. Then the safety of the Candle Dragon Empire will have to rely on them, the force to make them submissive. When I'm not around, they are the hidden dangers of the Candle Dragon Empire. Besides, as the realm rises, the role of mortals in the future will become smaller and smaller, especially after the mortal-immortal realm. It's still necessary to rely on Lair in them, the disciples I personally brought up, so controlling a few more mortal empires is not of much significance to me. Then Master, what if those countries still use their troops against the Candlelight Empire? Then I don't mind chopping off the roots first and completely eliminating the hidden dangers, Luan said indifferently. Chapter 104, The Unwilling Fourth Prince. Carter's enthronement celebration, after a week of careful planning and preparation, finally opened in grand style. The old capital, Ayala, no longer existed, and the new capital was naturally set in Blood Deer City for the time being. This city was not the best in terms of geographic location, history, or economy, and even ranked low, but it was one of the few cities with the highest percentage of humans. The ascension of the new emperor to the throne was a heavenly event for the entire empire, and Blood Deer City, the venue, also glowed with unprecedented vitality and splendor. Several of the main roads have been cleaned every day since a week ago, every hour, and are so clean and tidy that there is not a single piece of trash to be seen. Along the roadside, merchants also made a point of decorating their stores and displaying their finest wares. The commoners, whether poor or rich, traveled in their most expensive and beautiful clothes possible, always with anticipation and joy on their faces. Children run through the streets happily, waving small flags in their hands. No one informed merchants and civilians to do so. Everything was spontaneous on their part. The new emperor was human and right off the bat implemented policies such as moving alchemy factories, organizing training in life occupational skills, granting unemployment subsidies, and reducing all kinds of taxes to a very low level, which were previously unthinkable. For civilians, whoever treats them well, they naturally embrace. So when Carter ascended to the throne, all these human civilians were sincerely happy. But the Celestials weren't so happy. In the past, with humans carrying their weight for them, their celestial life could be lived without being too exhausting. Now that Carter hadn't formulated a policy of issuing such policies as letting the Celestials provide for the humans, and had only cancelled the various concessions that Garcia had previously given to the Celestials through the exploitation of the humans, the Celestials were clearly feeling the effects of heavier taxes, elevated unemployment, skyrocketing prices, and reduced incomes, among other various effects. A rather large portion of these Celestials had a growing bad feeling of foreboding within their hearts, for the simple reason that in the past, they actually knew very well in their hearts that the Celestial Emperor was just favoring the Celestials, and there were even some times when they, being Celestials, felt that the Imperial policies were a bit too much. It was only that they chose to silently enjoy this benefit, and occasionally, in order to feel pain in their hearts, they had to jump face to face to mock the humans. After all, in their perception, as long as the emperor of this empire was still of the celestial race, then their celestial race's status would always be above the humans. So now that the emperor had changed to a human, they were scared almost every day, fearing that the human emperor would treat their celestial race in the same way that the previous celestial race emperor had treated the humans. Your Majesty, these are the congratulatory gifts brought by the messengers sent by the Grey Light Kingdom, the Heavenly Arc Kingdom, and the Gash Kingdom. Oh, and their letters as well. In a large conference room within the Blood Deer City Lord's mansion, several guards were carrying the inspected boxes and placing them in front of Carter. Sweating from exhaustion, Carter stood behind the huge conference table and was reviewing some papers with great concentration. Although he had become the emperor of the Candlewick Empire, the office was currently set in the City Lord's mansion for the time being, but the new palace is already being built. It's just a huge project and a complicated process that will take quite a while. Those countries that had attempted to encroach on the Holy Monarch Empire's territory had all retreated. After all, the shock Xianhun had given them was a bit too great. Not only that, they also chose to send emissaries to send some valuable congratulatory gifts on the day Carter ascended the throne to express their friendship towards the Candle Dragon Empire. Hearing the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, Carter snapped out of his concentration. Okay, I know. I'll leave all this to Lord Evan City. After saying that, he once again immersed himself in those documents. Just took office. There are really too many matters waiting to be dealt with. Many ministers assisting him are also temporarily transferred from all over the world. The efficiency is really not too satisfactory to him. Talent is really scarce, and I don't know when Hers and Jocko will be back. Carter thought as he scribbled on the paper. The Kingdom of Gash, the Great Hall of the Royal Palace. The plan to invade the Sacred Monarch Empire had completely fizzled out, and the loss was not only a marshal and 30,000 elite soldiers, but also the many treasures that the emissary had taken away. This loss certainly can't be borne by the king alone, so today the king organized a meeting to get the nobles to share the loss. There were still some nobles who hadn't arrived yet because their territories were far away, and the meeting hadn't started yet. Plus the king of course had to be the last one to arrive. So the discipline in the Great Hall was rather loose and a bit chaotic, with all kinds of discussions and whatnot. The fourth prince limped towards the Great Hall, his face full of resignation. No one invited him, but he came anyway. Walking through the garden of the royal palace, a beautiful woman in her 20s called out to him. Aya, brother, why are you here? I remember father told you to recuperate from your injuries. You don't have to attend any meetings for 2 months. The woman wore a low-cut gown with not a single flaw in her appearance. Her makeup was gorgeous, and she wore expensive jewelry on her fingers and neck. As the fifth child of the king, she was clearly more valued by the king, even though she was younger than the fourth prince. The fourth prince looked determined. Get out of the way. This meeting today is about the future of the Kingdom of Gash. Because of that, you can't go. The princess suddenly realized that she had let her mouth slip, and hurriedly added, oops, no. Father has specifically instructed that your body is the most important thing, brother. Anyway, you'd better go back. When the injury heals, father will surely have something big for you to do. Right. As stupid as the fourth prince was, after hearing this and pondering over it for another half a minute, he heard the meaning. The king despises himself. He's just a stupid son of a rich family. It's okay to spend a little money, but as for business, he's not even qualified to give a word of advice. The fourth prince, whose pride had taken a blow, pursed his lips and asked in a somewhat aggravated voice, what about them? Are my siblings not attending this meeting as well? The princess's eyes fluttered and she looked aside without answering. Where is the 11th prince? He too. Well, the princess continued to look aside sheepishly, not answering. The fourth prince felt a pang of heartache. Several of the other children were allowed to attend this meeting. Even the 11th prince, who was only 8 years old, was eligible to attend. Only himself was not. This is why. Am I really stupid? No, that's definitely not it. It's just that they never gave me a chance to show what I can do. The Kingdom of Gash had been having headaches about the swelling population density for decades, and the fourth prince felt that if he could solve the problem, then the heir to the throne would definitely be himself. But there was actually not a single person up and down the royal palace who supported his point of view right now. That fool of a father actually sent congratulatory gifts to conclude friendly relations with the Candle Dragon Empire. He was about to go to the conference room to continue inciting the nobles to listen to him when the princess was here to tell him that his father felt he was not qualified to participate in the meeting at all. Extreme resentment gave him the idea of going to the meeting and making a scene. The fourth prince was about to cross the princess and go directly to the Great Hall to be angry. The princess smiled nicely and said, brother, recently the royal palace has a new batch of catgirl maids. I've already sent someone to send a few of them to your yard. Catwoman maid? The fourth prince's eyes lit up, but quickly returned to a heavy expression. Anyway, this meeting will not help even if he makes a big fuss. This group of people will not listen to him at all, so he might as well go back first. Let that group of catgirl maids help him calm down for a while, and then think of another way after he calms down. Poof, the fourth prince grunted angrily and turned his head away. Chapter 105 Attention of the Black Calamity. The chilly air in the dimly lit conference room carried the scent of decay. The surrounding walls were covered in heavy, dark red velvet hanging curtains embroidered with mystical runes in black silk thread. An ornate chandelier set with jewels dangled from the ceiling, and the almost exhausted candles flickered weakly within their shades, so that the room flickered in and out of light. The long ebony conference table took up the center of the room, smooth as a mirror, but with some strange monster-carved objects faintly visible. In the corner of the room, Several huge candlesticks were filled with candles dripping with blood-red wax oil, and shadows twisted and danced on the walls as the flames danced. A dozen or so high-backed chairs surrounded the conference table, the members of which were not human, the vast majority of which were of alien races, some of which were even outright monsters. The crow man with a crow's head and a body covered with black feathers, the crow man wearing a suit and a high hat, the frost woman with a cold aura, the vampire with ruby eyes and bat wings on her back, the quagmire slime that looks like a big puddle of sludge with some human or other creature's limbs stuck in its body but with eyes, and the undead race with greenish-gray skin that exudes the aura of death. The seat at the head of the table, however, was still empty, as if the most important person in this organization was absent from this meeting. Gentlemen, with the important things out of the way, let us now take a little time to speak of the insignificant. The Raven Man's white-gloved hand crossed his fingers. You have all heard of the recent commotion emanating from those human nations around you. Well, it seems that a guy of unknown origin has appeared yet, and it's rumored that he destroyed the capital of the Holy Monarch Empire all by himself. The mire slime let out a dull voice from nowhere. The male vampire who looked like some noble prince smiled disdainfully. Destroying a city, in our case of the Black Calamity, even a mid-level member can do it, right? The crow man continued. However, this person is still valuable, and I wonder if he also has ties to the eternal sex state, so we should reach out to him. The plump undead female at the conference table stood up with a smile. Let me do this. The Raven Man looked at her and said faintly, Noah, it's fine to leave such a small matter to a mid-level member. It's a bit of a big deal for you to go, isn't it? I had previously planted an undercover agent in the Saint Ruler Empire, but he repeatedly delayed the missions I gave him, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was very talented, I would have killed him a long time ago. But now that my patience has been worn out, it's a good time to take this opportunity to go after him and give him the punishment he deserves. Gee whiz, you're actually trying to satisfy that weird fetish of yours, aren't you? The vampire youth laughed disdainfully. Still squinting and smiling, Noah didn't argue. In the afternoon, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Gash, disheveled and dry-mouthed in his silk robe, drank glass after glass of iced water, with two catgirl maids with flirtatious postures and soft bodies sprawled beside him. Since he was in a calmer state than ever, he couldn't help but start thinking about his plan. His aim was to go through the war and take over the land in order to solve the overcrowding problem that the kingdom had been unable to solve for a long time, so that by virtue of this contribution, he would have a better chance of winning in the future when he fought with several other siblings for the heirship, with more people's support. But now, under his father's order, the kingdom of Gash had become friendly with the Candlewick Empire, and in this situation, even if there were nobles who supported his idea, they would not dare to send troops without authorization to help him complete his plan. After all, no one would want to take the risk of becoming a 1,000-year-old sinner. This seems like a good solution. Just redestroy the friendly relations the two countries have just established. So what's it going to be? Send someone to assassinate the emperor of the Candlewick Empire? But who to send? Spend money on mercenaries. Tell him I'll pay you and you go and take out the emperor of the Candlewick Empire for me? Unless it's a cutie pie. Who else would take such a commission? Your Royal Highness. A catgirl's petite body was soft, her arms wrapped around the fourth prince's neck. Her small mouth came up to the fourth prince's ear and whispered softly. The warm breath she exhaled caused goosebumps to spread all over the fourth prince's body. The fourth prince's eyes lit up as he heard her whisper, and he subconsciously called out, "That's a good idea." It didn't occur to him at all why a catgirl maid who was a tool could think of that for him. He immediately pushed the catgirl next to him away and went to change into slightly more formal attire before leaving his house in a hurry. And this afternoon he spent alone visiting many inns, asking around, and then making several lists until late afternoon, when he returned to his home and called for his captain of the guard. "Your Royal Highness, what are your orders?" Although the chief of the guards also knew that the fourth prince was stupid, he was after all a subordinate and could only be respectful. The fourth prince handed the list to the chief of the guards. "I want you to take some of your best guards and kill all of these people according to the addresses and names on this list." "Are these people?" The head of the escort looked at the list and was a bit confused. "These are the people who will hinder the development of the kingdom. Go and kill them. Remember, make sure you kill them in the street. Don't worry, I'll make a good deal of noise. The knights in the city won't arrest you." The chief of the guards was very resistant inwardly, for the fourth prince was very unreliable, and he said he had said hello, and in case, when he was done, the fourth prince completely turned his back on him, he would have to go to prison and be sentenced to death. The escort leader was about to think of a reason to refuse, when he saw the fourth prince say with a scowl on his face, "Are you going to refuse? When you followed the royal family, you swore an oath to absolutely obey the royal family's orders. If you dare to break your original oath, think about your family." The captain of the guard was inwardly furious, but there was nothing he could do to the royal family. the lives of the commoners did not belong to them at all. Go on, and after you've done that, I'll pay you handsomely, enough to cover 5 years of your salary, the fourth prince said indifferently. Yes, your highness. The head of the escort reluctantly took the list and excused himself. The fourth prince looked at his departing back, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a grim smile when he thought of the plan he was about to accomplish. Chapter 106, Smallness? Lorca Village. In the courtyard of Luan's house, the black heaven-swallowing karmic flame burned inside the sky machine tripod, and Luan stood in front of the tripod with his arms wrapped around his chest, controlling the temperature of the flame with his divine sense. Beside him, Rael sat obediently and quietly in his chair, resting his cheeks and watching curiously. Although he didn't know anything about alchemy, he always couldn't help but want to watch a few more times when he saw Lord Lu's focused appearance. After a few moments of effort, Luan extinguished the heaven-swallowing karmic flame, and 16 crystal-clear crystallized dawn flew out from within the heavenly machine cauldron, hovering around Luan's hand. The room was all of a sudden filled with the scent of medicine, which drilled into Rael's nose, causing him to be refreshed and mesmerized. Although he didn't know what these pills were for, he knew that it was something that Lord Lu needed very much. So watching the alchemy succeeded, he followed suit with a few moments of inner pleasure. 10 more to go, Luan murmured softly. With another batch of heavenly materials required for the crystallization stage, refined into 10 crystallization pills, he would be able to maintain the first-grade immortal Tao and break through to the transformation god realm. Although the heavenly materials and treasures required for the crystallization stage were already hard to find for the merchant caravans and ordinary adventurers, those people actually put down a lot of their own business in order not to let Luan be disappointed and immediately set off to look for heavenly materials and treasures for him. This caused a warm feeling of "I didn't hurt the wrong person" to rise within Luan. No matter how capable people are, at least they are wholeheartedly repaying themselves. After Xianhan had finished shocking the countries, they withdrew their troops on the same day and announced that they had established diplomatic relations with the Candle Dragon Empire, recognizing the status of the Candle Dragon Empire. So commerce between the countries soon resumed, and those merchants and adventurers who had actively gone in search of heavenly treasures in order to not let Luan down left the Candlewick Empire and traveled to various parts of the city continent, which included the kingdom of Gash as well. In the capital of the Gash kingdom, a merchant from the Candlewick Empire had just finished his dinner, burping as he walked down the street while looking down at the book in his hand. That book recorded the appearance of all heavenly treasures and what characteristics it would have in the places where it was most likely to appear. And now these outgoing merchants and adventurers almost had a copy of it in their hands, greatly improving the efficiency of their collection. The merchant walked along with his head down and, not paying attention, bumped into a guard in armor. Goo. The merchant's round stomach bounced twice with great elasticity, and he apologized immediately after coming back to his senses. I'm so sorry. I'm the one who went blind. The one who was hit was the captain of the fourth prince's guards. The captain of the guards blushed hesitantly. The merchant, who originally expected to be yelled at or even beaten up, saw that the guard's face did not look quite normal, so he asked apprehensively, "What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? I can take you for a checkup, and I'll cover the entire cost." The captain of the guards shrugged the knots in his throat before finally asking, "You're Derivi?" The merchant was a bit shocked. This was a foreign country. He didn't know a single person in the kingdom of Gash. How did this guard know what his name was? Yes, my lord. How do you know my name? The captain of the guards exhaled heavily. Don't blame me. This is the order of His Highness the Prince. I'm just carrying out the order. The merchant was even more puzzled. The captain of the guards suddenly drew the sword at his waist. The white blade of light flashed. The merchant's face still remained in shock and disbelief, but his neck was slit, and scarlet blood immediately gushed out. Passing pedestrians were confused, stopping to watch the scene for a full 5 seconds of silence before a scream erupted. Don't panic, all of you. This is the decree of His Highness. His Highness said that this group of Candle Dragon Empire's people came to us to commit espionage. The captain of the guards yelled as he stood in the midst of the out-of-control crowd. The fourth prince, in order to reignite the conflict between the Gash Kingdom and the Candlewick Empire, and under the guidance of Catwoman, came up with the unconscionable idea of slaughtering these Candlewick Empire subjects who had come to the Gash Kingdom to do business. Although the military strength of the Gash Kingdom was inferior to that of the Candle Dragon Empire, the fourth prince knew inwardly that in the past, the Sacred Ruler Empire was a country of celestials, and now that a human had become the emperor, how could those celestial nobles obey him? They would surely only obey on the surface, and in actuality, each one of them would work on their own. To put it bluntly, the Candlewick Empire is just a paper tiger now. It just looks scary. If we fight over there, all of these so-called nobles will surely find all sorts of reasons not to send troops, and that magic on that day, surely it can only act as a deterrent and can't cause any real damage. otherwise mastering that kind of magic. Wouldn't it have already conquered these surrounding countries? The inhumane massacre erupted in the Gash Kingdom in the evening, and the guards of the fourth prince followed the list to identify merchants or adventurers from the Candlewick Empire one by one. Not all of us are as hesitant as the captain of the guard still is due to an ounce of goodness. Most of the guards, having learned that with the prince's permission, there would be no legal repercussions for doing anything to these Candle Empire people, completely unleashed their natural instincts. So the streets were filled with many guards dragging female merchants, or female adventurers, in groups of 3 or 5, into alleys, where screams and laughter would emanate from within a few moments later. Some of the Candle Dragon Imperials who had lost their mobility but were not yet dead lay on the ground as the guards laughed bloodthirstily and abused them little by little with cruel and bloody means. In a hotel lobby, the door had been toppled by a dozen tables, and a loud slamming sound rang out from outside. More than 30 Candle Empire adventurers were sitting on the wooden floor of the hall or on tables and chairs, and were taking advantage of the effort to briefly recover their strength. Several of the priests kept using healing magic to heal the injured. Damn it, what the hell happened? A blue-clothed adventurer was covered in blood, gasping for air. I don't know. I was in the middle of a bath when a couple of guards burst in to kill me, a naked martial artist said with red eyes. The priest girl who healed him looked to the side with a red face, not daring to look at him at all. This group of actually did something like this to our compatriots. An adventurer's eyes were red. All of them were extremely angry inside. These were bloodthirsty people, seeing the atrocities committed by the guards against their compatriots. They could not wait to break those guards into pieces, but they were weak and wounded, so they could only recuperate for a while, and then rush out later to continue the fight. They're targeting all the people who came over from the Candlewick Empire? But, why? Haven't we already established diplomatic relations? A mage-type professional adventurer wearing glasses said in disbelief. If we die, who will benefit? A magus calmly analyzed. No, I know too little about this country to be able to determine who it is at all, but 9 times out of 10, that guy's purpose is to start a war between 2 countries and profit from it. Damn, have we become their victims? The blue-clad adventurer asked unwillingly. Magus continued. There are too many guards. The end of our fight in the end must be total annihilation. Someone must run out and bring the news to the Candle Dragon Empire. The first is to bring back the truth, and the second is to enable the Empire to react in advance to minimize the losses. The person who is planning this is feared to be a rather wise schemer. I'm afraid he has prepared a detrimental to the Empire in advance scheme, and this massacre is just one part of it. The slamming of the door continued, and it wouldn't be long before the guards outside would break down the door. The magistrate's tone became slightly urgent. Let me say what I think. In a moment, among those of us who are here, we have to pick out 10 of them to run out of the city regardless of everything, and all the rest of them, stay behind and break the back for them. Only then will it be possible for someone or run out. At those words, everyone fell silent. Who would want to be the one left to break the back? It would mean death. The magus pursed her lips and spoke. My father is the newly appointed minister. So, before the words were out of his mouth, everyone's expressions changed, and almost all of them were looking at him with a look of disgust. Chibi slammed his fist on the magus' shoulder, glaring and shouting angrily. What are you trying to say? You're trying to say that your father is a great official, so your life is more noble than all of us and you have to break out, right? The magus stumbled, but did not count on it, shaking his head gently to explain. No, I mean, it's because my father was a minister that I have to die here. The crowd was stunned. What do you mean by that? Chibi asked in disbelief. The cleric whispered. Because I'm afraid. You're not even afraid of death. What are you afraid of? Chibi asked, glaring. The magus voiced his concerns. I'm afraid that the people who died don't carry enough weight, and the Emperor-sama won't destabilize the relationship between the 2 countries just for the sake of these people. But if the minister's only son also died here, perhaps it would make the Imperial family take it a bit more seriously. A wave of respect rose within the crowd as they looked at the outwardly soft magus. Barely pursed his lips, incredibly self-conscious about the punch he had just thrown. The cleric pressed his hands on the table and said in a somewhat shaky voice, perhaps our 100 or so lives are still too small compared to the relationship between the 2 countries, but if anyone runs back alive, they must remember to tell everyone the truth about what happened here. If this generation of emperors is weak and cannot avenge his people, let our tens of thousands and thousands of bloodthirsty compatriots remember the atrocities of the Gash Kingdom against the people of the Candlewick Empire today, and remember this hatred, whether it's a year, 10 years, or several hundred years. Someone will definitely avenge us people. Chapter 107, Hate to see each other. The magisterium has undoubtedly infected these people. I'll stay and break the back. Barely a man was the first to stand up. Yikes. A few female adventurers blushed scarlet and immediately covered their eyes. I'll stay behind to break the back too. I'm staying too. They've killed so many of our compatriots. I'm just going to fight for my life later to kill more guards. Almost everyone chose to stay. But in the end, they still selected 10 warrior-type professions as the ones to break out. After all, magic professions were far inferior to warrior-type professions in terms of physical strength, and the probability of them escaping was just too small. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come I just met you people today? Barely looking at these compatriots who looked at death as if they were at home. A wave of emotions rose up inside of him, stirring as he rubbed the corners of his eyes and cursed with a smile. Really? It would have been nice to meet everyone earlier. A female adventurer wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. That's right. It feels like the first 10 years of one's life are wasted. Ha ha, if we still survive, I'll treat you all to a refreshing drink of our hometown specialty. Everyone, cheer up. The female elementalist raised her slender arms and clenched her fists to cheer you all on. Damn it, I'll go first. Barely fearful, he stepped towards the door. Wheat-colored skin, tall body, bulging muscles, and the one that followed the amplitude of the body's movements with a flutter. The female adventurers were still blushing but slightly more accustomed to it, feeling less hot, and some of the blessing class magic professionals put their blessing magic on bare stripes. Primary muscle strengthening, primary perception enhancement, primary acuity, elementary power increase, elementary stone skin technique. Ha ha, good. Feeling the change in his body, Akira laughed out loud, clenched his fist to gather his magic power, and blasted out with a punch. The huge chi energy crashed through the door panel, and some of the guards who were banging on the doorway's body flew out backwards, and fell to the ground like a dead dog. Go! Damn! These dog bastards! I'm going to kill you all! Charge! The adventurers roared and charged at the guards, and a fierce battle broke out between them. 10 recently selected breakaways ran recklessly towards the city gates. Be sure to stay alive and bring out the truth. The magus looked at the 10 people who fled away and prayed silently in his heart. When the guards saw an adventurer trying to run, they immediately separated some of them to go after them. But again, they were quickly stopped by the adventurers in defiance. They were a million times surprised to find that even the magic professionals bravely stood in front of them. The commotion in the capital was quickly sent to the palace as an emergency. The king, dressed in pink pajamas and rabbit-eared fuzzy slippers, had a frozen expression for a full half-minute upon hearing the news before he gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. That rebellious son! The king commanded the soldier who came to report. Tell the city lord to close the gates. Don't let these people get out. The soldier said with some difficulty, Your Majesty, 6 people have already run out of the city. Since the soldiers guarding the city were completely unaware of what was happening, they said that they just watched the 6 of them run out and said that they were welcome to come back to Gash Kingdom next time. The king covered his heart. Quickly, send men out after them and get those 6 back. Make sure you get them back. Yes. The soldier turned to leave after receiving the order. Wait. The king called out to him and threw him a token. Tell Cyrenian to deploy his personal guards to intervene in this matter, and make sure to stop the massacre of the Candle Empire people, but place them all in the best inns in the capital, have the best doctors and priests treat them, and forbid them to leave. Yes. It was only after the soldier left that the queen, dressed in an ultra-short maid's outfit with black stockings, came out of the dressing room. What is it, my dear? After the king told him what happened, the queen froze for 3 minutes before howling. I told you not to let you put guards on that loser. Forget it. Your son, with his intelligence and his behavior, would have been beaten to death with his face covered years ago if he hadn't been followed by the guards. The king gritted his teeth and gasped very heavily and said, Get that rebellious son here. I'll break his legs. Inside the city, Stay had been at a disadvantage because his numbers were so small compared to the guards, and only 5 of the 20 or so were currently left, barely wounded. One man faced a dozen guards and stood in front of the magus. The magus was sitting on the floor leaning against the wall, a large pool of blood underneath him, and he had fallen into a serious coma. These 2 candle dragon Imperials actually hurt my face. Unforgivable. A guard with a face full of pimple pits and eyes not even as big as the pimple pits roared with hatred. Go! Cripple them! I'm going to chop off their fingers one by one. The guards grimaced and were about to rush up and restrain barely Stripey when suddenly a horse whistled from behind them. Stop! His Majesty the King commands that none of these men die, and that they all be taken to the inn. What? No way! These 2 actually messed up my handsome face. I can't just let them both go. It's not that bad anyway. The pimple-pitted face guards were in a hurry and ignored the personal guards, wanting to continue killing the magus and Akira. The personal guards looked bored and raised the 3-finger-thick leather whip in their hands and lashed it across the pockmarked face. Pop! Ow! Pimple Pit Face fainted from the pain. This blow directly blinded one of his eyes. From his forehead to the bloody mess near his nose was directly lost. What a ing death wish. Is there anyone else who didn't ing hear what I said? The proctor raised the whip in his hand, looking at the pockmarked face of the pimple-faced guard who had stumbled a few more times. The other guards sucked in a breath of cold air and coyly ran over to carry the magus in bare stripes. Outside the city, the 6 adventurers who were lucky enough to run out of the city were running at full speed on their snatched horses, while at that moment, some magic chanters in the capital swept through the city gates using flight magic with astonishing speed. Chapter 108, Escape. The Kingdom of Gash was a very small country, and it wasn't as rich as the Candle Dragon Empire as a whole, so the country as a whole didn't have a large number of cities. After leaving the capital and heading all the way to the southeast, with a slight detour, one could reach the territory of the Candle Dragon Empire. Early the next morning, a white horse mixed with demonic bloodline galloped across the barren grassland. Wind-walking horses, a hybrid of ordinary horses and a wind-attributed magical creature. In addition to running faster than ordinary horses, they were born with a kind of wind-attributed magic, which, when activated, would greatly increase their speed with the help of the wind element, but the maintenance of this effect required the consumption of magic power. The teenager on horseback was named Valen, one of the 6 who had escaped the capital of the Kingdom of Gash. It didn't take long after the massacre yesterday afternoon for the king of the Kingdom of Gash to react quickly, utilizing the communication crystal, blocking off the gates of the various cities, and ordering people to be rounded up and intercepted. Of the initial 10 adventurers who escaped, 4 died in the battle in the capital, leaving 6 who escaped the capital, but on their way to their own country, they were caught up by the magic bards and soldiers and knights who caught up with them, and were either captured or killed on the spot due to their fierce resistance, leaving only one, Valen. Valen was more fortunate, stealing a windwalker horse, taking a very remote and circuitous path, and having a fellow adventurer hold off the border patrol soldiers for him, which allowed him to escape from the territory of the Kingdom of Gash. As the only one of the 10 to survive, Valen didn't have much joy on his face at the moment. Instead he was teary-eyed. Jingle bells. Windwalker's horse wore a string of earrings in his ears that glowed with magical light, the blood stains on them having been air-dried. It was a magic prop that could reduce the consumption of magic power. And Valen, as a man, was not in the habit of wearing earrings. Yesterday a female adventurer, after it became clear that she would inevitably be caught, yanked off this earring and threw it to Valen without a word, using her life to hold off her pursuers for Valen. Valen later stole a windwalker horse, and, familiar with windwalker characteristics, he put these earrings on the windwalker's ears. If it wasn't for the effect of this earring to reduce magic consumption, it would be impossible for the wind-walking horse to run all night and still be so fast. Behind him, in the direction of a sudden eagle's cry at a great distance, Valen blanched and subconsciously turned his head back. A small blue dot could clearly be seen in the distance rising into the sky. This is eagle vision, a very common type of detection magic. The effect is to coalesce an eagle made of magic that soars in the sky. The caster's vision will be shared with the eagle and it has night vision and focus magnification effects. It was a wilderness, surrounded only by some yellowed weeds, not quite as tall as a horse's hoof, and there was nowhere to hide. Experience had taught Valen that by now the people of the Kingdom of Gash knew where he was, and in less than 10 minutes, he would be caught up. As luck would have it, after continuing to ride and run for 5 minutes, a blazing aura suddenly rose up behind Valen and could be felt rapidly approaching. But the wind-walking horse wasn't stupid. Although it wasn't familiar with the person on its back, out of instinct, it quickly changed its running direction and dodged the flying fireball. Boom! The fireball contacted the ground and instantly exploded. The blazing wave of air spread in all directions along with the shockwave. The wind-walking horse was scalded and let out a pained neigh. Valen held on to the wind-walking horse's neck to prevent himself from being lifted out of the air. The pursuing magic bard had been ordered to take all fleeing Candle Empire men alive, so she hadn't wanted to kill Valen, and had just attempted to blast him off his horse. When magic chanters use flight magic, their flight speed won't be too fast. It can't be compared to a wind-walking horse, but all of them have profound knowledge of magic. And by using flight and then using acceleration-type magic at the same time, they can achieve fast flight. Just that the maneuvers such as steering and stopping aren't as flexible. Stop and come back with me. I don't want to hurt you. The magic chanter bent her body to reduce air resistance and increase her flight speed. Valen still didn't know why the Kingdom of Gash had suddenly massacred them, but looking at their reactions, he knew with his ass that there would be no good consequences for being taken back. Seeing Valen ignoring him, the magic chanter started releasing ranged magic once again. Anyway, the king's order only said to capture them alive. It didn't say that they couldn't be crippled. In fact, quite a number of Candlewick Imperials had already had their legs or arms broken by them during the previous capture. Valen felt movement behind him and was inwardly terrified, but there wasn't much he could do. He had already thrown his weapons and other things he should have thrown in order to be able to run faster. Baby, Baby, faster. Faster, later I'll introduce you to our prettiest, longest-legged mare. He kept rubbing the neck of the windward horse, begging the other to understand the current situation. Fireballs. The 3 fireballs that were consistent with the one just launched at the same time, blasting at such a fast speed that Valen didn't even dare to look back, screaming in his heart, "It's over!" But the wind-walking horse surprised him with its strength, accelerating steeply and dodging the 3 fireballs as it drew an S across the wasteland. Valen, his back covered in dust stirred up by the magic, touched his face and jerked his horse's neck in surprise. "Good job, brother." A green line could be faintly seen in the distance, and a grin appeared on Valen's face. The land of the Candle Dragon Empire was fertile, and the border zone was a grassland in dense forest. It was obvious that the border of the Candle Dragon Empire was not far ahead. Just because you enter a border doesn't mean you're immediately protected. But, let's hope this man will have some scruples. After all, it's a big deal to enter another country's territory and kill their civilians. Step it up, bro. Long legs are waiting for you up front. Wow. Valen was still attempting to bribe Windward Horse when Windward Horse suddenly and very weirdly turned back. It was then that Valen saw that the wind-up horse had 2 eyes, one looking up to the left and one down to the right, with a complete look of great intelligence. Hiss. It suddenly occurred to him that magic props would interfere with the user's spirit, and even if a magic chanter used them for a long time, he would have to take a break halfway through, or else he would be prone to mental exhaustion or even insanity. The wind-walking horse had actually started to feel bad, except that it wasn't a human being after all, and if a human being noticed an abnormality, he would hurry to take down the magic props. This wind-walking horse, if it is not hooves, cannot reach the ear. Long ago pulled down the earrings by itself. At this point, its spirit had completely collapsed, and it immediately applied a sharp brake, while Valen was directly thrown out due to inertia. The windwalker horse let out an irregular but long neigh and ran off very happily in the other direction. "Dude, don't you want the long-legged mare?" Valen sat on the ground, one hand raised, trying to stay, but the latter didn't even shake him off, each eye looking at the other, running further and further away with a very dejected and arrogant stride. Chapter 109, The Barrier of Candlewick Empire. Valen looked at the borderline 500 meters away, his eyes filled with longing and helplessness. There was no way he could run this distance before the magic bards caught him. He looked back at the approaching magic bard with pity. The magic chanter wore a hooded magical robe, her wonderfully tall body covered underneath, though the hood was lifted backward by the wind as she fell, revealing her pretty face. She walked over to Valen with a cold look on her face and stared at him in disgust, lifting her leg and stomping her red heels hard on his face. Whoa! Sharp roots grind back and forth across his face, and Valen makes a pained sound. "Do you think you can run in my hands? Folly. A waste of time. It's not like I'm going to kill you." Just then, there was a wah-wah-wah-wah-wah of strange screams from one side. The enchantress looked sideways that way, only to see a dozen goblins appear in the distance, including goblin archers, goblin bladesmen, and a goblin priest. Since being incorporated, the group of kobolds didn't need to go out and rob anymore, as Blood Deer City would send them food on a regular basis. There is no lack of food or drink. That idly can only accomplish the great cause of the growth of the race, coupled with the fact that their growth cycle was short and they could go into battle within a few days of being born. So the number of kobolds in this area was increasing and their territorial range was getting bigger and bigger, and although Valen hadn't managed to enter the borders of the Candlewick Empire, he had entered the kobolds' territory. Goblins didn't goad anyone, except for listening to the Goblin King, who was now subservient to Lewin. Lewin had the Goblin King give orders to all goblins not to harm humans and to protect them when they saw them in danger in the wild. So these kobolds all over the field has become the barrier of the Candlewick Empire. Last time on the Kobold King's instructions for the Candlewick Empire wiped out Marshal Roxas and 30,000 elite soldiers. Usually see the human being chased by the demons, they will also rush up to rescue. And even some of the kobolds' contact with the businessman will use food to exchange with them for some of the kobolds' unique tribal jewelry, such as bone necklaces and so on. Just a dozen or so kobolds. It'll waste some time, but it's not at all what you'd call tricky. The female magician raised the leg that was stepping on Valen's face, and her hands began to gather magic. She suddenly froze, because those kobolds didn't mean to fight after coming a bit closer. The kobold priests were still desperately swinging their hands and These kobolds were ordered to protect the humans of the Candlewick Empire, but they didn't know that this female magician wasn't a citizen of the Candlewick Empire, so they didn't know what to do for a moment, and the kobold priest with a higher IQ attempted to persuade the two of them not to fight with his body language, and it didn't really know how to speak, even though it was able to understand the humans' words with the help of the voice of the world. And for the enchantress, even if she was given another 1,000 years she wouldn't be able to figure out what this kobold priest meant, but she was aware that she didn't have to think about it so much. She just needed to kill these kobolds and bring back this man on the ground. Valen had heard about the kobolds now subservient to the Candlewick Empire and tried to yell, "Help me! I'm a subject of the Candlewick Empire, and this woman is from the Kingdom of Gash, and she's trying to kill me." The female mage felt very amused when she heard Valen shout and couldn't help but laugh and curse at him with contempt. What kind of foolishness are you committing? However, when she turned back to the group, she suddenly realized that the group of goblins, who had been battleless just a few moments ago, were now looking at themselves in a hideous manner. The kobold priest did not strike for fear of hurting Valen, while the kobold archer had begun to draw his bow and arrows, and the kobold swordsman charged at her with his blade. "Are you kidding me? Firewall!" Stunned, she struck out decisively. The fire element enriched around her, and a wall of fire more than 10 meters high immediately rose in front of her, with her and Valen on one side of the wall, and the kobolds on the other side of the wall. The wall of fire slammed into the kobolds with a destructive aura, and the heat immediately melted the flying arrows, and the wall of fire scraped through and flew a dozen meters before dissipating. A magical shield was wavering in front of the kobold priests, and a number of kobolds fell to the ground, much of their skin having been burned by the heat of the wall of fire, revealing the charred muscles within. Some of the kobolds were already dead, but there were a few more that were temporarily alive, and they immediately stood up and continued to charge at the wizard with absolutely no fear of death. Glide. A blessing spell is enchanted onto the female magician. Most magicians hold life-saving magic, including displacement magic. The female magician pointed her toes, and her body immediately flew backward a dozen meters lightly, and during her flight, she didn't stop and coalesced her next magic. The kobold priest shouted and paddled towards Valen, and both Valen and the enchantress could see that it was surprisingly telling Valen to run while he had the chance. Valen, though his leg was injured by the fall, immediately got up and limped towards the Imperial border. The new fire star. A dozen or so fireballs swirled rapidly around the enchantress, slaying the kobolds that attempted to approach her. The female magician looked at Valen, who was fleeing with the goblin priest, and with the thought of, if we don't bring him back, then we'll kill him here. With a thought, a dozen or so explosive fire nova flew towards Valen. However, the goblin priest actually used his own body to block directly behind Valen at the critical moment. The explosive fire nova exploded when it came into contact with its skinny body, and dozens of meters-high pillars of fire rose to the ground, lighting up the sky in orange. The female mage wanted to rub her eyes. This was a hell of a thing she was doing. The kobolds actually died to protect the humans? Valen also had a complicated mind. These dozen kobolds died to protect him after all. After living for more than 20 years, it was also the first time he was protected by kobolds. Don't worry, Mr. Goblins. I will bring the message back to the Candlewick Empire, and I will not let your deaths be in vain. Valen teared up, thinking as he ran. Stop right there. The female magician was about to continue her pursuit when she suddenly sensed dense movement resounding around her. There's a herd of something heading this way, and based on speculation, there's a 90% chance that it's kobolds. Her face turned a little white, and she immediately activated flight and magic effect acceleration to quickly fly away from this place, because she knew very well what would happen to her, a human female, if she was captured by a kobold. Getting further and further away from the ground, the enchantress breathed a temporary sigh of relief as she turned around and noticed that there was indeed a group of kobolds coming, numbering at least 300, with over 100 mutants actually among them, and more than 24 kobold priests alone. As a court mage of the Kingdom of Gash himself, he could not deal with this group of kobolds at all. Fearing that she would be struck down by the goblin priest with her magic, she immediately accelerated and flew away from the area. The last image she glimpsed lingered in her mind. The human she had hunted down sprawled on the ground, a group of kobold priests healing him with healing magic. Unbelievable. Kobolds are actually saving humans? If you go back and tell the king, will he believe you? At this time, inside a certain prison in the royal palace of the Gash Kingdom, pop! A whip more than 3 fingers thick fiercely lashed at the fourth prince's leg, immediately cracking his skin and offsetting his bones a bit. Ah! Father, please spare me! The fourth prince wailed and pleaded. The king was panting with exhaustion as he held the whip, but completely ignoring the fourth prince's pleas, he lifted it and lashed down hard again. Do you have any idea how much money I'll have to pay out to the Candle Dragon Empire to calm this down after so many Candle Dragon Empire civilians died? Chapter 110, a foreign country with no place to talk about it. The whip lashed at the fourth prince's body one after another, each stroke accompanied by a pig-killing howl from the fourth prince. Father, I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Snap. I should really put you in jail, give you water to drink and food to eat every day, and not let you do anything else. I'd be better off raising a pig than you. Father, I'm really looking out for our entire kingdom. The king stops briefly when he hears these words from the fourth prince and points at him, his lips quirking a few times. Hopefully, After half a day of fighting, this kid still thinks he's right. The king was speechless for a few moments, but he actually used a slightly pleading tone. Then I beg you, will you stop thinking about us from now on? A minister hurriedly arrived. Your Majesty, those court magicians have all returned. The king threw the blood-stained whip to the ground. Well, tell them to wait a moment and I will meet them. Yes. The minister nodded and left. The king looked at the fourth prince with indignant eyes. I've already decided. When you're healed, I'll agree to Duke Rank's request for a marriage. His territory is very rich, and this time the compensation out of the loss can make up a lot for us. The fourth prince was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, and when he heard this, he actually raised his head to gloat and asked, Who is it? Who is it? Father, who are you going to let marry the Earl of Lanark's daughter? Looking at the fourth prince's stupidity, the king simply hated him. Who else could it be? You. The smile on the fourth prince's face froze, and then he looked like he wanted to cry. Don't. Father, Duke Rank's daughter is in her 40s, 20 years older than me, and her arms are thicker than my thighs. If you want me to marry her, I won't even dare to go to a whorehouse in the future. Would this have happened if it wasn't for your foolish behavior? A priest will come over to heal your wounds in a moment, and when you're healed, I'll arrange for you to meet with Duke Rank's daughter. The king finished with an expressionless face, pushed open the prison door and left the place ignoring the wailing of the fourth prince. A few minutes later, in the great hall of the palace, the magicians who had hunted down the escapee were sitting at a table taking small sips of coffee and other beverages. There was a sound of footsteps in the empty hall, and several people immediately put down their silver cups and stood up, saluting in unison with a respectful tone. Your Majesty, please chastise me. A Candle Empire man escaped under me. The female magician who had pursued Valen half-kneeled on the ground. Escaped? The king of Gash Kingdom was shocked. What happened? Those people were just brats in their teens and 20s. Right. How could they escape under the kingdom's best mage? The female magician told the truth about what she encountered at the border of the Candlewick Empire. The king of China in the Grand Hall, along with the other ministers and court magicians, murmured after hearing it. Kobolds saved the humans? This kind of thing is too unbelievable. It's only weird if the kobolds don't eat the humans. Could it be that the Goblin King and the Candlewick Empire have reached some kind of agreement? But kobolds and humans working together. This kind of thing has never happened before. One of the ministers interjected. I think it could be true. Do you all still remember that Marshal Rox's troops were besieged by the Goblin army? Before, we all thought it was a coincidence with a very small probability. But now it seems that maybe it's not a coincidence at all, and that the Goblin King is really cooperating with the Candlewick Empire. Unbelievable. More than 100 years ago, there were many countries that tried countless times to reach a cooperative relationship with the Kobold King, but the people sent to intercede all died tragically in the Kobold Horde without exception. So then there was no one to try to cooperate with the kobolds, and I didn't expect that Candlewick Empire actually succeeded. From a military point of view, goblins are soldiers that are death-defying, aggressive, quick to spawn, and absolutely loyal to the Goblin King, so if we can get them in our hands, it would be a really good fighting force. Several ministers were talking about it with envy in their tones, and the king was getting more and more jealous the more he heard about it. However, this also meant that the Candlewick Empire's military power was on a higher level, and the fact that their own country had slaughtered their civilians made this matter even more difficult to muddle through, and the other side would 9 times out of 10 Leonize them because of this. The king was secretly worried in his heart. The reason why he didn't let the people from the Candle Dragon Empire escape back was because he was afraid that the conflict would break out early. Although the conflict was going to break out sooner or later, but if it was a little later, then one still had room to maneuver, such as tampering with the cause of this massacre and taking the fourth prince out of it. If it was just a personal grudge between the guards and adventurers underneath, then the impact of the matter would be a lot smaller, and one would be able to pay out a little less money. The escaped Imperials didn't necessarily know that everything was planned by the fourth prince, but those guards were the fourth prince's guards, and there was no way to rely on that. Those guards also knew that it was the fourth prince's orders, so they should start with those guards and use some means to make them take the blame themselves. Moreover, his side can't execute these guards now, and make a death sentence with the Candle Dragon Empire, which is too perfunctory and no one will believe it. Damn it, if only there were mages within the kingdom who had mastered the magic of memory tampering. The king opened his mouth and inquired, those Candle Dragon Empire adventurers who were injured yesterday, how are they doing? We've separated them in some hotels and sent soldiers to blockade those hotels. A certain classy hotel in the capital of the Kingdom of Gash. The cleric's eyes were wrapped in white cloth, and he had been blinded by debris from the magic-triggered explosion during yesterday's battle. But having suffered such a blow, he still maintained a calm demeanor as he lay quietly on his bed. Barely dressed in the clothes given him by the lord of the city, he sat somewhat dispiritedly by the window. his eyes glancing now and then at the empty sleeve there on his right arm. He did not lose his right arm in yesterday's battle. In yesterday's battle, Bareback was unusually brave and killed a number of guards in the streets, originally having been captured in the inn. He was spared from death by order of the king and protected, but last night some guards bought the watchman in and smashed his arm hard, yanking it off with the bones. For these guards, the adventurers had killed their comrades that they had spent so much time with, and they were so resentful inside that they couldn't help but retaliate. As a result, all the adventurers who were imprisoned in the inn were not having a good time for a while, and there were one incident after another of the guards suddenly rushing in to beat, maim, and abuse them. The guards, after all, were within the same system as the guards, and just pretended not to see it, only urging not to kill anyone. Bam! The door to one of the rooms was roughly kicked in, and several guards, in civilian clothes, rushed in grimly. The adventurer backed away in a million pieces of panic. You guys, what are you doing? What for? You killed my own brother with magic yesterday and you still want to return home safely? The lead guard's eyes were red as he pointed at the adventurer and shouted to the men behind him. Cut off the fingers of his left hand one by one. A fierce fight broke out in the room, and 2 minutes later the adventurer was being held down by several men. Shaking with fear, one hand pinned to the table, his fist clenched hard. Unclench your fists, the lead guard shouted angrily. Fearful to the point of shortness of breath, the adventurer took one last look at the doorway, where the watchman gave him a cold look and idly walked away as if he had seen nothing. The adventurer is desperate to the extreme. In a foreign country, being bullied so much but not even a place to reason. You guys wait, when I go back, I will definitely report what happened here to our city lord's office. The lead guard sneered. Do you think the officials of your empire would waste their energy for a lowly civilian like you? Fine, if you don't unclench your fists, then I'll just chop off your entire hand. With that, he raised his long sword, gathered his magic power, and slashed down with such force that the adventurer's hand and wrist were immediately separated. Ah ha ha ha. The mournful screams echoed in the inn, unusually explosive to the ears, causing the other adventurers to stifle their shivers. Meanwhile, Valen didn't have the heart to be healed at all, risking being reduced to a lifelong disability, and letting the goblin priests end their healing magic, talking and gesticulating as he expressed his anxiety. In the end, a goblin giant carried him and ran him all the way to Blooddeer City at a fast pace, and as Valen entered the city, Blooddeer City was like a lake that had fallen into a boulder, and it suddenly set off huge waves. Chapter 111, The Wrath of the Nation. Valen was actually a bit apprehensive upon his return to Blooddeer. He was afraid that if he went to the city lord's mansion and reported the matter to the emperor first, the emperor would choose to block the news and privately reach certain agreements with the Gash Kingdom, and by that time, his compatriots would not be able to avenge themselves, not to mention that he might have to be imprisoned in the city lord's mansion as well. It was no wonder he was concerned about this, as something similar had happened in the old Holy Monarch Empire. Since kobolds were not allowed to enter the city even though they were subservient to the empire, Valen limped himself to the Adventurers Guild first after entering the city. Being an adventurer himself, he had quite a few acquaintances in the guild, and as soon as he entered the guild, there were some concerned people who gathered around and asked what had happened. It was only when he saw these people that Valen truly settled down. He then took advantage of the fact that there were so many people gathered around him to tell a colorful and detailed account of the atrocities of the Kingdom of Gash. The news spread one way, 2 ways, 4 ways, and like ink dripping into water, it quickly filled the entire empire. And together with the news, there was also extreme anger. Our compatriots actually suffered such inhumane treatment in a foreign land without any justification. Is it bullying our Candlewick Empire into incompetence? A short time later, the news spread completely, and for a time the country was shaken. The soldiers of Blooddeer City had asked for orders with their superiors. The adventurers with a passionate heart, on the other hand, planned to join forces to attack some of the Gash Kingdom's military food warehouses if the royal family didn't care. The merchants volunteered to donate supplies and money to aid them, and even some profit-oriented mercenary organizations on the outskirts of the city planned to do their part when they learned about it. City Lord's Mansion. Several ministers immediately stood up straight in a solemn manner when they saw Emperor Carter walk out of the conference room. One of them, Evan, said bluntly, "Your Majesty, with your wisdom, you must be able to guess the reason why that boy did not first report the news to the city hall. You may have to chastise me for what I'm about to say, but I still say that if you chose to gloss over the matter because of any concerns, the lack of trust the commoners have in you would be irreparable for the rest of your life." Evan had been harboring under Garcia's suppression for so many years, but after pledging his allegiance to Lewin, the fervor within his youth was gradually awakened. He knew that this move was rather unauthorized, but had he been able to lead the army, he would have gone to the Kingdom of Gash himself. Carter was usually more easygoing and much less hostile than Garcia. So these ministers were worried that Carter would be weak on such diplomatic matters. But what kind of person is Carter? When he saved Alia and the 5 of them for the future of humanity, he didn't even blink when he sacrificed himself. How could he be weak for such a thing? Without any defense, he said bluntly, "Send out troops and target the kingdom of Gash. I want to see the murderers of my people beheaded one by one." More than 200,000 soldiers set out in great numbers from the territories closer to the Gash kingdom, joining up with the 30,000 soldiers and 90,000 goblin legions from Blood Deer City, and killing directly towards the Gash kingdom. On the road, in the same carriage, Evan sat beside Lewin. Recalling the image of Lewin's conversation with Carter just now, Lewin asked Carter, "What should you do when someone kills your nationals?" Carter responded emotionally, "I will definitely uncover any murderers, no matter how many there are, no matter what their status is in the Gash kingdom. They must all pay for their lives. If there is any favoritism, I will directly declare war." Isn't the meaning of the Empire's existence for these civilians? Lewin nodded. Not bad. I didn't pick the wrong person. In fact, with his idea, like this kind of thing, the Empire itself to solve the problem on the line, completely do not need him to go out. If everything has to be him to worry about, will not be trouble dead. However, this time, he just happened to complete his seclusion, and he didn't have to raise his cultivation level before the next collection of heavenly materials and treasures. Plus, those adventurers had met with disaster when they had traveled to the Gash kingdom to search for heavenly treasures for him in order to repay him and not let him down. In terms of Lewin's character, he really couldn't do whatever he wanted. The king of the kingdom of Gash was completely unperturbed at this time, drinking coffee in his palace. It was unexpected, but I didn't expect the Empire to contact him for accountability after all this time. And he took this time to make that captain of the guards carry everything by holding his family hostage. In their fabricated story, the matter is like this. The captain of the guards and a drunken candle dragon Imperials on the road got into a verbal conflict. And then on the sidelines of the onlookers of the Imperials went up to beat the captain. The captain could not stand it, and went back to call the guards. The conflict got bigger and bigger, before gradually getting out of control, and evolved into the guards and the candle dragon Imperials killed each other. This reason was full of loopholes. First of all, there was no way to explain why there would be so many soldiers chasing and intercepting along the way, and there were also some highly rated magicians who would keep chasing the fugitives. But for the two countries, the reason for this thing, it doesn't matter if it's reasonable or not. It's fine if it's there, and the rest is just to see if the other party accepts it or not. It had already happened, and besides, the deaths were just some civilians, so if the Imperial Emperor was smart, he wouldn't think too much about it and lose his military power because of it. So it's just a matter of paying out some money, and then himself, the king, personally going to pay tribute to those dead Imperials, giving face, and eventually, as time goes by, the matter will be over. As the king raised his cup and took a sip of the piping hot coffee, an officer suddenly hurried in. "Your Majesty, an army of the Candle Dragon Empire has been detected at the border outpost, numbering over 300,000. Put." The old king sprayed a mouthful of coffee on the officer's big bald head. What? He was completely confused, not expecting Carter, who was the head of a country, to even skip the steps of negotiation and directly press in with a large army. Quickly, have the court mages prepare the communication crystals. The king sounded panicked. 300,000 troops. A serious fight could flatten them. Chapter 112, Attempted Cunning. The king had the communication crystals prepared, and the first order of business was not to contact Carter, but the distant eternal kingdom of the Church of Eternity. The Eternal Religion Kingdom was the birthplace of the Eternal Religion, and it had a pivotal position in the entire Sidhi continent, and they directly or indirectly controlled many countries through their religion, which also included the sacred monarch empire. The Eternal Light Sect, a branch of the Eternal Sect, existed in the Holy Monarch Empire before, but Lewin felt that this sect was of little use, and always attempted to get its hands on power and fool the civilians, and was a bit like some of the religions of Yen Huang that wore the skin of goodness but had an evil heart, so he had Carter get rid of all of them. Applying to allow the Eternal Church Kingdom to intervene in this matter came at a high price, such as ceding more rights and interests to the Eternal Church Kingdom, and agreeing to the Eternal Church's sending of people to intervene in the dynastic affairs of the Kingdom of Gash. It would weaken the king's power even more. But there's no better way to do it at the moment. Only if the Eternal Sect and the Black Calamity stepped in could they stop the hundreds of thousands of troops from the Candlewick Empire. But the former was only a point of entitlement, and the latter would directly take the lives of their families. The border of the Kingdom of Gash is a wasteland. The soldiers, who had assembled urgently in a short time after receiving the order, lined up their troops here and stared at the strange legion with jaws agape. I'm not mistaken, right? the one walking at the front, is actually a kobold? Ha! Kobolds are actually going to help the Candlelight Empire fight? The number of kobolds alone is quite a bit more than us. What a fight! When will the reinforcements arrive? Let's hope we don't get into a fight. Walking at the forefront of all the Candlewick Empire soldiers was a dense legion of goblins. These kobolds were not at all as disciplined and shabbily equipped as the public perception. They lined up in neat rows across the moor, their pace not quite up to unanimity, but the group managed to stay relatively neat after traveling such a long distance. At the forefront of this goblin army were melee troop types like ordinary goblin warriors, goblin giants, and rock goblins. Goblin warriors in the wild would wear worn-out cloth and leather armor, and the slightly better ones were inferior homemade bone armor. But with the support of the Candle Dragon Empire, they now wore luxury equipment such as fine iron armor, spears, and long-handled axes. In the back row were the goblin priests, and their magic staffs had been upgraded from crude bone staffs to silver staffs made of better materials and inlaid with gems. These soldiers of the Gash Kingdom had already grown timid upon hearing that they would have to fight the Candle Dragon Empire, and seeing that even the goblins were better equipped than them, their morale immediately decreased by a large portion. Far away from the battlefield, on a raised hill, space suddenly opened up, and a fleshy calf stretched out from the purple-black spatial crack, stepping barefoot on the barren grassy ground, followed by a plump purple-haired silhouette walking out from the crack. The silhouette was draped in an open black robe. Other than that, her plump figure was only wrapped in a few simple strips of fabric, which were all painted with some arcane runes, obviously acting as some sort of restriction. She wasn't exactly tall. Her thighs and waist and stomach were strangled with flesh by the cloths, and there was a vermilion pattern on her belly. She was none other than Noah, who had been sent out by the Black Calamity to make contact with Lewin. Geez, I'm pretty lucky. I just found out where he is and I'm in for a treat. Noah bit her finger, a magic rune hovering in front of her eyes, and the battlefield over 20 miles away seemed as if it was right in front of her. Having just gone to Lorca village and pounced, the member of the organization in charge of intelligence informed her that the Candle Dragon Empire was going to war with the Kingdom of Gash, and it was presumed that Lewin would most likely come along, so she followed her. However, she had heard that Lewin had the ability to easily destroy a city, and based on Shur Ayala's charred and blackened land, it appeared to be lightning attribute magic, and as a necromancer, damage from lightning attributes would be multiplied. So even though she came to watch the show, she didn't dare to stand too far forward. Fight it! Fight it! Noah stretched out his little meaty fist and gestured twice in the air. As the two armies faced each other, Carter cupped a communication crystal in his hand, which had just been delivered alone by a messenger from the Kingdom of Gash. On the end of the crystal was naturally the old face of the King of the Kingdom of Gash. Honorable Carter, as King, I deeply regret this incident of conflict that took place within our borders, and I think it is necessary for me to explain the cause of the incident. One of our captains of guards had a confrontation with your subjects. He told Carter the fabricated facts and then added, for those dozen guards, we will hand them over to your country for disposal out of respect for your country, and at the same time compensate those who died with a certain amount of gold coins. After saying that, the old king waited for Carter's reply with anxiety. If Carter believes this reason, then everything will be fine. If Carter chooses not to believe, then there will be trouble. Carter's eyes widened in anger. Are you taking us for idiots? You are simply wasting my time. The citizen who escaped back has told me that he was surrounded by your soldiers, court magicians. Is that guard your father? How could you mobilize so many people? The old king, facing Carter's tirade that did not leave any emotion, thumped in his heart, and at the same time, out of the maintenance of the royal face, he hardened his head and said, you are not like the cultivation of a royal. Is it not the Hall Candle Dragon? I'll fix your grandmother. If you don't hand over the real murderer, the army of the Candle Dragon Empire will enter your capital, and then we'll find out who the murderer is ourselves. There was no way the king could hand over the fourth prince. First of all, he couldn't watch his own son being executed. Secondly, if it was known that the prince had instructed others to slaughter foreigners in the capital and was eventually taken away by foreigners to be executed, it would also be a great stain on the face of the royal family, and some ill-intentioned nobles might even take the opportunity to take action. Once he thought that the Eternal Church Kingdom had already promised to intervene in their affairs. The king had a few moments of confidence in his heart, and said in a tough manner, Carter, I think I've made it clear that the murderers are those guards. If you're willing to believe me, I'll have them hand them over to you along with the gold coins for the compensation. And if you're not willing to believe me, there's not much I can do about that either. Anyway, hey, what are you? Carter was about to give the order to go straight to war when he heard a commotion coming from the other end through the communication crystal. And then Lord Lu's figure appeared in the communication crystal. Chapter 113, Rescuing People Personally. The king and the other ministers in the Great Hall looked at Lewin, who had appeared at some point. with a dumbfounded expression. They hadn't seen Lewin. They were just incredulous over the sudden appearance of a stranger. You, what are you? Lewin didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and gripped the king. Let go of his majesty. Do you want to die? Let go. The ministers panicked and pointed at Lewin. Lewin ignored them, and 2 channels of ghostly blue light suddenly surged out of his eyes, injecting themselves into the king's eyes. Ah! The king let out a pig-killing howl, his body struggling uncontrollably like a beetle that had been stomped on but wasn't dead yet. The pain brought to him by the soul search technique was a dozen times more painful than a lingering death. A dozen seconds later, he was thrown to the ground, his eyes wider than ever, but only the whites of his eyes were visible, not his pupils. Lewin had already learned the truth through soul searching and swept his gaze over the remaining ministers. Influenced by his master's education by word and example, Lewin had a certain protective character. Those adventurers were from the Candlewick Empire, and came to the Gash Kingdom in order to help him collect heavenly treasures, and died in this kind of matter. He should avenge them. All of these ministers knew the truth, but attempted to help the king and the 4th prince hide it, and from Luan's point of view, they deserved to die as well. The ministers were already shivering just from hearing the king's howl just now, and at this moment, when they were swept by Luan's gaze, they were extremely fearful in their hearts, and they knelt on the ground and kept begging for mercy. My lord, please spare us. This matter has nothing to do with us. My lord, I am willing to serve you. That's right, my lord. I can tell you the truth. Lewin raised his hand and said coldly, no need. Pay attention in your next life. A palm force suddenly shot out, covering more than 10 zhang. The stone floor and pillars could not withstand this strong pressure. They burst and shattered. The great hall was suddenly strewn with debris, and those ministers were also shaken alive into broken corpses under this palm force. Somewhere in the royal palace, the 4th prince was lying on the bed with a weak face. The wound was still fresh, but the 4th prince had tossed it 14 times. By the end of the day, it was so weak that I relied on drinking pills to make myself walk. The reason was simple. He was about to marry the daughter of the Earl of Rank, who was stout, had been a soldier on the battlefield and had specialized in martial arts, and had been told that his features were as long as a toad, and his skin was harder than sandpaper. She's also a strong person, and when she's married to her, then the rest of her life's happiness will be gone, so she's going to try to enjoy herself as much as she can while she's still married. Suddenly, the 4th prince's delicate body floated up, and before he could react to what was going on, his body crashed through the window and flew out of the room with a crash. The glass ballast stuck him sporadically, instantly making dozens of cuts, blood sliding down his white skin. Ah! The 4th prince grimaced in pain and finally just landed in front of Lewin. You, what are you? What are you doing? The 4th prince looked at Lewin in shock and disbelief. Lewin didn't have the idea of talking nonsense with him and smashed his head with a slap. After a breath of time, a ghostly green ring on Lewin's right finger was suddenly covered in a layer of light. Casually dropping this headless body, Lewin spread his divine sense out, covering the entire capital in a flash. Then, with a shake of his body, he flew towards the inn where those adventurers were being held. Inside the inn, those adventurers originally stayed in their rooms as if they were dead. They were apprehensive inside and were afraid that the emperor would leave them alone. Barely and the Magus were sitting in the room having a conversation. You said, what will happen to us in the end? Rescued, or beaten to death by these guards? Since the Magus had gone blind, Akira had a cup of water in one hand and was feeding the Magus a drink of water. The Shinigami swallowed the water and said calmly, I've been ready to die for a long time, so I can accept whatever happens. What about you? Me? I'd rather die with a broken arm. It's hard to continue to be an adventurer in the future, and no one in our country seems to know how to use limb regeneration magic, so it's better for me to live than to die. The door was suddenly pushed open, and barely thinking that the group of guards had come to torment him or the cleric again, his body sprang up in a flash and blocked the cleric. But when he saw who was coming, he froze. The Magus couldn't see anything and was still saying, you don't have to scold them anymore for attracting hatred for me. Just let them come if they want to beat me up. Lord Lu, barely believing his eyes, he stammered. Aha, Lewin nodded. Suffered. Come on, let's go back first. Barely stretched his neck to look at the corridor. The corridor is empty at this time, but just now there are many guards here. How to disappear without movement? Barely Stripe decisively carried the Magus and rushed out into the corridor, shouting, let's go. We can go home. Lord Lu was coming to pick us up. They had long enshrined Lewin as a god, and at this time, they finally ignited the hope of life. A few minutes later, below the hotel, Lewin suddenly had a palm-sized lotus leaf in his hand, and then he urged this magic treasure, and the lotus leaf got bigger and bigger, almost covering the whole street. You guys go up first. This lotus leaf will bring you back to Lorca village, Lewin said softly. The crowd stepped on the lotus leaves, all eyes filled with curiosity. Lewin looked at the group of people, many of whom were carrying various disabilities, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. At that moment, he noticed that a female adventurer was carrying a corpse, which was also a girl, with an oozing wound on her forehead. Those guards were going to take these people hostage and hold them at the hotel. But how come there's a dead body? After inquiring about the cause, the female adventurer carrying the corpse explained with red eyes. Yesterday, 8 guards came yesterday and took turns insulting my friend. I persuaded her for one night, but she still killed herself while I wasn't paying attention. I want to bring her body back for burial. Is that okay, Lord Liu? And my hand. They rushed in yesterday, held me down and cut off my hand. I had guards rush in and beat me for an hour yesterday too. The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Lewin frowned slightly and said in a calm tone, "You guys go back first. I'll avenge this for you." "Thank you, Lord Liu. Lord Liu, please, Lord Liu." Some of the adventurers couldn't help but kneel down and cry out in pain. The atmosphere, which had just been joyful because of salvation, became a little heavy for a moment. "Don't worry, I won't spare any of those guards," Lewin said and activated his magic treasure. Lotus Leaf rose up in a gasp of surprise and proceeded to fly in the direction of the Candlewick Empire. The defense array that came with this Lotus Leaf fabulous treasure was hard to break, so Lewin wasn't worried about the safety of the group. Under the coverage of his divine sense, Lewin naturally knew where all those guards were, so after watching Lotus Leaf fly away, he got up and flew towards the city lord's mansion. Chapter 114, The Ring of Grieving Spirits. In a courtyard of the city lord's mansion, more than 200 guards were temporarily using this place as a landing spot in order to facilitate the response to any emergency that might arise over at the inn. Since there were no other tasks for a while, these guards could only hide under the shade of the trees in boredom and gossip, or take a nap, while the few more diligent ones held spellbooks and studied them. Right now, the news of the Candle Dragon Empire's army pressing in had spread throughout the city, and it was inevitable that many of the guards were worried and even anxious about it. This was because most of them had retaliated against adventurers due to personal grudges. At first, he thought that there wouldn't be anything, but he didn't realize that the Candlelight Empire would actually fight over some civilians. "What should we do? I didn't expect the Candle Dragon Empire to actually fight over here." One of the guards had a worried look on his face. Another guard chimed in right after. "I'm afraid what we did yesterday is going to come out. Do you guys think that His Majesty the King will take the initiative to hand us over in order to curry favor with the Candlewick Empire?" At this time, a slightly older guard stood up and waved his hand to comfort the crowd. "Don't worry too much. There were more than 200 brothers involved in that incident yesterday, so if there is to be a punishment, how can we put so many people in jail in one breath? Don't worry, there won't be any problems." "I hope so." A figure silently appeared above these people, his hair flying in the wind. It was none other than Lewin. He reached out and grabbed in vain, and the bodies of those guards on the ground were instantly pulled by a force that involuntarily floated them upwards. The guards were panicked and dumbfounded, and it wasn't until they saw that figure in the sky that they realized that someone had actually captured them in the sky through some method of applying an irresistible force to each of them. For a moment, as if the heavens and the earth had turned upside down, the guards fell into the sky, shouting in horror and reaching out to grab something, but the force of this pulling on them was too great. And even if some of the guards were lucky enough to grab or hold on to some part of the roof, they ended up with their own skin and flesh worn away, and had no choice but to let go and continue to fall into the sky. The ground was getting farther and farther away, and they had reached a height where falling would inevitably kill them, and there was absolutely no way they would survive even if they used their magic. "What's going on? Hey, who are you? Are you from the Candle Dragon Empire? Get us down safely." The guards looked at the young man in their midst, standing high in the air as if he were standing on the ground. Instead of answering them, the young man stroked a ring on his finger. It was a very peculiar ring, with the main body shaped like a scaled-down version of a lantern, emitting an eerie green light. The guards who were a little closer to him were amazed to see what appeared to be a very small figure in the lantern, which rolled around for a while, smashed against the inner wall of the lantern as if it were a door, and jumped up and down with its head covered. Although not a single sound could be heard, it was clear that the figure was in pain by the way he acted. One of the guards rubbed his chin, feeling that the figure looked more and more familiar. A few seconds later, his eyes suddenly widened. "That, it seems to be the fourth prince?" This ring was called the Ring of Grievance, and it could seal the enemy's soul inside. But its main function was the polar opposite of the underworld jade linglong used to save Carter. The underworld jade linglong sealed the soul and had an embracing effect on the soul, and some souls on the verge of festering were put into it, and it was likely that they would be stabilized. The Grievance ring was different. Although it could also seal souls and nourish them, it was engraved with 77 to 49 different formations, each of which had a different torment for the soul. and would randomly activate 1 to 3 of them every day, tormenting the souls that were sealed inside. And its so-called warmth is designed to keep the soul from dissipating due to collapse. After a long period of torture, the ghosts imprisoned inside will have their grievances rise as a result, forming a grudge ghost. Lewin thought to himself that Liar was progressing at a fast rate, and estimated that when he finished his next retreat, he would be at the Foundation establishment stage, and then he could use these resentful ghosts to refine Ghostbusters to teach him how to drive them. These people deserved to die, and they were just the right material to fill it. Reprimands and even angry curses buzzed around Lewin like a swarm of flies, and with a wave of Lewin's sleeve, the surroundings fell silent, and the bodies of these guards exploded together, turning into a mist of blood. The sky above the city lord's mansion was like a rain of flesh and blood. The grievous spirit ring unceasingly emitted a ghostly green light, and many souls were crammed inside, waiting for them to be tortured every day without repetition until they became grievous ghosts swollen with murderous thoughts. 10 minutes ago, at the border of the Kingdom of Gash, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Gash waited for the outcome with trepidation. There was no chance of them surviving if the war started. Just then, several pillars of light descended from the sky and smashed into the ground, and even from a distance. Each one was quite thick and looked to be at least 100 meters in diameter. A teleportation array? Carter looked at the arcane magical rune over each pillar of light, and a hint of doubt rose in the back of his mind. However, the soldiers on the Gash Kingdom's side began to get excited. In order to stabilize the military's heart, the Gash Kingdom's side had long ago informed the soldiers here that the Eternal Church would intervene in this matter and be on their side. It's the Eternal Church Kingdom's men coming, isn't it? Thank God. Great. Not a bad formation. The soldiers of the Gash Kingdom erupted into a burst of cheers. The magical runes of the teleportation array gradually stopped rotating, and as the columns of light dispersed, a four-legged beast-like monster as tall as a mountain appeared in front of the crowd. Carter snapped. War Beast. Chapter 115, Beasts of War. Noah, who was watching the scene from afar in amazement, also exclaimed, "Wow, it's actually a war beast. The Church Kingdom is also too bloodthirsty." But, suddenly a small bud popped out of the grass next to her and landed on her left foot. Quickly hopping away again, she subconsciously raised her fleshy, rounded right foot and stepped on her left foot in a slightly awkward position, gently rubbing the itch. The motion made her body shake slightly, but she didn't care. The Church Kingdom mainly wants to show off to the newly appointed Carter, I guess. It seems that Cabin's guess was wrong. Lewin is not a member of the Eternal Church. Let's go back and report back first. Otherwise I'll be in trouble if someone from the Eternal Cult sees me later. Noah raised his hand. Dark purple magic runes quickly took shape, and the void instantly cracked open, a 2-man-high spatial rift appearing in front of him. She lifted her calf expressionlessly and stepped into the spatial rift, her body disappearing into thin air. With her departure, the spatial crack slowly closed, and everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The ground looked as if an earthquake had occurred due to the walk of the war beast. Carter shook his head and laughed. What a handful for the Eternal Church Kingdom. War behemoths. As the name suggests, are behemoths built for war? Each war beast carried a platform of about an acre on its back, with fences placed around the edges and magic chanters standing on it. The platforms were inflicted with special stabilizing magic, so that even on the backs of the walking war behemoths, they wouldn't jostle or tilt. They are not as simple as being huge. These monsters, born for war, are born with 4 to 15 magical abilities of their own. In addition to the attack magic of storm, frost, thunder, and earthquake, it also possessed many enviable auxiliary magic. Just for example, step by step. Currently, as could be seen from the battlefield, even though these war giants looked bulky, with each step, it was as if their bodies moved a large distance forward out of thin air. That was because the magic had the ability to pause time, but it only worked for them to move. So for every step the war behemoth takes, it has actually taken 3 or 4 steps in the pause. In addition to speeding up travel speed, this magic also speeds up the turning speed of these big guys, and many times you can't even see the war beast slowly turn around for just a split second before its head and tail turn around. Behemoth stone skin. It is possible to harden one's skin to minimize the physical attacks one receives. Of course, not hard and strong just like stone, but far more than stone. Almost only high-purity fiery gold weapons can break through the stone skin of a war behemoth. Energy-absorbing aura. When turned on automatically, it absorbs damage from magic attacking you and absorbs the magic in that magic, absorbing it as part of yourself at a certain percentage. Rage. It can briefly increase the speed of magic recovery, magical effects, and forward speed. Mental disturbance. It can disrupt the spirits of enemies at its feet. It has no disrupting effect on magic chanters on its back, so those standing on its back can still use magic output, heal, or use shield magic. Healing touch. After applying this spell to yourself, you gain a continuous healing effect. according to their abilities. These monsters can be categorized into different levels: primary, intermediate, advanced and supreme. On top of all the levels, there is the legendary Apocalypse level. These giant beasts sent out by the Eternal Sect this time clearly belonged to the supreme level judging from the magical abilities they displayed. This was a strategic weapon that almost every country could only dream of, as each supreme class war beast possessed a combat power equivalent to at least 100,000 troops. As this huge monster got closer and closer, a slight commotion occurred amongst the human legions. After all, out of so many people, it was inevitable that a few would develop fear and nervousness within them when facing such a huge and terrifying creature. They began to murmur, their voices gradually becoming louder, creating an uneasy atmosphere. Some unconsciously stepped backward in an attempt to get away from the creature. Others gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, their eyes filled with vigilance. However, most of them remained firmly in place, maintaining their composure. It was different on the Goblin side. They completely obeyed the Goblin King, and if the Goblin King didn't let them retreat, they just wouldn't retreat even if they died. Moreover, they rarely felt afraid, so when they saw the war beast coming towards their side, not a single trace of fear was shown. On one of the war behemoths stood a cardinal with a thin wand at his waist, clearly a magical profession. He looked at the legion of kobolds that stood in the forefront without fear, his eyes filled with interest. It's unbelievable. These kobolds are actually so loyal to the Candle Dragon Empire. He analyzed the same thing as Oria. That goblins had a fast production rate and short growth cycle, were not afraid of death, and had considerable strength. So once they were in their hands, they would definitely be able to play a huge role. Greedy thoughts suddenly rose up inside the cardinal's heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he secretly thought, there must be a way to make these kobolds switch their allegiance to the eternal cult. Chapter 116, Peacemaking. Each of the war beasts was hundreds of meters tall, like a mountain peak in this uncovered wasteland. Under the unique magic of the beast tamers, these behemoths with fierce eyes stopped in front of the goblin army. Using flight magic, the cardinal and several wizards and tamers flew down from the platform on the back of the war behemoth and landed in front of the goblin army. The vanguard kobolds gritted their teeth, sharp spears in their hands aimed at them. The wizards snarled, "Don't point your weapons at the Lord Bishop, you barbaric things." The cardinal smiled and waved his hand. He had soft features and a rather affable smile. He looked around the room, his eyes sweeping over the legion of kobolds, the lanky and massive giant kobold, the rock kobold with rocky skin for protection, the kobold priest with innate magical abilities, the shadow kobold with excellent stealth, and the berserker kobold with a quick burst of speed suitable for surprise attacks. They were so neatly arranged that they had obviously received military training. The more the cardinal looked, the more envious he felt. What a great force! If it could be in the hands of the eternal cult, it could not be more perfect. It wasn't that no one had ever thought of establishing a cooperative relationship with the Goblin King before, but it had never succeeded. The Goblin King's only goal was to expand its own community, and to do so he would exterminate all the impeding factors, and the humans were one of them. So how could it cooperate with the humans? It seems that a special Goblin King has appeared, a rare sight in 1,000 years, so to speak. Well, have to talk to that Goblin King sometime and try to get it to change its allegiance to the Eternal Church. This shouldn't be difficult. After all, the Eternal Sect country is much richer than the Candle Dragon Empire, and the Kobold King should be able to make a wise choice since he wants to cooperate with humans. The Kobold legions suddenly parted to either side, making way for Carter, followed by several ministers. His current appearance was only in his 20s, and his body was refined from the embryo of the Yen Huang Dragon clan's carcass, making his every move quite majestic. The Cardinal, as a man who had stood at the pinnacle of power for many years, actually felt a sense of inferiority to Carter before him. He had the illusion that what was approaching was not a human monarch, but a terrifying monster. The ring on the Cardinal's right thumb glowed faintly, a magical prop that allowed him to remain calm no matter what situation he faced. He smiled, his tone like he was conversing with an old friend. "Your Majesty Carter, you are younger than I thought." Carter, however, spoke bluntly in a hardened tone. "If you've come to plead for the kingdom of Gash, then you might as well go back. We have only one claim, the execution of those who participated in and orchestrated the massacre." The bishop froze, as the Cardinal Archbishop of the Eternal Church. For decades, the monarchs of whichever country had treated him with courtesy and respect, and even when they refused his request, no one had ever been so outspoken. All they knew about the Candle Empire was that some people had taken over the sacred monarch empire using some sort of means, and it was rumored that they used someone who could make magic that could level a city to the ground. What the Eternal Cult pursued was to utilize the subcults to indirectly control these countries. Instead, after its establishment, the Candlewick Empire directly drove away the Eternal Cult subcult, the Eternal Light Cult. So this time, If we don't satisfy the Gash Kingdom's demands, keep the fourth prince, quell this incident, and teach the Candlewick Empire some lessons, it will greatly compromise the eternal cult's majesty. The bishop laughed aloud. Ha ha, I also sympathize deeply with that disaster. And I also ask you to forgive King Gash for that little thought. After all, he is a father. How can he bear to watch his own son being executed? King Gash spoke the truth to the eternal cult. Otherwise there would have been serious consequences in case the eternal cult taught him to deceive them. In that case, let the king of the kingdom of Gash hand over his son and the other participants. The archbishop shook his head. That's not realistic. Who would watch their son being executed? He has killed hundreds of our people, and this is the punishment he deserves. The cardinal came closer and said in a voice that only he and Carter could hear, let's all be realistic. There's no need to talk about these scenes. It's only hundreds of civilians who died. How can they add up to something as precious as the prince's life? Carter pushed him away and snapped. That's what you think. In my eyes, even the life of a Candlewick Empire subject is far more precious than the life of Prince Gash. The cardinal's tone became a bit unkind. If that's what you think, then how should we account for the fact that the eternal lightsec was driven out and the pope died for unknown reasons? Carter pointed at the cardinal archbishop and said bluntly, the eternal light cult intends to taint the dynastic government of our empire and condones its followers to break the law. So it should have been thrown out a long time ago. As for the pope, you go ask Garcia 9 about that. And I can tell you, in the future, the eternal light cult should not presume to install believers in my candlelight empire. If you install one person, I will execute one. You're going against our eternal cult? The cardinal archbishop said incredulously, listening to Carter's meaning. The Candlewick Empire was going to completely get rid of the eternal sex control? This was an opening that absolutely could not be opened. Opposing? Bishop, I think you should understand the truth that for any country, people or organizations that attempt to interfere in its internal affairs and divide its interests are inherently enemies. Good. In that case, the cardinal decisively used flight magic to lift his body off the ground and rose high into the air, and the others who followed him then used flight magic to follow. I can't declare war on your Candle Dragon Empire on behalf of His Majesty. But as an ally of the Kingdom of Gash, we are obligated to help the Kingdom of Gash expel the invaders. As soon as the words left his mouth, a long thing suddenly fell from the sky, curling around a war beast and bringing it up into the sky. The speed was so fast that everyone somewhat missed it. The archbishop froze for a moment, looking at the clearing where a war beast had just stood. Crunch, crunch. A chewing sound came from above everyone's head. Chapter 117, in the bag. The bishop and the others stared blankly into the sky. A thick layer of dark clouds had drifted into the sky at some point, and a creepy chewing sound was coming from inside, as if the meat was being chewed together with the bones. The war giants weighed at least 400,000 tons each. What kind of terrifying existence was it that could roll the war giants into the sky so easily? There's a monster. What's behind the dark clouds? Hide, hide. There was an unknown but dangerous monster hiding in the sky, and everyone instinctively felt that the higher they stood at this time, the more dangerous it was. So the magic chanters who stood on the backs of the war behemoths scrambled to use their flight magic to fly to the ground like shaken off dust. Some of these magic chanters tilted their heads and used magic that allowed them to see through, wanting to see the creature's true appearance. But they realized that they couldn't even see behind the dark clouds even with the use of magic. While everyone's attention was drawn to the sky, Luan, who had finished settling the guards, had already arrived next to Carter and listened to his recounting of what had just happened. After listening to him talk about the ins and outs, Luan turned his gaze to the 5 war beasts still remaining on the battlefield and came to be interested. Sooner or later, he himself would have to leave the Candle Dragon Empire. And if these things were to be owned by the Candle Dragon Empire, it could greatly enhance the Empire's military power. Zwanari's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The flavor is okay. Don't eat it. Use the dragon's might to shock these monsters. Okay. Those magic chanters and soldiers were still raising their heads to study the vision in the sky when suddenly a majestic dragon might press down from the sky as if it were substantial. Aside from Luan and Carter, everyone, including the kobolds, stared wide-eyed in the same second, a look of horror on their faces. Their souls felt an unprecedented pressure, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Under this pressure, they couldn't even breathe. Their blood was boiling more than once, and their bodies couldn't move at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Jen Carey could control it, these people would die in just a moment. The souls of those 5 war giants trembled, and they didn't last long before they bent their bodies down one by one, as if they were making a pilgrimage to the king. After the dragon might dispersed, Luan softly instructed Carter, "All right, you can go and bring these war beasts home. You also carry the dragon might on you, and these war beasts will now be obedient to you." Carter was surprised and delighted. The war beasts were the masters of the battlefield, but only the eternal sect state possessed them, and other countries were completely ignorant of how to tame them. If one could have 5 war beasts at once, then the military power of the entire Candlewick Empire could simply be multiplied several times over. He was about to reply when he heard the crowd erupt into a clamor consisting of screams. Dragons! There are dragons, behind the dark clouds. It's actually a dragon. Ha ha, I saw the dragon. Oh great and fascinating creature. The pinnacle of creation. Please cauterize this body of mine. Purify my soul to the highest degree. Many people were unexpectedly thrown into a frenzy simply because they knew that behind the dark clouds were the dragons, and they fell to their knees, making a pilgrimage to the sky and singing the praises of the dragons. The extreme ones are even begging the dragons to kill them, a death that in their strange beliefs is a supreme honor. Shinari was in the sky with a question mark on his face. These people were sick, right? Wait. Those who were kneeling in worship suddenly saw from afar something falling high in the sky. Their faces were pleasantly surprised, thinking that their pious songs of praise had been met with a friendly response from the dragons. Then some various sea fish that had been dead for an unknown number of days smashed on the heads or bodies of these believers. Crowd? They really couldn't understand. Shouldn't dragons be noble and arrogant? From any logical point of view, creatures like dragons shouldn't have anything to do with these salted fish, right? Carter wistfully walked up to a war behemoth. The war beast raised its eyes to look at him, and could clearly feel the dragon's might emanating from his body. Although it wasn't as majestic as the one in the sky just now, it still rose from the depths of its soul with a sense of timidity, and immediately lowered its head towards him. Those who fell to their knees, some clutching salted fish in their hands, looked back and forth, trying to figure out what the dragon meant by raining down all this seafood on them. The earth suddenly trembled, and to their horror, they realized that the Candlewick Empire's goblin legions and soldiers had already withdrawn, while those war behemoths around them had actually moved again. For a time, many people from the Eternal Sect Kingdom were trampled in pieces before they could react. What's going on? Where are the tamers? Make them stop now. I can't. It's like the magic is not working. The tamer tried again and again using magic, but they didn't work at all. Wailing sounds rose in all directions. These people were located under the feet of the war behemoth, and the war behemoth came with the magic mental disturbance, so their magic chants would be greatly interfered with. And some of the magic chanters had just flown for a few seconds using their flying magic before they fell to the ground in despair, and were ultimately stomped on. One of the war behemoths turned to some magic chanters with high magical cultivation that could barely resist the mental disturbance. A blue-white magical rune several dozen meters high quickly took shape in front of it, and in the next second, thick thunderbolts blasted at those who had already flown far away, blasting them into ashes in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the soldiers, kobolds and ministers and nobles of the Candlewick Empire, who were completely in a safe position, watched this hell-like image with their foreheads sweating. It was truly worthy of being a war beast. If one were to tread down a city, it would be as simple as eating and drinking water. At the same time, because these war behemoths were already owned by their Candlewick Empire, an indescribable feeling rose in their hearts. Joy, but it always felt unreal. Black Calamity Headquarters. In a gloomy conference room, Crowman Cabin sat quietly on the sofa, his icy gaze as chilling as the cold moon in the cold night. He slowly stretched out his hand and picked up a cup of liquid in front of him, which took on a dirty color, as if it was polluted wastewater. Cabin gently took a sip, then slowly put down the cup, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a wry smile. Noah sat across from him, keeping a smile on her face, wearing a gown that barely showed an inch of skin. Unlike the bold attire she wore when she appeared in the wasteland during the day, she dressed conservatively at the Black Calamity headquarters. Cabin put down his cup and said, "It's really like you said. That Lewin isn't really a new puppet that the Eternal Cult has put up. Of course, you can be sure, but I'm worried that if the Eternal Cult finds out, they'll send some powerful guys to teleport over, and it'll be troublesome at that time, so I came back first." You're doing a great job, Noah. Go ahead and reach out to him if you can. Investigate as much as you can about his abilities and try to pull the strings. He can destroy a city, so if he's willing to join us, then he can at least be a mid-level member.